2024 NFL Draft with Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Aisha Morrison on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan.
It is the day of the scouts, as we like to call it. Day 3, rounds 4 through 7, as we put a bow on the NFL Draft on one of the best weekends of the entire year. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Aisha Morrison, and then, of course, the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus. Thank you so much for hanging out with us over the course of this 3-day NFL Draft. We have 2 rounds in the books. We got 4 picks for the Cowboys that have been made, starting with, of course, Tyler Guyton, who they selected in the first round at pick 29, moving back, picking up an extra pick 73. They took Marshawn Kneeland, the edge out of Western Michigan, last night in the second round at 56, followed by Cooper Beebe, the guard / possible center out of Kansas State with that 73rd pick. All is right in the world. And then, of course, Marist Liufau, the linebacker out of Notre Dame at pick 87 in the third round. Today, though, going to be a bit of a long wait unless the Cowboys want to move back up into the fourth round. They don't have a pick until 174 in the fifth, and the estimated timer for that could be anywhere from 3 to 3:30 when the Cowboys could be on the clock. So maybe a long wait, but there's a lot of question marks, still a lot of great players on the board. Bobby, how you feeling so far about the way this draft's going?
I mean, really good. You obviously the one glaring need I think that they haven't touched yet is running back. But they will, I think that they feel confident that somebody will be there in the fifth round. Running backs are sliding down the board, it appears, in general. And look, they've had a decent history of being able to grab day 3 backs, not just recently with a guy like Tony Pollard, but if you look over the course of just, the time that they've been here in place over the last 20 years. But I think that the thing for me is I'm going to be watching which running backs are sliding down the board at heading into the fifth round, because I feel like the blinking positional lights have all been addressed to this point.
Bobby, I was going to ask you, with what you said about the running backs possibly sliding, they're clearly sliding. Do you think in any situation that in that fourth round, if there's a run, that they might feel any urgency to go get a guy?
I don't personally, but I mean, it's just because I think that everything's shown that it's just kind of sliding down, pushing down.
Well, one of the beautiful things about day 3 is we are awarded several scouts and coaches to get to talk to, one of which is Ross Wuensche, a national scout. Ross, how you doing, sir? Zach Wolchuk, we haven't had the pleasure of meeting in person, but it's a pleasure to get to chat with you, man. How you feeling?
Howdy. Good. It'll be a long day today, but looking forward to it.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be a little bit of a long wait for the next pick, but so far, quite a haul. I mean, I know you're someone with a national scout. You've gotten to have grades on all of these players. So what stands out to you first, of course, about Tyler Guyton, who you were able to get, picking up an extra pick, but then selecting at 29?
Yeah, that one was fun. Obviously getting to take our guy and then pick up what we believe is a future starter for free. That was awesome, too. So, Tyler, high-level left tackle. Keep Tyler at left guard, Tyler Smith at left guard, which is huge for us, just to keep him there and get to build around him. Guidance upside is through the roof, one of the most athletic tackles I've done. Just overall traits. So excited to get him in here, get him with that position group. Those guys know how to work. So we're going to get the most out of him for sure.
When you are projecting somebody like that who plays right tackle most of the time, I mean, I think it was one game at Oklahoma he had on the left side. Mm-hmm. What kind of things are you looking for to say, I feel comfortable that he can flip to the left side?
The cool thing about him is he was the blindside protector at OU. So, right. Dylan Gabriel, left-handed guy. So he's used to that kind of pressure. Obviously, just he has left tackle footwork, which is crucial for that position. We feel like we can clean the hands up, get him to play there, but he's got the feet, which translates first, in my opinion. So,
how much homework do you guys put into potential trade back opportunities throughout the evaluation process? And is there a specific target that you guys were maybe looking for in the late 20s, early 30s as the weeks got closer?
Some of the strategy meetings, that's big. What guys we would feel comfortable slipping back from, what are we trying to get, looking behind us, who could also pluck one of our guys. There's a lot of variables, but we do a lot of strategy work there. We did some before then and felt good about the opportunity to pick up a 3, still feel good where we're at, and pick a player that'll help us win.
Yeah, and then all in all, I mean, getting that extra pick at 73 to be able to sure up that interior offensive line hole, got to feel pretty good about that offensive line hole, right?
Yeah, that was sweet.
Yeah.
Grabbing Coop, excellent player. I mean, we're really excited about him. He fits the culture of our guys. I just watched, I guess, his phone call last night. He sounds super excited, so we're happy to have him. Guard, center flex. He's played a lot of positions there, so he fits the mold of a Cowboy offensive lineman for sure.
Yeah, I have kind of probably an over-man crush on Cooper Beebe. One of my favorite players in this entire draft. Graham Barton certainly was there as well, but now you're able to double up on the offensive line. Guyton and Cooper Beebe, now as you project ahead as the offensive line, you mentioned the importance of keeping Tyler Smith at guard, but the competition that you guys have built in that room now, what stands out to you about that and the depth?
Yeah, I mean, and we still got Brock. We love Brock, and TJ's upside is awesome. We feel really good about that, right guard, the left tackle spot. Obviously, T-Steele's got the right tackle spot locked down. We feel real good about that. But the competition, the ability to cross-train those guys, guard center, helps us game day versatility. But yeah, keeping Tyler Smith at left guard was huge for us because we just think he's I mean, obviously an all-pro level, but, you don't want to project too far ahead. But we love, the upside there at left guard.
Talking with Ross Wuensche here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Talking about those projections, like I know you broke down going with Guyton from right to left, but Cooper Beebe, who has played along the entire offensive line, but what goes into that projection of a position change for some of these players when you look at Beebe and can he project to center?
For us, it's always the ability to reach and seal. So be able to reach, get his hat across, leverage a 3 technique of shade, which he's been able to do that. And then the tackle feet that he displayed. And then for us, obviously the ability to bend and create that natural leverage, which is something we think he does great. And then seeing him do it throughout the workout process and actually seeing him be able to snap quick to contact and just look natural doing it. And so everything we saw there, he looks smooth. Looks like he can handle it.
Even with the dad bod. I love it.
One more quick follow-up on the idea of center, just as a projection. When you're talking about projecting somebody to center when they play guard, which is the more difficult thing for you in the scouting process? Is it just the mechanics of snapping the ball and playing off there, or is it more the questions of mental processing and checks at the line of scrimmage that you're wondering how he can handle it?
Yeah, I think it's the mental demands are extreme. It'll help Dak out. I mean, Dak's obviously, I think his pre-snap stuff is elite. But being able to just take a little bit more off him, Cooper's great from an FBI standpoint. He understands the game. It's real natural to him. So I think that being able to project the center, that's crucial. Just the mental demands of the game.
Marshawn Nealon is a gentleman that is still, developing his pass rush and things like that. But from a run game perspective, he has a very natural feel for how to stack, shed, tackle. Is that something that y'all think he can come in and help with immediately?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the play style, what we call it, it jumps off the tape. There's a lot of Tank Lawrence comps, and there's a reason. I mean, he's the same kind of guy. But his upside, I mean, we think he can still fill out if he wants to. We can keep him at 266, whatever. He's got a lot of flexibility there. But the pass rush toolbox is there. I mean, he's got length. The testing numbers are through the roof. So I think initially the run game stuff will be dominant, but he's got pass rush traits.
Yeah, he's got some snap and pop to him. And you watch him play against the offensive lineman. I mean, it's immediate with the hands, and you're thinking like, okay, this guy's got some upper body pop to him.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, like G5 or whatever you call it, you look for best comp, and I think his first snap against Iowa. I guess it's they're running outside zone away. Right. He gets his hat in the crack, falls back, and decapitates the running back. So he showed he could do it against, level of comp, and then obviously Senior Bowl. So
I'm curious, as just kind of a general, we'll only keep it to people who are not available right now, so we don't tip anything. But, we've talked about, there's been a lot of discussion about Xavier Worthy's speed. I know Aisha the other day was talking about, Chop Robinson's explosiveness. Mm-hmm. When you talk about, like, your favorite trait of a player that you scouted this year, who's something that you just go like, man, I love that guy's arm, or like, oh man, that guy's speed, that's really special. What was your favorite trait you saw this year?
I'm not going to toot our own horn.
But go ahead.
But probably Maris's play style.
Yeah.
We got a great vision for him. I did Talanoa Hufanga coming out of SC, and there's a lot of not just the play style, but the wiring of the kid. He's a Cowboy through and through, phenomenal kid. But his ability to play from the slot, he can cover number 2. We can put him in the box. He's got high-level rush tools. Just his play style, and also bringing in Nealand. We feel like we kind of upgraded the temperament there.
Could you have expected coming out of the first 2 days with an edge, or was it kind of a possibility as that 56 was nearing? It's like, hey, this is a pretty good player that's
Can't
starting
pass
to flip
up
to
on
us.
Nealand here.
Yeah, I mean, he was kind of a blinking light that we've discussed. I guess what's today, Saturday, so Thursday night. Just looking forward. He's one of those guys who are a conviction pick. Everybody who watched the player loved him, and that's personnel coaching. There was. Usually we do a pretty good job when we all have clear eyes on a guy, and he was one that was like, this is a Cowboy. So.
And with Maris, do you think the increase in, I guess, special teams value at that linebacker position going into this draft, the new kickoff rules and things of that nature, do you think that kind of also was another positive for you guys to be able to pull at 87?
Yeah, and we got an ace in the hole with Bones. Bones knows what we're looking for there. But yeah, I mean, his versatility, for sure.
Ross, last one for you. I know Deron Bland was one of your guys. I'm assuming when you were scouting him, you knew eventually he was going to break the interception return for touchdown record in the single season.
100%.
Hell of an eye there, Ross.
I wish. We bet on the kid, and obviously it paid off. He's phenomenal, so we're happy to have him.
Awesome. Thank you so much, man.
Thank y'all.
We appreciate you. There he is, Ross Wuensche.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate you.
Day of the Scouts here at 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. And from one scout to another, we've got Mitch LaPoint. Mitch, who we got to talk with last year. Zach Wilczek, good to talk to you again, Mitch. Mitch, how you feeling so far? This has been a crazy couple of days. You're able to move back. I do want to ask, how much were you sweating going back from 24 to 29? I know Jerry and Steven said you had about 4 guys in that cluster.
Oh, yeah.
That you were praying somebody would make it.
Yeah, definitely. I'm sorry, I was just getting this on. So you're talking about which pick?
The moving back from 24 to 29.
It was like, we had a few guys there that we were really excited about. And it's like, you kind of roll the dice and see if this thing plays out. You look at the other team's needs, and you just never know who might want to come up to get one of those guys. I think everyone kind of knew we were in the business for an offensive lineman, whether it was Barton or Guyton. And I think we just kind of rolled the dice, and hey, we got one of the 2 guys we like, and we picked up a third. Then we got Cooper Beebe. I mean, which was fortunate.
Yeah, I think I was watching you after the Beebe pick, and you were sitting at the table when everybody else was kind of high-fiving each other, and I felt like you kind of had a moment to yourself.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know who came up behind you, but he put his hands on your shoulders, and it's just kind of like, it's that feeling of, okay, I pushed this one through. I argued a good one. I fought hard for this.
Hey, thank you, Mitch.
Yeah,
thank you for that.
That's this guy. But I felt like at that moment, it's kind of like it's just that bit of satisfaction with all that.
No question. I mean, he was the highest rated guy.
Sorry,
I mean, for me, he was the best O lineman in the 3rd round, guaranteed. I mean, he was my favorite guy.
Yeah.
The versatility, the way he plays, the demeanor. He's smart. He can play center. He can play guard. He's played demonstrated tackle. He's not an NFL tackle, but versatility, it just leaped off the tape. I mean, this guy's 48 game starter.
Sure.
He's been Big 12 Offensive Lineman of the Year twice. He's a Kansas City guy. I mean, which you are. Yeah. Hey, Pooney was there from the Jayhawks, and it was a tough deal. But hey, I like Cooper Beebe better than Pooney, which we did like Pooney. But I got to go back to KU, and I got to tell these guys I picked the K-State.
How much? It's funny. We've all talked just looking at the offseason. You guys lose Tyler Biotish, and one of the things that we've talked about is that was a guy who had an edge and was sort of an enforcer and somebody who brought a certain attitude. That was something that you were going to need to replace along the offensive line. How big of that, or big is that with Cooper Beebe? Because I think you see it on tape. You see that same sort of edge. You feel like, okay, well, now we've replaced that part of it.
Yeah, I think every one of these 4 picks that we've had, you could kind of check that box. You know what I mean? Because Maris is the same way. He's kind of similar to Overshown, the violent play style. Marshawn he's high motor as it gets. And then with Cooper, I mean, he's the same thing. They set the tone. And I think hey, we know we need to get we want tough guys, on our roster,
I want to talk about that raw upside, obviously, that Tyler Guyton has during the evaluation process. How do you factor that in versus a guy who might have 40-plus starts, but this guy has the traits and might just need more development? Does that excite you more than the guy who's more of a
I mean, I think especially when you start talking about left tackle, because, I mean, the guy's feet are unbelievable. His background playing basketball, everyone that you talk to, just like he just keeps getting better and better and better. I think like we're gonna get a better player than what we saw at Oklahoma. And the kid's wire. I mean, the kid is great. I mean, he's kind of similar to our Tyler Smith. I mean, Tyler Smith is like the way he can think on his feet, just the way he has some personality, some edge to him. I think he's gonna just keep getting better and better. And I just think, hey, the guy was a D lineman, tight end D lineman. He's only played O-line really for 3 years. So, I mean, it's just going to keep getting better.
Yeah, and I don't want you necessarily to compare these two guys, but going into the draft process, I think, at least around the media, the high upside guy with the traits was Amarius Mims. But still, Tyler Guyton is a first-round tackle in his own right. What makes him specifically so talented in that upside department to be able to bank on?
Well, the athletes, to me, for Mims and Guyton, there was a little different athletic ability. I mean, I think Mims is really elite as a pass protector because he's so long. But in the run game, like he's still kind of learning. He's played eight games, I think, and I think in the play counts it was like 200 or 300 less snaps than Guyton has played to tackle. So, we just felt like Guyton's, I think, ready. If he had to play tomorrow, I felt like Guyton was more ready to play tomorrow and help us.
That's the interesting thing that I was wondering about with you guys. When you're making an evaluation, let's say you have two guys at a position, tackle, for instance, and you say, our projection out is exactly the same for these guys, that we think they're top-tier left tackles and ultimately going to be the same player. How does day one readiness affect the grade? Does it affect the actual grade number for you, or do you just say, hey, we're going to have the same grade because we're talking about projecting out?
Yeah, I mean, I think we put them kind of right next to each other, and we have the conversation, and we start going back and forth in the war room or even during draft meetings. Like, hey, that's when we start having those conversations. Hey, we have to put a value on the guy during the fall, during the final grade, but that's different than when we start building the board and saying, hey, who would we rather take? But I think that's kind of what it comes down to. Yeah, that makes sense.
From a scouting perspective, and obviously not wanting to tip your hand here, but what do you think this department is looking for in a running back, potentially day 3 or even moving on forward?
Juice.
Yeah. Bring the juice.
We need somebody that can frickin' make big plays and like has legit speed. That's what I think.
So there's not a lot of negative to look at Cooper Beebe or things that he doesn't do well, but athleticism is something that people have brought up. However, I wanted to ask you from a scouting perspective.
Aisha, come on, that can move.
Well, from a scouting perspective, I wanted to ask you, how do you quantify athleticism to being technically sound? Because there's not a lot of wasted movement from him, and I think that makes up for a lot of the lack of athleticism things. But I just want to ask you, even with other positions, how much do you quantify the athleticism to them just already having naturally technically sound traits?
No, I got you. Yeah, I mean, for us, one of the things with Cooper Beebe is, I mean, you don't see him on the ground.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And he functions at his positions. The guy's playing tackle at a high level. And then what he did at the combine is he confirmed like all that stuff. I mean, he blew it out of the water.
Yeah, well.
And then we're coming to find out, like, the more that you know about K-State is they make these guys wear ankle braces.
Okay, they're making them do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're almost like a 2-pound little deal that they have on their ankles. And so if you ever watch those guys, it looks like they all have cankles.
Yeah.
And it's just the way they make them. But anyway, it is tough because, like, sometimes a guy who's so technical does everything perfect, and then there's a guy who's raw who has athleticism. It's a tough divider. You know what I mean? I think the testing at the combine or the pro day kind of helps us confirm, hey, this guy has that athleticism.
It kind of reminds me of Steve Villa from last year, where it was like he's very technically sound, but people are like, oh, he's not super athletic. So thank you so much.
No, it's good.
Mitch LaPoint, Director of College Scouting. Last question for you, Mitch. It's like you take a first-round offensive lineman for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
You guys we know he's going to end up being good. That's just kind of the track record that you have. What seems to be, in your eye, when you've been scouting these guys, and even if, hey, they need some developing, you know they've got the traits, they're checking all the boxes for us that we believe they're going to hit?
I just think, like, who the person is. I mean, you have to be able to fit in this locker room. You have to be able to love it. I think the more and more that you see our league now, there's not a lot of developmental time. We don't have a lot of practice on the OTAs.
Yep.
We don't even have training camp really anymore. Yep. And so it's like you need guys that are self-motivated, guys that want to be good, and guys who are going to make the locker room better. And I think every one of these guys that we've taken has that.
Mitch, you're awesome, man. Thank you so much.
That's great.
We really enjoyed getting to talk to you.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, we talked about this last year, but this NIL, it's affected today.
Yeah.
I mean, it really has. Our top 3 rounds, I think it was the best it's been in a long time.
Yeah.
But now I think we're going to start seeing this college football change kind of affect our process. It'll be interesting to see just kind of who survives there for us in the 5th and 6th and 7th.
Yeah, you fought through COVID, though.
We
fought
did.
through the
You
COVID
did. We
game
did.
to get to this point.
No, we're
So,
good.
yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
We got a
you'll
great staff.
adjust.
We got a great process,
Yeah,
and it
you'll
works,
adjust,
you know?
yeah.
You guys are crushing it, man. Thank you so much
All
for
right,
everything
thank
you
you
do.
guys.
We
Have a good
appreciate
one.
it. There he goes, Mitch LaPoint. We're about to talk with Justin Stucky next as the day of the Scouts rolls on. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, we roll on the .com side. Justin Stucky. Justin, how you doing, man? It's been a year, but it's good to finally see you again.
Yeah, good to see it. Just like feels like it was yesterday.
By the way, you said, Scout, you completely left off the most important part of Justin's bio, which is Marcus Marauder legend. That's the most
Marcus
important
That's
part.
very
baby.
true.
Yeah.
There we
Right,
are.
baby. Red
Battle of the
Storm
Mountain,
rising.
man. That is one of the best rivalries in high school football. There's no doubt.
Oh.
So how are we feeling so far about the Hall?
I feel good. I think we honed in on some guys, and I think we stuck true to the board, and we're able to get some guys that are going to come in and hopefully help us right away.
You guys put in a lot of miles throughout the year. Is there any specific draft story over the course of the last year, whether it be a guy that's picked or whatever, that kind of stands out for you over the course of the last 12 months?
A guy that we've picked.
Either or, however you want to answer it.
Man, put me on the spot.
That's what it's all about.
Yeah, I got the Midwest, so it's pretty bland around there. So I don't really have any guys with any too crazy backgrounds or anything like that. So
What I've heard about Cooper Beebe's family is that they are all ball. Have you had interactions with their family and just kind of or his family and kind of how that interacts with him?
No, I haven't interacted with any of the family members. I've heard that they're all about it. Of course, he's got his brother that he stuck around, wanted to play with. And interesting, last night on like my college group thread, one of my buddies said that he's actually a member of the same golf club that they are up there. So he's like, I see his parents and I see his brother up there all the time. That's so guess they're big golfers too.
Well, Cooper was one of the guys that early in the process last year we watched, like hoping, okay, maybe he'll come back. Then he goes back to school. Do you run into that often where you're like, man, I love this kid, and then he decided to go back a year and now I got to wait on him?
Oh yeah, especially since COVID happened, and all those guys got that extra year. I mean, the last couple of years, all these guys, we treat them like they're seniors and they're about to come out. And then all of a sudden at the last second, they end up pulling back. So, he went back with a purpose, from what I got. It was, he wanted to go back and play with his brother. It was real important to him. He's trying to go back, be one of the best offensive linemen K-State's ever had, try to get his name up on the Ring of Honor there. Yeah. So he really went back with a purpose. He wasn't just going back to kind of hang out.
Justin, we and I was going to ask you, talk about how things affect you. We were NIL money and stuff like that. How has all the transfer stuff been for you? Because in the first round of this draft, we had 9 guys transfer that went to other schools and got first round grades. How you guys track guys throughout because of your area. How difficult is that as you can you like lose guys, gain guys? Is that something we're going to have to deal with going out on the road all the time now?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just going to be kind of come the norm. It can be a little disheartening at times because you sit here and you spend all this time, investing in these guys, watching the tape, getting the character and background, and then you're like, okay, well, maybe they're going back to school. It's like, all right, well, I got everything for next year already together, and then no, they transfer out somewhere else, and you're like, all right, what was all that work for, kind of?
Yeah.
But I think the biggest issue that we're going to be going and we deal with right now is, the fact that we get all this character and background, and then these guys leave, and then you get guys that come in, and who knows, maybe they're there just for the semester, right? So you go in there in August and they've been there for 2 weeks,
and they don't know them.
They don't know them at all,
right?
So I mean,
that's tough.
You can get the tape and you can watch the tape, right? And watching the football is getting the skill set, and you can get that no matter where they go. But trying to actually get to who these guys are with all of the support staff that you need to talk to, that's really what makes it difficult, is try to really get a sense of who these guys are.
I'm curious. This is since we have you here, I like to be selfish and then ask general scouting philosophy questions, which I'll ask here after we get back from the 10-second break that Peyton just yelled in my ear.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan.
Talking with Marcus Marauder legend Justin Stucky, one of your Cowboys top scouts here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Bobby Belt in the midst of a very serious, selfish question for Justin. What do you got, Bobby?
Scouting philosophy question, or more, I guess, just to the process. I know that a lot of scouts say that
the spring visits to campus a lot of times are more crucial than fall because maybe coaches feel a little more comfortable sharing information and giving you details, and you can learn a lot more there. Would you ever have any pause if you feel like, oh, this isn't the same guy I heard about in the fall, maybe necessarily, or things change? Does that give you any sort of like a hesitancy, or do you say, I'm gonna trust that maybe there's just been an evolution, or whatever factor is there? Does if there's a difference between spring and fall descriptions to you, does that make you stand back and go, okay, let me work a little harder, let me check on this guy a little more?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to take it into consideration. You know, I think that's a red flag that'll go up and be like, all right, I'm going to have to go back and kind of dig my sources again. But I think it all depends on who you get it from too, you know. Fortunately, a lot of us have been put in these areas for a while, and so we know who we're going in and who we're talking with and who we can trust. And so if it's somebody that, you know, you're just kind of hearing something about, you know, you could kind of take it with a grain of salt, but you definitely have to do your due diligence to go back and double check on it for sure.
Versatility is obviously a very important trait, and especially in today's NFL, needing to play multiple things over the course of a 17-game season. But it feels like the scouting department, even more so recently over the last half decade, has really emphasized on that. You go back to last year, looking at guys and look at the picks yesterday. I mean, Marshawn Nealon, he's a guy that can stop the run, stop the pass, but also Maris being able to be a 3-level defender in some ways. Yeah. And then Cooper Beebe, not only seeing that he has the ability to move inside to center, but understanding that there was practice film of him at center. Is that something that you guys really seek out early in the process, is, hey, can this guy do multiple things for us?
For sure, yeah. I think versatility is a big thing, and especially since Coach McCarthy has come in too. You know, he's a guy that has been deep in the playoffs multiple times, and he always hones in. He's like, hey, you know, when we get to week 19, week 20, he's like, I mean, these guys' bodies are all banged up by that point, you know, so you don't know who's going to be there for you. So if you can have somebody who can step in and, you know, kind of move over and play a different role, then that's huge.
Is there a positional trend that you're seeing in the draft that you find interesting? I guess, for instance, like a couple years ago, you started seeing more kind of tweeners at the DT position. Is there something that stuck out to you as of late that you want to share?
I mean, I would say probably one of the biggest trends is probably more so just like, you know, the speed rushers, you know, the edge rushers off the edge. You know, it's now you can get away with a lot of leaner, lighter guys, and because those are also guys that are going to drop back in coverage. I mean, really all the positions that you're going to be having to play in space, you know, those are all coming into the game big time.
11's probably a cause of that, huh?
Oh yeah, big time. Yeah, well, there aren't too many of those out there, so they could try. But
have you found that we talk a lot about the NIL era and how that impacts things? Have you found that has changed the type of mentality that the players have in these recent years in terms of how they come out, good or bad? Have you just noticed like a difference in personality or expectation when they get to the NFL?
Yeah, I think so. You know, a lot of these guys are getting stuff handed to them, you know, at a very, very young age, and everything is going to get catered. And so if you're not one of those top picks coming in here, it's like, what's your mindset going to be? Like, are you going to be humble enough to come in here and really grind, you know, and work for what you really need to, instead of just getting something handed to you?
Speaking of the grind, Justin, the scouts, you guys are really the backbone, in my opinion, of the entire organization. The work that you put in, the daily grind, the amount of time you're on the road, away from your family, and a lot of fans don't understand and know the work that goes into that. Can you kind of shed some light on maybe a daily life of an NFL scout and how this time period from the season up until the draft goes for you?
Yeah, for sure. You know, pretty much from August all the way up until November, we have, you know, that's our busy time when we're out on the road, and we're pretty much out there for 12 days straight, you know, counting the travel days. So we'll come home on a Thursday, be home Friday, Saturday, and then we're back out that Sunday, and we're not back for another week and a half. So very limited time with the family. And then while we're out, like I know for me in the Midwest, my area is a lot more spread out. So a short drive for me is like 3 hours. Wow. So if you think about it, I'm making a 3-hour drive every day, and that's after putting in a full work day. So it's like, get to the school at 7, talk to everybody that you need to, watch film, watch practice. You're out of there maybe by 3 o'clock or so, make a long drive, pick up some food along the way, and then you're working until midnight, you know, midnight or later. And you could try to get as much done as you can, because the next day, you got a whole nother crop of guys that you got to look at. So you're pretty much doing that for like 4 months straight. So, and if you don't stay on top of it, then, I mean, it can just drown you. And then you get a little break. Sometimes on Saturdays, you'll hit a game, or you're just sitting in the hotel, typing up, getting all the reports in that you need to. So
yeah, Justin, God bless you and the scouts for having to deal with Mike Zimmer. I dealt with him in my life as working here. But the transition. You guys do a great job of the coaches, and Will always talks about this, the marriage between the scouts and the coaching staff. How has the transition been with you guys having to learn from Zimmer after having to deal with Dan Quinn and some of the traits, characteristics? Has it been a big transition, or? And I know Mike's like, hey, just bring me players. I'll coach them up.
Yep.
How's that transition been for you guys?
Yeah, transition's been good. The communication's been good. I think fortunately for us, we haven't had to make too many big changes there because especially when DQ came in, we put an emphasis on getting bigger, longer, stronger, athletic guys with versatility. Right. So a lot of the guys that we have now and the guys that we're looking at going into this draft are guys that really can just kind of move over and fit right into Zim's defense. So it's been pretty easy from that perspective.
That's good.
I guess because there's so much turnover in the NFL and you don't know year to year, how do you weigh when you're evaluating some of these players, like he's more scheme specific versus, okay, the versatility, he can fit in any type of role if we do have changeover with a coach?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you just watch the tape and kind of let the player show himself, and then you give them the value no matter what, and then when it comes to it down at the end, then you decide, hey, are they the right fit or not?
You know, talking about the coaching process, like Brian just mentioned there about the idea of, you know, finding out what they want and going to get it. Do you find yourself having generally all those answers laid out for you when you go hit the road, or do you, when you come across a player, you watch something and go like, this is an interesting thing. Let me pick up the phone, let me call Greg Ellis and say, Greg, hey, I got this guy. He does this. How comfortable are you with this? What do you like? Like, is that the kind of conversation? Is that an ongoing process of figuring out what little, things they are comfortable coaching?
Yeah, I think it's definitely an ongoing process. I mean, we try to do the best that we can there right at the beginning. As soon as they came in, we had an across the hall meeting where we got together with both sides of the ball, and the coaches, each position coach got up there and talked, hey, this is what I'm looking at specifically for the position, and then how it kind of fits within the scheme. Then obviously we go to training camp, and as college guys, we're able to be there, watch our guys move around, for a few days, see how they fit in. And so the communication's constant. And then we go out there and we grade. And then once we come in, I mean, it's very much of a collective of what we do, right? Yeah. So it's like we come in, we get to speak on what we think the player does the best, coaches get to talk about it, and then we all come together as a decision and put them up on the board. It's not really like, hey, this is what we think, this is what they think, and then we bash it. It's like, no, this is what we think, let's come together.
When you're out there at training camp watching your guy, is it like watching like your kid at a game or something where you're like, come on,
it's not like Chris Vaughn watching views. It's definitely like you're sitting there and you're like, come on, get there.
Let's go.
Yeah, don't embarrass me.
That kind of leads into my question. Different scouts kind of have different beliefs on this. Some would like to get 3-4 in a draft just so they can have their guys, and also some that are like, hey, if we don't take any of my guys, that's no pressure for me next year. Is there a split in the room on that, or does everyone want to get their guys?
Before Micah, when I was in the Northeast, I mean, I got blacked out pretty often there the last few years. It was nobody, and sometimes we might pass on a guy for whatever reason that you were there, and you're like, oh, I think he could have helped the team. But I think at the end of the day, you just really need to check your ego at the door, and you need to be unselfish. And whatever player we can come in and that is going to best help us move forward, that's what it's all about. It's not about my guy having to get him in here. It's about getting the right guy. Because at the end of the day, we just want to win. Yeah. So.
Justin, thank you so much for giving us some time. And enjoy the rest of the draft. Absolutely.
Yeah,
thank you, brother.
It. Thank you.
All right, there is Justin Stucky, one of your college scouts here for your Dallas Cowboys as we continue our Day 3 coverage on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Brett Maxie coming up next, who is noticing, of course, we have a little drip that's going on in the studio right now. Brett, how are you, sir? Happy Day of the Scouts, man. There's a bit of a long wait today. How challenging is that going to be for you as you itch and you watch some of these other players come off the board leading into your pick here in the 5th round?
Yeah, what's up, everyone?
Doing great, man. Good to see you, man.
Doing?
Doing good.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, it's a long wait today to wait for your next pick, unless maybe something happens, you move up. How tough is that for you, watching maybe some of your guys fly off the board before the Cowboys' next pick?
Yeah, it's cool. It's chill. Like, you never know what happens in the draft, so we're just wait and see. We're all tuned in, and it's not really my guys, you feel me? It's just players that I scouted.
Yeah.
So
you don't have like that emotional attachment or like, man, I really, this is a dude that I really kind of felt like, ooh, we need to get him.
There's definitely some dudes who I'm like, oh, he would be a really good fit for our team. But I try not to get too attached, if that makes sense.
You're good at
but
that
but
separation.
it's like if
Unlike
you meet somebody
us,
too.
we get too attached here.
This man got attached to Peyton Wilson. He was very sad yesterday.
Hey, he got attached to BB, and it worked out great for him. So.
And it's not even too attached. It's just like if you meet somebody for the first time, like
Sure.
you don't want to just like tell them everything about your life, right? Like,
Right.
You want to build a relationship. So like for us, it's just like, we met a few times and we're here to do our job.
Well, I was about to open book this thing with you, Brett. I mean, I was just about to unfold everything about my life. We're about to become besties, I felt like.
When you had Marist, that was one of your guys, right? That was one of the guys that you had worked on?
Yeah.
So, Marist, I feel like out of the 4 players y'all took yesterday, that was the one maybe we had talked about the least leading up to the process. So people listening to the show probably don't have as much of an awareness of him. Can you just give like a quick recap of what you like about him as a football player?
Yeah. First of all, like the person is awesome. One of my favorite like people to talk to throughout the process, through the Senior Bowl, 30 visits, stuff like that. And then the way he plays. Dude plays the right way. He goes 110% every single time. He's a violent player, and he loves the game.
It feels like Polynesian players as well also have that high character. Viliami Fahogo had very similar traits last year. That's a big part of the scouting process for you guys as well, I would assume.
Dude, and that's part of their culture.
Yeah.
I was talking to him, and he was just telling me like, the thing about their culture is like when they're playing football when they're like really little or whatever. It's not about like who's the fastest or who's got the best hands or stuff. It's like who hits the hardest, and that's how you earn the respect from their teammates. And you can definitely see it by like the way he plays.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Football, we hear a lot about, football IQ and instincts and different things like that. And obviously, I mean, that's a big thing when you're talking about at linebacker. How much do you think those two tend to go hand in hand? And maybe specifically with Marist, the idea of your natural instincts versus your football brain. Like, do those have to generally be married to each other, or do you sometimes see one without the other? Or how do you look at marrying those two ideas of somebody with a high football IQ, somebody with really good instincts?
I think they kind of play hand in hand. Yeah. And it starts with like playing a bunch of football. I know Marist is playing forever, so like he's able to recognize things pretty quickly, and when he does, like he makes plays on it.
Is football IQ more instinctual or being in the books?
Well, that's interesting. It's like, how do you define instincts, right?
Right, like see it, sense it, go. Which I think you see a lot of with Marist. Like I think you see on tape that Marist sees it
I like
and
the
kind of
fact
has
he
to play.
challenged you.
Yeah,
like
me
that.
too.
No, I love it.
We're getting deep here today.
Investigate and
Give him a little
educate.
more.
Like I said, I'm going to be selfish. I'm going to ask like philosophy questions while we're here. No, but just in general, the idea of like instinctually like having a sense of where things are flowing and playing. Like, is that something where when you talk about the IQ, that is a natural instinctual thing, or something where you study and you put in the work to become a high IQ player?
I hear you. Yeah, I think part of it's obviously like the reading your keys and like doing what your coach tells you in terms of like what to see and stuff like that. Then the other part is like innate, right? I feel like there's some things that you just can't teach, and he has some of that for sure.
Talking with Brett Maxie here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Speaking of Marist, I mean, one of the things I think stands out about him is like true 3-down player. Guy can cover, right? So when you look at the linebacker position, how have you seen that kind of evolve along with the NFL offenses being way more spread open now in a very pass-dominant league?
Yeah, he's awesome for that. And I'd even say he can play on all 4 downs, just saying he can bless you if that was just I can just say he can play on 4 downs, just playing on special teams.
Yeah.
But yeah, he can cover. He's a really good pressure player. He can do a lot of things.
Stucky mentioned that speed rushers are becoming a more of a trend in the draft now. With that, I do think that you do see a little bit of a downtick of guys that can also play the run at a pretty high clip, but have some pass rush ability. Does that go into picking a guy like a Marshawn Nealon, who isn't super toolsy when it comes to the pass rush ability just yet, but he can develop that, but he's fairly stout against the run already as a DN?
Yeah, with Marshawn personally, I know for me, he has a ton of tools
he does.
that you're alluding to. And so the first thing that stands out to me is like the way he plays, right? He plays super hard. So when you have that, I think as a rusher, it gives you an advantage because now you're putting pressure on the offensive line, right? And so, yeah, he has a lot of tools to work with.
How much crossover do you guys kind of do during the season, or even maybe late in the draft process? Is like, okay, this guy on the West Coast, he's very comparable to this guy I have in my region. Maybe he's a little bit better. Do you guys compare notes, or do you just stay locked in on your region, and when you're asked about that guy, you understand what you need to do there?
Yeah, I try not to like talk too much about guys that I haven't watched, but like like our over the top guys like Ross, maybe for example. Like I know he grades a lot of the defensive players. He might compare some of their attributes to some of the players that he's watched.
Can you talk about what it's like to present a player to the group? You know, and you're sitting there and you're the first one, and it's not an easy job, but you want to put your best foot forward in your evaluation of him. What is that like with that, and making sure that everybody sees the first initial picture of that player?
Yeah, it's fun, and it's a really we're really fortunate to have that opportunity, because I know at a lot of places you just turn in your reports, and then it's kind of like done for the rest of the time, right?
Yeah, count me out on that group.
So all we're doing, we're just presenting information, right? And so it just goes throughout the entire process of whenever we start, after the season ends, draft ends, and then all the way up until now. And like, to circle back on the other part about like speaking with the players and like the attachment part of it. I don't want to say like I'm not attached to anything like that, but it's we're dealing with like people, like these are humans at the end of the day.
Sure.
So I try to like stay away from stuff like that. So we're developing a relationship, and that really helps when I'm presenting players, right? It's hard for me to talk about, first of all, it's hard for me to talk about somebody that's not in the same room as me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's kind of just like how I was raised, whatever. So like, it's really important that we do talk to these players. So then when I'm talking about them, I actually know the person. Right.
Brett, thank you so much for giving us some time, man. This is going to be a fun day. We look forward to seeing who the rest of the Dallas Cowboys are out of this NFL draft.
Yeah, man. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Brett Maxie, one of your Dallas Cowboys college scouts, absolute beast, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
If you shout, how about them Cowboys?
Thanks, buddy. How you doing, Coach?
Great, yourself?
Good, man. Thank you. All right. .com side, we are still hanging out. We got, of course, Coach Solari here with us as we hang out, and before we get back on the fan side. But you cleaned up. You got yourself a couple of studs there on the offensive line, right?
Yeah, it's exciting. So really getting excited to get him here and get going.
I do wonder, last year when we talked with you, we weren't sure what the plan was for Tyler Smith. Of course, it was your first year coming in, and you said you kind of did envision him maybe playing tackle. Then he played guard. This offseason, how important was it for you, depending on how the draft fell, to maybe get that tackle like Tyler Guyton to be able to keep Tyler Smith at guard?
Yeah, that was critical in that aspect. Otherwise, whatever we were going to get the best player, and then have Tyler make that adjustment. Tyler's so talented. He could play either or, and he really stepped up last year at guard and got better each game and improved each week. So it's exciting where his career is now, and being such a young player and his skill set. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
When you got coaching point, you got two Tylers on the left side. How do you deal with that?
Gosh, that's tough.
And coaches are coaches are creative. And I know you're a creative man. So how do you deal with two Tylers?
We'll make sure we'll have to have a little name or something, or last name, whatever. But again, it's exciting.
It is very.
Tyler Guyton is just a tremendous athlete. A lot of upside, so we're really excited about him.
You guys did a lot of homework, obviously, on a ton of offensive linemen throughout the process, but you look at these two guys that you took in the first 2 days. Tyler, all he had was a formal meeting with you guys, and then Cooper didn't have a formal or a 30. How do you kind of evaluate the person from your perspective, whereas the scouts see him a lot more in person, but how are you able to evaluate, okay, I'm okay with taking that character guy? Do you just rely on what the scouts tell you at that point?
Absolutely. Our scouts do a great job. I mean, what a tremendous job they do, and just the history of what they've done here with the offensive line. Wow. I mean, just tremendous. They do a great job in the research they do and staying on target from following their careers through their freshman years and they cross all the T's, dot all the I's, and says asking everybody, whether it's a coach, whether it's a trainer, whether it's the equipment, whether, whoever's they can get some words of wisdom from, and they do a great job in their research.
Yeah, those formal meetings, they're quick, and then obviously here at the 30 visits, y'all are trying to get them quick and make sure they meet with everybody. I've heard your meetings specifically are fast-paced and high-energetic. Can you walk us through what let's say a formal meeting looks like for you in Indy?
Yeah, the formal Indy for us is, again, get to know them as a football, player, and they'll get to know their ability to communicate. So again, we give them our offense. We give them like a segment of an installation, and we make sure it's a run pass. We try to go quick. And give them a notepad where they're taking notes and see how quick they can take notes and digest what we're saying, because the meetings go quick. And again, it's to see what they can comprehend And then all of a sudden, we'll come back and we'll ask them questions. And then we always check their notes. We want to make sure, again, they take good notes and then help them. As a young player, and we want to make sure in the sense they understand they got to go wherever they go. They got to be able to take great notes. And then at night when they go home, it's got to be clear where they can read it versus just writing stuff down and scribbling and they can't read at night. And what did I write down here? What's this coaching point? So we just try to do a very detailed where we have a great feel, where we can give feedback in the sense if he can learn, he'd need some help, just so we know in the sense of, where he's at in learning and comprehending. And that's exciting for us as coaches to see where they're at.
Coach, I know we've talked with different scouts who've come here already today, and they've talked about how they think they got 4 really tough guys in this draft so far, and the 2 on the offensive line guys who display a lot of toughness and physicality and things like that. When you are going through this process with the scouts and talking about things, do you look at toughness and physicality as something that you could coach out of somebody, or do you look at that as that has to be an innate trait that we acquire?
It's a trait that you're looking for. Again, work ethic. You always want a young man that has a work ethic. We think work ethic has tie into passion, love of the game. So that's a key thing. And then Coach McCarthy's done a great job here, in the locker room, fitting the profile of the Dallas Cowboys, in that toughness, that smart football player and so forth. And it's part of the profile, and it's a characteristic that we look for, and the scouts mark it down as well, and they give us, feedback on that aspect. Because, again, the NFL is so tough. It's a journey. The season is long and so forth. So you need that person that has a love for the game, where they're going to, commit off the field, like when they go home and take care of their bodies, not only physically, eating properly, nutrition, hydrating properly, but also studying, where they take that time. And sometimes it's tough for a young man to say, no, I don't want to go there. I got to study tonight. But that's what you're looking for, that passion, that love, that accountability. In the offensive line room, like Zach has done such a tremendous job in the sense of leadership and setting the standard and the consistency every day of being that player. And then when you're on the practice field, practice like you play the game. So critical. It's not a thing where you can turn it on Sunday and play. So again, that's what we're looking for, and it's part of the profile, that work ethic, that toughness, because toughness has a trait of a competitor. Trait of grit. The guy is tough, innate. So you'd like to have that trait, that quality.
We're talking with offensive line coach Mike Solari here on 105 through the fan and DallasCowboys.com. When it comes to Tyler Guyton, there's so many traits that are positive about him, the athleticism, the arm length, but also a little bit raw with kind of limited game experience. When you watch him, what are some of the things when you bring him in, you're excited to be able to teach and develop more with him?
Well, again, the thing that you like about Tyler Guyton is his athleticism. Here's a young man, a little bit over 6'7", yet he plays like 6'5", 6'4" because of his knee bend. He has tremendous flexibility, very good athlete, the initial quickness, the foot speed, and that's what you're looking for in a tackle. It used to be in the old days was your left tackle had to have the blue feet, but today with all the open edges and the passing game and so forth and so on, both tackles have to be athletic and have great foot speed. But he has the qualities of a fine left tackle in the sense of the foot speed. We call him blue feet. Right. He's got the athleticism, the recoverability. And usually a young man, whenever you say he has recoverability or change of direction in space, he's got great knee bend. And he's got that quality, which is so unique for a man 6'7". You lose a little bit of that, with the size, you lose a little bit of flexibility, you lose a little bit of recoverability, change of direction in space. He's got those qualities. It's really exciting to work with somebody like this.
About what time of the year does Will McClay bring you a set of guys like, hey, look at these crop of guys and tell me what you like about these certain dudes? Is it throughout the year, or was it kind of in the past couple of months where it really starts to ramp up?
Absolutely. It's the last couple of months where it ramps up. And as you well know, after the season, the most important thing is to reevaluate your players. Take the emotion out of it. Now reevaluate your players. Then they give you a segment, free agency, and then you want to rank them, then put them in the sense of the order how they fit in your offensive line, in the sense of their ranking. And then they give you the college players. So it's kind of an ongoing process, but especially these last 2 months. And again, they do a great job, in the sense of giving you players just to get an opinion and feel what we feel as offensive line coach or position coaches.
How important will Zach Martin be over the course of the next year, helping these 2 rookies come into the equation?
Tremendous. Again, Zach's, is a great leader in the room, and what he brings, his presence, his work ethic, the way he goes about his business. Just watch him. Just watch how he goes about his business. And again, we're really proud of the room itself. These guys have ascended and have picked up, down the road from the guys that have left here and have left this tradition of a standard in that room. So it's exciting because it's, we want them to feel like, they are the room. You know what I'm saying? And that's the key, being accountable to each other. That's the strength of the unit.
Coach, thank you so much for giving us some time. This has been awesome. We can't wait to watch BB, watch Guyton, and whoever else maybe comes along here on day 3.
Me neither. Here we
It's going to be awesome. Let's go, Coach. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate you for the time.
Appreciate
About to be
you.
joined by, of course, former Dallas Cowboy man. I know Brian Broaddus knows very, very well. Cowboys defensive line coach, Greg Ellis. Greg, it hadn't been so long. We just got to catch up with you here at the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You weren't on the staff just yet. Congratulations on the new position, my friend.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys. It's been amazing. It's like a huge family reunion, to be honest with you. And so I'm just thrilled to be back in the building. Different capacity, obviously, but it's great.
It's gonna be exciting.
I always forget that you're a former player, so
Yes.
you're gonna
A
be
really
a
good
giant
former
human.
player,
Yeah,
yeah.
we know. It just threw me off.
I mean, he looks like one. Look at it. This is, man, I had to just push the mic up all the way.
I want to start with your background a little bit before we kind of dive into this draft, if that's all right. But being at the NAIA level and then coming to an NFL program, there's obviously a lot of adversity, a lot of challenges that you face at SAGU and at Texas College.
Yes.
How do you think that prepares you for the NFL and certain adversities that you might face in this building?
Man, you know what? I counted. It was a blessing and a joy for me to come through the rankings that way, because I truly had to earn my stripes. Meaning, I remember being in the basement at Texas College, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning by myself, washing the uniforms, all of that, cutting the grass, cutting lines in the field. So when somebody comes along to say, man, it was just given to Greg, it's like, no, wait a minute. I earned these stripes, you know what I mean? So I went through the process. It wasn't just because I played professional football, now you can coach somewhere in the NFL. And so I count that as a blessing for me, because it taught me, coming up through the rankings, of coaching rankings, if you would, the hard work that it takes to run a program.
And then NAIA not having scholarships, those kids love football. I mean, there is a strong love for football, and I think that kind of marries itself with the staff. Does that kind of help you become closer to players in general? Do you feel like that helped as your time went on in the NAIA?
It does. You know what, man? As I'm sitting in my office literally 5 minutes ago, I got a text a couple of days ago, and I finally got a chance to respond to one of the kids who was at Texas College. And so you develop relationships with those kids. Those kids, like you say, they don't get a lot to play football. They love football, and so it was good to be around a good bunch of young people like that.
That was my selfish moment. Y'all got it.
All good. Aisha, what do you got?
No, I think I saw yesterday that you feel like you saw some of yourself in Marshawn Nealon.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that? I would like to hear, what your perspective on it is.
And if I would have thought about it, I would have told Jerry and them yesterday. We sent I guess it was right before the draft, my agent sent one play in to the Cowboys, and it was a play. We was playing against TCU or SMU. I don't remember which one. I'm rushing the quarterback, and they throw a little flare pass out to the flats, and I spin out, hustle to the ball, and make the tackle. Neely reminds me of that kind of Greg Ellis, that guy that hustles. You see him running down the field. You don't see him taking plays off. And I'll be honest with you, nowadays, that's kind of hard to find, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, and we looked at a whole bunch of film.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen another guy that plays as hard as him. I promise. Even if we didn't draft him, I would say the same thing. I haven't seen another guy, defensive line guy that plays as hard as Marshawn does. He's hustles. After we drafted him, I went back and started watching more film, to be honest with you. But not just him being able to hustle. That's a trait. That's good. It's a good trait to have. But he has some things in his pass rushing ability as well that I see that, okay, we can tweak this and kind of help him get to that next level. So I told people last night, I said, I'm so excited. I feel like I got drafted all over again, except minus the money. Sure. But I didn't think I'd be that excited, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But to be able to draft a young man like that brings it to work every day, it's very exciting to me.
Yeah, you forced us in Philadelphia to take Trey Thomas when you went right ahead of us. We realized we couldn't block you coming out of North Carolina, so a lot of people had to draft tackles because of you. When you talk about, just as general, Greg, we've had a chance to visit. You're big on technique.
Mm-hmm.
You're big on that. Is that the coaching style when you're looking at your players you currently have, when you're working with your guys on the field? Is the thing about you're always trying to stress is the technique, or is there some other coaching point that you say, hey, I've got to get this through to my guys?
Technique to me. Well, for one, the desire to be good,
right.
they got to have that. You know what I mean? And I stress the importance to those guys, whoever I'm coaching. Hey, man, you got to. That's a starting point. I can't put that in you, and so you got to have that. But secondly, for me, it's the technique. Yeah. It's technique, and I want them to understand the importance of technique. Now, you can't get out there and just go slow because you're thinking about technique all the time. But it has to be worked on so much in practice. And I tell the guys, man, when you're walking around, you got to be thinking about pass rushing. Yeah. It has to become part of your DNA. So when you get into the football game, the technique that I'm teaching you guys, it's not just second nature, it's first nature. It's what you do first versus thinking about and doing it second. Right. You understand? So, yes, the technique is what I'm all about.
When you look at Mozzie Smith, though, and then I know, and here you're new to the team this way, but you know who Mozzie Smith is. You're working with Mozzie. Where do you start? Where do you start with a guy that's so much expectations and you're trying to get to know the kid and build him up and help him? Where do you start with that?
That's the thing first. For me, I had to get to know him. I hadn't been around him yet. Hadn't been at the voluntary stuff. So once, to me, you have to get to know where is he coming from? What is his why to why he plays football? Right. And that determines a whole lot of how you approach a kid, in my opinion. Yeah. And once we figure that out, I think he'll be fine. Yeah. I mean, here's one thing, Brian. They wouldn't have drafted him if he didn't have something in him that could get the job done. Yeah. Now, we got to push that button to help him see, okay, here's what it takes for his engine to really get started and get to going. And I don't foresee that being a problem.
Talking with Greg Ellis. We're going to continue the conversation on the .com side. We'll also continue our interviews with coaches and scouts. Day 3, Day of the Scouts. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Greg, one other thing I did want to ask you about was, when it comes to Marshawn Kneeland, he's doing a lot of different things. They're moving him around there at Western Michigan. I know you had to do hand in the ground, and then you also, when Bill Parcells came, you had to go stand up. He's already kind of got that, where he's got hand in the ground, stand up, move around, maybe go over the center. How much of an advantage is that already for him?
It's huge, in my opinion. I don't see Zim having him stand up, right? I mean, Zim's not going to switch to a 3-4 defense.
Yeah. No, unless Parcells tells him.
Exactly, right?
Which he can do.
Yeah, so we already have those kind of guys like Micah and those guys, Sam. Those guys can stand up and do the quick kind of stuff. But the fact that he can do it, in my opinion, speaks volumes to what he can develop into as a pass rusher with his hand in the dirt. Because if you can stand up and kind of dance with 1-2 with some guys, you really can come off the ball to 1-2 with some guys, in my opinion.
Last question for you here, Coach. When you look at when you've watched these guys coming out of college and you've studied some of these players, what is the technique trait that you look at and say, guys coming out right now, this is an area that's really deficient, that's common, and that whether it be hand usage or pad level or whatever else, what are you looking at saying this is something that's generally going to need to be repaired by rookies?
Hands. Now, with Neely, he does a lot with his hands, but it needs to be fine-tuned.
Right.
Yes. Hands are kind of all over the place, to be honest with you. And I appreciate that, because that tells me, okay, he understands I need to use these things, to pass rush. And so I think we'll be able to help him really quick.
Thank you.
Coach, thank you so much.
Yes.
We really appreciate it, man. Congratulations on Marshawn Kneeland. Let's see if we get you some more help today.
There you go.
You're the man.
You guys. Y'all take care.
Thank you. There he goes, Greg Ellis, one of your newest Cowboys position coaches, an absolute badass here with you on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan. Scott McCurley, your linebackers coach, about to join us here as this has been a lot of fun as we are getting to break down all of these new players. Of course, Coach getting his mic on right now. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you guys this morning?
We're fantastic.
Ready for day 3 here.
We're ready for day 3, but how about getting yourself a new Notre Dame linebacker in Marist last night? How excited are you for him?
Yeah, we love it. It was great job, the whole process by everybody, scouting department. Paul Gunther, our run coordinator, was one of the first ones that put his eyes on him too, and got out to his pro day. We were lucky enough to get him in here for a 30 visit, and the 30 visit was great. He's first thing, he's a great kid, great human, really smart football player. We got a chance to sit down with him, put him on the board, do those things with him. Really smart, and when you see that kind of tape coming from that kind of player, when you get to know him, you get really excited about it. So we're really excited about the pick.
Yeah, a lot of safety, rover hybrid type background from his days in high school in Honolulu.
Yeah.
And he gets to Notre Dame and he has this blitzing specialty that can kind of work on third down. Is that something you guys identified, and that's kind of what makes Marist really fun as a second level player?
No question. I think the value he can add to us in the base packages, being a Sam who can blitz, he can win versus own linemen. He definitely is a good matchup against backs. Third down, he can add some value as a blitzer too. So when he's going forward, he definitely comes alive on the tape.
Yeah, we haven't had an opportunity to talk a whole lot about Eric Kendricks and what he can provide to that room. And what do you think he can do as far as helping these young guys that are in that room, Damone Clark, DeMarvin Overshown, now Marist, but also be able to help contribute on the field himself?
It's been huge having him. I mean, the loss of Leighton last year, that's just something that is a leader, and being someone in the room it's tough, because he was that guy for us last year, and now that he's moved on, I mean, Eric comes into the room, and that's the role he's going to take. For one, I mean, he's got great familiarity with Zim's scheme, which is huge. To bring him into the room, just to be able to communicate with him as a coach, in his ability to communicate with the players, get everything set. It's been great. The first couple weeks with him have really been awesome, having him in the room.
I had a bit of a two-parter. So you mentioned Maurice as Sam and what you think he's able to do there. With the communication and the IQ, though, do you see him being able to be in a mic role at any point in time?
I think that the potential's there,
yes, sir.
Based on how smart of a player he is. I think the potential down the road is a green dot type guy. Yeah, you could definitely see that. But right now we want to put him in positions he can succeed with early, and then really we'll see where he grows to, because he's still got a ceiling that we think he can grow into be a good every down football player.
Yeah, second part is you have Kendricks, obviously.
One second, we're going to come back on the fan side, and then I want you to ask that question.
Okay.
Yeah, just to make sure we can reset top of the hour.
The 2024 NFL Draft with Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Aisha Morrison.
Day 3 of the NFL Draft. We're about to get round 4 underway here, but it is always a treat as we get to talk with a variety of Cowboys coaches and scouts. Right now, linebackers coach Scott McCurley with us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Zach Wolchuk, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Aisha Morrison, Bobby Belt, and of course, Coach Aisha. You were ready, two-parter here. You're ready to fire one away for Coach McCurley.
Yeah, within this linebacker room, you have Kendricks that is here now. You have Maurice, DeMarvin Overshown, who's returning back from injury, in all his length and his explosiveness, and then Damone Clark as well. You guys have a lot of versatility. Are you guys excited about some of the different things you're going to be able to do with this core?
Definitely. I think getting Demo back is huge.
Yes.
I mean that was heartbreaking too last year in the preseason. That was a tough one to take. But getting Damone all the reps he did last year, for him to be able to slide over from Will Dime, Leighton goes down, he takes over the mic. We feel really comfortable about him playing really any position back there, even the Sam now moving forward and things. So Eric obviously bringing him into the room, and Marist. So it's going to be, and we hope to add today, and that we still need some numbers in the room just overall.
Absolutely.
So by the time training camp comes around, we really hope to have a competitive group going into the fall.
What trait did you identify coming into the draft or coming into the offseason that you said, I really want to get more of this in the linebacker room?
I think for us, we just wanted good depth linebacker player. We need more bodies in the room, quite frankly, and good football players. And that's my thing right there. We'll figure out a way to use them. We have a good vision of Maris right now, what he can be, okay, with his ability to blitz and do all those things. But we want good football players in the room that are going to create competition. Now, you can say the things about the run game and getting bigger and all that stuff, and we'll do a better job, in all those areas. But at the same time, we want good football players in the room that are going to up the competition and give us the most bodies come next fall.
Coach, what was the challenge last year for you? You did a hell of a job of dealing with like a lot of dime stuff with playing with undersized. You're playing with safeties as linebackers, and you're trying to mask that as best as you can. I could sense when you just answered that question, more bodies in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that like, okay, I did we did what we had to do. But I see us going a different direction of not, and nothing against Dan and them. You guys played a hell of a defense, but is there we need more bodies here?
Yeah, obviously we got short with the injuries, with losing Dev during the season. There was some things didn't go our way, and we ended up short. I'll say this: for Marquise Bell though.
Yes.
A shout out to him. I mean, what he did for us last year was outstanding.
Absolutely.
Because he came in and gave a great effort, and I'd still have him in the room any day.
I was wondering, are you going to fight for Marquise Bell?
It ain't going to go that way, but I'm a Marquise Bell guy for life now for what he helped us do. So, we're going to get more linebackers in the room, and we're going to let him go play safety and do what he does, but at the same time, just my appreciation
hell of a job
for
by
him
you guys,
and what he did. Was through the roof. So.
Really quick, because I know you got to get out of here. What kind of insight can you provide us about how DeMarvion Overshown has developed off the field? Do you think he's kind of taken a veteran mentality to his quote-unquote rookie season?
Well, I'll say this: the way he's attacked, his rehab, extremely impressive. I mean, he's ready to go. He's itching to get back out there. If he could go out and take all the OTA reps right now, he'd do it. And Britt's done a great job with him, and I think he's ready to go. So it's going to be real exciting for him come training camp.
Mm-hmm. Cowboys linebackers coach Scott McCurley with us. Coach, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, and congratulations. It's going to be fun.
Yep.
Thank you. Yep. There he goes, Coach Scott McCurley, as we have round 4 underway, about to visit with Chris Vaughn. Of course, gave us one of our highlight moments of last year's draft. And Chris, we were actually getting to talk with you this time last year. And we didn't know for sure that the Deuce Vaughn pick, who is, of course, your son, would be made. We were kind of hoping. We all did love Deuce and getting to watch his tape. Then it happened. And it was a more special moment for you, I can imagine. You've gotten to talk about that. But for us, our room lit up. I mean, it was incredible.
It was pretty emotional. It's pretty cool. It's amazing. We talk every day, but it's about football. But now it just happens to be about the Dallas Cowboys. And so it's still pretty special to have him here with us.
Well, from K-State, here's Cooper Beebe now. And, Cooper Beebe, everyone in this room knows, my man crush of this draft. I absolutely love him. We got to talk with him last night, and I asked him about his relationship with Deuce. He said they were very, very close. So how excited are you now to bring Cooper Beebe into the fold here?
Well, it's funny because, we're having our discussions, and we're talking about guys that are there at that pick, and I'm trying to be as professional as possible, because I'm a big Cooper Beebe fan. I've seen him play live a bunch.
Yeah.
I've probably seen him play more than anybody on our staff. So, but just trying to be professional and try to keep it, But when I knew we were going to pick him, I ran out of the room and I texted my wife it's coming. We got him, and my wife and Deuce are really, really excited.
Awesome.
I want to touch on the family aspect because the life of a scout is not easy. You're on the road so much. How important is that core unit for you guys from a personal standpoint?
Very, very important. A lot like, and are you speaking about family?
Yeah, because we saw a glimpse of that last year. With the emotion and everything, and you texting your wife about one of your son's former teammates. So, I mean, how important is that core unit for you guys?
Well, first of all, let me say, coaches' wives of scouts, they deserve many, many crowns once they make it to heaven, because I mean they hold family together while you're on the road. They are at a lot of places. They're the GM of the home while we're out doing what we love to do, and they're the backbone and support that help coaches, personnel men be successful. And I've got one at my house. She's the boss. And, what she says goes. And I'm pretty sure that other guys on our staff are very fortunate to have their significant others also.
Wow.
I'm curious, just a general philosophy question. Brian has talked before about one of the things he likes seeing from a cornerback on tape, like that flashes for him, is when somebody takes a receiver on the other side, corner takes a receiver, and if it's a drag right across the field, they're able to stay in the hip pocket all the way. Is there a play that you see on tape at a specific position where you're like, ooh, that always stands out to me? Like when I see that makes me get excited about what the player can be.
Well, the thing I think's a lot different than when I was a college coach and recruiting high school running backs. The big transition from high school to college and college to the pros now is the dirty NFL runs. Everybody gets excited about the long 70, 80-yard runs, and we would get enamored with that. Here's a guy, he can beat angles, and this guy gets in the secondary and he's gone. But that doesn't happen very often.
Right.
It's the 7-yard run, it's the 6-yard run, it's the run that moves the chain. So I think position-wise, seeing some of those runs in their game. Now that is, we love to see the guys that can break the long ones.
Sure.
But seeing those parts of it in their game is big because they're going to have a lot more of those opportunities and situations than the 70, 80-yard run. So, just by position, that's one that's been a little bit different, and just trying to have a respect and, for that as opposed to just the 70, 80-yard run.
Yeah.
Oh, we're seeing a lot of changes with the running back position and just how the committee and things like that are kind of starting to take over how guys run the ball, teams run the ball. What would you tell a young running back that, is in college or going into college right now to prepare for when they come into the NFL? Because you might be like the lead guy on your college team,
right.
But when you're coming to the NFL now, teams are kind of prioritizing longevity.
Yep.
Within their room. So what would you tell a young guy?
Diversify your portfolio.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
It's a great way to put it.
Be a receiver too, yeah?
Yeah, and special teams
Yes,
is
sir.
huge because once you go to by committee, then you're probably sharing the special teams roles too. So I think that's very important that college running backs embrace the special teams aspect. Now, the quandary that they're in is that if you're a really good running back, you play less special teams by the time we start evaluating you. So I would say to young running backs, get on teams early because as you become a better player, you play less special teams and there's less opportunities for us to evaluate you in that role.
Wow.
So, I know scouting Alabama as long as I did, that was a big thing for Nick Saban. I mean, guys like I can remember watching Damon Harris go block punts.
Yeah.
So that was kind of there as young backs. That was their way to get on the field because they would have a stable of backs and they're waiting for their turn. But you would see those guys on special teams, and that would stick in our minds and also say, here's a guy that's coming. Because we saw those guys as young guys. So for young running backs out there, get on special teams, go fight to get on special teams because as you become a bigger part of the offense, the less special teams you play, and that's less opportunity for us to evaluate you.
Everybody has to commend you for the job you did last year and being able to stay professional about the Deuce evaluation and what all went into it, and then not even really showing emotion until the pick was made. Now, circle back a year later, still needing to add a running back to that room. How does that kind of manifest now, knowing that your son is in the running back room, but also you need to be able to provide some presence to be able to help that room too?
Well, one thing that I've always told Deuce, and we had this conversation last year this time, like, hey, whoever picks you, after that pick, they're trying to find somebody to replace you. And he understands that. This is football. And so we're trying to do what's best for the Dallas Cowboys and finding what's best for our roster. And now, again, I'm a dad. Hopefully he fits into that into that equation. But we also have to team first and those things. So it's a little bit of a balancing act. You try to keep your emotions out of it and try to stay as professional as possible and go on the facts. So there's some guys, there's still some good players out there, and I'm pretty sure we'll be looking and having some conversations about some guys. But the more competition you have, the cream rises to the top. But you've got to continue to build competition at every position. if you want to push up from the bottom and be really good. So I definitely understand that part of the process.
We'll talk with Chris Vaughn here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
Yeah, what type of back do you think this room needs right now?
Well, that's a playmaker. It's hard to say we need this guy at this size or this speed. We need a playmaker. To add to the room. I shouldn't say that as if we don't have playmakers, but to add to our room. And those guys come in different shapes and sizes. And as you look at the draft and who's left, those guys are kind of in different shapes and sizes. So I think we'll have conversations about, key pieces and how they fit into what we already have and how that'll impact our team. So I don't think there's a specific guy or specific role we're looking for. It's kind of, it's a lot of moving pieces. And again, now running back by committee, they come in different size, shapes, skill sets. Some guys are stronger in this, some guys are stronger in this aspect. So, it'll be a holistic look at it and what that guy brings to the room.
It's often said that offensive line is one of the thinnest positions across the league. Like to find NFL offensive linemen is really difficult. When you go through the evaluation process, and maybe you saw one of these things in Tyler Guyton, what do you guys look at, or for you specifically, do you look at and say, this is the rarest trait outside of size or athleticism? What is the rarest, trait at the offensive line position that when you see it at the college level, you go, man, that's so rare. We got to acquire that if we can.
Well, the athleticism. So you've got athleticism and size. Athleticism, size, and length. That's a lot to work with, and those are the things that Tyler definitely has. He's athletic. He's tall. He's long. And he's young. That's the other thing, young at the position. So there's a belief in the upside that, there's a big jump once he gets from college to here because he is a young player. I think he's only played offensive line for 3 years. Went to TCU as a defensive lineman. It's funny, I'll give you a quick draft story. So we're sitting in the draft room, and a former coach at TCU that I know recruited Tyler to TCU. Well, about an hour before we made the pick, he sends me some video of Tyler from high school, doing some drills and things like that. So after we drafted him, I said, man, you must be a fortune teller savant or something, because this is crazy. I mean, so it's pretty cool. I mean, to see the athleticism, and making that position change. I mean, we're really excited about his upside and what he's going to be here in a short time.
Is that why maybe it feels like teams, because that trait is so rare, is that why teams maybe feel like they're more willing to bank on a raw offensive lineman than raw players at other positions?
Yes, because they're hard to come by. Guys with again, size, length, and athleticism, they don't grow on trees. So when you see a guy that's got those traits, guys like that don't come every draft. You get a skill guy, they're going to be skill guys in next year's draft. There's going to be, so I mean, there's just a smaller number of those big bodies that can do those things. So you kind of say, you know what, let's get them and let's develop them because there's just not enough of them. And you can't go get them out on the street. That's the other thing. They're just not, they're a commodity. And so if you can find them, bring them in, work with them, and develop them. And those guys usually have probably the most upside. You look at guys when they come into the league, into where they are year 2 or 3, there's usually an investment early to develop a guy, and he becomes, what you're looking for.
Chris, I know you got to get back. Last one for you. I think it's always fun to kind of get the war room perspective. When you're in a situation where you're on the clock at 24, there's players that you like, but also, okay, now we need to go back and possibly trade back, acquire some extra picks. What are some of those conversations like? And if you've got as a scout a player like, I'm ready to stand on the table for, we can't move out of this pick, how heated can that war room get?
Well, it's you definitely get into a lot of conversations. The one thing that we benefit from more than maybe anybody in the league is the experiences that Steven and Jerry have. I mean, just have been there, done that, seen it, and they've got great instincts for, let's hold here, let's take it there, and it's amazing to watch and see as they start having discussions and how it goes. And so we're in a really good spot when it comes to that as far as making draft strategy decisions because they've been there. The only way you get experience is by getting experience, and they've been there, and you can see that in those type of situations.
You're the best. Thank you so much. It's been a blast, man. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Chris Vaughn with us here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. The 4th round has begun. We'll break down all the picks that have been flying off the board so far. Cardinals right now on the clock at pick 104. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Well, that was fun. We just had a little marathon there with some scouts and coaches getting some really, really good insight. Of course, Zach Wolchuk, Bobby Belt, Nick
Thanks
Harris.
to Roxy, though, for doing
Roxy's
that.
the best.
Roxy, you talk about
I mean, we
somebody
get
grabs
spoiled.
Roxy makes this building run.
Yeah.
We get spoiled, but I mean, it's just one after another. She, and shout out to Beam for navigating that as well. But yes, thank you so much, Roxy. Of course, want to give some love to GetJackBlack.com.
There you go.
Want to use what the pros use. Jack Black is the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys. Visit GetJackBlack.com today. That was at 11:18, Beamer. 11:18 was the time in which we went ahead and got that read in. But we got some picks off the board. First one, the Carolina Panthers. I do feel as though Carolina, and it doesn't matter who the coach is, who the owner even is, who the general manager is, Texas players kind of find their way to the Carolina Panthers. They went ahead and took Jonathan Brooks earlier, and the first pick of day 3, pick 101, which I believe is tremendous value. Denton Ryan Zone. I got to cover this guy in high school there as a Ryan Raider, playing defensive end and wide receiver. Said, I want to stay on the offensive side of the football going to Texas. It's Jatavian Sanders. And man, what a good pick here at pick 101.
Yeah, this was one of the most fun players I got to evaluate over my time in covering recruiting, and specifically was on the Texas Longhorns recruiting beat at the time, so spent a lot of time around Jatavian and just kind of understanding the player whenever he was going into college. Yes, he was a quote-unquote athlete recruit with potential on both sides of the ball, but we kind of expected him to be an edge rusher because of the bend that he had and kind of the explosion that he had, the power that he had off the edge. But he banked on himself whenever he went to Texas and stayed on the offensive side of the ball and played tight end under Steve Sarkisian's offense. And I got to talk to him about it during the pre-draft process, asking, what went into that decision. And he said Sarkisian's system was a big part of that, and he knew that he was going to be developed the right way for the NFL. And you saw that manifest over the course of the last couple of seasons for the Longhorns. Yes, he might not be the most athletic tight end. Yes, he might not be the smoothest pass rusher, but I'll put his hands up against anybody in this draft class, and that goes with the receivers as well. Really strong hands. He's a red zone demon. I feel like he's going to be a really big-time threat for Bryce Young in that red zone, in those red zone opportunities. This is a fun value pick for the Carolina Panthers. And yeah, as you said, Zach, Denton Ryan Zone, Arada is heading to the Panthers.
Yeah, I love Jatavian Sanders. I mean, I brought up on the draft show, clearly it was a terrible point, but I wanted to just for fun's sake, hey, how close could Brock Bowers and maybe the number 2 tight end for me, Jatavian Sanders, actually be? Clearly, and I think some of the things that knocked Jatavian was the workouts, and I think there's a question mark of being able to separate at the next level. But to me, I mean, and I'm biased. I love the kid, right? I've gotten to be around him since he was 16 years old at Ryan, but I think that he has been able to excel at every level. I expected him to play end as well. I thought, all right, I get it. You want to be able to catch touchdowns, people like that. But eventually I figured he would transition. No, he got better every single year as a reliable tight end, but also as a blocker, I think is what sets him apart to me. I think that's a really good pick for the Carolina Panthers there, getting some help.
This is what happens. This is what happens when you get to sleep on your board. You get to sleep the next day. I mean, you sleep overnight, and the board has now been picked pretty clean. But you got some players that are just, the tags are just right there, and you're like, okay, this is the guy we have to go. I'm surprised Denver got back in. They swapped with Seattle and were able to pick up Troy Franklin, the wide receiver from Oregon. I think there's some people that are surprised that he has lasted this long. But, he's a guy that we all kind of liked a little bit. And then, it's sleeping on your board. Names are there. You're gonna just grab them as soon as you can.
Question for you out of the break.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan.
All right, round 4. We got picks flying off the board right now. Jatavian Sanders, tight end out of the University of Texas, former Denton Ryan Raider, goes at the first pick of the 4th round to the Carolina Panthers, followed by Troy Franklin, the Oregon receiver. He gets to link back up with his college quarterback Bo Nix with the Denver Broncos. That's a pretty fun fit right there. Layden Robinson, the offensive guard out of Texas A&M.
I liked him a little bit.
Going to the Patriots at pick 103, and then Dadrion Taylor Demerson, a speedy but maybe undersized safety, but the speed is there. That guy has sideline to sideline range out of Texas Tech. He is going to the Arizona Cardinals. We will break down more of these picks coming up in just a second. Chargers about to make their selection at pick 105. But Nick, I know you had a question you wanted to bring up to Brian.
Yeah, Brian was talking about before the end of the break is the luxury of being able to sleep on your board the night before. I don't know if you've ever been in that situation, but is that a spot where you probably have your pick before you leave the war room that night?
Yeah.
Or is it, hey, everybody sleep on it and come in the morning a little early and let's talk about it?
Yeah, you walk out of that room and you have an idea because you take a glance back at your board, and then you're in a situation where you're like, okay, there are the tags. There's the guys that we're going to have to deal with tomorrow. And so you have an idea. Maybe you come in, maybe you go back and check. If you have guys that have a couple of different tags, you look at your stack and see where that's at. But yeah, it's a great feeling to know walking out of there, if you're especially at the top of this draft, knowing that, okay, when we start this day tomorrow, that's our guy. There's a lot of teams, like I say, there's teams that are trying to give the Denver Broncos credit. They saw Franklin, the wide receiver. They saw an opportunity to add a guy here, paid Seattle for the pick, paid Seattle for the opportunity to come up and get the pick. So sometimes you have to be a little aggressive going there and getting the guy you really want.
I had asked somebody last night just, hey, who are the guys that you think will come off the board earliest? Like, who are the guys that you're kind of surprised are still there? And I got a list of various names, and two of the top ones that I heard back were Jatavion Sanders and Troy Franklin, and they go back to back. And so some of the others that we're supposed to see, I think, early today, Spencer Rattler, Jared Wiley, Theo Johnson.
Pratt from Tulane, I
just
thought.
don't overthink it.
Yeah,
right?
just don't overthink it.
Javon Foster, that's another that could go earlier today.
Yeah, I'm also wondering where Javon Baker could end up going, the wide receiver from UCF. That could be interesting. And then, of course, Malik Washington, who's an intriguing wide receiver from Virginia. There's still a lot of good tight ends on the board. Brandon Dorlus, the defensive tackle from Oregon.
All these RBs.
Yeah, and all the running backs. I mean, Jalen Wright, Tennessee, Ray Davis, Kentucky, Bucky Irving, Oregon, Audric Estime, Notre Dame. We did have Mitch LaPoint say they wanted Juice.
Yes.
So I do not believe Estime would be in the conversation.
That's exactly what I was just about to bring up. Is that when Mitch LaPoint says, hey, we need speed, we need home run hitter, we need juice, I think that we can start narrowing down some of these running backs that we've been talking about after hearing Mitch talk about it.
And then also hearing Scott say that they feel like, they're going to try to get another linebacker, some more linebackers today.
Yeah.
And then the way, and I'm glad that you pointed out how he said, like, we need more bodies. And you could feel the emphasis from that, because that's honestly, dude, like, even down to the practice squad, respectively, like, they still need guys there to give these guys in practice competition. That scout team stuff matters during the week, especially. So, yeah, I'm excited to see if they pick up another linebacker and do some things like that. But like Bobby, you said, we can narrow down these running backs. Who are you looking at?
It's funny if we're talking about like size, speed, freakish athleticism combo, that makes me wonder Guerendo. That's what I'm looking at.
I'll allow it.
I'd be in on Guerendo.
I would think.
I think they really liked what they saw as well when he was here for Shrine. I think that he was somebody that impressed them. But what's funny, if you look at athletically, Brian, do you know whose profile pretty damn close Guerendo matches up with? Darius Jackson. You remember when they took him out of Eastern Michigan? Yeah. The physical profile is almost the same player.
What year was this?
And what was that? 16? Was that the DAC draft?
I think it was 16.
And that was a guy that was kind of kept around the league for a while because of that. So I think when you look at the profile, and I think the tape is better for Guerendo than it was for Darius Jackson, but that's clearly a profile that they've been intrigued by before.
He was ahead of his time.
Still having that Wisconsin pedigree, too, even though he did finish up at Louisville, Isaac Guerendo. But I'm going to continue to stand on the table for Isaiah Davis. Get that Jackrabbit back in Frisco.
Well,
I'm not against Tracy from Purdue.
Yeah.
Very productive there.
I mean, juice, that's the definition right there. Tyrone Tracy Jr., converted wide receiver.
Yeah.
But they've never taken a running back on day 3 who's a converted wide receiver, have they? Oh, no, Tony Pollard. Sorry.
Tony Pollard.
Yeah, that's right.
I thought you were doing
this
a bit
guy's got bits and jokes
and
bits and jokes.
Oh, this is day 3. You are in for it today, dude.
Blake Watson.
This is not 5:38 late in the day. This is 11:27.
No, but it is hour 13, Brian. Still,
I think you can all move aside. The most athletic, most juice we've got left there's a kid out of Tennessee that nobody needs to take. He's got all kinds of warts, injury issues. He's a character concern. You don't want him in your locker room. Nobody take him. Nobody take him. He needs to end up with a star on his helmet at the end of the day here coming up, hopefully very, very soon. Okay, picks are flying off the board. The Troy Franklin selection, I think, is a home run for the Broncos. All of a sudden now, maybe Bo Nix ends up being a good quarterback. Reed guy. Reed, look over. There's my guy, Troy Franklin.
You want to fight or something?
Well, the thing about, I think the body type, the slight build, I think that maybe turned some people off. I know Vach Lombardi and I were doing some stuff, and we were kind of like, hey, what are you seeing with Franklin? I know there's a lot of people. People on Twitter this morning were all asking me, Franklin, I had in the second round. He seemed like a very highly graded guy that people thought a lot more of him than maybe what the league has thought right now. In the fourth round, probably a good spot. That's exactly where I had him on the board.
Man, okay, so
Cedric Gray.
There he goes.
Cedric Gray just going off the board of the Tennessee Titans at 106.
That's a good pick.
It just feels very Titanish.
I loved Cedric Gray. I mean, out of the linebackers that I was watching early, because you figured the Cowboys were going to be hunting linebackers in this draft, he came out as a junior. I mean, I just think Cedric Gray finds the football. I think he moves really well, covers ground in a hurry. I think he's got a knack for getting his hands up and knocking the ball down to disrupt passing plays. He's just a playmaker. The ball seems to find him.
Too. He creates turnovers.
Absolutely. I mean, I think he plays with tremendous instincts and awareness, long arms, rangy player. I think he's intelligent. I really loved Cedric Gray. I thought he was one of the best running linebackers for me in the entire draft. That's tremendous value, in my opinion. You look at what they're doing there with Tennessee. They got T. Sweat earlier. Now you had Cedric Gray at linebacker. Now, Nick, help me with this pronunciation. The defensive tackle from Alabama that went right ahead to the Chargers. Justin?
Ebo Igby is my interpretation. Kind of similar to Igbenogany, if you remember from last year a little bit.
Oh, I'm so depressed. I never got to hear the AT&T Stadium press box announcer try to say his name.
Oh, yeah. You know what's funny? We go to Miami, right, and Christmas Eve, and he was traded from Miami, and the Miami PA guy just butchers it. I was like, it's not like he was a first-round pick here.
When he scored the touchdown here in it over the Giants, PA was probably a highlight of the season.
That was
terrible. You want to know about? Did you want to talk about him?
Talk about him. Let me know about him.
I mean,
you did the work. Talk about him.
Dang it, Aisha! Don't ask questions. Just talk.
What did you just say? Obviously, he's versatile. You can see him. They play him at edge sometimes and let him do some things on the outside, but he plays with very active, strong hands. He has pretty steady balance. I like some of the movement for him. I think he understands the leverage game just enough. I think he can improve there a little bit. I do think that he can be a little late when he's defending the run, but he can get penetration with power. So with DT, a lot of it's timing and things like that, like knowing when to shed and tackle. So, but he has good initial contact strength, and I think you're just looking for maybe if you decide you want him to have a little bit more of a pass rush toolbox and some things he can do. The change of direction isn't super high level, but again, if you're just trying to bring a guy in there to put a dent in that offensive line and to play with some power and some quickness off the line, this is a guy. You know how Alabama DTs are.
Yeah. No question. Okay, Theo Johnson.
These tight ends are starting to come on.
Yeah, I was about to say where that tight end run is coming around later. But I think you're starting to see the blinking lights we all saw coming into today that were on the boards. They're coming off now.
Yeah, Theo Johnson, the highest rated recruit out of the country of Canada since Neville Gallimore, all the way back in 2015. So high praise coming out of the Maple Leaf area. But I think you've got Jared Wiley still on the board. Tanner McLaughlin, who's someone I was really high on. I think he's a speed receiving threat that can really make an offensive coordinator look great. Cade Stover, I would have to assume he comes off the board pretty quick too. And a guy that I liked at the Senior Bowl is Brevin Spanford. I think he's more of a blocking guy. He's a big frame for the Golden Gophers, but I think he's a guy that you could potentially see come off the board quick too.
The tight ends I was told would come off probably quicker today were Sanders, Johnson, Stover, Wiley, and then A.J. Barner.
Theo went to the Giants?
Theo went to the Giants, yeah.
Yuck. I don't like that.
I know, because he excels over the middle of the field. I think up the seam, he is really, really good. And he's got toughness to block
on that guy they got from the Raiders, right?
Oh, well, Darren Waller might retire.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He's so undecided on what he
Yeah.
wants to do with his future. Now he's in the middle of a divorce. So this is a good. This is
might need to play.
Theo Johnson's a guy that I don't think breaks a lot of tackles for Yak, but if you get him on the move and you get him in space, he can turn up field and provide some big plays for you. Vikings on the clock now. Pick 108. I believe they've got a fan that is making the selection right now for Minnesota.
Kyrie Jackson, defensive back, Oregon.
Wow.
Can I go sicko for a little bit?
Yeah, go sicko, my guy. Go ISO here, Nick.
Kyrie Jackson, man, this is such a fun take for Minnesota, and this would make so much sense if this was Mike Zimmer still being the head coach up there in Minneapolis. But you see that length at 6'3" 3/4", 194 pounds. He's a press man. He can mirror routes. I know I mentioned a couple days ago about how I spoke to a player up at Oregon, just kind of catch up on some of these guys that are in the draft process, and this specific player's on the offensive side of the ball and does a lot of things on the offensive side of the ball. He said Kyrie Jackson was the biggest disruptor on that defense for Oregon in practice and in games last season. Whenever they needed the defense to step up and make a play, they relied on him to be able to cover their best guy. And you sit there and see a guy that's pushing 6'4", and you think back to Nashawn Wright out of Oregon State a couple of years ago that went in the 3rd round.
His brother Ray John last year.
Yeah, and then maybe you have a little bit of hesitance, a little bit of pause, because those guys, those taller, slimmer, longer frames, yes, they have all that length to be able to bat balls out of the way and press off the line, but they sacrifice a little bit of hip movement because they have so much length to be able to carry around. I don't see that with Kyrie Jackson. Granted, it took a little bit for him to get on the field. I think that development was really important for him up in Eugene, but once he was able to get on the field, he understood zone concepts. He was able to step up and play press man, but I think he's a guy that you could put on the boundary 5 yards off of his guy. He's going to be able to account for anything in front of him, and he's going to be able to step back step for step with whatever type of receiving threat comes at him. You can line him up against physical guys. You can line him up against speed guys. I think he could still be as important in both areas. But the one thing that I think he will help the most in the NFC North is being able to account for guys coming around in the run game. I think for him to be able to step up and do that, that's going to be huge for the Vikings. Love this pick. He was my second highest rated guy still left on my board.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought he was very, very high. He was very, very high on my board. Led Oregon with 3 picks, 10 passes defense. Now, he did transfer from Bam. I'm not sure if you mentioned that or not. If you did, I'm sorry, Nick.
No, I didn't.
Played a lot of special teams with the Tide. So he's a guy that can come in immediately, play special teams. But at corner, and Aisha, I know you've talked about this with some of those Mizzou guys, like the attitude, the sweat. Kyrie Jackson is an alpha male on the football field.
Oh, yeah.
And at corner specifically, that's kind of what you're looking for.
Well, I mean, because Nick brought up the fact that, like, if you're going to do it in the round and you think that you just won't be able to do it because it's a corner out there, he's definitely coming down with bad intentions.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Brandon Dorers, defensive end, Oregon. Let's go!
Oh, Brandon Dorless at this point in the
Did you hear
draft.
that? Defensive end. Because I think that's y'all
That's
mentioned the
interesting.
piano players over the
Yeah.
course of this draft cycle. He's a guy that can move around, 6'3", 283 pounds, but he has the athleticism to be able to come off the edge if he needs to. I don't think he's like a wide 9 guy by any stretch of the imagination, but I think he can play anywhere from 3 all the way out to 7. He's a really versatile guy that'll be able to make that Atlanta defensive line really have some versatility and some flexibility. Back-to-back Ducks here in the 4th round.
Brian, Dorless was my second highest rated player behind TJ Tampa, who's still out there from Iowa State. But Dorless, second fastest 40 time at the combine among interior defensive linemen. He also had a 1.68 10-yard split, which was tied for 3rd. But yeah, I mean, he's a guy you can play along the offensive line. I like the hands. I like the power. I think he's consistent with his technique and leverage. He gave guards fits in that Washington game. And Washington's already had 2 offensive linemen. Granted, they're tackles that have been selected. But I was a big fan of Brandon Dorless. I actually had a 2nd-round grade on him.
Yeah, his build is interesting because he's just, God don't make us all the same. He's like perfectly proportioned to be that height, that weight. It looks right. He looks lean. He looks strong. You mentioned he can line up multiple alignments, and I think that's partially why it's even taken this long. But the fact that they called him a DN lets me know that they see some things with him. Yeah, the motor and pursuit is what stands out to me with him. It's not always pretty with him. He still needs some refining, but the effort is there with him most of the play. So I wasn't sure. I felt like people were kind of down on his testing now.
I know, that's weird.
At the combine.
'Cause I thought his testing was really, really good.
I thought it was just fine. But I know some people
But
were
I
down
thought
on his
I think
testing.
you made the point
there goes
of
Baker.
Yeah, we're going to need to break this down in just a second. You made the point of like what position is he going to play, right?
Right.
Maybe that scared some teams away because they didn't think he was quite big enough to play defensive tackle. Maybe he was too small to play defensive end. Falcons got a good pick there and an interesting draft there in Atlanta. Patriots just made a very interesting pick. We'll tell you about that on the other side. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Okay, following along on the .com side, Javon Baker, the touchdown maker from UCF, ends up going to the Patriots. They need wide receiver help for Drake May. They're getting quite a target here with the wide receiver from UCF. Brian, I think we all liked him, but I know there's some qualities here. Do you like this fit in New England?
I'll tell you what, Elliott Wolf, he's doing his best there to try and work with this roster and try and get some help for his guys as his new quarterback. Here's another transfer from Alabama. He's a fluid moving athlete. He plays with a really good short area quickness. He does a great job of creating separation. The scheme allows him to catch the ball on the move. Gus Malzone, that crew down there, they like to come at you in a hurry. He tracks it well. He'll go get it. He's very good at high pointing it. He's a strong-handed player. He'll extend away from his body. The ball skills are good. He makes contested plays. He can help you in the running game with his ability to block on the edge. There's times where you see him find ways to get in the way, and then all of a sudden the ball's coming behind him. But I thought he was very much like when we watched Jalen Tolbert. And we haven't yet seen it at the Cowboys, but when he was at South Alabama, I kind of thought the same thing with this guy. The ability to go up, high point the ball, contort, do we have to separation, play on the move, kind of a similar type of guy. I thought that a little bit of a lack of speed shows up at times. I don't think it's elite, but he is tenacious with the run after catch.
Yeah, he's sneaky, but he has a sneaky second gear that's not super I don't know if it's not super sudden, but it does happen. And then also, too, you brought up the comparison to Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah.
I wrote down that Javon Baker is extremely QB friendly.
Yep.
Yes.
For all of the reasons that you named about him, high pointing the ball, the concentration, the route running. He definitely is somebody that Drake May can build and grow with in New England.
Yeah, I think one thing is for certain coming out of these picks for New England so far is this is not going to be your under center. Let's have a 1990s funfair offense in Foxborough anymore. Getting Javon Baker and Jalen Polk as receiver weapons for Drake May. They're going to spread this thing out. They're going to throw it at all three levels. Those are guys that can do a lot in West Coast style offenses too, being able to cross across the middle of the field and short, quick routes, one read type ordeals. I think that's going to really help Drake May's development in the Mayflower up there.
Yeah, I mean, those are two outstanding receivers, and they needed them badly right there. So, I mean, for Drake May, they needed to get him some talent.
I'm going to continue to hammer it.
At the Mayflower.
Do you have a T-shirt deal going on?
I know. I need to get a deal made.
You do. I love it. I think it's a lot of fun. Okay.
Javon Baker, by the way, he was off the boards of teams.
Okay, yeah, Bobby,
there were teams that had him off the board, and I know when I was going to interview him at Big 12 Combine, I had reached out to somebody and just said, reach out to a couple people and like, hey, what are some things I should touch on with him? And I was told, well, if you want a good interview and don't want him to shut down, do not ask him about Alabama.
So here's the situation for those, and if you're watching on the stream, DallasCowboys.com, you can then see this. But Bobby is behind me with kind of how our setup is. I don't want Bobby to feel left out. If you guys see that Bobby is trying to make a point, let Bobby freaking make his point, okay? All right, or touch me, Bobby, rub my shoulder, do something.
Oh, I'll touch you. Yeah, that's fine.
Bobby will make his point.
Bobby will
make his point.
Yeah.
You should have heard the phone call I got last night. He was crying.
I was just
he was crying on the phone.
Literally tears.
There were tears.
It was
I
he
had
couldn't.
so many nuggets I wanted to get to.
I was speaking
and then
in
Aisha
muffled
called
syllables.
me, and Aisha's crying.
I was very upset. Yeah.
Oh, it's the radio talk.
Yeah, it's just the radio.
I was like, what's happening right now? But y'all have.
Are we losing
own,
ourselves?
No, y'all have telepathy and you know.
I don't even know what that word means.
Y'all's
It's like the corded telephones they used to have.
We're like twins.
Mm-hmm.
Green Bay is having themselves quite the draft here. Jordan Morgan, Edgerrin Cooper, Javon Bullard, maybe the best pick of the entire draft there at 58. Marshawn Lloyd, the running back at USC. Tyron Hopper from Mizzou. Now they're on the clock again. I like what they're doing there.
They went
in Green
double
Bay.
linebacker.
Yeah, they got Cooper and Hopper.
I will say, if you look at that list, I'm pretty confident the Cowboys liked all of those guys.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I mean,
they're being
their
real
scouting
petty.
staffs.
I liked all their guys.
It looks like their scouting staffs have seen some of these guys pretty similarly.
Oh dear God,
They're right behind you too, picking.
Yeah, I know. They're stealing some
That's what I'm
dudes.
saying. When they took Lloyd last night, I got a little hurt.
You were upset?
I got a little. I drove home and I was behind. I was
Okay,
not
here's the
feeling good.
Cheeseheads. International Fan of the Year.
They're getting on my nerves too.
The New York Jets have traded the 111th pick to the four-time Super Bowl champion, Green Bay Packers!
24 NFL Draft continues on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan.
Time Super Bowl champion, Green Bay Packers selects future Packers Hall of Famer, Evan Williams, defensive back, Oregon. Go Packers!
It's the Oregon round.
Wow. Okay, so
they're
there's
just rolling out.
two
man.
Oregon defensive backs as we're back on 105.3 The Fan. We've been going through some of the picks that have happened. The Packers and their draft haul as a whole is pretty darn good. Jordan Morgan in the first round, who I think they're playing at tackle. Edgerrin Cooper, the Texas A&M linebacker, in the second. One of my favorite players in the draft, Javon Bullard, the safety out of Georgia. Marshawn Lloyd, who Brian was very sad about, running back out of USC. Tyron Hopper, the linebacker out of Mizzou. And now Evan Williams, the safety from Oregon. Bobby, what do you think about this?
What I think about is I am still trying to figure out, because nobody's given me an answer, what the hell's happening with Jaden Hicks.
Yeah, I've reached out to a couple different people around the league, and nobody has a good answer.
Nobody has a good answer, and I know there are people who like him.
I thought it was a medical thing, and it's not. I just have not. I've called my gang of 7. And
I know Evan Williams, for instance. I talked to 2 different people. They had him as a PFA.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I want to go through these Green Bay picks really quick and
Let's
kind of
go
how
through
they
it.
have coincided with the Cowboys' interests over the course of the draft.
Okay.
So Jordan Morgan at 25. Cowboys did a lot of homework on him at the Senior Bowl and at the Combine, bringing him in for a formal meeting. Had a quick meeting with him. Edgerrin Cooper in the second round, formal meeting at the Combine. They met with him at the Shrine Bowl as well. That was one of their big targets at the Shrine Bowl to talk to. And then they brought him in for a 30 visit. So there was a lot of intention behind Edgerrin Cooper. I think if he was there at 56, there would have been some fun there. Javon Bullard, not a lot of interest there from the Cowboys. Marshawn Lloyd was a quiet 30 visit for the Cowboys that came in on the very last day. Him and Kingsley Suamataia came in on the last day of 30 visits. So they take Lloyd, and then Tyron Hopper. He was another one that was a formal in Indy and was a 30 visit. So yeah, there's something going on between the Packers and the Cowboys as far as needs.
DeCamerion Richardson, the cornerback out of Mississippi State, who we talked about on the draft show. The size was there. Aisha, I think you actually might have brought him up. This is a good pick for the Raiders.
Man, first of all, they get on my nerves because they just be picking.
They're having a really good draft, which is rare, I think, for Oakland
They just
or
be
for
picking.
Vegas. Oh my
But
gosh, I
super
owe
rangy
money in the
with
jar.
that size, man.
Yeah.
You talk about the attitude of the player and the effort with the
Very
player.
happy with my team. Right
I'm
now.
jealous.
My guys are doing great. I'm
Oh my
leading
gosh.
them from heaven.
You channeling?
The
Not
Ravens
enough
about to pick
speed.
again.
Not enough speed for Al.
Ravens.
Oh, it's okay. They're doing well. I like it. Aisha's right about them. They're just picking.
Yeah, they got
The 2024 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Devontae Walker, right receiver,
there we go.
UNC.
This is such a good fit.
Yeah, Devontae's Walker,
You know what?
guys. 4-3.
I had this guy right because this is around the range that I had, and we talked about him on the draft show, Tez Walker, and I felt bad after that show because I was like, I'm not trying to just crush the kid. I think he's good. I just saw hype when we were starting this process in January. Some had Tez Walker as a first-round receiver. I just think with how deep this class was, I didn't have him in the conversation with some of the other guys that were at the top of the board there. And then he really struggled at the Senior Bowl, Nick. I know you were there and got to see some of those practices. I mean, the drops were an issue for him there. But big body out of North Carolina, falling to Baltimore here, pick 113 in the 4th round, a good value
He's
pick.
just going to be a Pro Bowl player going
Yeah,
to
it's a good
Baltimore.
value pick.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then losing the divisional round.
you see
It's a bad quarterback play, right, Bob?
Yeah.
You see an interesting frame at 6'1", 193, but the 4.36 speed that kind of stood out at the combine. You see those long strides that manifest downfield, and Drake May was able to kind of put it in his bucket at times, but also they were able to help each other in a lot of different ways. I think they helped each other's draft stock as time went on, but yeah, it was the Senior Bowl that I think was a big proving ground for him, and he didn't quite show up there in Mobile. Instead, there were other receivers such as Xavier Legette or a Malachi Corley that may have kind of stolen his shine as time went on down there. Even a guy like Ryan Flournoy out of Southeast Missouri State, who I think we might hear his name called in the 7th round, kind of a similar type skill set, but he was kind of one that stood out among that group. I believe he was on the American team. So Devontae Walker, yes, I think this is great value for the Ravens. This fits exactly into the Ravens receiver room, I think, too. He'll be able to kind of be a weapon that'll be interchangeable between inside, outside, maybe even some jet sweep stuff. This is an interesting weapon for them and Lamar Jackson.
That's a good pick there at this point in the draft for them. I mean, this is a guy who is a deep ball guy. Like he's
a nice catch radius as well.
And I think the body control, I think he works along the sideline, to your point, really, really well. He uses his body well to secure the football in traffic. The issue for me was it doesn't always get a clean release versus press man. But yeah, he can find opening. The scramble drills with him and Drake May were something where it does a really good job of working to the quarterback, working back to the football.
He showed he could be a bad ball catcher. Yeah,
all of those things
because of the bad quarterback.
I was trying to get that out. I just was stumbling around.
It's day three. It's like
a Bourbon Street drunk walking down the street.
We're stumbling, bumbling, mumbling.
The bourbon Brian brought us.
The scramble drill. And
yeah,
you're right. No, you guys are right.
Going to be very alive and well. So
Cowboys not on the clock until round 5. Pick 174. If you're just joining us, that could be in the 3 o'clock hour unless they decide they want to move up. But the good thing is still no running backs have come off the board here so far in the football.
Yeah, what did we tell you about jinxing? The one thing was you stopped saying Cooper Beebe's name, and then he got here.
No, say that.
That's what matters.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, actually. I'm looking at an Eastern time list, as Nick Harris points out.
He can't live his life. It's 2 o'clock?
It's like 2 o'clock hour. I think it's like, 2:30?
That feels so much better because
it won't
3
hurt
o'clock,
his back,
it
3.
seems so distant to me. I'm like, God, no, I can't. I don't know if we can wait 3 hours.
Somebody tweeted at me last night, was like, hey, do you think the Cowboys can possibly try to move up and, use those comp picks next year? I was like, I think you can sleep in, dog. I think you can.
If
sleeping while listening to us.
Yeah, go have brunch with the wifey, and you'll be back by 2, and you'll have a good time, and you'll make everybody happy.
Let me ask you guys about this, because we've obviously got the rumors about Zeke, and that seems all but official. Nothing is official yet, but it seems as though there is going to be an Ezekiel Elliott reunion. And there's a lot of love on both sides. Like, you could tell Zeke wants to be a Cowboy, and he wants to end his career in Dallas. But do you think that lessens the, we have to maybe mortgage of one of those 5th-round comp picks for next year to get back up here if you see a run on running backs?
I hesitate on that just because they have done a lot of homework on later round running backs. You look at a Rasheen Ali out of Marshall, who was in for a 30. They talked to Tyrone Tracy out of Purdue at the Combine. Even Kumani Vidal has had some sort of communication with the Cowboys as time has gone on. So I think there is an expectation that, hey, if there's a guy there in the 5th or 6th that we still like, we're okay with doing that. I think that's probably the rhetoric that they've communicated over the course of the draft process, and especially through these first 2 days. And talking to Jerry Jones yesterday, and we asked him, do you feel like Ezekiel Elliott can still be an RB1? He said yes. And if that is the true belief under the understanding of the front office, then they would be okay waiting to grab a guy on this day. I wouldn't necessarily, but they know, they have a lot more context than we do.
Bobby?
I mean, I will say, and I think Nick knows this, that when he says, oh yeah, he can still, they say he can still be started. It's also like the question, honey, what do you think of my new haircut? Yeah. It's great. I mean, there's what is the benefit in saying absolutely not? That's an awful haircut.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, look, we all we all keep the peace a little bit, and that's something that we all have to prioritize.
There was some talk about needing a center, that maybe his last play, that maybe he'd come back and work on it a little bit more,
Look, yeah, he's him in there against Dexter Lawrence twice a year,
My thing is, with where Zeke is in his career, and you talk about mostly short yardage situations, stuff like that, how does that take away possibly from, if they bring him in, how does that take away possibly from Hunter Lipke and some of the progression we saw him make last year? Also, too, if I'm not mistaken, got paid more than what a lot of UDFAs do. So I just wanted to know, like, how would that affect him if he came in?
There was quite a bit of investment put into Hunter Lipke in the undrafted pool last year. He was the first guy that they signed. He got the most guaranteed money out of any undrafted free agent last year in the entire NFL. So yeah, there's investment into Lipke, and that fumble in Miami, man, that hurt him so bad because he had, I think it was 4 touches on that first drive, and then he never had another touch the rest of the season. But there's still confidence in this building.
Jaguars UK and Ireland competition winner Stevie Howland, who is also known as the Irish Jaguar. And I have some news. Stevie is about to do the first ever draft pick from Ireland. Stevie?
With the 114th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Javon Foster, tackle, Missouri.
I like this kid, man.
Hey, you mentioned Foster, Bobby, as a guy that was going to come off the board here pretty quick.
Yeah, I had gotten basically 14 names that were like, hey, these were guys that were surprised didn't go sometime on day 2. Not we as in like an individual club, just from various people that I talked to. And 5 of those 14 have come off the board already. And so I think you are starting to see that overnight sit on the board and go, oh, there's somebody, let's grab him.
Man. All right. So
can I talk about him just a little bit?
Talk about him, right?
And I feel like if you did the work, you get to talk about the guy, right?
Right.
So because we look at a lot of these guys, and with Foster, it's we have another pick in. Oh, Eric All went. How about that?
We'll talk all after.
Okay, but real quick about Foster, if I could, as I get to him, though. This guy's a starter left tackle for Missouri. He was a fifth-year senior. He's got a thin, tall kind of build to him. He's got length for the position. Good job using that length in order to control his man. He's able to sustain through contact through the block. There's some snaps where he does lose his man, but that doesn't affect the play. He's a very good foot athlete. He does a really good job in the running game when it comes to getting movement. He plays with some impressive power, athletic ability, does a nice job at sealing defenders off from the play. A lot of traits to work with. Good prospect here for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
And then the tight end from Iowa, Eric All, and that is tight end U right there is Iowa. Oh, Jags pick in real quick. We'll get to that, and we'll talk all, then we'll take a break.
NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jordan Jefferson, nose tackle, LSU.
Okay, that might have been one of your last remaining one texts there, Brian, when it comes to Jordan Jefferson at 3'13", 6'2". The arms are pretty long with him, but we'll get to Jefferson probably on the other side. We'll also get to Eric All. I know, Aisha, you want to talk about him, the tight end out of Iowa, who just went to the Jags. Jags 2 out of the last 3 picks. Colts on the clock now. We'll continue the 4th round. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105 through the Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
If you
What did you think about Jordan Jefferson? Better than Mason Smith?
I thought, I had Mason Smith higher.
Yeah.
I like the kid, to be honest with you, I like the kid, is it Anderson from Florida Atlantic?
Yeah, Anderson.
Evan Anderson. I liked him a little bit better than this pick right here.
Okay. What are Anderson's measurables? Because he's not one of the guys that I was able to watch.
6'1", 356 pounds, I believe, maybe 6'2".
Wow, so he's just short.
Yeah, let me double check on all that. But he's a thick boy, probably the second thickest.
He's a thick boy.
With 2 C's.
Probably the second thickest, other than Tavondre Sweat in this entire draft class. But yeah, he brings a lot of meat to that one tech position. Let me say that. Can't find official because he didn't go to combine, but let me work on that really quick.
Well, I do want to take another moment to just let you know that if you want to use what the pros use, Jack Black is the official men's skincare brand of the Dallas Cowboys. Visit getjackblack.com today. We love you. Getjackblack.com today. Of course, Eric All, the tight end out of Iowa. Did you think this was a little early for him to go? I mean, I know you were a fan, but I feel like you can't go wrong when it comes to taking some of these Iowa tight ends.
I mean, I assumed somebody was going to take the risk because I know Bobby's brought up the back issue that he's had. Was there something else too that I missed?
I don't know specifics, but I do know that there were teams that there were teams that flagged him, and I know of at least one that took him off the board.
Yeah. So yeah, he dealt with the back issue and stuff
Right
like
knee,
that. But
torn ACL.
Yeah, right knee. So yeah, I am surprised that it was this early, but I just knew someone was going to take a chance on him because again, you bring up Iowa, you bring up the fact that like those guys come out and a lot of time they're league ready. You think about the blocking that you have to do in Iowa as well, and that's something they hold to a high standard. But baby, let me tell you, the first time I started watching him, I went back and looked multiple times because I said, ain't no way this is a tight end. Like, I thought that he was a wide receiver, and his movement and some of the route running and the releases are so sharp and stuff. It's like, hey, man, listen, I don't know if a tight end is supposed to be moving like this. And a lot of time when you see guys that have the receiving qualities, it's one of those give and take things. You see them be able to do receiving things and have lateral quickness and be twitchy, but they're not as active in the run game. Iowa ain't allowing that like that.
Yeah.
So you're also getting a guy that has yak ability as well. Now, I will say, even in the blocking game, you're looking for him to just improve and staying square and maintaining those blocks. But the initial contact is there from him. That's all I'm looking for him. So as far as the health goes, people took a chance, but this is y'all.
You got him.
This is a weapon to me as a receiving option if he is going to be healthy. Who else they got in Cincinnati?
Ooh, I know they were a team that was kind of linked to Bowers. If you were,
I don't know what LSU tight ends are in the league. They probably play for Cincinnati.
That's a good question.
No, I felt like
I'll find out here in a second.
It's on the tip of my tongue. I feel like they have one that's pretty
it's
popular.
a productive white dude. I'm trying to think.
Hinder.
They signed Mike Gesicki this offseason.
Okay.
And then they've got Drew Sample.
At one time they had Hurst, right?
Yeah, that's what I was probably thinking of.
At one time they had Thaddeus Moss.
They did.
They genuinely did. I'm just saying. Bayou Bengals.
Make him stop.
Make the Bengals stop.
So now now their tight end room is Mike Gesicki, Drew Sample, and now Eric All, the tight end out of Iowa.
Gesicki's from where?
Gesicki
was Penn State, Miami Dolphins,
and New England Patriots.
That's where
New England, was it Miami?
No, Miami drafted him, and then New England signed him in free agency, and now he's found his way. He's found his way to Cincinnati.
That makes sense.
All right, the Colts selection is up next here in the 4th round.
Bjorn Borg.
Wisconsin center.
Oh, Tanner Bortolini.
I was wondering when these centers were going to start coming off
before Van Pran, though.
Yeah, before Van Pran, Granger. You also have Hunter Norzad still on the table. But yeah, Tanner Bortolini, man, this is a 4th round Wisconsin center. How about that?
I know. This is a good spot to get Bortolini, and he started getting a lot of hype, I think, like among the Cowboy fan base. But like the athlete, no question, super athlete of the position. But to me, if you worried about Tyler Biotish maybe getting overpowered at times at the NFL level,
it's a lot of the same.
Bortolini gets overpowered.
Van Pran's still sitting there, huh?
I'm surprised.
Probably because of the weight, right?
Do y'all think that he has any linebacker, guard flex? Oh, I apologize.
Van Pran? Maybe.
No, Bortolini.
Oh, Bortolini could move and pull. All right, I want to ask you about Van Pran, though, in a second.
Apologize.
No, you're good.
The 118th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft.
Exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
This is the 2024 NFL Draft with Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Aisha Morrison.
4th round, fast and furious, right here on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Thank you so much for spending your draft weekend with us. I know you got a lot of options out there. This thing's running on TV, but we put in a lot of work, and we appreciate you being a part of our draft family. Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus, and of course, Aisha Morrison hanging out with you, rocking through some of these picks here in the 4th round. Eric All, the tight end from Iowa, went to the Bengals at 115. Jordan Jefferson, defensive tackle from LSU, just went to the Jags at pick 116, followed up by Tanner Bortolini, the Wisconsin center, freak athlete. But I know that a lot of Cowboy fans were thinking maybe he's an option at center. Clearly, they filled that void possibly with Cooper Beebe. But then Tyrese Knight out of UTEP, a guy that we talked about on the draft show, we liked quite a bit, going to Seattle. Your guy over there, Brian, having himself another pretty good draft.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Johnny, he must be out of the room. They must be drafting.
They kick
without
him out, and
Or Pete
that's a good picture.
Carroll's out of the room.
He's looking for running backs right now, and everybody around the corner is like, keep him out of the room. No, Johnny's doing a great job up there. I love this kid. When you watch this guy play, UTEP, not a good football team, and this guy played. No, seriously, this guy played hard every single snap. Downhill player, physical tackler. Loved the way that he was able to compete. Again, they're behind in every game, and he's still playing at a very, very high level. Great character guy. I think John Snyder, they've had a pretty good run of linebackers there in Seattle. This kid might be right in the line with these guys.
They're having the Nick Harris draft over there. Byron Murphy at pick 16, Christian Haynes, the guard out of Connecticut at 81, and then now Tyrese Knight, the linebacker from UTEP, who I know you liked a lot as well, Nick.
Yeah, can we get Babe Laufenberg on the line? See what he thinks about this one. Yeah, this is a fun pick, and this is a guy who could have portaled last year and ended up at a program maybe at Texas or Texas A&M, but staying at El Paso under a new head coach system too. I mean, that's tough to do, to be able to stay and bring that leadership to that second level. He's going to fit just right with that Mike McDonald defense that he's trying to bring in his first year as head coach. This is going to be a really good rookie to have in that room and develop. I think he's a hell of a player as far as athleticism, being able to read and react, get into the backfield. I noticed him the most in the run game, but he's a guy that can cover the middle of the field as well.
How are things going back there, Bobby?
Pretty great. Just working on some stuff, trying to find some things out.
Steelers are on the board.
When you get something, just go ahead and tap me. Oh, Steelers here. I don't know where
Steelers
are
on the clock. Whoever's your best player on your board, that's who they're about to take.
The County Kerry, Ireland. I'm Paddy Clifford, Kerry Gaelic footballer and a proud member of Steeler Nation. With the 119th pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Mason McCormick, guard, South Dakota State.
Okay. I could listen to that guy say guard.
I could listen to that guy say Mason McCormick. How perfect is the name Mason McCormick being picked by the Irishman?
I wish the guy in Ireland would
Mason
have actually
McCormick.
picked this pick. Yeah,
He's a guard. Mason McCormick at this point, he's an interesting player to me. I mean, he was a guy that was he one of the Shrine Bowl guys?
He was.
That was here.
Yes,
Yeah,
and he stood out there, 6'5", about 310, 315. It'll depend on how you look at him that day. Very versatile interior player. He played right guard, center, left guard. And he looked steady everywhere when they used him there in practice at the Shrine Bowl and different drills. He just flies to the second level. The foot quickness is really good from him, especially at his size. I think he times his anchors well as well. You do see some balance things from him that maybe he needs to work through, but the hand movement, the hand placement is consistent and is very strong. This is a fantastic pickup to me. With the flexibility he possesses.
He is the classic like FCS, like just mauler, nasty guard who you're just like, yeah, there's probably some athletic limitations, but he's mean and he's powerful. That to me is Mason McCormick. Just honestly, you know who he reminded me of a little bit was, and it wasn't a guy, it was somebody who ended up here in Dallas. But Brian, do you remember Nate Thieker from Wayne State?
Yes.
Nate, he reminded me of Nate Thieker in the way that he played with power and like real nastiness. And so I like him. I wouldn't, if the Cowboys would have been in need of a guard and had a 4th round pick here and they took him, I wouldn't be upset with that. I like the edge that he plays with.
I've done a lot of homework, obviously, on Isaiah Davis, and Mason McCormick is a result of that as well. The one note that I had, Bulldog, he has like this neck brace that he plays with at guard. 55 straight starts on the offensive line for the back-to-back FCS national champions. That's a big-time feat. He was able to pave a lot of those running lanes for Isaiah Davis between the tackles, and it allowed him to be a more efficient runner as his time went on up there in South Dakota. So, yeah, I think this is a great pick for Pittsburgh, especially in that offensive line room that has already added Troy Faltanu. They added another really good offensive lineman on day 2 as well.
Zach Frazier.
Zach Frazier.
So they've got 3 offensive linemen. Troy Faltanu, as you mentioned, the first round. Zach Frazier, the center from West Virginia. Then Roman Wilson, the wide receiver from Michigan. Peyton Wilson, the linebacker from NC State, which broke all of our hearts. Then Mason McCormick, the guard from South Dakota State. What a draft for Pittsburgh right now.
Yeah, I think with McCormick, and I don't know if you guys saw this, he tends to play a little tall.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The balance is
his leverage is inconsistent.
You're absolutely right. I think with the knee bend, the leverage, I think in the NFL, he's just going to have to play a little bit lower. He's strong, but I don't think he's strong enough to play upright.
He's stiff as a board. Yeah. He is stiff as a board. That is a fact.
Yeah, I didn't think I think the athleticism, and the speed is more impressive than the strength to me right now.
There you go. I like what you're saying there.
Nick just brought it up, though. Let's bring back more neck rolls on offensive linemen. I miss the days of the neck roll.
Gene Upshaw?
Yeah, that just looks intimidating. I like it.
Yeah,
I thought about wearing one today. Just wearing it.
You should have. You should have come in with the Sugar Bowl jersey. Come in with the Sugar Bowl jersey, a helmet. Absolutely.
Wasn't Gogan a neck roll guy in the 90s?
I think so.
Boy, you want to talk about when you talk to people from the 90s team, and you go, there were a lot of characters on the team, a lot of mean, nasty players. If you say, who's the meanest football player you ever played with, a lot of them will not say Charles Haley. They will say Kevin Gogan.
Kevin Gogan.
All right. We've got the Dolphins pick coming up, pick 120. Again, that's a track meet type of team.
Fastest guy on your board, whoever that is.
Right now, it's a guy that I don't want to name.
Okay.
Fastest.
Because it's a running back.
Fastest or quickest player on your board.
I mean, unless maybe they could go with Malik Washington.
Austin Booker.
Yeah, you go Austin Booker. But, yeah, don't take the running back that I'd like.
Let's look here. Let's go to top performers at the Combine by 40 speed.
Tanner McLaughlin is an idea.
Okay.
Here.
Yeah.
The tight end?
Yeah, that's an idea.
Don't upset.
I mean, the fastest player at the Combine who's still on the board is Isaac Guerrero.
Oh. He was faster than there's two running backs. There's another running back I was thinking of.
He's a 4.3 guy, right?
I just
4.3.
want people to ignore him for like a whole hour and a half.
Other fast guys,
Please.
Nehemiah Pritchett,
He doesn't
Jacob
exist.
Cowing.
There's a guy that ran
Gas
a 4.38
mask situation.
Listen, I just don't look at him.
I'd be pretty heartbroken.
I
if
love
he won
Jacob
here.
Cowing. I really
liked him.
Arizona.
Cowing's a good player.
He's fast.
That
Really
Arizona
productive.
tape is fun to watch, right?
Yeah, and I
That's a
don't want to
good
get ahead of
team.
ourselves, but this time next year we're going to be talking about Tedoroa McMillan, who's another receiver on that Arizona team. Oh my goodness!
How do you
If y'all
think-
are some college football fans, go catch some Wildcats next year.
How do you think they're going to do losing their coach? Do you feel
From what I have sensed, that senior leadership that has really stepped up, and those guys have played from the time that they were freshmen.
They got that freshman
that are moving
quarterback,
up.
right?
Yeah, the kid from Mater Dei, Noah Fafita, he came from St. John Bosco, and he's been able to move with Tedoroa McMillan. They've known each other for years, and so that connection has really helped at Arizona. I think they're going to go into the Big 12 next year and really make some noise.
Okay, so we got Chomp Robinson, the edge, and then Patrick Paul. Here is the Dolphins pick at 120.
Kansas City.
Thank you so much to the Miami Dolphins, and thank you, Dolphins Nation Mexico.
This is not too happy.
The Philadelphia
I want him to
Eagles
pronounce Garindo.
have traded the 120 pick to the Miami Dolphins. With the 120 pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Jalen Wright.
No! Oh, man. Come on.
Mike McDaniel.
He was a
cannot keep getting
4.5
away
guy,
with
right?
this.
Jalen Wright. Oh, no, he
Jalen
was
Wright
4.38. Yeah, that
You
makes sense.
bleeping
Yeah.
kidding.
Can't help yourself there.
Gosh darn it. How many running backs do they need, Mike McDaniel?
It's honestly a little
You're
bit.
hoarding them all. You're hoarding the running backs.
It's a little bit much.
Jalen Wright is going to be a star. The problem is now he's got A-Chain in that backfield.
It
You
wasn't
also have Raheem Mostert. He's not even going to touch the ball enough. Like, you don't need him.
They doing too
Miami,
much.
stop it. Stop it.
Yeah, it does feel like Madden Ultimate Team a little bit. Like
It
they're just
just-
stacking up cards.
They're just picking. They're just picking.
I will say you saw
Golly.
this might be something that this team identified in the middle of the season last year. Whenever Mostert went down with injury, Achan went down with injury.
Yeah.
Here you
So
go
it's
with
like,
your
hey,
logic.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
they
Let's
struggle
go
to
get
stay
another guy
healthy.
that can be productive, and we don't miss a step in our offensive skill set. Because you saw kind of a lull in that offense whenever those guys were injured, and that really hurt them later in the season against
That's
the
fair.
Chiefs when they were trying to develop in that ice bowl of a playoff.
I will say there is a thought process that said, like, obviously we know sub 4.4 speed is rare, but there is a thought process that says if you have an offense built around speed like that, you can't sacrifice it anywhere. So all of your depth has to be built to the same speed, because if you need somebody to step in, you can't just adjust your offense to that. So if it's rare speed on the board, you got to take it to build out the rest of your depth.
I hear
Here's
that.
Seattle from Germany, and then I'll talk about
World Cup winner and
Especially
Champions
this
League
time
winner,
and stuff like
Karl-Heinz Riedle.
And I'm Marcel Schmelzer, former BBB left back and two-time champion. We are very delighted to announce the Seahawk next pick for 12s everywhere.
Was the 121st pick of the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select
AJ Barner, tight end, Michigan. Go
Ross!
All right, there's another Michigan tight end. We'll talk about A.J. Barner in just a moment. Jalen Wright, and I know, I'm sure Eric Chiafalo and the Chiafalo family are very excited to get Jalen Wright, but my guy...
Is he a Dolphins fan?
Oh, no, he's not.
His dad and grandfather, they grew up in the Miami area.
Okay.
So his grandfather used to hang out with Mercury Morris back in
Funny
the 70s.
stories there, yeah.
So yeah, Eric grew up in a Dolphin. So they're his second team. He pulls for the Dolphins because the family's a bunch of Dolphin fans. But Jalen Wright, Senior Bowl invite. The dude averaged 7.39 yards per carry. He's explosive. He's shifty. He's elusive. I think he runs behind his pads. He's tough to bring down. Like the guy, I think, is going to excel at the NFL level. Like his game just translates to the NFL. He's always legs are moving. He's fighting for extra dirty yards. Talked about the dirty yards. Jalen Wright will get you the dirty yards. Vision, cutback ability. He's a little high cut, but he's going to stand in for pass pro, and he can be a weapon out of the backfield as a receiver as well. To me, I loved him. It's a great pick there for Miami. Bears about to pick, and then we can talk some A.J. Barner.
Oh, boy.
It is an honor and a privilege to be making this selection for the best team in the NFC North. The best team in the NFC. The best team in the NFL.
Boy, he's going full Guy Ritchie here.
Shout out to all the UK Bears fans. With the 122nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, our Chicago Bears select Torrey Taylor, punter, Iowa.
Oh, my gosh.
Hey!
There we go. Best team in the NFC, huh? Taking a punter at pick 122 in the fourth round. Hey, Ray Guy Award winner.
Did he have more punt yards than they had offense?
Yes, that is a
Look
fact.
at this. Oh, Beamer's got the punter B-roll.
Look at Beamer.
Well, he might have been the best player on the Iowa football team outside of Cooper DeJean. He got the most playing time, probably. They were punting left and right. Their offense was terrible.
I believe he broke an FBS record last year for punting yards. Let me check that, but I remember that being a stat at some point last season. Maybe it was punt average, something of that nature. But yeah, that Iowa offense is like watching paint dry after watching it dry already.
Cooper DeJean down there to down it.
Oh, yeah, Cooper DeJean, he was able to really kind of hone in his special team skills, too.
It was their offense with all the returns he had.
Yeah, unreal. Really good punter. I think we saw him at one of the All-Star games. I forget which one, but yeah, he drops it in there. It's like Tiger Woods putting it on a par 3 on the green. It just falls in and just dies. It's incredible. He does a lot of good things, man.
Brian, where is the right time to take a kicker? I mean, fourth round. Do we think that's
when you don't
high?
have one? When you don't have
so
one,
if you need it badly enough, take the best guy in the fourth round.
He was supposed to go in the fourth.
And here, but another thought here is, guy kicks in cold weather.
Yeah,
this is not like one of your Florida kickers or Texas kickers. This is an Iowa kicker used to kicking in poor conditions. And those games that he's going to have to play in Chicago.
Wow,
you're right at it.
What's up, brothers? We got Sketch for the Houston Texans here Tuesday.
It's Sketch, people. Love this guy.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 123rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 123rd pick of the NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Cade Stover, tight end, Ohio State.
Oh, wow.
Pairing him with Dalton Schultz.
What's up, brothers? Cade Stover of Ohio, special teams, special plays, special players. Let's go. You know Cade Stover after Sketch comes out and makes the pick for
it's so cool.
the Houston Texans. I think Stover is actually a heck of a player out of the tight ends. Now, he was a guy I watched him last year. Thought maybe he'd come out, and he went back to school. But Stover, Big Ten tight end of the year, this guy's got some well-rounded game to him because he would block as well, but he's got a little bit of wiggle when it comes to being able to move down the field, can high point the football. What do you guys think of Cade Stover?
The blocking is is what stands out initially to you, is just how active and how willing he is. But he got some fire to him when he's blocking too. I thought that he was one of the better blocking tight ends in this draft, hands down. He has really good, strong hands, and then the leadership from him as well is something that I've heard people talk about. Former LB slash former linebacker slash defensive end. You see some of that in his play and how he attacks angles and forces bad angles. 6'4", 247. Very nice frame, and it allows him to absorb contact to me very well as well. You mentioned, I think the route tree and stuff can improve, but he does have a little bit of that wiggle that you're talking about, Zach, that's just enough to get you some of that extra yardage when you need it.
Can we go back to Tory Taylor Tory Taylor just for a moment? So Tory Taylor set the NCAA single season record for punt yardage, 4,186. Okay. Iowa total offense, 3,284. So he outkicked their entire offense by 900 yards. It's incredible.
He's outkicking the coverage. All right.
Literally.
It's shameful.
49ers pick is in. We'll give you that on the other side. Bucks, Jets,
This is the
Eagles.
pick from the Dallas Cowboys, by the way.
This is the Trey Lance pick. We'll tell you who it ends up being. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Okay, the Trey Lance pick, 124. This could have been the Cowboys on the clock, but hey, I'm happy to have
So
it.
in theory, if the Cowboys were on the clock, who would we look? Ray Davis?
Yeah, I would take Ray Davis.
What if they take Rattler? But if the Cowboys were on the clock,
Jaden Hicks.
One of these running backs.
Boy, Hicks, Tampa.
I think I would take Allen. I would take Allen here, I think.
Braylon Allen.
Yeah.
Well, I think Davis is
But if they
better
want
than
the home run speed.
Exactly. You're right about that.
And I love Braylon Allen.
Allen's not giving you any juice.
No, he's mostly power.
Man, there's two linebackers. I got Eichenberg, I got Ford, I got Trotter on the board too. I got that corner Tampa and Hicks as well, is what I'm looking at.
Yeah, Tampa and Hicks would be my best players, and then next up would be Ray Davis. And then Austin Booker.
Running back type. Ray Davis.
Yeah, Bobby, they like Ray Davis, right?
Yes.
I mean, he can give you everything, really.
Find your way, Nick.
No, you're good.
The only thing is, you would have a very small running back room.
Yeah, he's not the biggest guy.
That's what I worry about with like him and Bucky Irving. You got to bring some size. You need 6 foot plus.
Which if you look historically, the Cowboys have drafted. Deuce Vaughn obviously changed that, but if you look over the course of about 15 years, almost every single running back was 6 feet or taller. Every single one.
I kind of felt like that Bucky Irving needed a second guy to run the ball with. I didn't think he was a featured
tandem guy.
Yeah, I think he needed somebody else with him. I think Allen is a little bit more hand the ball to him and let him go. I think maybe even Davis is that way too. I think Davis can carry the load. I like what you guys are talking about that Louisville kid, though.
I like Isaac Rendo, man.
Catches it, blocks, right?
And there's not a lot of tread on the tires at all. Like that guy has not really had an abundance of carries in college. Now Ray Davis has.
Can I just throw an idea out? I don't think he would work in this building, but let's just say for vibes, Frank Gore Jr.
No, I if you want to wait, what about Will Shipley?
I'll tell you, Will Shipley, again, there's a guy who's had a ton of carries.
Juice.
But he's got juice, and
really good receiver.
Yeah.
What's wrong?
Yeah, it's just Will Shipley. It's a perfect Clemson guy.
Oh, yeah.
Shirt, not a shoe.
What about Blake Watson?
Yeah,
Blake Watson, yeah.
He is the perfect complimentary back in like the 6th, 7th round, I think. I don't think he'd be an RB1, though. But his receiving ability is incredible out of the backfield. We saw that at the Shrine Bowl. He was able to produce as a receiver, or not a receiver, as a threat out of the backfield in the receiving game. But I think this pick has to be somebody that can take 15, 20 carries a game. I don't think Blake Watson's your guy there.
I agree. I just wanted to know.
But yeah, I was pretty impressed with his running in between the tackles in that Shrine Bowl. But I hear what you're saying. Like, I don't know that he could carry the ball 20 to 25 times. Like Tony Pollard, right?
Yeah.
You saw eventually that ended up being, and Skip Pete told us about that situation. Here's the 49ers pick at 124. Who are they taking with the
Do you guys feel like your board's holding up okay right now, where you're at? Did you get this thing to 171?
At running back?
Just in
it's
general.
so tough, like
just
50 picks out to think. Yeah, yeah.
Aish, you don't feel good about your board right now holding up?
Nah, it's okay right now.
We got a long way to go to get to that 171, right? Or 74. Is that where we're at, 174?
Where is Kendall Milton on y'all's board? Georgia running back.
6th round.
Okay.
I would take Jace McClellan over Kendall Milton.
That's fair.
And I don't really feel great about either of those guys, but Jace McClellan, Alito product as well. Somebody the Cowboys have done a lot of homework on.
Oh, really?
Oh, wow.
Dang it.
Malik.
What is up with Jaden Hicks?
Malik
I mean, to
Mustafa.
San Fran?
Yeah.
God dang it, bro.
That is a San Fran.
is-
That's like a Hafunga type pick.
Oh, that just pissed me off.
That's a great pick.
Dang it.
4th round on my book right there.
Oh, my God.
All right, the Trey Lance pick, in which the Cowboys traded to acquire the quarterback from North Dakota State to the San Francisco 49ers, just went off as 124 overall in the 4th round. Malik Mustafa, the safety out of Wake Forest, which fits the 49er type of mold for his safety. I mean, he kind of reminds me a little bit of Hafunga, who they've got that can play in the box but also drop into coverage. I know you liked Malik Mustafa a lot, Aisha.
Yeah, no, this hurts my soul. Just
Especially that team.
Yeah, man, and it's funny because he does fit what they like to do over there. He's just ferocious as a blitzer. I think he has good bend to evade linemen when he is blitzing, but he's constantly reading the QB's eyes. I know we talked about that a little bit the other day with Bobby, but yeah, he runs, he covers a lot of ground, really long strides, but he's scrappy. And it also, too, like when you watch him, he kind of looks like he's hunting and the way that he's attacking the ball or, trying to go from hash to hash. So, yeah, he's just a very physical player, and I'm really sick right now because I'm not in the mood to have to deal with him at all.
Man.
But here we are.
And then a running back coming off the board, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selecting Bucky Irving out of Oregon. I actually have someone that I know that's buddies with Bucky Irving, and Bucky was kind of thinking the Cowboys might take him.
Yeah. Whenever I talked to that Oregon player, he was like, hey, are y'all going to draft Bucky? He would love to be there.
and I'm sure a lot of players say that. Like, I'd love to be a Cowboy, but Bucky Irving was kind of, I think, hopeful he might end up being a Dallas Cowboy, but he ends up being a Tampa Bay Buccaneer. I know that was a guy you loved, Nick.
Yeah, it's shorter frame at 5'9", 192. Now, he's able to use that 192-pound frame to be a little bit of a bowling ball between the tackles. He's shifty. He's got these quick feet that are able to work in those close range situations, getting into the first and second level. This is that play, if you're watching on the stream, that play against Liberty, the field vision where he's just able to account for sideline to sideline, being able to find his running lanes. He does a great job. He did a great job in the Oregon offense, being able to do that. I think he's going to be a great complementary back. I still think he's a guy that can get 10, 12 carries a game, but he needs another big set guy to be able to do short yardage situations and take 10, 12 carries off his plate as well. Rashad White, Bucky Irving, interesting pairing, but Graham Barton blocking for them, so that should be fun.
Yeah, it's with Bucky Irving, I think like what you're just talking about there, like the field vision, the decisiveness, like the ability to move laterally, the lateral quickness is good. But again, we're talking about for Dallas, talking about probably need a little more size, need better long speed than what Bucky Irving's going to give you. But I think that Bucky Irving can absolutely be a solid contributing back in a room. It's just he's not going to be your primary guy.
Yeah.
And you've got the Detroit Lions on the board. I think they're all wearing Dan Campbell's jerseys.
They are.
In the war room right now. That is awesome because they're bringing back the black jerseys with the blue trim to, and they're clean, man. They look really, really. You don't like my?
Jealous.
I think any
thought
team's
they were so
all black
cool.
unis look pretty awesome.
And then they had the blue pants too.
Yeah,
Oh,
they look really clean. So Dan Campbell and the Lions, who have had a heck of an offseason, of course, the NFL draft in Detroit, and we'll see who they end up picking. I think. Just off. I need to pull up who all they've picked, but I think the Lions have had a pretty good draft.
Rakeshaw, I think, was their last pick, the corner from. They've done a couple of corners, right?
That's all they've got.
Arnold,
they've doubled up on corner. Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw Jr. So they haven't picked since pick 61 in the second round.
Yeah, they gave you that third round pick.
That's right, which ended up being Cooper Beebe.
So what are the details of this trade?
Because they just moved up. I don't have those in front of me. We will try and get those deets right now as they have just jumped up to pick 126. I think they got sick of waiting. They're like, you know what? No more. We're done with this. Oh, my gosh. And I've just been tipped off. This is going to be a very intriguing pick.
Yeah, this is a Cowboys 30 visit.
Pain.
This is a guy that we talked about on the draft show.
A guy they were not going to take, though, today.
You don't think so?
I don't think so.
After what has already happened.
Just because of, where they've used their resources.
Yeah. I'd love to get the details on what this trade is, but we don't have those yet as we're waiting for...
Well, get on it, Zach.
This is what I need you for, Bobby. You're the NFL Network guy.
I'm here for gossip. I'm not here for facts.
That loosely, right
Where's
there.
Slater? Get Jane on the phone. I need details.
I don't know. She's babysitting Kyle Brandt on Good
The
Morning
Lions
Football, I
traded
think.
a 2025 third-round pick to the Jets for pick 126, so Lions get a day 2 pick next year for this pick. They really wanted this one.
Wow.
So they give a third-round pick to get back in.
The Lions like to overpay, huh?
Yeah.
They're like, you know what? We see our guy. We want to go get him. Let's do this.
Don't have time
Bleep
for
them
you.
picks.
Bleep them picks is right. The Eagles will be coming up after the Lions.
Brad Holmes is developing a reputation as aggressive. He's done this a couple different times. That they went up for Jahmyr Gibbs. They went up for Jamison Williams. And, I mean, they went up just the other day to pick 24. And so, I mean, like, he pretty consistently likes to go move up in the draft.
With Dan Campbell as head coach, is that a surprise?
No. But that's a team that's win now. I mean, they have got that roster ready to rock. Of course, they lose in the NFC Championship game.
That's the thing. You're probably looking at, like, you're talking about a year in advance, and you're talking about what they anticipate will be a back of the third round pick. They probably look at it as, like, this is essentially an even swap.
Yeah.
But then also, too, I mean, Green Bay has found their quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And so you can't just kind of twiddle your thumbs and watch Chicago struggle and do what they do. And Minnesota hopefully is going to, have some production out of
Do you think Chicago's going to struggle right away? I mean, Chicago, to me, is essentially a 500 team.
That roster's, they've put together a nice rapport around Caleb Williams.
So you think
I think
basically the same team they were last year at 8-9?
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, and a 500 team that then you add Roma Dunze and Caleb Williams and Keenan Allen and a team that played a lot harder for Matt Eberflus down the stretch. I don't think that they're going to necessarily like flounder and be a pushover.
Oh no, I agree, but I don't think that the Lions look at them as like a legitimate threat. I think the real threat in that division right now is Green Bay after seeing what Green Bay has done. It's just they've been needing a quarterback,
Such a
and
good division.
they're putting stuff together defensively. It is a good division. It's become one of the most interesting.
All right, here's the governor of Michigan to give us the Lions selection at 126.
It has been a historic week here in the great city of Detroit. We have shown the world what the Motor City is all
running for
about.
office again?
And it is my honor to announce that the 2024 NFL Draft has now broken the all-time record.
We need to resurface Green Bay next year.
700,000
Get from the Best Buy parking lot.
Yeah.
So, thank you, NFL fans.
Green Bay is
and
if you
thank
dropped
you,
an NFL team in a
Detroit.
grapevine.
So it is an honor to announce that the New York Jets have traded the 126th pick to the Detroit Lions.
Make the pick, man.
I thought she was coming up there to pick for the Packers.
Put on the
And
glasses.
I'm going to put my buffs on to read this. With the 126th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Giovanni Manu, tackle from British Columbia, Canada.
Look at that.
And you know what? 700,000 people, which it's crazy. I don't know how they track this, but that's probably why. They're getting Giovanni Manu supporters from Canada. They just take that bridge over, and they're getting the Canadians there in Detroit to party for the NFL drafts. 5 years with the Thunderbirds. Earned all Canadian honors each of the last 2 seasons, playing both left tackle and left guard. Look at Beamer with that Canadian football, British Columbia B-roll right now. He is a Tongan. Long arms, wide base, fires off the ball, can get to the second level with ease, but the athlete for his size, much like we've talked about with Tyler Guyton, at 6 foot, borderline 6'8", 350, Giovanni Manu, we started to really do some homework on him late in this draft process with the Cowboys being linked to him. It's a fun pick right here for the Lions.
Yeah, the Cowboys, whenever they brought him in for a 30, he was easily the most intense guy that we had the opportunity to talk to. He's a football lover. He grew up on the island of Tonga and used football as his way to get an education in North America. He was able to find it at British Columbia. Didn't move into at least the mainland North America until he was in college. But he went out there and honed in on his craft. He told me that he didn't know a lot about football when he was a kid, but then he saw a YouTube highlight video of Ray Lewis, and he said he said it was the most violent, awesome thing he had ever seen, and he wanted to play football after that. So really cool to see him go in the 4th round. That's big time. The athleticism that he showed at his pro day, running sub 5 in the 40.
Crazy,
I believe
man.
he had
a
vert that was like 33, 34, something like that with his size. He's going to be a very fun project behind Penei Sewell at the Detroit Lions. I feel like that's such a good fit. He's going to be able to come in with a Polynesian guy who's one of the best in the NFL. He's going to have that core with him there. That's a lot of fun. That's a really good fit for him, and I'm really happy for him.
Traits. There, it's all there for him. I mean, it pops on tape. Now, obviously, you got to wonder about the level of competition. Everything else. This is the first player, I believe, picked from that school in the history of the NFL draft.
Wow.
But Brian, I mean, this was a name we had kind of gotten. Oh, there's a pen throw.
No.
Ray Davis.
We got to run on running
Kentucky,
backs.
Buffalo Bills. This was a name, Brian, that we had started hearing, kind of whispered to us back like late January.
Yeah.
And it's a guy that, it was starting to build more and more. And then you got the sense, okay, Cowboys really like this guy. Again, I don't know that they would have taken him given where their resources have been, but I do think that they really found him intriguing. And I wouldn't be surprised if they did have a decently draftable grade on him.
Yeah, he's a massive guy too, and he moves so well, very light on his feet. Again, the level of competition, it's not his fault. He's going to get an opportunity in Detroit. You mentioned Penei Sewell being there with him. I think this is a really nice pick for the Lions.
A little run on running backs here. Back-to-back picks. The Philadelphia Eagles selecting one of the guys we were discussing, Will Shipley, the running back out of Clemson. And then, unfortunately, it was Jalen Wright and Ray Davis for me. Those were the two guys I really was eyeing here. I didn't think that either of them would really make it, though, and they didn't. Ray Davis out of Kentucky.
49ers have traded up again.
Going to Buffalo. Niners have traded up. Let's just talk about these running backs real quick. Will Shipley, running back at a Clemson, this guy's elusive and shifty, and now you're going to see him twice a year. He's comfortable catching the ball in the backfield, though. He can run routes down the field. He's patient. He's got good vision. He can run in between the tackles. The start-stop quickness with him is very impressive, but he loves setting up defenders with his little shoulder fakes, and he's effective on delayed draws, and that's something that I think the Eagles will run quite a bit with him, and maybe he ends up being kind of a third-down option as a third down back, replacing DeAndre Swift. But that's a good pick. Will Shipley, getting him there. Brian, Aisha, did you want to add it all to the Shipley before we move on to Ray Davis?
No, I definitely could see him being very involved in their screen game. I think they got away from that a lot last year with their tight ends. That was something that you saw heavily with them the year before. He's a guy that can do that as well. He's just patient enough to let things kind of open up, and then he's able to burst and accelerate through. I will say he has not choppy strides, but they're like schmedium strides.
Yeah, I could see that.
From him. So, he did a lot while he was in Clemson. I think his pad level is good as a finisher as well. So.
Yeah, he's a guy that can make something out of nothing. There's a lot of times where
unlike Bo Allen,
it's not blocked clean, and he's able to kind of make a play on it. I think where he's going to, you mentioned about the third down stuff.
Yeah,
he could be a mismatched player as a receiver.
I agree.
As a back in the screen game. Yeah, this is a good player.
And then Ray Davis, and we did a Would You Rather, Ray Davis versus Blake Corum, and I stood on the table for Ray Davis out of Kentucky, 5'10", 216. Foster care, homeless as a child, one of the best stories in the entire draft. Got a degree from Vanderbilt. The story is incredible with him. He transferred from Kentucky after 2 seasons at Vandy and then 2 seasons at Temple.
Yeah.
Selected to play in the East-West Shrine Bowl, and the dude can just scoot. The tape against Florida was really impressive. I mentioned start-stop quickness with Shipley. Davis has that too. Burst, explosive. For being a smaller guy, he runs with a lot of power. He's got speed to hit the edge, make something out of nothing, as you mentioned with Shipley, Brian, but a powerful lower body. I think he's a receiving threat threat as well. Check down option. He can go ahead and get you some chunk plays there, can run through contact. In pass protection, I do think is something that he can do. Maybe he can improve on it, but I don't think he was a liability in pass production. I think he can be an every down back. I love that pick. Now you go ahead and have him and James Cook. That's a good backfield in Buffalo.
Yeah, this guy lacks height, not desire. I mean, he will carry the ball. He gets it into the end zone. He's smart to know how to hit it and then go for it. And then he makes a decision. He doesn't put the ball on the ground. The knee injury, there's a history of that there. He's had a lot of carries. He's been at 3 different places. They all realize that he's one of the better players they've had. So he's carried the ball a ton. I don't know if that'll be a detriment to him, but he has got supervision out of the backfield and sees everything that's going on in front of him. He makes those jump cuts and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, he actually, I think, has the most carries of any running back coming out into this draft, which is surprising. More carries than Blake Corum when I was doing the research for that Would You Rather. So, yeah, he's hit it quite a bit, Bobby.
Yeah, he has. And I think I'm about to be ill seeing what the 49ers are about to do.
Oh, no.
I'm not in the
Okay, we're going to come back.
Let's go to break. We need a moment.
Please.
49ers about to apparently make a pick that is going to make us all sick,
Nick's
and then we will tell you all about what it is.
It's a Whataburger.
Oh, I'm sorry, Whataburger.
Yeah, what are you doing, Brian? Jeez, I know you're colorblind, but that was a bad
I
one.
didn't see the wrapper clearly.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
I'm Dak Prescott, quarterback of the Dallas Cowboys.
And they snap. What's going on with the Niners pick?
Let's listen to it.
Welcome to El Centro de Alto Rendimiento, home of the Mexican national team in Mexico City. And now, with the 129th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Isaac Guerrero, running back, Louisville. Vamos Niners.
No. This guy's going to end up being a 1,000-yard back there.
Oh, no.
This is just a terrible situation. Oh, my goodness gracious.
This makes so much sense for San Francisco, though.
Yeah.
And excuse me, I have a chicken sandwich in my mouth.
From Whataburger.
Man, from
With
Whataburger,
Jack Black
correct.
products in your hand.
They about to take me.
So he was a 4-time state champion in track in the state of Indiana as a high school guy. Ran a 10.52 100 meter, which is not the fastest in the world. It wouldn't beat anybody in Texas, but in Indiana, that's really fast, especially at 6 foot, pushing 210 pounds. Really productive runner at Wisconsin, but Braylon Allen kind of took over that starting role. He wanted more of an opportunity, so he went to Louisville. He was able to play alongside Jawar Jordan, who I think we'll hear his name called later in the day. But you see that 4.33 speed that he put on display at the Combine. That was huge for him to go back home to Indianapolis, put that time down. I think that's what ended up putting him in the 4th round. It makes so much sense for the Niners to get a guy that has size, has speed, and he'll be able to carry a little bit of load off of Christian McCaffrey's shoulders. This is a perfect fit for him.
Here's a Ravens pick for you, Brian.
The Baltimore Ravens select TJ Tampa, defensive back, Iowa State.
That's just unreal. I mean, TJ Tampa on my board was my 37th best player.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because he was the 37th fastest guy out here at the Big 12 Combine out of like 38 people.
And hey, I guess that's why he got knocked, and he goes
Film
to
don't
130.
lie, Bobby.
No, it's the same thing with like Joey
Film didn't lie on Tease Tabor either, but he ran 4.8, and it was a problem, Brian.
No, but
Tease Tabor was a small guy.
Tease Tabor's film
He
wasn't
was
that
6
great.
feet. No, it was.
I
but,
disagree.
But
I didn't think
I
Tease
do
Tabor
like
was that
TJ
good.
Tampa, but
Being
it is
able-
scary. The speed is scary.
Being able to learn under Kyle Hamilton for him will be really helpful. I think just being able to understand the different roles that Kyle Hamilton has had to play in that defense over the course of his time there, short time there, but still, I think TJ Tampa can provide a similar type role. I think he's got safety flex. He can play off the boundary. But the speed, that's going to be the biggest question for him. And how can he close in those concerns and kind of keep them in space? But we're going to see as time goes on. He was a ball hawk for Iowa State, one of the better defensive backs last season in the Big 12.
Man, okay, wow, that's a perfect pick. Jared Wiley, the heir apparent to Travis Kelce. And we talked about that.
You called that.
I did.
You called that.
We talked about that. Like Jared Wiley, a perfect fit to Kansas City. These are some fun picks we got to break down. I'm going to make a bold prediction here, sure to go wrong. TJ Tampa ends up being the better corner than Nate Wiggins in Baltimore.
That's fascinating.
I think so.
Wow.
I had Tampa graded higher. I know Wiggins has the speed.
He does.
But I think TJ Tampa is just a better overall cornerback.
I had him at 47 on my board, so I'm glad to see him go. But I mean, yeah,
that's why. I mean, that's two great
It's all
corners.
the speed. It's just all the speed. It's all the speed.
And you can't teach the speed. Man, Isaac Arendo going to the Niners would still make
that
me
hurts.
sick.
But again, that's why I asked. I don't remember which was Scott's, but that's why I was asking. Like, does being technically sound, or having a lack of wasted movement and stuff, make up for some of this stuff? Because when I watch TJ Tampa, I see a calm player. I see a guy that is very good at reading the wide receiver, because he is a former wide receiver himself. So I think that some of it is, I don't know. I just, he's not super fast, but I think he does have a good understanding of what he can do, or in the timing of when to accelerate or when to drive on a ball, or whatever the case may be. And again, with the mirroring the wide receiver, he's mirroring them a lot of the time. And sometimes he's running their routes for them. So anyway, I just wanted to say that. Like, I'm curious about that moving forward.
Wiley off the board.
Boy, Chiefs have gotten 3 really good players.
Yeah.
Xavier Worthy, Kingsley Suamataia, and then Jared Wiley.
They draft well.
There was one team I know that had Wiley as the second best tight end after Bowers.
I believe it. I mean, his receiving ability is crazy.
I had Bell over this guy. I had Bell.
I mean, Jaheim Bell's fun.
Yeah.
But Jared Wiley, I think, the size, obviously, 6'6". We'll break him down here in a second.
Yeah, we get it, Peyton. It's always so awkward because people watch on the stream just hear us go quiet and think something's wrong.
On DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan.
3 running backs going in a row here in the 4th round. Will Shipley to the Eagles, Ray Davis to the Bills, and right before we went to break, we mentioned the Niners going to make us sick. Isaac Arendo, the running back at Louisville, going to San Francisco. We talked about him on the .com side during the break, but a transfer from Wisconsin to Louisville. Sturdy runner, very difficult to bring down, usually falls forward, fights through contact, receiving ability in the screen game, downhill runner, welcomes contact. I mean, this guy has a nose for the end zone. Really, really fun player. Isaac Arendo probably going to excel there in San Francisco. TJ Tampa then goes to Baltimore. All the Ravens do. Death taxes and good football players fall into the Baltimore Ravens. Happened again with TJ Tampa at Iowa State. But this, and we can talk more about Tampa if you want, Brian, but maybe the most intriguing pick of today so far for me is Jared Wiley out of TCU, formerly of Texas, Temple, Texas, quarterback there in high school.
Talk to me.
Jared Wiley going to Kansas City. And Nick and I think for just funsy, we're like talking, I'm like, look, Jared Wiley as an heir apparent to Travis Kelce, I think would be a perfect fit. Because for him, is he a great blocker? No. That's an area he needs to improve. He's got the size to do it.
Yeah, I did talk to teams who felt like he had the capacity to become a good blocker.
Yes, I think
they think he's got the frame, and that's one of the things that in an era where you're seeing a lot more of these tight ends that are like big slot receivers almost, they feel like he has the frame to be able to play in line and develop into that.
And I'm with you. 5th-year senior, team captain for TCU. Played his first 3 years there at Texas, 8 touchdowns, led the nation among tight ends. But this dude, long arms, big catch radius, can line up inside, can line up out wide. We'll play some H-back as well. But the vertical speed to stretch the defense and make plays after the catch, the middle of the field is his home. He's got some suddenness to his game. He's got patience to find openings when working underneath. Maybe he can improve the lower body strength, which I think will help when it comes to the blocking. But my gosh, as a receiving tight end threat, this guy can be elite.
Yeah, can I show quarterback Jared Wiley on the screen? I'll wait till the highlights are over. But nevertheless, Jared Wiley. So does he start dating Olivia Rodrigo now? Is that how this works? And he goes and be a tight end threat for the Kansas City Chiefs. But it's going to take some load off of Travis Kelce. Obviously, he's on the back half of his career, pushing his mid-30s. For Patrick Mahomes to still have that tight end weapon, here's a quarterback Jared Wiley. If we can get that on the one shot, maybe. But yeah, this is all the way back. Was he their
quarterback when they went to the state championship?
He was not. Here we go. Look at that via my guy Mike Roach at 24/7 Sports.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
shout out to Mike.
Yeah, big time. But nevertheless, he was. He's going to be able to be a weapon that can just kind of take Travis Kelce's throne whenever he eventually makes his way into retirement, and Patrick Mahomes will still have that legitimate receiving tight end weapon. I think he'll need to improve on the blocking aspect of things to be able to be that full Travis Kelce type potential. And obviously, Travis Kelce's a one-of-a-kind tight end, so it's not like he's going to be able to fill those shoes completely, but really, really fun stab at it for the Chiefs.
The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 132nd pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 132nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Sione Vaki, running back, Utah.
Oh, Sione Vaki. That's the second safety from Utah that's been taken. Ben Bishop went earlier in the draft, I think, to Buffalo.
They just announced him as a running back, though.
That is fascinating.
Wow.
Yeah, I thought I was hearing things.
I think she might have missed.
No. He the notes up
does
there on
have running
NFL
back
Network. He has. It's like a Miles Jack thing where he's got experience playing both.
Yeah, so he has running back potential there.
They're going to use him as a running back,
Yeah.
then, huh?
Which is fascinating.
I think the Lions traded again to go get him.
Yeah, they did. They traded up again to go grab him. But yeah, he was able to carry the ball again. That Pac-12 championship. That's a perfect shot of it there. Whenever they had injuries in that backfield, and they had a couple of tragedies happen in that backfield as well over the course of his time there at Utah, and he was able to step in and be a receiving weapon for them in the running game. I had him as I thought he was going to be a safety at the next level. So this is a little bit of a surprise to me, but I don't hate the stab at it, especially with the guys on the board.
This is kind of cool.
Kansas City's in now.
Yeah, Kansas City.
Deep.
Oh, wow.
They've picked 4 really good players.
What a draft. Wow. What a draft. Jaden Hicks, the safety out of Washington State. Guys, I mean, in my notes for Jaden Hicks, when you watch him play, holy moly, I think, to me, he was kind of a blend of some Troy Polamalu and Harrison Smith. I mean, the dude's like a Tasmanian devil out there. He went to Bishop Gorman High School in Vegas, which is a powerhouse. He's got a ton of range and physicality, can blitz off the edge, super competitive. He will tackle anything that moves, will Jaden Hicks. He's always around the football, can make plays against the run and the pass, no doubt. I think he can be an exceptional special teams player. He's smart. I mean, he's a game record, is what he is what Jay. I don't understand. And
y'all
Bobby,
have no idea. You didn't
we
get nothing.
still didn't
Bobby?
get clarity on Jaden Hicks and why he fell.
No, I mean there were people asked last night. I was like, "What's the deal with Jaden Hicks?" They're like, "Don't know." He was my highest safety. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, he was my number 2 safety behind. Bullard.
To me, he was so much better a player than Newbin. To me, I thought Hicks was. I thought Hicks was everything that the hype around Newbin had said. Like to me, Newbin was much more limited. To me, I thought a guy who needed to play in the box. I think Hicks can be an interchangeable safety. I think he would have been perfect here. That's somebody who is, to me, like his finishing, teach tape kind of tackling. Like I really love the prototype size. Everything about him is what I want in a safety.
Man, that is excellent value. Here's the Jets pick from Ireland.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Braylon Allen, running back, Wisconsin.
Of course they did.
Okay, so there goes Braylon Allen, and a lot of people have been texting in and asking on Twitter, like, hey, what's the deal with Braylon Allen? Well, in the first hour of the show, we were lucky enough to have a variety of Cowboys scouts, and was it Mitch LaPoint?
Mitch LaPoint said they want juice.
Mitch LaPoint said they wanted juice. Braylon Allen isn't the guy to give you juice. Like, and I think, who likes Braylon Allen the most in this room? Brian, is it you?
It's me.
Okay.
You?
You go ahead.
I'm up there too, but I'll let Brian go on.
You go ahead and talk about Braylon Allen, because to me it's like if it's blocked up, Braylon Allen gets it, but I don't see any creativity in his.
Oh no,
style.
you're absolutely right about that. And when Mitch was talking about the juice part of it, that takes this guy completely out of the mix here. When you start to talk about the running backs, he does have a good initial burst, and then he slows down. Mm-hmm. And so the contact balance, you don't see him getting knocked off his feet. Tacklers will run, and he'll run right through tacklers. He's got nice yards after contact. I wouldn't say that he's a quick-footed guy or ability to escape. There's not much lateral quickness. There's not much movement to his game. There's some stiffness with the way he runs. You don't see the ability to really cut back or bend the play. Where he hurts defenders is with his power. Yeah. He's good around the goal line. He's good in short yardage, and he plays more as a bully than he does anything.
Yeah, people just going to get sick of get sick and tired.
You don't want to
tackling
tackle him anymore.
Yeah, that's
a big guy.
That's I mean, he's just like a baby tank, and as far as physically, like a baby tank. It's not super flashy or anything like that. It's just he's just gonna get on your nerves and wear you down.
How would you physically describe a baby tank?
What I mean is like just the bulldozing through people.
I get what you mean.
A baby tank.
He
What?
was just being a jerk.
I'm just having fun on a day 3 Saturday.
Oh Jesus!
Day 3 vibes.
Don't get me excited.
Here are the Niners again picking 135 in the 4th round. I mean, they've taken 2 guys already here.
At this point.
One of them,
Are these Is this because they've lost coaches to the?
Yeah, I think they're getting comp picks.
And they traded up in this round as
Okay,
well.
we got comp picks because of losing coaches.
Yeah, this is the Migos pick, I believe.
Where are my Niners at? With the 135th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jacob Cowing, wide receiver.
Oh, wow.
Arizona. Yeah.
Just talking about him not too long ago.
Honestly, we slighted you, Bobby. I'm sorry. You do love Braylon Allen. In the comp actually that you gave about Braylon Allen with James Conner, I think is actually a pretty good comp.
Brian, where was Braylon Allen on your board?
4th round.
He was 51 for me. He was the 3rd running back. He was
Bobby,
the 2nd rounder. I loved Braylon Allen. I think he is James Conner. Like that to me, you talk about a guy who, the long speed's not there. The biggest problem I have is like for a guy that size, he shouldn't be as poor of a pass protector as he is. Like it just his size does not match up to the play.
86, or actually player 86.
86. Okay. So I really like Braylon Allen. I think in terms of like how quickly he sees the hole, the contact balance, the ability to, I don't think the footwork is necessarily elite, but I think some of the foot quickness and the ability to get into tight spaces, even with the size that he is, and remain up on his feet, punish defenders. I really, really like Braylon Allen. Of course, the long speed's an issue, but
Final pick of the 4th round, tiny but electric. Jacob Cowing, the 5'8", 168 wide receiver out of Arizona, ends up going to the San Francisco 49ers. They have him and they have Ricky Pearsall now, but what do we like about Jacob Cowing?
Yeah, there's clearly a desire to trade either Debo or Brandon Ayuk, and it sounds like the buzz coming out of today is that it's going to be Debo. But nevertheless, Jacob Cowing started his career at UTEP out in El Paso, was super productive in the CUSA for the Miners out there, and head coach Dana Dimmel. But whenever he made that transition to Arizona, had one of the most productive junior seasons in the entire country in 2022. Injury a little bit as a senior, also Teteroa McMillan really coming into his own. He's going to be a top 3 round pick next year, potentially 1st round. So being able to just kind of find his way in that offense under Noah Fafita and Jed Fish, and I think whenever he was able to really find it and hone in on it on the back half of the season last year, that's when you saw Arizona really take off and win some of these games that they probably shouldn't have. They were really productive in that last season in the Pac-12. Again, I feel like they're going to go into the Big 12 and be just as productive. But Jacob Cowing, really productive receiver. He's going to be good for this Niners program. They have a lot of young receivers out there. Like let's look away from the names, the big names like Brandon Ayuk and Debo Samuel. Now you have Ricky Pearsall, Jacob Cowing, Danny Gray is in that room. There's a lot that they can work with in that offensive skill department, and taking Garindo as well. My goodness, that offense is just going to get better.
Oh my gosh! And as far as Jacob Cowing goes, I think he's going to thrive in the slot, like you said, Nick. But at the same token, I think situationally he can give you some things at the X because of how he can threaten you vertically. Just a very versatile route runner. And again, he has some twitch to his game, and his stride is very smooth. It looks like one motion with him. Yeah. So I'm jealous. So I'm just gonna stay over here. They've done a lot in this round. Like San Fran is really a lot of stuff that's made me itch. So I'm just gonna try to stay calm.
Wow.
Nemesis.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt. And the running backs now, I mean, it's starting to look a little bit slim. There's still plenty of guys. I mean, Frank Gore Jr., we have mentioned him. I think I was higher on Frank Gore Jr. than a lot of people. Audric Estime's still there, but he doesn't have the juice. I don't really love Jawar Jordan.
We talked about Tyrone Tracy.
Tracy's
got
what
some
you got?
juice.
Tracy might be the guy.
What you got?
I mean, he was 4'8". But I mean, he's similar to Pollard in that Pollard was Pollard was a 4.51 guy, but he played a lot faster.
He plays so much faster.
This kid was a wide receiver at an Iowa, and you can watch him running routes and stuff like that. I mean, the way he catches the ball, the run after catch was good. I think he's got toughness to his game as well. You know, if you're interested in having a guy like that if you feel like you've got some guys that have some power, he's a guy that's I think he's pretty elusive. He's not a 4.3 guy, but you watch him play, man, he has got good feel, good toughness for the position.
All right, we've got
Pritchard.
Nehemiah Pritchett, the cornerback from Auburn, now goes to the Seattle Seahawks as we've opened up the 5th round of the draft. We'll get you more on the 5th round as now the Cowboys pick. It's within shooting range here, huh? We're in the 5th round, pick 136 overall. We're getting closer.
Y'all.
You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft, the 105 through the Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Okay, Nehemiah Pritchett, 4.36 man out of Auburn. What do you guys think about Pritchett?
I did not watch Pritchett.
Let me talk to you about Pritchett.
Tell me about Pritchett.
Yeah, if I could. If I get to my notes here real quick. I'm doing a little housekeeping as we're talking. Scrolling down to my notes. Get there a little faster if you could, Brian. People are waiting on you. Pritchard after Phillips. Yeah, this guy lines up at both left and right sides. He'll line up in the slot. He's a much better press corner than he is off. When he plays press, his footwork is solid. He shows the ability to mirror to match the receiver's release. He plays with sticky coverage style. He's really good feel for how to stay connected with the receiver. Movement skills are good. His long speed allows him to stay in position. He'll see the receiver show some separation, and then he'll close ground really quickly on this guy. I didn't see him get beat over the top or lose a one-on-one battle deep. And so he'll battle receiver at the catch point or along the sidelines and drive him out of bounds. He does a really good job of disrupting the routes of the receivers when he's playing in press. So throwing his body around, he tends to tackle that way. He'll throw it at the receiver's legs. He's got a thin, wiry frame, but he does his best to protect. And so now his ability to cover both inside and out. 6 foot, 190 pounds, by the way.
Okay, so now we've got pick 137, round 5, with the LA Chargers on the clock.
There were 8 running backs at the combine who ran 4.49 or faster. And I believe, let's hear 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them are off the board, half of them. The remaining ones are Tyrone Tracy, Kamani Vidal, Keelan Robinson, and then Jaden Sheridan. That's it.
Keelan Robinson, I feel like, is a special teams guy.
Yeah, I think Robinson's a PFA.
Yeah.
But so to me, like if we're closing on the 5th round and we're looking at this, I don't know, or we might be looking at Vidal and Tracy.
Yeah, I could see that.
Or just signing Zeke.
Yeah.
You remember the whole thing about Juice?
Well, yeah, but I just think in a specific role. I mean, you think about what the other ones that you might have.
He fits in terms of like what they need in terms of an edge in that running back room. Like he brings something to the table, but like speed is just not going to be one of them. The long speed's not going to be it right now.
Yeah.
The Garendo one, that hurt.
Yeah, it did. I mean, because I thought Garendo might slide a little bit more. Like 5th round was probably the area.
You should have known better. You should have known better.
But then that run happened. We had 3 go boom, 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 boom right after each other.
I'm telling you, they're like Mojo Jojo.
That's a tough one.
They're just watching us.
Do we question if it's something other than running back? I don't think we've dedicated a whole lot of time talking towards potential other positions here.
Sure.
I mean,
at this point, definitely it could be something else.
Yeah.
Well, it very well could be. Yeah, I totally agree with on that. I'm interested to see what players are on that board. Would you think about another edge? You know, where would you think your depth of your board is right now? Is it at wide receiver? Is it at? I think mine right now is holding up pretty good for an edge. If you wanted to add another one of those guys, we talked to the linebacker coach. I'm sure he's going to go in there and fight for a linebacker. We mentioned, you got Ford on the board. I know that's a medical concern maybe. Trotter's still on the board. Watson, McGee, Jacobs, Penn State, right?
I mean, you do. I know we've had a couple guys go, but still on the board are Brendan Rice, Taj Washington, and Malik Washington.
I don't want I don't want to bring up the conversation we had yesterday again, but defensive tackle, there's still some intriguing names on the board. Christian Boyd out of Northern Iowa. You got Mekhi Wingo out of LSU, Fabian Lovett. Leonard Taylor, I mean, he was a guy that I did not believe to be a top 2-day pick, but now as you're looking maybe late in the 5th round, if he's still there, do you take a swing on that? I wouldn't be the biggest fan, but it's a thought. I mentioned Evan Anderson as potentially a 7th-round option, but still some intriguing defensive tackles on the board.
Yeah, if you look at corner, DJ James, Johnny Dixon, Cam Hart, Kalen Carson, Chris Abrams-Drain.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's still some crazy talent there.
Austin Booker is still on board.
Stiggers. Man.
Oh, yes.
I mean, looking at the fan text was a dumb decision.
Why? Because of all the running backs going off and they're not too happy.
Well,
about
no,
that, right?
it's mainly the Jaden Hicks thing.
Yeah.
They're like, oh
We
my
don't
gosh.
know. We don't know.
How could you compare Jaden Hicks to a Hall of Famer and Troy Polamalu? The NFL told you he was a 4th rounder. Like, do you realize how many Hall of Famers have been taken day 3 of the draft that the NFL missed on?
Yeah.
I mean,
Such
a lot of people thought Desmond King was a top-tier talent. He ends up going in the 4th round, and he ended up being a good pal, and he was a good player.
Yeah.
Who's maybe the best player ever? Tom Brady. What round did he go?
6th.
Yeah, I mean,
199.
Come on, you can find really good players
part
on
of that
day
draft.
3. It's such a dumb take.
There are, from that list of guys where I was like, who were you surprised didn't go in round
24 NFL Draft with Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Aisha Morrison.
All right, we're in the 5th round. We're still quite a ways away from the Cowboys selection. Pick 174. We're currently at pick 138. So it might be what, Nick, like an hour and a half away-ish from the Cowboys getting on the clock, unless they want to move up. But there's been a run on running back. Zach Wolchuk, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, the Super Bowl champ, Brian Broaddus, and Aisha Morrison. Bobby, though, you're about to hit us with some knowledge bombs.
It's just the names that I was told, like just various names from people. They're like, this guy thought he was going to go in the 3rd, didn't. And there's 3 names left out of the ones that I got this morning. I got 14 of them. And the ones left, 2 edge rushers, Muhammad Kamara, Austin Booker. Those 2 are still out there.
Yeah.
And then the one that, I mean, I don't know, like if you're talking about value, if you get down to pick 170, people maybe don't want to talk about it. Spencer Rattler is still on the board.
Yeah, he is.
If it came down to Rattler or Pratt, if you're looking for a quarter, I would take Pratt myself. If those 2 were on the board.
Yeah.
I don't know if people, you guys, Bobby, you look like you would do it the
No. I mean, I'm not a big Spencer Rattler fan, but I'm just saying that impressions of...
I'm not going to lie. If somebody else takes him right now, I'm totally cool. That's just my personal evaluation.
That's an interesting pick from Arizona edge Xavier Thomas out of Clemson. I believe we talked about him in the last couple of weeks leading up into the draft. A shorter guy off the edge, but has some incredible bend that he's able to get around the edge and attack the backfield. He had so much time there at Clemson, 6 years as a Tiger under Dabo Sweeney, but being able to go to Arizona, that's an interesting fit for him. He'll be able to kind of use that athleticism.
People thought he, I know there were teams that thought he really flashed out here when he was out here for Shrine.
Okay.
Was it him?
Xavier Thomas, yeah.
Xavier Thomas.
Yeah, well, Thomas is like one of those. I mean, I think we brought him up as like the traits person in day 3. Was that what we were talking about when we were like, hey, give me a day 3 guy? Like Thomas has some of that. And Clemson's pumping out some really talented defensive linemen to the league. I mean, Xavier Thomas could end up being a pretty good steal here at this point in the draft.
Man, I kind of felt like we mentioned Booker. How about Caesar from Houston? Gabe Murphy, UCLA.
Yeah.
I mean, Jackson, Kamara, Cedric Johnson from Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Man, I you know what? Hey,
I'd have taken Austin Booker.
God bless you, Arizona. But man, I know on my board, I would be like going. You just passed on 5 or 6 guys there that I kind of like a little.
How
bit
high
better.
do you guys have? Because I had Booker as my 70th guy, and
Third
I think
round.
Yeah, third round. Yep, that's exactly where I had him too.
I had him 82. He's my second best available player right now. Maybe it's the experience. There was not a lot of game tape, but I'm banking on those.
Also
traits and
skinny.
that athleticism. Yeah,
But
I'm
it's just
taking
the
that
bend with
athleticism.
him, right? Like to me, you can't really teach that natural bend,
I mean,
and Booker's
also,
got it.
Gabriel Murphy is a guy as well that I thought
Gabriel Murphy's a really good player.
could have been a player in the 4th.
Yeah, you could watch Latu on the other side and like, whoa, who's this guy?
Yeah.
Who's that guy? You have to, that's Gabriel Murphy over there, though. So, yeah, that's why I said, like, if you get to the Cowboys, there might be some stretch with this edge group. Somebody that could be a better Fowler or a better Armstrong. There's some quality. I mean, that Kamara kid from Colorado State.
Oh man, I love him.
I mean, come on. Let's go.
And he's probably sliding because of the short arms thing because he's a little bit undersized. But man, Kamara is one of those guys. The motor with him, he is relentless. I mean, Hunter. How about Norzad and Van Pran still being on the board?
Yeah, that's a little nuts.
Bo Limmer's still out there.
Oh, Jordan McGee just went.
Okay, Jordan McGee, linebacker out at Temple.
Commanders.
Goes to the Commanders.
That is a Dan Quinn linebacker right there.
Yeah, that makes some sense right there.
Be able to keep him close to home. He's from Dover, Delaware, and went to Temple, which is not too far up the street there in Philly. He was a 30-visit guy, came in. Now, when I watched him on tape, he looked super narrow and more of like a coverage guy. But when I saw him in person, he actually had some thickness to him. And I wonder if that's something that
Was he a quarterback, wide receiver?
He was a quarterback back in high school. And you can see that in his instincts on the defensive side of the ball. He's really able to use that. They use him in situational blitzing. He's able to attack the backfield. I think this is going to be a really fun fit there for the Washington Commanders. It's a really good fit for Dan Quinn as well. Also, when you're watching this film, look how big the numbers are on the back of Temple's jerseys. They really take up as much space as possible.
Temple tough, baby. That's what they are. That's what what's his name? Homie now at Nebraska. The one who's Matt Rule. There we go. Yeah, Matt Rule. Yeah, of course, old Baylor Bean back there would know that.
Yes.
Oh yes, man. He did a great
college
job
football
there,
coach. Homie at Nebraska.
Homie at Nebraska.
When's the last time we had a
Nebraska?
It's day 3. What do you want from me,
I
Brian?
think Christian Mahogany's still there.
Mahogany is still there. I mean,
Christian Mahogany has medical flags.
Okay, Bo Limmer.
ACL.
That's probably it.
How about Duplain?
It's not
from
just
Michigan
the ACL
State?
for some teams, apparently.
Matt Lee. There's still quite a few good interior offensive linemen on the board as well. And these linebackers, Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Yeah.
Eichenberg.
We've set an NFL record for consecutive picks without a quarterback at 129, NFL draft record. So I would have to think that has the floor right now for Spencer Rattler is the Raiders here at 148.
I'm surprised the Rattler hasn't taken either. I mean, even though I'm not a huge Spencer Rattler fan, but I figured some team would go ahead. The talent's there with him.
Yeah, but it's just so hot and cold.
Yeah, it is very inconsistent.
It's like you in like one game he's throwing for 480. The next day you're like thinking you get your backup quarterback warmed up.
Perfect for Vegas.
Yeah, just the chaos.
Perfect. Yes.
Embrace the chaos with this guy for sure.
All right. We've got the Chargers on the clock here at 140. Mm-hmm. What if the Chargers? I'm trying to look and see who they've taken.
They've done a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's got more picks than Washington right now. Washington's got. I mean, it feels like they've been picking. Okay, here's the pick is in here for the Chargers. I'm trying to pull up that draft class as we speak. Okay, yes, they've gone with Alt, McConkey, Olsen, Tarheeb Still, the cornerback from Maryland, is who they took just a little bit ago, a couple of picks ago.
I didn't know Still at all.
Yeah.
I wonder, they still haven't gone with a running back, and they need a running back, so that they could be a team. I mean, we assumed Blake Corum would go there, and he didn't.
They haven't grabbed one yet?
The Rams got him. The other LA team got him.
They got Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins, the hurt duo from Baltimore. They just made their way to the West Coast, but they still need a guy that they can rely on durability-wise. You would have to assume.
Okay. Well, this is taking a while to get this pick in, but I would assume, I mean, if you're looking at the running backs right now, Estime, I mean, Audric Estime kind of seems like he could fit the mold of a Harbaugh type of back.
That's fair.
I mean, that's a dirty yards, tough, between the tackles type of runner right there. That could make some sense.
Gonna look at mine as well. Anything else we got?
Highest player left on y'all's boards? Me, it's Spencer Rattler, and then Austin Booker.
It's Eichenberg for me, the linebacker from Ohio State.
What y'all got?
Van Pran.
Van Pran for me. Yeah.
I took Cam Hart.
Ooh,
no.
Hart, corner out of Notre Dame. All right.
Nope, I messed it up. DJ James is my highest left.
Gotcha.
Cam Hart, Notre Dame. I got Cam Hart if somebody's interested in talking about it.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Let me think if I get down to my cornerbacks here. Good old Cam Hart. I felt like I looked at a million cornerbacks for some silly reason.
There are a million of them.
But I did them all. Come on, Brian. Cam Hart. He'll line up on both sides of the formation. He's got excellent length. He's 6'3", he's 202. Smooth, control back pedal. He'll come forward when he reads the play. Would like to see him drive on the ball a little better at times. Length helps him play the ball underneath. Not afraid to mix it up as a tackler. Was a captain for the Irish. He wears a shoulder harness on his left shoulder the majority of the season. That's something that might needed to be checked. That maybe he has somewhat of a little bit of a shoulder problem. But obviously the Chargers think that he's okay. He doesn't always find the ball right away. He tends to clutch, grab, hold when dealing with receivers. I didn't see him get called for it, but it could be a problem in the league. His time speed is good, but his playing speed might lack a little pace when running shoulder to shoulder with receivers. I felt like too often receivers were able to get even and separate from him. So that kind of a build up the speed type of player.
Yeah, converted wide receiver there, Cam Hart. And that's why I think you see him do a good job. Like he kind of understands the route running.
Yeah, I think he makes you I think we got to see in the Senior Bowl even so is that if you have a whole bunch of wasted movement, if you're false stepping, he's going to make you pay.
Right.
And he's able to stay with people. So, and he's hard to fool. Like I said that as well. He's hard to fool in route as well. So also too, we value a corner that comes up and tackles, and he's not afraid to come up and tackle as well. But I did notice the shoulder thing, Brian.
Yeah.
So that is something to look into.
He's a good-looking player, though. I mean, that's
he is.
6'3",
he looks the part. He
he's
certainly
very
does.
confident.
Yeah,
very
he's
confident.
very confident player. But yeah, that shoulder harness, I was kind of like, oh no, is my corner dealing with it?
The Chargers took him?
Yeah, Chargers got him.
All right, now the Bills are on the clock here.
The Bills have kind of had a good little draft too, right?
Yeah.
They have 4 picks in this round.
Okay, so they can
Why
make a
would
lot
you
of
say
hay.
that?
Well, this time next year, the Cowboys might be doing the same thing.
Yeah, that's
Cowboys are going to be
That's
loaded up
actually
in the
fair.
5th.
That's the
Yeah,
Somebody
they
that's
have
gonna
had a
be-
good draft. Keon Coleman, Cole Bishop, the safety out of Utah, Dwayne Carter, the defensive tackle out of Duke, and then Ray Davis, running back out of Kentucky, which really kind of hurt our souls a little bit.
A bit.
But here's their pick in the 5th round, 6th overall pick of the 5th round, 141 overall. You think they maybe look at another receiver? Because there's still some really good ones. I mean, Brendan Rice, Malik Washington is out there. Cephas, if they want another big-bodied receiver. I wonder where Buffalo ends up going with this pick.
I would have to think they take another receiver with one of these 4
I think
picks
so. Like
in the
they've
5th.
got to.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to those on the fan side here on 105.3 The Fan, we will be in about an hour from now. You will transition to Texas Rangers baseball. It'll be Peyton Russell who's in master control, and our guy Jared Sandler. They'll do a little crosstalk leading into the Rangers and Reds game. We'll continue on the Odyssey app, on the stream, on the Fan, but also on DallasCowboys.com. Here's the Bills selection.
Oh, Van Pran.
Wow.
I love this.
They lost their center.
They did. They released Mitch Morse, and here they go with Cedric Van Pran, who size 6'4", 298. Van Pran's another guy who's interesting, and a couple of these centers are sliding. But Van Pran was one I thought like 3rd round. He'd probably go top center prospect in the nation coming out of high school. 3-year starter at Georgia, back-to-back national champion.
You had a third on him.
There's
Yeah, me
times I think the knock on him, he could get stood up at the point of attack, but he doesn't get knocked back. Like, he will get stood up, but he maintains his ground. You don't see him get pushed back into the lap of the quarterback much. He can lunge a little bit. He can play a little top-heavy from what I saw. Not as fast to get to the second level as some other centers in this class, but he will knock you in the ground. Like, he's got some really viciousness to his game.
This is really good value for the Bills. Out of Warren Easton High School there in New Orleans, as you mentioned, the highest-ranked center in his recruiting class. And it's tough to find true centers out of the high school ranks. Typically, those are converted guards that you see in those Power 5 ranks that you see man in the interior there. But he was a true center from day one, and yeah, you see that mauling mentality that he has, the aggressiveness. The cerebral part was a big part of what teams really liked about him. Meeting with him at the combine, you can sense that just in a short conversation with him. He takes his business very seriously. He comes from a really good family where that was very much instituted in him. And that Warren Easton program, if you're ever around that, it's run like a military at times too. So they keep those kids that come out of that program. They have very similar character traits. And Cedric Van Pran Granger, he's going to be the next one. He's going to be a great fit up in Buffalo too.
Okay, now we got the Colts on the clock. That pick is in as we're moving fast and furious right now.
sitting about 32 picks out from the Cowboys slot.
Who are the Colts? You have anybody have the Colts? Who they've drafted here? So, how about the rant that Chris Ballard went on about the Mitchell? Everybody talking about the rumors of Mitchell and he's a bad kid and all that stuff like that, and he was basically calling out the media. It's like, put your name on that.
This is a fun draft class so far. Latu, they got the first defensive player in the entire draft. Adonai Mitchell in the second round, as you mentioned, Brian. Matt Gonsalves, the tackle out of Pittsburgh that Dallas had in for a 30 visit, and then Tanner Bortolini, the center out of Wisconsin. So, they could go a couple of different directions here. I wonder if running back is a thought. With Jonathan Taylor. They've had a weird relationship with him over the course of the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, it's been really bizarre there with Jonathan Taylor.
They could stand out of the building. They could stand a corner, and I mean, there's corners on the board.
There are some corners still available. I mean, how about King from Penn State?
I like him a lot, and I know again, here's another guy that didn't run a great time. Trust me, I could have gone to State College and got him at 38 yards, and we'd all been happy. The tape is good on the player. You watch him, the toughness he plays with, the cover ability. I don't see people running away from him. I mean, I see the physicality he plays with. I think he's a smart kid, the football intelligence and all that. He's 4'6" guy right now, and teams around the league really don't like that.
Yeah, I mean, Abrams Drain's still there. DJ James from Auburn.
Are we surprised about the Abrams Drains?
Abrams Drain is a medical.
He was flagged, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Medical and smaller guy, weight-wise.
I had a fifth on him before I knew about the medicals, and it was just because of the size aspect, and I felt like he got turned around way too often.
I kind of feel like there's a couple of linebackers. I know you guys don't like Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State.
I do like Eichenberg.
As much as I do. Trotter's another one I would surely consider.
2024 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Gould, wide receiver, Oregon State.
There you go, Anthony Gould. There's some speed. Bobby, you were a big Anthony Gould guy, weren't you? I think Aisha was too.
I liked Anthony Gould more than, I guess, everybody else did, because I remember right after I had seen him, I was like, man, he's really impressive. I knew that he was at Shrine. He's obviously a smaller guy, but I remember I talked to a couple different people, and I was like, hey, where do you think Anthony Gould goes? And there's a lot of people going like, I don't know, like 6th, 7th, like that kind of area. But I mean, I think that you're talking about really top end speed, a guy who knows how to use pace in his routes, tough, like he plays bigger than he is. To me, I think that he's a really good fit. I think he could project eventually as a starting slot receiver. But he's really impressive to me. I like him a lot, but I understand there's always questions when you're talking about receivers who are 5'8".
Sure.
There's just questions about how much they can contribute consistently for you.
I agree. And then also too, he just plays very under control from what I saw, and the return ability with these rule changes and stuff like that has a lot of value these days as well. So I think Bobby broke him down pretty good.
Colts class: Latu, Adonai Mitchell, Matt Goncalves, the offensive tackle from Pittsburgh, Tanner Bortolini, the center from Wisconsin, now Anthony Gould, wide receiver from Oregon State.
Come on, Oregon.
Solid class here. Atlanta, who's had probably the most bizarre, intriguing, unique.
It's either going to be praised as one of the greatest ones ever to go down in NFL history, or they're going to have to wear it.
Yeah,
yeah.
And seriously, I'm one of these weirdos. I understand the Michael Penix pick. I really do. I mean, I know, it looks like you didn't communicate. Yeah, it looks like you don't have a plan. But sometimes you're thinking like, okay, if maybe this quarterback, when you talk about, the veteran with Cousins, maybe you get it back on track. Maybe you get it back on track. And then now the team is built to the point where you're not picking up there that high. And you're going to never, you never know when you're going to have that opportunity to grab a quarterback. We always talk about the best ones seem to be the ones at the top of the board. Maybe the Falcons, that was a top 10 defense last year.
Was.
But they didn't do anything offensively.
But why sign Cousins? Why sign him though? If you know
Penix, maybe the situation, the evaluation that they did not have of Penix. Maybe they didn't have the opportunity to meet with him. Maybe they didn't have the opportunity to really study him like they needed to. I think to me, yes, it's $100 million. Yes, is that an expensive bridge? Yep, it absolutely is. but maybe it gets you back on track to winning football games and winning the NFC South.
Sure.
And then now your team is built in the right way and going in the right way where a quarterback could step in and be that guy. I'm just trying to be...
No, I get it, but would you have been dumbfounded if at pick 24, let's say heading into this draft, the Cowboys had finished a 3 or 4 year extension with Dak, and then even after the extension signed, they pick Penix at 24? Wouldn't you be like, what are we doing here?
I understand what you're saying there.
Yeah.
I do. I just think the end for Cousins is closer. I think Cousins is a 2-year deal. That's what I think. I think it's, he's
just
coming
seems
off
like Penix just seems like a quarterback who needs to play now, though, to me.
Well, the problem is all these quarterbacks, we've seen the train wreck that's been quarterbacks played now. Fields, Wilson, these teams, and I think the Falcons are good enough.
Stroud?
Well, Stroud, I think, to me, I think that Houston is they're a better football team than with the Jets and the ones, the Bears. I just think Houston has got better talent.
Herbert, we've seen more examples of guys stepping in and playing.
And next to me is Tiffany on the Falcons flag team Stuttgart to announce the pick.
With the 143rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select J.D. Bertrand, linebacker, Notre Dame.
I like this kid a lot.
Okay, JT Bertrand from Notre Dame. We'll break him down. We'll also talk more about this Falcons draft. I think that's interesting as we wait on this Cowboys pick to come up. We're now sitting at pick 144. Cowboys due up at 174. And we're getting closer and closer. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft at 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. All right, JT Bertrand out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, and I actually had him just above the linebacker from Notre Dame that the Cowboys took. And this kid, to me, the thing that's super impressive about him is the way that both these Notre Dame linebackers get to the football. Mm-hmm. And this guy's one of the quickest readers of linebacker. When you talk about readers, he is the quickest one in sort of study of seeing what's going on in front of it and then process the information and then go. He's a quick trigger, downhill player. He's a very good tackler, whether it's in space or filling the gap. He's instinctive. He'll beat the blocker to the ball. He's at the right place at the right time when the ball is run. He has a better chance of making plays on the move, though. I think he's one of these guys. He's 6'1", he's 235, but you kind of need him to be on the move a little bit. But it's the coverage. He has speed to carry the running backs and tight ends. He does a nice job being positioned throughout the route. He played a lot more coverage snaps than he did pass rush snaps, but I felt like he was somewhat of a better blitzer when they let him do that than really a cover guy.
60 pressures on him.
Yeah. He's excellent communication. I know Aisha likes to point that out about your linebackers. The pre-snap stuff, letting his teammates know what's going on. Fundamental player. He lacks a little athletic ability, but his ability to read, the smarts, the toughness are impressive. He is rarely fooled on a play. Nothing flashy, but pretty consistent in the way he plays overall. J.D. Bertrand, 6'1", 235 out of Notre Dame.
Yeah, 5-year player.
Two-time team captain.
Yeah, Brian mentioned the blitz ability, 60 pressures, 5.5 sacks. He has awareness in zone coverage as well. He's not super duper lengthy.
Yeah.
But he does have a closing speed to him as well. So no, 5-year player, like I said. So I think that's where some of the IQ comes in.
Right.
I just think linebacker is a position that over time you get better, and that's how it works. Austin Booker to the Bears.
It's a fun pick for them.
Mm-hmm.
Very fun pick. So Austin Booker finally off the board there.
Chicago owned that. Wait, Buffalo.
Man, that's
Buffalo
a great
got that pick from Chicago, and then Chicago got it back.
Yeah.
Is that how that worked on that one?
Yeah. How did that go? Let's see.
Those things sometimes are hard to track.
I know. Yeah, from Chicago through Buffalo.
Okay. So, yeah. Anybody want to talk about Booker?
I mean, oof.
Yeah, versatile.
I love Booker.
Yeah, or not versatile, athletic off the edge, but not a ton of experience. Really only had that one season at Kansas. He redshirted when he got there and needed a little bit of time to develop. But once he was able to touch the field, he had he had a really productive season last year for the Jayhawks. Was a violent, athletic threat. You saw him getting to the football. He's trying to take heads off. It may have been the speed. I wonder if that kind of concerned some teams because you see this athletic presence coming off the edge, but then he didn't run great at the combine. But nevertheless, the 8 sacks, the forced fumbles that he was able to force in the running game, he did a lot last year for the Jayhawks. In my opinion, he needed to stay one more year. I kept thinking that as I was watching him on tape. I was like, man, if he just stays one more year, he's for sure a day 2 pick. And he ends up falling to the 5th. We'll see if it works out for him. I think Chicago could be a good fit for him. They need kind of an athletic presence off that edge. But yeah, Austin Booker, I like what he brings to the table. He's going to be really fun in that NFC North trying to stop the run, especially with the running backs that are in that division now.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned, Nick, that you felt like he needed to stay an extra year. I thought that would be helpful to him as well, just because of the size. And, that's the thing, giving him another year to put on a little bit more functional strength and put on a little bit more muscle. Yeah, the pursuit to the ball is what stands out. But go ahead. I'm going to let you go. So there. Okay.
105.3 The Fan.
All righty, draft moving along nicely here. Pick 145, Denver Broncos on the clock. We just talked about JT Bertrand on the stream, who went to the Atlanta Falcons from Notre Dame. Austin Booker, edge player from Kansas, just goes to the Chicago Bears. Bears at pick 144 in the 5th round. And
who just went to the Bears?
Austin Booker.
Austin Booker. I didn't write it down.
Kansas, 6'6", 245. Nick and Aisha were just talking about him. My notes on Booker, who I think this is tremendous value for him. I had him graded as a 3rd rounder. Yeah. Transferred from Minnesota as a redshirt sophomore. Long, skinny build. Usually has good burst off the line, but at times I think you can see him get fatigued. Yes. And that might be because he's a little bit skinny. But he slaps the hands to get off blocks. I love that. Does a good job of going speed to power, good bull rush. Really good instincts in the run game for me. Plays with patience, reads where the ball's going, and he plays to the whistle. I like the play temperament there. There's times you can see him take over games sometimes with his speed as a rusher off the edge, but also just living in the backfield. Like the K-State tape was super impressive. He can crash down the line in the run game. I thought there was lots to like about him. One of the better edge rushers I felt in the class that really to me was not a great edge rushing group. There were a couple of guys that stood out, but a lot of incomplete type of players. I get maybe being just kind of skinny, and I think Nick Brian, was it you had heard some teams had kind of looked at maybe playing him at linebacker or even off ball.
Yeah, he worked as a linebacker at the combine.
Yeah.
But when you don't see him drop when you watch Kansas.
No, you don't watch him at all.
But at the combine, some teams asked to work him out as a linebacker. That might be his fit.
No, I agree. I think he does rush with a plan. You see different things that he's able to do with his hands. He extends his arms. He can stab the tackle, especially in the chest, and take him off balance. He has a spin move that he uses, swim move that he uses. You mentioned the initial power. Yeah, he's interesting as a pass rusher, but I like Nick said, I do agree that I thought that maybe he could put on just a tad bit more size.
Yeah, he needs to,
and be able to withstand. But that takes time, because a lot of these guys, these DNs, seem like they're getting drafted, and they're going to have to do the same thing.
When does the lack of snap count, Brian? Because I know that was a problem for you with Amarius Mims. Like, is this a round where it's like, well, you'll feel comfortable gambling on the lack of snaps for Booker?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay. Snaps for Booker, really quick. I'm trying to do the math really
505.
fast. 505. Yeah.
500. Wow.
15 games.
Abrams-Drain just got drafted.
Chris Abrams-Drain, 5'11", 179 corner out of Mizzou. That was another name we saw linked to the Cowboys there. At least they visited with him. Was it at the Combine?
No, they didn't.
There was a talk.
May have been an informal. I don't
that
believe
informal
thing. To the airport.
Anything can be an informal, really. But I mean, hey, you say, hey, we meet up with you in the hotel lobby. Say what's up. But Chris Abrams-Drain as a slot corner. Well, I mean, he played outside there, but I think he can project inside as well at the next level. He was a fun watch at Mizzou.
Scrappy.
Very scrappy. He transitioned from wide receiver to DB in 2021. Another one of these guys is a redshirt freshman. Came out of high school as a 4-star wide receiver. Also played quarterback his senior year. He's asked to play off ball most of the time there at Mizzou. Shows awareness in zone. I think he's a fluid athlete. Keeps everything in front of him. Now, he'll give up some completions underneath, but he does a good job of rallying, coming up, making the tackle. I liked him best when he's up closer to the line and he can play some bump and run, because I think he runs well, can stay on that hip pocket and mirror receivers. I do think he can get overpowered, though, by physical receivers, especially in the run game. Not a guy he can struggle to get off blocks, but good speed. I like this pick, upside player, to get him here. And I think he was knocked, wasn't he, for, was it a medical?
Yep,
or was
he had medical.
medicals? Yeah, so that might be why he slid. Aisha, what did you think about Abram
Oh,
Strain?
I didn't know. I don't know. I can't remember the gentleman that we were talking about yesterday that we kind of were comping to a J. Lou, but I do think.
Oh, Sanders still.
Yeah,
the Michigan
but I think
corner.
that Chris Abram Strain might be a little bit closer, but I thought that he'd be a fantastic replacement for Jordan Lewis in the slot, and to be able to man that former wide receiver, a lot of the same background in that regard, willing tackler, all that stuff. You mentioned just how sticky he is, and I do think he trusts his recovery speed a little too much. He's going to take some chances. He'll take a few risks, but the start and stop ability from him is I think it's elite level at this point. So I can't believe that he fell this far, but especially with nickel corner being so valuable to me in this league. But here we are. It's the draft.
Man, shout out to our loyal listeners at First Round Bus. Just gave me the details on that trade with the Bills and the Bears. So at pick number 144, Bills have traded their pick originally acquired from the Bears for Ryan Bates back to the Bears. Bills get a 2025 fourth round pick out of it. So basically Ryan Bates for a 2025 fourth. So that pick just swapping hands. It's interesting. Appreciate the Tolos and our Cowboy fans that are watching us and helping out there. Okay,
He just went to Tennessee.
Jarvis Brownlee Jr., another corner. So back-to-back corner from Louisville going to the Tennessee Titans. Who wants to take on the Brownlee Jr. train here?
I got it right here. Hang on just a second. You got it? Go ahead.
I'll start while you.
No,
you
go ahead.
put it
Yeah.
up.
He starts, you finish.
Another shorter guy that could probably play in the nickel around 5'10", but he's able to get into the backfield and play the running game a little bit stronger than some of those guys that you might see at that frame. That's what stood out to me in my limited knowledge of Jarvis Brownlee, but I'll let Brian take over from there. But run game was what stood out.
Yeah, he's a transfer from Florida State. He plays the boundary corner for the Cardinals, which means he plays to the sidelines. So he gets to use the sidelines as his extra defender. He's used in the slot. He's not the biggest guy, but he has some weight to him at 194. He does a nice job of competing at the position. He can be really good when he walks up on the receiver. He plays that man coverage. He's best when he can play that tight press coverage. I don't really know how well he runs. Notre Dame sent a receiver out on a slot that ended up being a touchdown that he didn't catch up very well to. But I do think he's got quick feet. I do think he's got some change of direction in his play. I think he's more than willing to step up and make a play on the ball when it comes to tackling. He's not afraid to mix it up. He's very good feet to mirror on the outside and stay with the receiver in the short and intermediate areas of the field. And I do like this kid's instinct. His lack of speed might be, to me, his biggest concern.
Yeah, you mentioned the competitive toughness, though, with Brownlee, and that's something that really popped for me. There's an edge, there's a nastiness, there's a physicality there. I also wonder, Brian, you talk about some of the speed issues. I think that also results in some grabbiness.
Yes.
Where he's trying to recover, not let guys blow by him. But I mean, look, I think you're talking about fifth round, 5'10", but I think he plays a little longer than that. He's got decent arm length for relative to his height, but I think that Brownlee here, middle of the fifth round or wherever we're at, I don't hate that pick at all.
Me either. I think that at this point in the draft as well, very intriguing selection there for Jarvis Brownlee Jr. What do you got?
I'm laughing at what I wrote. I said,
What'd you write?
I said he's not afraid to tackle. In fact, he's trying to hurt you.
Yeah. He is.
Very matter of fact.
Okay. Right.
And I wonder, if running back is not in consideration here. 147 is the pick we're on now. We're getting closer to the Cowboys selection at 174.
Well, think about what all the scouts talked about. Think about the type of person. We don't have that opportunity, but think about the guys the traits, the guys that might have, the speed, the guy that might have the quickness, the guy that might have the length, the guy. I mean,
give me Tracy of the guys that are.
Yeah, if you're talking about going out and getting.
There goes Audric Estime, and I like Audric Estime, but I don't believe. I mean, he's not a guy that's going to give you a lot of juice. So I don't think, with that description, he was really in play as a Cowboy consideration.
That offense in Denver, just one big bucket of mid.
You gotta stop.
That's how I feel about it.
I mean,
didn't
your
love
description
Estime.
of the most mid quarterback room in the history of the NFL.
It's not bad. It's just
was
very,
pretty great.
Nah,
very mid.
it is though. It's kind of.
But there's another running back off the board.
I'll let Sean know you think that about it. I'm just kidding.
Audric Estime out of Notre Dame. I do like Audric Estime, though. I mean, he's the perfect size, well built, strong lower body. He's a weaving style of runner. You know, he's got some jump cuts, goes right, then darts left to avoid defenders, initial quickness and burst. You know, in the open field, he does have a little bit of a second year, but he is a guy that can get chased down from behind. There's no question about that. North and South type player. You know, he's a guy that he's not going to make something out of nothing. Much like when we talked about with Bo Allen.
Right.
He can roll off a lineman. Now, ball security to me might be an issue because when I was watching him against Navy, he did cough one up. Ball gets punched out from behind, but he's tough to bring down, man, when he gets moving with a full head of steam downhill.
Oh yeah, I mean, I said holy strong legs. That's where he finds a lot of
Yeah.
his power from. It's just how strong his legs are, and his stature stands out to you because even though he's not super tall, you see how strong he is. And again, similar to Braylon Allen in that sense of, he's difficult to tackle because of the strength and power. What happened?
Tommy Eichenberg, Ohio State linebacker, going to the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll tell you more about Tommy Eichenberg and the Bengals pick, which is coming up next. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft at 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
If you shout,
what about, like, I mean, I don't know if they would dip into linebacker again.
Oh, I think there's a good chance we're just going to look at who's the best player left, because I mean this is
okay.
The board just looks to me right now, just kind of scanning it. It looks very jumbled.
It's very jumbled. My best player left would be Jeremiah Trotter Jr. and then Hunter Norzad.
Brian, would you do you like Christian Jones enough to say if Christian Jones just keeps sliding, you'll just take him?
Man, I don't know. I mean, I've completely lost all my first, second. I've lost all my. I've got third round guys left. I mean, guys I've got like Mahogany, Ford, Trotter. Those are guys I have left. Fourth round guys. You know, I'm still holding in there pretty good at all positions. I've got a lot more edges in the fourth round. I mentioned Caesar from Houston, Gabe Murphy from UCLA, Jackson, Kamara. You know, Watson, the linebacker, you know, King, Newton, McLaughlin. I've got some corners there. I've got a safety in Hampton. Got a lot of wide receivers, though, too. We talk about Rice, Washington from Virginia, right?
Jabari Thrash, Isaiah Williams.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm kind of...
Kalen Carson, Wake Forest. That's kind of glaring to me. I love that guy. I got a fourth round grade on him. I think they did talk with him too.
Yeah, they did. They had a formal with him at the combine.
That wouldn't be a bad pick.
Yeah, I mean, names that just kind of stand out that I just would have figured would have gone by now or gone around here. Just run down the positions: Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt, Malik Washington, Taj Washington, Brendan Rice, Christian Jones.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I say, my fourth round board, I feel like it's holding up. Yeah, but, you know, like I say...
Mekhi Wingo, Kamara, Kalen Carson.
Yeah, my third round guys are all injured.
DJ
Mahogany,
James.
Ford. You know, and Trotter's just probably short. That's probably the problem with him.
But here in the fifth, I mean, how much do you kind of look past that?
That's not just short, though. I mean, he's not. He's heavy-footed, too.
I don't agree with you on that. But
you don't think so? You think he's fast?
I think if you watch him play, I think there's some sideline to sideline to him. I don't. I see the biggest problem I think he has is because he's short and he's not very long, and people get on him a little bit. But I think he could play to the outside if he had to.
Yeah, I mean, maybe get to the outside. I don't see him as a, like, you know, open up the hole and fill a gap. Like I think that I don't know that he has the closing speed to get in there.
He'll avoid blocks. I mean, that's the one thing. I think he's got a little bit of a feel for that. But that, you know, I like I said, maybe I'm thinking too much of his pops. Pops was a really good player.
No, I mean, outside of the Duke game, I thought he did. I mean, the Duke game was the only game where it was like, man, this guy doesn't look. He looked like a shell of himself, and I think it was an outlier type of performance.
Yeah.
Eichenberg, though, is a good pick for the Raiders.
There's something happened there. Maybe I was way too high. I saw a really good. I did see a sideline to sideline guy.
He suffers. He suffers because just the way the position is kind of going away from kind of the build that
he's
he
like your
has
old
and stuff.
school linebacker.
He is, and it's
Ooh, Josh Newton.
Yeah, it's kind of crappy, but I think
Cincinnati.
that's why he's
Good for
suffering
him.
in that way.
Yeah.
He dropped the way he did.
Yeah, Josh Newton was somebody that came to the Cowboys for a pre-draft visit. One of the more fun guys I got to talk to.
Like a Dallas Day guy?
Yeah, so he was he's a native of Monroe, Louisiana, aka Funro. Started at UL Monroe and then transitioned his way to TCU just in time for that national championship run. And man, TCU has put out so many good corners over the course of the last decade and guys that were super productive at the college level. And that has transitioned past the Gary Patterson era, now into the Sonny Dykes era with Josh Newton. And a lockdown guy. He plays for his family back home. He had a cousin who took his own life. He's very open about that a journey that he's kind of had to go through with his family, and he's very much looking forward to getting that NFL contract and being able to take care of his family. That was something that we talked about quite a bit during his pre-draft visit. But great kid, great character. He was the only one that hugged me during the pre-draft visits. He just came in and gave everybody a hug. We're like, all right, man, come on, let's go. But yeah, fun row zone. Let's look at what he can bring as a player. He can play off a little bit. He can play press. He was able to cover Travis Hunter a little bit in that first game last season against Colorado. And I'll let Zach take us out of break here.
That's a mistake.
The 2024 NFL Draft continues on DallasCowboys.com and 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we've had a couple of picks flying off the board here, and some good picks. Tommy Eichenberg, the most recent one to the Raiders right before we went to break. Raiders having a quietly good draft here. Brock Bowers, Jackson Powers-Johnson, Delmar Glaze, the offensive tackle from Maryland, DeCamerion Richardson, the corner from Mississippi State, and then now Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State. 3-year starter, 2-time team captain, smart, instinctive player. Really physical that rallies to the football. I know you liked Eichenberg, Brian, quite a bit.
Yeah, I did. I had him really high on my board. This kid has a nose for the football. He's in attack mode right off the jump. Plays right at him. He can carry the edge. I think he's instinctive. I think he can read. I think he can react. I think he's played like he's shot out of a cannon a couple of times there, the way how fast he can read it and go. He'll make his share of plays in space. He puts on a clinic on how to tackle. He's like a form tackling machine when it comes to that. He was a wrap-up player, the technique, the finish. Movement allows him, I think, to play well in coverage. I've seen him carry routes. I've seen him drop in zone. I've seen him have a feel for how to, work through gaps, creases, and all that to make a tackle in the running game or get to after the quarterback. He'd be very disruptive in the way he plays.
Where did Delmar Glaze go?
Third round.
The Raiders.
Yeah.
He's been gone.
Oh, wow. Okay, here we go. Spencer Rattler to the Saints. And the Saints needed a quarterback. They didn't end up getting one of those guys early. We thought maybe they'd be in play for a Bo Nix if you were to slide there. Josh Newton, by the way, the cornerback at TCU, went to the Bengals right before. But here's Spencer Rattler, goes 150 overall in the 5th round. His job was taken away at Oklahoma by Caleb Williams during the Texas game at about halftime. Caleb Williams comes in, never gave the job back up for the rest of the year. Then Spencer Rattler transfers to South Carolina. Funnily enough, then Caleb Williams left with Lincoln Riley to go to USC. But the talent's always been there with Rattler. There was a time Rattler coming out was predicted to be a top 10 high first-round pick.
Number 1 overall even.
I think with him at Oklahoma, he was easily rattled under pressure.
That makes sense.
And at South Carolina, I think you've seen flashes of really good play, but it's very inconsistent at times. I do think he improved and was a better player at South Carolina than what he was at Oklahoma. I thought that some team would take a flyer on the talent and upside here. But for the Saints, this makes sense.
Somewhere, Michael Pratt from Tulane is now wearing a chip on his shoulder.
Yeah.
I would have rather taken Pratt than Rattler.
I would rather have Pratt than Rattler myself.
Especially to stay in New Orleans.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
That to me, and nothing against Spencer Rattler, but I think he is wildly inconsistent. Mm-hmm. And as a quarterback, I can't have my guy being the player of the game and then the next day being the player of the game for the other team. And I think he's got a little of that to him.
Not for the other team, Brian.
Yeah,
I wouldn't expect him to say that.
I mean, he is inconsistent. He is smaller. He has, he was somebody at Oklahoma who at times was considered a little bit of a malcontent. And so, I mean, there are a lot of questions around
entitled?
him. Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot about him that is intriguing. I think that he's done a really good job in the last couple of years since Oklahoma to really steady his foot mechanics and everything kind of working from the waist up. Everything's a lot more fluid than it once was. I in an era when we talk about trying to push the ball downfield and things like that, I'm not overly impressed with the way he throws the deep ball. I think it flutters at times, and to me, I don't know if the snap's always there on his throws.
Yeah, and I think that's a mechanic issue. I think sometimes his mechanics are just off.
He throws off base a lot and things like that, and that's gonna be hard on you depending on how you generate power from your hips. I mean, you mentioned the fact that like you didn't like the deep ball from him. I do think that he has a quick release, and some of the arm can be powerful, but like you guys said, the lower half of his mechanics really throw off a lot of what he does. He gets undisciplined when he's trying to make plays. Man,
he goes back too. He's one of those guys who he will. You'll see him take a step back, rush starts coming, and you're like, why are you 20 yards from the line of scrimmage right now?
Yes, 100%.
He must have had an awful offensive line at some point in his development. It's typically something you see with these young quarterbacks.
And it's just like it's just like a little bounce. It's like he just bounces and drifts. And it's like, how did you? It's like the kid who's in the pool, and it's like, how did you just float into the 10 feet water? Get back here, like before you know it. It's almost like that.
That was me as a kid.
Well, he also, I mean, as a quarterback, you can't be a poor teammate, and he was in the early stages of his career. I did not hear good things about him at Oklahoma. I do think that he matured quite a bit and grew as a person at South Carolina, so that might have improved.
So once he separated from the Lincoln Riley system.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Why are you taking strays on Lincoln Riley?
It's just, I find it fascinating, some of the questions that have existed about quarterbacks who spent time in Lincoln Riley's program. Baker Mayfield, Kyler Murray, Caleb Williams,
Missouri,
Spencer Rattler.
They've had
it's
6
consistent.
players drafted.
Philadelphia on the clock.
So
I mean, hey, they won a Cotton Bowl this year.
Wow.
That was a talented team. All right, Philadelphia on the clock here at 152.
First of 4 picks
you know
for
what?
the Eagles.
You know what the Eagles are going to do here? And I don't know this. I'm just going to throw it out.
I am not excited.
They should take Jeremiah Trotter Jr.
Wouldn't
that be nice?
That would be nice.
That would make sense.
I think he's arguably the best player on the board right now for me.
Philadelphia, in like their back seven weren't great last year.
And they need
right?
their linebackers aren't good.
No,
their linebackers and their secondary wasn't good. They've addressed the secondary with 2 picks already.
Quarterback isn't good either.
Jail.
Maybe take Pratt.
And they could take Pratt. Now, who's their backup? They lost Mariota.
What do you think they're going to do at center? I mean, are they?
They like the guy who came out of Nebraska a couple years ago, smaller guy, Cam Jurgens. Yeah.
Jurgens.
Oh, he's going to be their guy.
Jalen Carleys went out of Mizzou to the Colts, the safety. Just to reiterate that, I mean, we're still waiting on the Cowboys here. We're getting closer though. I mean, we're within shooting distance. We're within striking distance.
Still got some good wide receivers on the board. I got a good tight end in Bell. I don't know if you want to do that. Christian Jones, the tackle. I don't know if you want to do that. Norzad, the center. I've mentioned him, and then my edges I think are holding up all right too. I mentioned Caesar, Murphy, Jackson, Kamara. I mean I feel like I could pick a guy here.
I mean if like Scott McCurley told us he hoped to get another linebacker today. I mean there's still up there.
Ford, Trotter, Watson,
Jeremiah
Jacobs,
Trotter, Curtis Jacobs, James Williams, Nathaniel Watson.
Jacobs is the highest one I have left.
Of the linebackers?
Yeah, Jacobs, Trotter, Watson, Ford.
I mean, Watson and Hunter were guys that they showed some interest in.
You told me Ford is a medical guy.
Ford has some medical stuff apparently for some
Ford
teams.
could have been a Dallas Day guy.
He was.
Yeah I mean, so I'm sure that they've. I think Jalen Ford would be a great pick.
He was one of the last ones to come in for a visit, and I got to catch up with him more in depth at the Texas Pro Day. And he would love to be able to stay here in Frisco and play his NFL ball. Played high school at Frisco Lone Star High School. Practiced at the Star, played at the Star. So yeah, it's definitely
that'd be a fun pick.
Has no one touched your guy, Olofashino?
Edefon Olafoshio, out of Washington. He's still available on the board. He's my 10th overall linebacker still, and he's still available.
I would argue for Kalen Carson here. I would like that pick. I think that's a good player, that cornerback. I like Carson. Trotter Jr. would be my top linebacker. There's an interesting. What about Malik Washington out of Virginia?
Yeah, man, that would be.
I'll tell you what.
They need some speed.
He transferred right to Virginia. He was I believe his 1 year that he was at Virginia was huge. That's how he's gotten drafted, or that's how he's he's trying to get
from Northwestern.
Yeah, he was at Northwestern. He went to Virginia, and he blew it up at Virginia.
He did.
Yeah. I like Rice, Jerry Rice's kid. Brendan Rice, a little bit better out of USC. If you gave me choices, but they're both right there for me. Tags touching at wide receiver.
Yeah, Brendan Rice is actually in the area.
Just about to mention that.
Did you see that? Man, that's a sad deal. I saw this from Ian Rappaport. I guess, Nick, you saw it too. But he flew into Dallas to be a pallbearer and give the obituary speech at his best friend Keith Miller's funeral today.
Oh, Barnacle.
So he passed away 2 weeks ago. His buddy did. And I guess he'll be answering his draft call probably either from the funeral or post funeral. But I mean, that's your heart goes out to that situation there with Brendan Rice.
And here's the Eagles. Not to make Aisha mad.
All right, Filthy.
STEM ambassadors from MLSEP, who some of them are play on our football team. We are here in Accra, Ghana, building water filtration systems and prosthetic limbs using our 3D printers.
And now, for a special moment, combining the two continents, Kenny will do the honors.
With the 152nd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Anaya Smith, wide receiver from Texas A&M University.
I like Smith from A&M. That's a slot receiver. Honestly, you talk about struggling with bad quarterback play.
He's going to have that now.
He dealt with that at Texas A&M quite a bit. But that guy, he owns a 36-game consecutive streak with a catch.
Yeah, he's really productive out of the slot for them. You go ask Nick Eatman upstairs about how he feels about Anaya Smith, because he was the Arkansas killer at AT&T Stadium throughout his career as an Aggie. But as you mentioned, he dealt with a lot of quarterback turmoil during his time in College Station, whether it be guys transferring, guys not panning out, them starting different guys, injuries. I think he probably played with 6 or 7 different quarterbacks at some point or time, but it's the special teams returnability as well. I think him and Anthony Gould and Tulu Griffin out of Mississippi State, wherever he ends up, I think those 3 are probably going to compete for an all-rookie return team. But out of Fort Bend Dulles in Missouri City, Texas, he made his way just north to Texas A&M and College Station. But he was super productive for them throughout his time there. First team All-SEC in his final season, 5-year starter. This was a guy, whenever he was coming out of high school, that maybe some would have expected to be a 3-year guy, but he really just honed in on his craft as an Aggie. Probably could have come out last year and been around the same draft stock, but nevertheless, he ends up around the same spot, in a really good spot, I think, in Philly. So Smith and Smith, Devontae and Anais there in the slot for the Eagles.
There you go.
I did not watch him, but I do know that what's interesting about him, there's some people who project him as just like weapon, like that they think he should be like. I know one team I talked to said they thought of him as more of a scat back, and they would actually, if they had picked him, they would have used him in the backfield a lot.
He makes some sharp cuts.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I mean, he's a former running back. You see that in some of the decisions he makes in the open field and how he's able to turn upfield, use his vision as well. Very tough nose player, like you said. And I also feel like he is willing to block despite his size as well. He'll throw his little body around out there.
Okay, so we've got Aeneas Smith, who ends up going to the Eagles. Eagles draft right now. You got Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo, Cooper DeJean out of Iowa, Jalix Hunt, the edge from Houston Christian, Will Shipley, the running back from Clemson, and now Anais Smith, the wide receiver from A&M. That's a pretty good haul.
It's pretty fun. Those first 3 picks, I'd stack up with any other team right now.
Oh, man. That's you hate to see it. All right, we're at pick 153. We are waiting on the Cowboys to get back on the clock. They will be picking here, in about 20 picks or so for the Cowboys to get on the clock here. So waiting on that, and we've been talking about the board. Obviously, we were eyeing running backs. There was a run on running backs that happened. So now, I mean, the only guy that I think you'd have to maybe take, because I'm just not sure where he'd go, would be Tyrone Tracy Jr. I think that's the guy where I think other teams would be intrigued, converted wide receiver to running back. Otherwise, I think Frank Gore Jr. could hang around.
Does anybody like Schrader from Missouri?
I'm not a huge fan.
Cody?
Yeah, Cody Schrader. I'm not a huge fan, but I respect his story. Former walk-on, went to Missouri and was productive
Led
for
the
them.
SEC in rushing, right?
Yeah. He's just I don't think he brings anything to the NFL level. I think he's a great college back, but I don't think he brings anything to the NFL. There's not breakaway speed. There's not a ton of receiving ability in my end there, but I could see a team swinging on him for depth competition.
Yeah. For this team, talking about juice, Schrader, I don't think
Schrader doesn't bring the juice.
Well, then what's Isaiah
tough.
Davis? What does he do?
Yeah, that's my guy. That's my guy.
Is he bringing juice?
Yeah, absolutely.
You think he's got the juice?
6'2", 220 pounds, and these long strides out in the open field that can really make it work.
Brendan Jackson just went to the Rams.
Okay, Brendan Jackson, another edge from Washington State.
A good player, too.
And you know what? The Rams have done a great job of hitting on some. I think it was Byron Young they took out of Tennessee around this time last year. Get off for him was fantastic. Brendan Jackson, what do you guys think about him out of Washington State?
Yeah, one of the better available edges, in my opinion. And the Eagles trading back up. Looks like they're about to take another pick here. But
are you serious?
Yeah, Brendan Jackson. I liked what he did in the run game specifically, but he can get after the passer, man. Up at Wazoo and that poor program that's about to be left in purgatory for a little bit with the Pac-12 disassimilating. But getting after the passer, his combination between getting after the passer and attacking the run game, I think it's one of the more complete edges in the draft. But there's not a ton of upside there. Mm-hmm. That's why I think maybe he slipped so far as he did. But yeah, you see the 6'3", 264 pounds. He's got some athleticism off the edge, but maybe needs to work on his get off a little bit more. That was something that I remember taking away, and then active hands as well. But nevertheless, I think he's a high floor guy that can make a roster.
No, I agree with you. When you watch him, the 264, the frame, he seems filled out already. He kind of seemed like he's in his grown man body. So maybe what he is right now, as far as size and explosiveness and stuff like that, are what he's gonna be, unless he shores up a little bit more technique things. So I agree with you.
He creates some turnovers now.
Oh yeah, he gets his hands in the passing lanes. He's very active.
Yeah, when all of a sudden like he's knocking down balls, he's also one of those guys when it's like a fumble, like he can create fumbles and things like that in the pocket. He was a nightmare for Colorado. They just couldn't block him in that game that I watched.
Okay, Eagles are about to have another pick. We will give that to you in just a moment. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com.
If you shout, "How about them Cowboys?" you have that undeniable.
We're done with Peyton now?
No, we got one more 11-minute segment with Peyton, and then we'll be done. I got to run to the bathroom real quick.
All right, yeah, so we keep it going.
What's
keep it going here.
You guys got
food.
it. You guys
Food.
got it. Just
We're off?
Yeah, no, go ahead. We're on. You go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Philly moving up here. I wonder if they're giving up one of their picks potentially that they still have left here in the.
What is this guy doing? Like I don't know what he's saying, but like no pick 155 should never take 20 minutes to announce.
The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 155th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles.
This pick got traded 5 times, by the way.
With the 155th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jeremiah Trotter Jr., linebacker.
Was it you that called it, Brian?
Let's go!
There you go.
Was it you that called it, Brian? That they need to take Jeremiah Trotter.
And good for him. I drafted his dad in the 1998 draft, 3rd round pick.
One of 4 Pro Bowlers you drafted in that draft, by the way.
His dad was from Stephen F. Austin.
Yeah,
and fascinating player. And he's had a little bit of an injury history. We picked him in the 3rd round, and just an incredible, tough guy. And it's funny when his son. You see all these sons now that play in the league and all. The junior, it's not as big as his dad, but man, I have so much love for his father and what he came in and did for the Philadelphia Eagles. I know it was against us with the Cowboys and stuff like that. I couldn't be more happy. I'm happy for the kid. I'm more happy for the dad because the dad has had a great career with the Philadelphia Eagles. And for the fact now that he can see his son potentially play for a team that he played for, what a great opportunity for him.
Yeah, spent most of his time, at least in high school in the Pennsylvania area, went to St. Joseph's Prep, which is one of the better programs up there in Philly, and now he'll be able to stay home in Philly. I bet he was a local guy for them, and they were able to do a lot of research on him throughout the draft process. So, yeah, Zach, you missed it. Trotter to the Eagles, he called it.
Somebody has a crystal ball in this room. What can I say? What can I say?
So was it you that called it?
What can I say?
Okay, it was Zach that called it.
Now, I said it a couple of picks ago. I was like, you know what? They should just take Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I'm not happy about it. Just actually caught up with Nick Eatman in the bathroom. I was like, oh, Nick, we were just talking about you.
That is very weird.
Mentioned Anaya Smith. He goes, yeah, bleep that guy. It's like, I figured.
Like you ran into him, or you scheduled to meet with him?
No,
in the bathroom?
I saw him. Our clocks just kind of met up, and
Clocks, huh?
Yeah.
We both.
The more they're around each other, the more
ended
they
up going
sync
to
up.
the bathroom at the same time.
I think there's been something in health class about
Do
that.
y'all understand that I am right? The more they're around each other, the more they think, Jesus.
Whatever, dude.
It is kind of.
Is that weird?
I'm happy. I
Yeah,
am
it's
happy.
weird.
I'm
I mean,
It's like the TVA from
there's one
Loki or
bathroom
something.
nearby.
I don't know. It's just it sounded weird coming out of your mouth.
Yeah,
So
I just
does-
seen him in the bathroom.
It's
So
not
do a
weird
lot
as
of
a fact. It's weird in the way you said it.
Okay, well, Jeremiah Trotter Jr. going to the Eagles. Did you guys break it down? Are we upset? I'm upset.
Yeah, I could talk about the young man here as we speak.
I mean, your notes on him are terrible.
Why don't you tell us from the bathroom, Brian?
Yeah,
Yeah, go to
see if I can meet Nick Eatman.
Got a wireless beam?
Exactly. Jeremiah Trotter. Like I said, I drafted his father in 1998 when I was with the Eagles. I like his dad. He plays with fire and passion for his game. He's super competitive in the way he moves to the ball. He's not as big as his dad, but he's super tough in the way he closes to the ball. He's not going to get outworked to get to a play. I love the speed. I love the burst. I think he does a good job of getting in position in order and making a play. Sometimes he'll go a little low for the tackle because he's 6 foot. He's 228 pounds. But he understands the drops where he needs to be in coverage. He needs to where he needs to be in order to prevent the pass.
Be right back.
He will undercut routes in order to knock the ball down. He shows a burst to drive on the ball. He brings some pop as a tackler. But I've seen him take on ball carriers right at the sticks and deny their progress. His lack of height might not be for everybody, but he gets your attention on tape. He's got a little of some traits of Nick Bolton from Kansas City.
That's fair.
That I thought, just some traits, but he's an outstanding player. I felt like he got better each week that he played during the season. So good for Jeremiah Trotter Sr. and now Jr.
Yeah, I wanted to add very, very, very quickly. I thought some of the things he was able to do in coverage were good as well. And also too with linebackers, DBs, these guys, it's the running joke that these guys don't catch the ball. No, like if the ball's in the air, sometimes he'll snatch that thing out the air and get interceptions, turnovers in that way as well. So, yeah, got to see him twice a year now.
With Zach Wolchuk, Brian Broaddus, Bobby Belt, Nick Harris, and Aisha Morrison.
Oh, baby. Pick 156 is in by the Cleveland Browns in the 5th round. Who will they be taking? Zach Wolchuk alongside Bobby Belt. We've got Nick Harris. We've got Aisha Morrison of DallasCowboys.com. And, of course, my partner in crime on the G-Bag Nation, the Super Bowl champion scout, Brian Broaddus, the man himself, the father of the draft show, along with Ed Cahill. Shout out to you, sir. And the Browns selecting Jamari Thrash, wide receiver from Louisville. Very, very good player to get at this time in the draft. 5'11", 188. Do need to go back while you were away. It ended up being the linebacker, Jeremiah Trotter Jr., who ended up being selected by the Philadelphia Eagles. So his dad played there, was drafted by you, Brian.
Yep, and like I said earlier, very excited for Jeremiah Sr. His dad was a hell of a player. His son is a shorter player, not as big as his dad was, but the same type of mentality, the toughness, the physicality you want to play with. Man, I'm really happy for, like I said, for Senior that he's going to get to see his son play at the team that he was famous for, and so a good get. Philadelphia traded this pick, got back to the spot to be able to grab this guy. Maybe felt like that somebody down the board was a little bit closer to grabbing him, and they had to go make this happen.
All right, the Carolina Panthers on the clock.
Who did Cleveland just take then?
Jamari Thrash.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
In my opinion, one of the smoothest route runners in this entire draft class, Jamari Thrash. And also, if we're looking at NIL valuation, Jamari Thrash is probably like top 10 in this entire draft class of guys who banked at Louisville. Like he brought in some cash. But on the field, smooth route runner. He's a guy that creates separation at all three levels. I really liked what he did downfield, particularly particularly the past the 10-yard mark, being able to break and corner post with things of that nature, comeback routes. It's just so smooth. There's not even a break really in his route, but you're able to see the line of progression where he's able to come back to the ball and able to make things happen. 5'11", 188, 4.46 at the combine. It was the Senior Bowl that really stood out for me for Jamari Thrash. I liked him on tape, and then I saw him in Mobile, went back and watched the tape, and I loved him even more. I think this is a good pickup for the Browns.
I asked, sorry, I was in the bathroom talking to Nick. I had asked.
Sure way to make it weird.
I know. Look, I mean,
stuff like that.
You're a trendsetter, Zach. I had said that, and Nick wanted to make it clear, by the way, he came in here to chime in, but Brown was doing scouting report. He wanted to make it clear he was not the weird one. It was Zach. He was just washing his hands, and Zach was weird about it.
No.
But it's
Accepted.
funny. In general, just over the course of the last few months, I would ask various people around the league, like, hey, do you have somebody who's like a sleeper you really like on day 3 that you think can come up, be an impact player eventually, stuff like that. Thrash was one that I remember there was one person I talked to who really believed like Thrash had the opportunity to become a legit player.
Yeah, I think Thrash is going to be good. He's probably the best pick the Browns have made in an otherwise not great draft. Oh my gosh, we're in Germany drinking beer here for the Carolinas pick at 157.
Should be drinking Miller Lite.
There we go.
I'm Chandler. Hello, I'm Chandler Zavala from the Carolina Panthers, and last year I was selected by Johnny Hecker from Frankfurt. Today we are excited to be here at the Hippodrome Spring Festival and with Munich with 2,500 of our fans and celebrating the Carolina Panthers and playing here in Germany this year. Now on to the draft pick.
Okay.
With the 157th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Charles Smith-Wade, defensive back, Washington State.
Good player, man. I like this pick.
Yeah, this is a guy that trained in Dallas during the pre-draft process, worked with various DB trainers around the area. But, one of the shorter guys, I think probably his physicality and what he can bring, there's probably a lot of nickel love that you can find there. But he plays bigger than he is. That's why I think he could step up in the run game and be a productive player in the nickel potentially. But out at Washington State with him and Jaden Hicks, they formed a really nice secondary duo for the Cougars. They had a really fun defense last year, and we're starting to see these guys come off the board here on day 3 as a result. But yeah, Cho Smith-Wade, this is a guy that whenever I was talking to people at the Senior Bowl, whenever I asked about guys that had ball skills, he was one of the ones that jumped out as a guy that was getting his hands on the ball but just couldn't quite catch it. But nevertheless, he was getting to the ball and pass deflections of that nature. And I think he's a guy he played boundary and he played off on the corner as well at Washington State and Pullman. But I think he's probably a nickel at the next level.
Yeah. This you're right. 5'10", 184. He usually lines up at left corner, and he is not the tallest guy, but really competitive. His short area movement, his feet are super quick. The strength of the game, I think, is how he moves. And outstanding technique when it comes to coverage. His ability to mirror and recover is impressive. Receivers try to turn him around, but it just doesn't happen. He's very loose in the hips. Scheme requires him to play a little bit more zone than man. But for a guy that might find a role as a nickel corner, he hasn't played many snaps in the slot. Most of his stuff has been on the outside. So that's what you're going to have to deal with a little bit here. I don't think he has great testing numbers, but his film tells a different story. He's not afraid to come forward and mix it up. The problem is there's some snaps where he just doesn't tackle well enough. He had 30 tackles for the season, but also 10 missed tackles if you look at the metrics there. So, man, I love the way he competes, and I love the way he moves. Just not the biggest guy.
Yeah, at 5'10", 184, I think you guys are spot on. Oh, my gosh, the Miami Dolphins just taking Mo Camara.
I'm jelly.
The edge from Colorado State. The Dolphins are having themselves a draft here, boys and
They're going to go
girls.
after those speed guys, I'll tell you what.
Man, Mo Camara, I had him graded pretty highly, and I understand, right? The guy isn't big, and he's got the short arms. You can knock him for all that stuff. You turn on the film, the tape doesn't lie. He played linebacker in high school in Newark, New Jersey. Originally signed with Temple, where his brother played, and then he said, I don't like it here. I'm going to go to Colorado State. 6th-year senior, extremely productive. Like, the production's there with him. 45.5 tackles for loss, 30 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, but it's the relentless motor. I do think he's got some bend. I think he's got good burst off the line. He is short. He is stocky. Team's probably knocking him for that, which is why he's still on the board. But the spin move, the bull rush, he can turn speed to power, crashes down the line to make plays in the run game. He's tough. I mean, you watch him against Colorado. He kept the Colorado State team in that game. I loved him. I think his play temperament's tremendous. I had a third-round grade on him to get him in the 5th. Great pick for Miami.
Yeah, this is the last guy on that list of names I got from people where they said guys they were surprised didn't go in the 3rd round. This was the last name that was on there. So I don't think you having him in the 4th or in the 3rd round is too far off from at least what some other people around the league think.
There we go.
I know that it's.
go ahead.
No, I know that like he's not huge and like really big in stature, but his arms aren't short, right?
They're having a draft.
Well, Hunter Norzad just went to the Chiefs.
And that was the Eric Scott Jr. pick for the Cowboys that they gave up last year to move up.
That's what I was going to ask. Yeah.
Okay, so with Hunter Norzad going there, you think he plays guard for them then? Because they've got the Oklahoma center who's awesome. Creed Humphrey. Now, he did struggle a little bit with the snaps in the Super Bowl for whatever reason. I don't know if maybe there's something. Maybe they think he's got the yips. But Hunter Norzad does have guard flex.
Yips.
Probably plays guard for them. But Hunter Norzad here, he was my 73rd overall player. To get him at pick 159, Kansas City. Wow.
Boy, Xavier Worthy, Kingsley Suamataia, Jared Wiley, Jaden Hicks, Hunter Norzad. That's their draft.
Hunter Norzad's a mean player. I think, Nick, you and I both liked him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Norzad was a solid fallback option. Transfer from Cornell, made 20 straight starts at right tackle at Cornell. So he's got position flex, kicked inside when he got to Penn State. But I think he's consistent in his footwork and his pass sets. He's got finishing ability to pancake D linemen, good awareness to pick up blitzers. He can pull. He can get out in space.
I don't know what I saw.
You didn't like him?
It don't look like it.
Not a fan. Hey, we can disagree. We don't have to see the same thing.
Nah. Going back and looking at it, like, I mean, I trust what I saw.
You just weren't. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't like how he sustained blocks. I felt like he got pushed back sometimes. I felt like the balance sometimes and the core strength to recover weren't as strong. I thought like, yeah, his anchor could be strong at times and he can get to the second level. But I guess there were just some things. We watched so many players. I'm like, dang, okay, so this is almost a shock to me to hear y'all talk about them so highly.
I think that's the beauty of the draft is how we can all see guys differently. Now, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get ready for Texas Rangers baseball on 105.3 The Fan. So Peyton Russell and Jared Sandler will preview that for you as we've got Rangers and Reds game 2. If you want to stick around for draft coverage, of course, we'll be on DallasCowboys.com. We'll also flip over to the stream on that Odyssey app or the 105.3 The Fan stream as well. You're listening to the 2024 NFL Draft on 105.3 The Fan and DallasCowboys.com. Now we are hanging out with the stream folks for the rest of the draft. Here you go, Nick. The Buffalo Bills taking
Edafon Ulofoshio.
Tell me about him.
Yeah, so really productive player in the second level for Washington last season. He was the one that was controlling that defense from the second level for the Huskies. And granted, that defense it was taken advantage of in the semifinal against Texas, and then once again in the final against Michigan. But throughout the year, whenever they needed to make a late game stops, they were able to do that. In the first game against Oregon is really what stands out. They were getting bludgeoned those first 3 games, but then those first 3 quarters, and then the fourth quarter they were able to lock it down, allow that offense to climb back into the game. But Ulofoshio, originally a native of Anchorage, Alaska, but finished up at Bishop Gorman High School out in Las Vegas, made his way up to Washington, and you see the length on him. That's what I really love about what he brings to the second level. He can quickly read and react. He's a guy that was a downhill guy more so, but he allowed Dominique Hampton and some of those guys on the back end to be a more coverage hone-in skills. But I like Ulofoshio. I think this is a good value pick too here in the 5th round.
Yeah, he was a walk-on at Washington. He battled a torn bicep and ACL during his career. He started 15 games in 2023, which was good for him. He splits time on defense, though. I saw a little bit. He kind of rotates. I thought there were times where you didn't see the play develop and just flat missed the read, and then I felt like there's some guessing to his game. Felt like he'll fire straight ahead, really just and kind of hope for the best. A little bit of a slow read and reactor on the RPO stuff, and I don't think he always took the best path to the ball. So be a little wild, a little off balance because he doesn't change direction all that well. But I will say this about the thing. The lack of awareness kind of got me a little bit. I was worried about that.
I agree with you on the angles to the football. Man,
Yeah,
Dan Quinn is cleaning up here.
It's funny because when I first watched Dominique Hampton, I couldn't figure out why he was so appealing to me, to my eyes, but it's because Joe Witten, those people over there, and it's similar to that field that
It's what they like.
Yeah,
Dominique Hampton.
Length, ranginess.
I'll tell you, Brian, you put me on to him. 6'2", 215 from Washington. He led them. That's back-to-back Huskies. Huskies are getting drafted here. That's what happens when you runner up for a national champion. Led the team in tackles, but he was all over. You watched him against USC.
Yeah.
That tape was impressive. He can play with range, tremendous tackler, and he can thump you.
Oh, he comes down
like
with
he'll
force.
leave some remember me shots. Really good size too. Downhill player. He sees it and he goes. Like he will support you in the run game. Now there are times similar to his teammate we were talking about. I do think he can take some poor angles, but he's a guy that I don't think I'd want to leave him in single high coverage. Troy Franklin was able to beat him to a spot for a touchdown in Oregon because he kind of just took a little bit of a flat angle, so he can get beat over the top. But
he plays. I'm sorry.
But no, you're right. I mean, there's a lot to like about this guy.
He plays flat. No, but Brian's mentioned it as well. He plays flat-footed sometimes.
He does, yeah.
And you see him even like he kind of creeps up to. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
Yep.
I think he covers ground quickly, but the fact that he plays flat-footed sometimes, I think it can have him behind the 8 ball a little bit. But he'll locate the ball, make plays on the ball. He's very chippy. He's gonna throw some bows out there.
Yeah.
Even if the ball's not coming his way, you might get a rib shot.
Yeah,
you might get a.
Yeah.
That's how his attitude is. So I like the player a
I'll tell you
lot,
what, this
and
guy,
I'm pissed.
Yeah, he played
low-key.
57 games in his career,
I
which
would
most
have
of us all
loved
the
to
time.
have him.
But he's got some straight line speed to his game. When you look at him, though, he does a great job when the ball's in the air, getting his eyes around to help make the play. But I say that he's a much better cover man when facing the play than when the stuff's coming behind him.
Yes.
He's not a quick mirror guy. They'll walk him into the slot, but it's an area that he really doesn't suit his style all that well. But he's a great communicator, pre-snap. He lines guys up. He sees the field. He plays with instincts. You can count on him to play coverage well underneath. The experience and toughness are a big part of his game.
Absolutely. Okay, we've got Arizona now picking at 162 in the 5th round. Cowboys coming up. They are now at pick 174, so it's getting closer. Now, for those that might have missed it, recapping the Cowboys draft, of course, they moved down from 24 to 29. Tyler Guyton ends up being the pick at 29. They get the extra pick, 73 overall from the Lions. Last night, they take Marshawn Nealon, the edge from Western Michigan. Cooper Beebe, the guard/center from Kansas State, with that extra pick from the Lions. And then Maris Liufau, the linebacker from Notre Dame. We do know, of course, running back probably an option. Another linebacker could be an option. A corner could be in play here. A defensive tackle. The running backs, now you look at them, I think Tyrone Tracy Jr. is a name we've mentioned. Another name that I do think could be in play is Jace McClellan from Alabama.
Sure.
And McClellan's a guy that I got to cover in high school at Aledo. At Alabama, I mean, he was the starter there. They mentioned juice. McClellan doesn't have amazing long speed, but he does have enough speed.
His play speed's better than his time speed,
is, right?
though, I think.
And he's a 3-down back. Jace McClellan can do everything.
And he's big time, like you mentioned, local kid, but he's also big time program pedigree.
Yeah. And played well at Alabama.
Yeah, size. And so that's one to consider. I think we're talking about if they go running back, there goes Christian Jones.
Christian Jones, the tackle from Tech. It's amazing how much better Christian Jones was last year at Texas at right tackle. Because and Bobby, you could probably speak on this better, and Nick as well, but you being, a Texas fan, Christian Jones had really struggled.
Yeah, there are some times where I know I can get accused of the homer bit from, certain Texas Longhorns. Christian Jones is not going to be one of those guys that I would ever be accused of being a homer for.
But he was really good against Alabama, and he played much better this year.
Yeah, he has, pockets where it's good and times where it flashes, but to me, it's not consistent enough, and I don't love his hands. I think the footwork is subpar. I'm not a very big fan. This is about where I would have thought he could have gone, or this is where I would have felt comfortable taking him. I know everybody else projected him higher, and I'm surprised he didn't go higher. But I was not a massive fan of Christian Jones.
6-year lineman. Started 48 out of 61 games. Started both left and right. Also played soccer for 2 years in high school. But I think he's got a strong base. I think the footwork was nice. Can maintain leverage. Can get to the second level. Speed can be an issue for him. But the Alabama game, I think, is the one that really helped him in this draft. I think, Nick, I'm not sure your feelings are Christian Jones, but Brian, I know you did like him quite a bit from what you saw.
Yeah, I think everything you said about him is absolutely right. The fact that the veteran, when you talk about all the starts that he was able to make while he was at Texas, and you mentioned the Alabama game, that was pretty impressive for him. As a 4-year starter, 48 starts that he made. But that Alabama game, it kind of showed up a little bit. He was able to handle those edge pressures. His hand placement could be all over the place, and when he misses with his hands, it's hard for him to be able to redirect and then get back in front of the defender. I felt like there were some times he didn't set deep enough, and the defenders were able to grab him on the edge, and it didn't have the lower body twitch to be able to recover quick enough there. So, I think he'll need to clean up the technique as a pass blocker. They use him in the screen game as a blocker, but, he gets the spot, but his body control and his balance can be all over the place there, so he doesn't always hit the targets. Teams might consider him a better guard prospect due to sometimes the trouble in space. I think he's a tough guy, a lot of experience, but I think he really lacks true athletic ability.
What was fascinating about him as a recruit was that he was a soccer player for a long time, growing up at 6'5", 305 pounds. God forbid you see him coming across the middle of the field trying to get a ball. But you wanted a little bit more of the mobility that you see in soccer to translate to the offensive line. And I don't think you necessarily saw that, but you saw the physicality that he brought, and obviously the reliability, the durability. I think that is something that does translate from the game of soccer. So, Christian Jones going to the Cardinals. I think this is an interesting option for them just to have a depth option at tackle. It's so valuable in this league. I think he can be that for them.
Green Bay's killing this draft too, I feel.
Traded up.
They just traded up. We also did have a draft day trade to tell you about. John Franklin Myers was traded. Broncos. Jets sending defensive end John Franklin Myers, who started 50 games the past 3 seasons, to the Broncos in an exchange for a 2026 6th-round picks. And then Franklin Myers restructured his contract with the Broncos. So he signed a fat deal in 2021, and now it'll get redone in Denver. And
you know how they say like World War II was just basically an extension of World War I with just like a little break in the middle? This is basically just the Zach Wilson trade with a little bit of break in the middle.
Add a little bit of fluff in here.
Jets and Broncos just stayed on the phone the whole time.
Are you guys anticipating that we will see some teams do some moving some folks around after the draft is over?
You wonder about Debo. You wonder about T. Higgins. I think those were the two names that maybe some could have expected to go in the first couple of days with some picks, and offers were made in both of those areas apparently, but nothing was able to manifest. And I would have to assume Buffalo trading back and acquiring all those picks going into day 2, that there was an assumption that maybe that they could have put an offer together to trade for one of those guys, but instead they stay put at 33, get Keon Coleman, and then later on get Ray Davis. So that there's some they've added some offensive firepower to that weaponry for Josh Allen. But yeah, you would have to assume a couple of those receivers probably come off the board in the next few weeks, but it's just a matter of where at this point if the price is right.
Okay. Jacob Monk out of Duke.
Jacob Monk, the Duke center, who played, of course, with Graham Barton there, going to the Green Bay Packers. We had thought maybe the Packers would be a team to go ahead and take Graham Barton. They went with Jordan Morgan, and then Barton went the next pick in the first round. But the draft continues for Green Bay as they go ahead and get an interior lineman, Jacob Monk, out of Duke.
One that I'm surprised has not come off the board is Bo Limmer. Arkansas.
Yeah, me too. Bo Limmer still, and maybe that's a size thing with Bo, but I like Bo Limmer a lot. I mean, competitive as hell.
Yeah, because if you're going to go Bordeloni,
I liked Bo Limmer more.
Tracking that.
I know one team.
I had Limmer higher.
I know one team had Limmer in the 4th and another that had Limmer in the 6th.
I had Norzad, Limmer, and Bordeloni in the 4th round, and Norzad, the Wisconsin center went earlier, but Limmer, I had McMahon too, North Carolina State. I don't know if you guys
have McMahon,
I don't know if you've looked Dylan McMahon. I don't know if you guys have looked at him or not. But he's a when you start to talk about centers, those were the guys that I was looking at.
Y'all have any left in your top 100? I got 3 guys. Curious if y'all have.
Yeah.
Yep.
King from Penn State.
King.
DJ James.
Let me see.
DJ James.
I got Kalen King.
Un momento.
I've got Mahogany.
Yeah.
I have
Malik Washington, Brendan Rice.
I have James Carson. Because Kalen Carson has not gone yet, right?
No, he has not.
Yeah, James Carson, and that's it. No, Wingo.
Yeah.
Yeah, and borderline, and I don't know. This guy could end up being undrafted, but Leonard Taylor III, the defensive tackle.
I don't think so. I don't think he. I mean, the thing that, and I'm not sweating the Mahogany one. If Bobby's telling me there's some medical concerns there, and I'm not sweating the Jalen Ford one because there's some medical concerns there. So, those were players I had at 82 and 89. With the exception of that, I don't have any top 100 guys left.
I only have Kalen out of those two guys because you said.
I wonder what the deal is with Kalen King.
It's speed. It has to be the speed.
Kalen, the highest grade I heard on Kalen King coming into this Roma team was the 5th. That was the
war room.
There's the count. Yeah, they're getting ready here. There's our guys. There's our guys. Chris Vaughn, Mitch LaPoint. We got John Steven Jr. over here. John Steven Jones. Jerry Jr.
They're getting their trade charts back out. They're getting fresh ones.
You think they're going to move up?
Yep. No, they got fresh ones. You have to update when these trades are made. You have to update.
Sure, got Chris Hall.
That's where Adam Pacific and those guys do a really good job of keeping everybody updated on the trades.
Yeah, Todd Williams passing those charts out.
Todd, those legal sheets of paper, if you're watching along with us right now, the legal sheets of paper have them all break down, and Todd and Adam do a great job of making sure that everybody has fresh trade charts in front of them so they know what's going on.
Looks like some preliminary conversation, nothing too imminent. Couple of laughs going on in the room.
Boy, I got to say, Will McClay is rocking the blue sport coat. I like it. I like it a lot. He looks really sharp
Will's
today.
crushing it right now.
You gonna go see him in the bathroom?
I mean, I'll see if he and Nick want to, just gab a little bit.
You did get pretty jealous and ran right out there into the hallway to join with Nick. I mean, come on, man. Jalen Simpson, the safety out of Auburn, goes 164 overall to the Indianapolis Colts. Led Auburn in interceptions in each of their last 2 seasons. That's a ball hawk right there. Hey, Nick, you doing a spot? You doing a live spot?
It feels like I've heard a lot of those in and out over the course of the weekend.
It's all good. Okay, we've got the Ravens. The Ravens will probably take Kalen King. Why not? I mean, they're stockpiling corners here.
Yeah, Brian, don't you say whoever is the highest graded player left for you is usually who the Ravens are going to take?
Yes.
So who's your highest graded player?
It's the Mahogany.
Okay, they're going to take Mahogany, I bet. Let's watch. Let's see if that's who they take.
They usually do. Their draft board, my board, is usually pretty similar.
You know who I liked that's still there as a guard? And I don't think the Cowboys would take him, but what did you guys think of J.D. Duplain out of Michigan State?
I didn't watch him.
I didn't watch him.
He intrigued me.
Where he from?
Talk about him, man.
Michigan State, 47 career games at left guard. He started the final 42 to close out his career, played baseball in both O-line and D-line in high school. But I think he redirects linemen sideways really well to open up the running lane. Good base, consistent sets. He can get out in space. He can make the reach and the scoop blocks. He's got some mean in his game with finishing ability. He can help block the tackle really well. Now, he's got some snaps where he'll catch, as Brian likes to say.
Hate that.
But he does play with good strength to adjust and counter. So as like a day 3 guy, I made a note that I kind of like this guy if you get wiped out in an interior line. But that could be an interesting player for a team. I would argue for Carson. I would argue for at running back. I think the most complete guy left for me might be Jace McClellan.
I think the running backs, the running back names we're going to be looking at here are Vidal, Tyrone Tracy, Isaiah Davis, Jace McClellan.
The juice is Tracy. Tracy's a fun player.
I think Tracy, just if you want to talk.
I really like the upside with Tracy.
Yeah.
I think when you start to think about what was Pollard, was he converted wide receiver?
Yeah, converted receiver,
back?
similar size, similar speed.
Just tough, catch the ball, just make people miss. I could, he's my best back that I have left. I know you guys don't like Schrader from Missouri. That's okay. Davis, I know I got to vote for Davis. And then Dylan Johnson from Washington.
Dylan Johnson from Washington's
now Dylan Johnson's dealing with a foot, right?
I'd rather go with McClellan. Rasheen Ali from Marshall just went to the Ravens.
Fabulous.
I didn't love Ali.
You didn't like him, I remember.
As much as some others did. I just thought there were better backs. I mean, at this point,
Are you questioning the Ravens?
He was a Golden Glove boxer.
You know what? I'm wrong about Ali.
He was a Golden Glove boxer growing up.
Tell me about him.
Yeah, didn't start playing football until his senior year of high school and only got one offer to go to Marshall.
Looks like it, according to Zach.
Are you questioning the Ravens? He should have kept boxing and not played running back.
But he battled injury towards the back end of his final season at Marshall. But you see that fight in pass protection. I think that's
he is good in pass pro.
We talk about how basketball translates to football. We've even seen it with baseball and quarterbacks. We talked about soccer a little bit ago. Boxing, I guess you could translate that in the sense that he's a great pass protector. He's able to understand guys' pass rushing lanes, and he's able to pick that up even at 5'11", 206. But kind of a bowling ball, he's able to absorb contact really well.
He does.
Find the hole.
Contact bounce was strong with him.
But if you were looking for juice, I don't know if he was your guy.
He doesn't give you juice.
Man, those 8 and 5/8 hands. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, he was just a guy that he did everything okay, right? I didn't see anything elite in any part of his game, but not steady back there. And he did. I think he had a biceps injury at the Senior Bowl. Something happened to him.
Yeah, he was dealing with an injury. I don't have it on Cup right now.
Okay. This will be interesting. What happens with the Cowboys pick with the running backs? I mean, do you not like McClellan?
I'm not a huge McClellan guy. The thing about McClellan is, yes, there's not a lot of, whenever you look at carries that he had at Alabama, there's nothing that jumps out at you as like a red flag, but he carried the ball 850 times in high school. I mean, from the time that he was a freshman until he graduated at Aledo, and that is one of the high schools in Texas that just pounds running backs, and every time that they go to the college level, they fizz out. If you remember Jonathan Gray from about 10, 15 years ago.
This is why you don't like him. You've got PSD from Jonathan Gray.
Yeah,
he's not wrong.
It's one of those, but also in the same sense, Jace McClellan cannot stay healthy towards the back end of his career at Aledo, and he needed a year or two to wait behind a couple of guys, the Jahmyr Gibbs of the world, until he got his opportunity last season. Finally, he was able to be healed up, and it took him that entire time to heal up.
Didn't he get hurt during the pre-draft process too?
Yeah, he did. And once he was able to heal up, I think he missed a couple of games as well at Alabama last season. But the thing is, he was never that same productive runner, I feel like, that we saw junior year high school Jace McClellan, because that was, I think, hit him at his best, and he's only been at a decline since then. I don't want a guy that's still at a decline.
You could see the speed, because he used to have like some home run speed at Aledo. He does not have the home run threat anymore, but he is just I do think he's a 3-down type of back.
He was a pre-draft visit here. So.
But the injuries,
I mean, when you're talking late
fifth,
we're going to get some running backs with warts.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think if you were to take Tracy, if you were to take a gamble, I would take Tracy.
Better guys.
Yeah, I do like Tracy. Tracy would be my top.
Tracy would be my top, and then I would have Kamadi Vidal.
Tell me about Vidal, please.
How to find him?
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Not the biggest guy in the world. I'll kind of start until Aisha finds a spot. But But if you're looking for juice, he certainly got it. But he's just not the biggest guy in the world. It would be Rico Dowdle taking the physicality of that room if they were to draft Kimani Vidal.
Yeah, that's just.
He was super productive. I mean, he was second in the country in rushing yards last year. He ran for over 200 yards in 3 games. I mean, he was Troy's offense. Body control and balance, I thought, were his best traits. He's a slippery guy. You know, he can roll off defenders, gets yards after contact, does a good job always falling forward, burst to get to and through the hole. There were times like he would pop guys in pass pro. There's also times where you saw his size be a limitation for him. But to me, I think he can be a good complementary back. Like long speed's average. I don't know that he's an every down back at the next level, but
he sounds better than our guy from Alabama.
McClellan?
Yeah, is that close?
I think McClellan. The injuries are the thing with McClellan. I think McClellan can be a hurt back, starting back.
No,
but I hear what you're saying.
Now look at this.
I just think. Oh, there goes Tyrone Tracy Jr. to the Giants.
God darn it!
Oh, you know what? Just give me Frank Gore Jr. I'm serious.
You know what? I'll be honest. Even though I like Tyrone Tracy, I don't know that they would have picked him anyway. So
I think Frank Gore Jr. is going to be a good player.
I'm still smarting.
I think at this point you just don't take a running back here.
I don't either.
I think you take a corner or a linebacker.
That linebacker would
receiver,
linebacker or receiver. I mean, my best player now is Malik Washington.
You guys, okay? How about some of these? How about some of these three techniques then? I mean,
is it too early for Christian Boyd?
I don't think so.
Oh no.
I don't think so.
I'd get excited. I'd get excited about that.
I get excited as well because I understand that, the size makes him look as like a tweener, but this dude can take on double teams.
He's 6'4", 317.
I think you see the speed from him and the pass rush ability, it makes you think, oh, he can't take on double teams or he's not a guy that can play the run. No, like he's so stout and short. Just kind of the way he's not short, but he's just built like kind of compact, I guess you want to say. And the way that he's able to stack, shed, tackle, get to the next level, and I just think he could be a good addition to the team. He's probably one of the more versatile DTs that are at this point in the draft as a whole. Anyway, so.
He's my best defensive tackle left, other than Taylor, but Taylor's a 3-tech. And I think Taylor's got some issues off the field.
I don't know. I'm a little annoyed though because what are you doing? You're doing all this to build your offensive line, and what is your running back room going to look like if you don't take? Again, we're not forcing nobody to take nobody.
So you've got right now, and this is just for this year, but I'm assuming Zeke's on the team. You signed Royce Freeman. You've got Deuce. You've got Rico. I mean, it's not. It's a lot that's not going to wow you, but it's not like you don't have guys that can carry the football.
Yeah, but you at least need even though the committee thing and just kind of how things are going in NFL, like you got to have somebody that's a somebody. Well, most teams have.
I don't think you have to have somebody who's a somebody in the running game if your run blocking's fixed. And so if they fix their run blocking, that fixes a lot.
I think that's a very arrogant way to look at things because that's
why is it? Hold on. I'd love to talk about this. Why is it arrogant to assume that the run blocking?
What? Keelan Robinson from Texas just went to the Jags. Okay, Bobby, go for it.
No, I'm good.
No, I want to hear it.
I'm good.
Because I agree. Ultimately, I do think the runner. It's all about the offensive line. Like the offensive line matters a ton.
To an extent, but I do think that it doesn't make sense to me to not have it.
It's not 1994.
If you have
I'm tracking that, and nobody's asking for it to be 1994.
Yeah, if you have an elite runner and a good line, and you marry that together, that can be something very, very special, like we saw with Zeke his rookie year in 2016. But I think you've seen with San Francisco, now Miami's put in more effort, right, with running back. But, I mean, the guys like Raheem Mostert, for example, that were not big names, but they had good rushing schemes with good offensive lines. You can get production from backs. I mean, Philip Lindsay comes out in the draft, undrafted free agent, goes for 1,000 yards, right? And then now is out of the NFL and was playing in the XFL last year. So I do, just for a year, I do think if your offensive line is performing well, you can get productivity from your backfield, even if you don't have a Pro Bowl caliber running back.
One note about Jacksonville taking that swing on Keelan Robinson. The a wide receivers coach at Texas is Chris Jackson, came from the Jacksonville Jaguars before the start of last season. So a little bit of connection there between the University of Texas and Jacksonville. Maybe there was a little bit of pre-draft conversation there. But Keelan Robinson, I think he's a guy that would be phenomenal on special teams as potentially a returner or a guy that can just work in the special teams unit. But from what I understood from his time at Texas, could never really pick up a playbook. And so, I mean,
I know the feeling.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so a couple of running backs, Tyrone Tracy Jr., Keelan Robinson. Tracy we didn't really cover. We talked about him a little bit, but now he's a giant. You're going to play him twice a year. Converted wide receiver, started his career at Iowa. Only been a full-time running back for one season, but he's a big-time return guy.
Yes.
Sixth-year senior, spent his last 2 years at Purdue. Eventually, this guy will rip off a chunk run a game. I mean, there's times where it's, all right, we're plodding along, and then boom, here's a 40-yard chunk. He can get through the whole run, elite type of speed. He needs to work on pass protection, but I think that's also being really raw and rare at the position. But he's shifty, great in the open field, and he's a weapon, of course, in the passing game, having had that wide receiver background, which really, really helps him as a wide receiver, as a running back. So that's a bummer. That could be a good pick for the New York Football Giants.
We're into the compensatory round now.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
168.
Here's the Buffalo Bills at pick 168. I would look at Boyd here. I think Boyd would be interesting. I think Carson would be interesting.
You're talking about for the Cowboys, of course, right?
What about Jaheim Bell?
Oh, Solomon from Troy, the edge.
You'd faint? Oh, Javon Solomon, the edge from Troy?
Yeah.
DJ James, is that a thought?
Bobby, you like DJ James a lot.
Carson.
Yeah, he's good.
I'd say Kalen Carson as well. Yeah, like him.
I've got King and Carson a little bit ahead of James, but I could see it with James. The only thing with James that bothered me, Bobby, and maybe you disagree, was the tackling.
Yeah, but I mean, even with the tackling, I would have taken him in the second round. I mean, we're talking about back end of the fifth now.
Yeah. I mean, the coverage is good with him. There's no doubt. Oh, man. This is starting to get tense as we look at how this board's falling right now.
If you're not taking a running back here, you are officially going in on the fact that your running backs next season are probably not going to be dominated by a rookie, which I think was the expectation going into the weekend.
It's kind of happened.
I think it would be official. You're right, but I think it would be okay. It's officially all in on it being the veteran group or the second year guys that are in that room.
I mean,
too.
out of the guys that are left.
Say that again.
Can you break down the running back room?
Yeah, so I mean, it would be. Let's start from the bottom because you got Malik Davis still in the practice squad. That spent a lot of time on the practice squad last year. Maybe that's your juice. Deuce Vaughn. Maybe that's your juice. A guy that can go into year two with just a little bit more time and maybe better protection up front. Who knows? Moving forward, some of the bigger guys. You got Hunter Lipke, more of a fullback and short yardage situation. Again, got a lot of love in that Miami game, but wasn't really able to get anything after that fumble on the goal line. And moving past that, you have Rico Dowdle, who was the complement to Tony Pollard last year, and he had his moments. Don't get me wrong. He had a couple of big runs. He was very physical between the tackles, and I think better interior blocking might be a better result for Rico Dowdle. He was brought back on a 1-year contract, and that's another guy that's still in the room. But again, not starter potential in my eyes. Then you bring in Royce Freeman as a veteran addition. I mean, right under 4 yards per carry. I was never super impressed with what he did as a running back in these last couple of seasons. He does absolutely nothing in the receiving game. And then the potential to bring in Ezekiel Elliott. I think the one interesting aspect for Zeke, A, is the pass protection, but also B, the fact that he had 51 receptions last season. He was a really big threat for the Patriots out of the backfield. And whenever you hear Jerry Jones talk about this rhetoric about how he really liked what Zeke did on the back half of the season last year, and then you see him only rush for about 3.7 yards per carry over the course of the last 6 games, I think he's more so talking about the receiving aspect of things and the pass blocking aspect of things, which I think could be an addition to the running back room, but they still need a guy that can take the ball on a handoff and get you a big play. Like I don't see a 25+ yard run threat on this team
at all.
I don't see one yet, and so that's where I see a guy like potentially Isaiah Davis fitting in. But again, I think y'all are going to hear me a broken record until that pick is either made or not made.
No, that's what happens this time. When you get to the end, you're trying to sell, but you're also looking at these traits. Yeah. You're looking at the traits, and you're trying to figure out, okay, who's the guy that's got the best traits? Who's the guy that's got the best fit? Who's the guy that maybe is a 3-down player? Who's the guy that's the best? When these running backs and stuff like that. I mean, they're talking about explosive players and stuff like that. I mean, your chance to draft an explosive player could have happened last night.
Yeah.
With Lloyd, or a guy like that. You could have taken, but you took a linebacker. And we had the linebacker coach on earlier, and he's right. Hey, they needed bodies. They needed the scouts love the player. They love the hair on fire type of guy. So I can't fault them for that. But I could also see them going into this thing and not drafting a running back and signing Ezekiel Elliott and trying to bring the band back without Tony Pollard, and trying to figure it out from there.
Curtis Jacobs, I think, is another thought here at 174 potentially.
Curtis Jacobs here could make some sense. I mean, I think I'd rather have Jalen Ford or Muasau.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Forgot about Muasau. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. If just not to get into the line, just not to get in that situation where you don't have linebackers anymore.
Yeah,
that was something that they went through last year, and I don't think they ever want to do that again. God bless the kid for stepping up and playing, but they need to figure out about all these linebackers. They really, really do.
All right, pick is in for the Saints. Pick 170 here in the 5th round as this baby moves along. It seems like it's kind of gotten a little bit slower with some of these picks. Oladapo from Oregon State just went to the Packers at safety. Oh, Bub Means, the wide receiver from Pittsburgh, going to the Saints here at pick 170. That's a nice pick for the Saints.
That's a fun fit. Yeah, him and Spencer Rattler potentially in a couple of years having some fun there. But Bub Means, I think, is probably one of the better physical possession receivers here that you could find on day 3. 6'1", 215 pounds. A really big time. You throw it up to him, he's going to be able to bring it down. Red zone threat there for Pittsburgh. Was able to learn under that talented receiver room that Pittsburgh had over the course of the last couple of seasons, at least in my eyes, and really developed into his own right. I really like what Bub Means brings to the next level. I think it's a good fit too in New Orleans because they have needed kind of a red zone guy. Yes, they have Chris Olave that can get them downfield, but I think whenever they struggled inside the 20, Kamara I think is on the back half of probably what he can bring you from a production standpoint in the backfield. So being able to bring in a possession guy like Bub Means, that'll really help their work inside the 20s.
Yeah, Bub Means is a fun player.
Yeah, for a guy like Spencer Rattler, that's not always super duper accurate. This is the guy that's just going to go get that ball for you. Yeah, very.
Or Derek Carr.
Or that too, yeah. But yeah.
Oh, here's a trade. Jets going to 171. They're moving up.
Was this Philadelphia's pick at one time?
Yeah, this was Philly.
Yeah.
I think Philly might have had back-to-back picks here. They did.
Yeah.
So they had 171 and 172. Jets now have moved up from 171. They have also picked 173 and 176. They've got a bunch of picks here coming up for the Jets. This is interesting. I don't know who the Jets could be moving up for.
This be a quarterback?
I wonder if it's to get ahead of the Cowboys for somebody because, I mean, if you're making the trade with Philly and you were the only other team in front of Dallas.
Jets need a backup quarterback. Pratt.
Could you go? I mean, could this be, like I say, could this be for Pratt?
It could be for Pratt. Pratt would be a good backup for Rodgers. I mean, they traded Wilson, and I don't think that they did. I don't know if they've signed anybody this offseason.
I don't believe so. I mean, they might have somebody that we're not even thinking of.
I'll look.
But yeah, to me, this would be.
I mean, I'm surprised Pratt's still around.
Like him, maybe somebody like Sam Hartman, you know, the Notre Dame guy. I'm just throwing the quarterback names at Leary from Kentucky. I'm just, when you start to trade up in this.
Jordan Travis.
Yeah.
They got Tyrod Taylor.
Okay.
But still, I mean, they could still draft a quarterback here.
Yeah. That wouldn't be a problem, I think, at all. Tyrod Taylor, but like I say, you got Aaron Rodgers. If you get a young guy, I mean, you're really just kind of hoping, maybe, like I say, I think that Pratt kid's a really good player. I am surprised he hasn't been selected, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, there's still several intriguing quarterbacks left. Jordan Travis, Hartman.
Injury, right? And an injury problem with Travis.
Jordan Travis is flagged by teams.
Broke that ankle.
What is it? Oh, it's the ankle?
Yeah, he broke the ankle against North Alabama.
I remember.
Yeah, it ruined their season.
Oh, that sucked.
If he didn't get hurt, though, how high do you think he could have gone?
I think he probably could have ended up in the 4th. That's what I had, especially with the playoff run. I think he could have, but
they're announcing the selection.
71st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. The New York Jets select Jordan Travis, quarterback, Florida State.
All right.
Good job, guys. That was a good group effort there.
They went Jordan Travis.
I would have taken Pratt myself. I would have taken Pratt, but this kid's extremely tough when you watch him play. And I've seen him for too many times against LSU in opening days with all the weaponry that they had and the running game and the stuff like that. This kid's a smart kid. He's well liked. He's going to do everything he can. He doesn't make mistakes. He can move around in the pocket. The ball goes down the field with him. The ball goes underneath. The ball can go to the outside. I think he has a really good command with what Florida State was trying to do, throwing the football. Like we said, when he got hurt in that game, their chance for the national championship went with him on that field. And that's so unfortunate because that was one of the better teams in college football, and he was a big reason because of that.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's something to be said about, you look at, we've been marveling at how many good players are coming out this draft, specifically from FSU. And he was the guy that facilitated a lot of what they did offensively. And it's a lot of different personalities, a lot of different stuff. He has a calmness to him in these big games. And I was heartbroken as well seeing him not be able to finish the game.
Yeah, I mean, gosh, they could have won the national championship.
They could have.
Get hurt. They were so talented. I mean, another guy that we haven't talked about, we did during the draft show that's still out there, Johnny Wilson.
Yeah.
I mean, Johnny Wilson's in
speed's another thing, and people are trying to kind of figure out, okay, big guy. And,
where do you play him?
Yeah,
is he a big tight end?
Well, that's the thing about it is I think that who's the kid, Nick? You're really good at this. Who's the kid from Texas that the Indianapolis Colts took? Because I can't remember the kid.
Jatavian Sanders or this year?
No. The 6'6" wide receiver.
Oh, Adonai Mitchell.
No. Another
Colin Johnson.
Colin Johnson.
Jacksonville.
Yeah.
There was a lot going on.
Okay, it was Jacksonville. Yeah. Okay, that's the last guy that's that height that was taken. There's not a great history of 6'6" wide receivers. I can go back to Harold Carmichael when I was growing up with the Eagles. But there's not a great history of 6'6" wide receivers playing in this league.
Couple different names on asking around, like who might the league be surprised is still on the board. Javion Cohen, guard at Miami.
Yes.
Cedric Johnson, edge rusher, Mississippi.
Okay.
Here's a look into the war room here. Anything catching y'all's eye?
Is he Ole Miss?
Yeah,
Cedric
that's
Johnson?
Ole Miss. That's
Okay,
Mississippi
tracking.
is Ole Miss, yeah.
Tracking.
Anything catching your eye here, Brian, in the war room?
Will's got his hand on the phone.
Oh,
yeah, he's waiting to make a call. They're just
it's
waiting.
about pick time.
Yeah, he took his hand off the phone, so maybe
It's about time.
I don't think they're.
By the way,
they've been waiting a long time.
If you were wondering, it is trending slow.
Trevor Keegan.
This pick was predicted, if I can speak English, to be at 234. If it was running long, it's 248. Cowboys still haven't picked it.
Guard Michigan.
Man, how many Michigan offensive linemen did it take?
Most of them.
Trevor Keegan. My gosh.
Most of them are gone now.
I did not watch Keegan. I saw his inter. I mean, so I saw Keegan. I just didn't do an evaluation on him.
What's going on in that room?
6'6", 311. They're going to pick somebody. I would guess. I mean, my best player here would be Malik Washington, the wide receiver from Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, Brendan Rice, the wide receiver from USC. I would love Kalen Carson, the cornerback from Wake Forest. I do think those linebackers are under consideration, right? I mean, I think Ford would be fun. Muasau would be fun. Curtis Jacobs from Penn State, you brought up, Nick.
I think they've just kind of seen the board exhaust itself here early on day 3. I think if you would have asked them, there probably would have been a little bit more options here at running back. But you still like what you see at linebacker potentially. You still like what you see potentially at defensive tackle, receiver. But
all the value they were looking at yesterday is not here right now.
Yeah.
I think for them.
that
That
Al
looks
Harris?
like Al Harris. And he just fist bumped
Let's
somebody.
go. Let's get Carson.
So
Let's
that
go
would
get
be
James.
somebody in the secondary. Could this be
Or James. I
You got
know.
a
I just
safety
know
on this
they
board?
like.
he just walked around the room. I don't think it was.
Oh.
I don't think it was necessarily anything in
I
telling.
think he was
But he's
just
still in the room.
He was just showing
That's
everybody he
fair.
was there.
Yeah.
Don't mess with me. I'm here, kind of a thing.
Yeah, I think he fist bumped Scott Agolnik from PR there on the left side.
Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa, defensive tackle. I would not mind.
Well, Al Harris is back. Maybe it's a corner here.
If it's a safety, I mean,
He's
Bo
standing-
Brady
He's standing back there.
from Maryland. The corner that, I mean, I just think that Carson fits.
DJ James makes a lot of sense too.
Either one of those, Bobby. Like, I wouldn't mind DJ
Auburn.
James here, Bobby.
Yeah,
I like
Scrappy.
James. Is James going to be physical enough for Zimmer, Brian?
Agree.
That's why I like Carson.
I think he would.
I think he
In
is.
in run support?
I think he'd be fine. The length though, and the cover ability, the sticky part.
You're getting a soft edge in run defense.
Yeah, you play with a
James
soft edge at number 7 too.
A lot of conversation here from Chris Vaughn as well.
I mean, Kalen King, you look at him out of Penn State.
I like him a lot. I mean, he's the one corner I have left that I have him in the 4th round.
I mean, he'll throw his body around and run support.
Ford, the linebacker, again, we keep talking about positions that they were really struggling to fill last year.
I like going corner here. I think corner, they need depth at the position. I think those 3 corners.
I think it'd be kind of cool to draft Jerry Rice's kid, to be honest with you.
Brendan Rice and Malik Washington are the 2 highest rated players I've got. Then it would be Kalen King followed by Kalen Carson and DJ James.
Al Harris looks like he's making some sort of a point to Jerry right now.
Yeah.
I think Carson's just kind of the Al Harris type of corner.
Will looks like he has his hand next to the phone.
He's trying to get to the phone. He's like thinking about calling a guy.
Yeah, Cowboys are officially on the clock.
All right. Cowboys are on the clock. Let's see who it ends up being. This is what we're here for.
This could be anything, really.
I think we're really open to the board right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But with them, now Will's trying to sell the idea of having somebody. It looks like, with the discussion, got Jerry and listening intently. Mike McCarthy listening intently right now. Steven just kind of.
I mean, Will's definitely seems like we're weighing options.
Yeah, he's trying to tell you why he would have one guy over the other. And Jerry's going to have to make this call.
When you look at, all right, so they're picking here at 174. Next pick's not till 216, which is another comp pick in the 6th round. So, I mean, it's probably, if we don't take player Y, can we still get player X?
Sure.
You know, if we wait around. I mean, out of the defensive tackles, like it looks like there's more attractive corners and linebackers than there are defensive tackles for me. Like, to me, Boyd would be the guy to go with.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have some other DTs that stand out.
I will say I'll throw Ford out there. I know he's.
I like Jalen Ford, man.
It's a medical. It's a linebacker, but yeah, I think there's edges there. Taylor, I got up there as well. Miami. Wingo is another guy that I mean, these are all threes. I'm not talking about any ones right now for you.
I mean, yeah, the only other guy, like, he's a 3-2, Keith Randolph out of Illinois.
How about your Florida State guy, too, right?
Yeah, I think this is too early for
Fabian Lovett?
No, for Evan Anderson, I feel like it'd be too early. Will's making the call.
Okay. All right, so we got somebody that's getting picked. It's I mean,
Isaiah Davis is off the board.
Oh, wow. There goes Isaiah Davis.
Oh, that's tough.
Nick,
that's a pin throw for me. Probably not that room, but it is for me.
Him.
6'2", 220 pounds. Had 1,400 plus rushing yards each of the last 2 seasons. Was pushing 1,600 in 2023. He's got these long strides that break away in the middle of the field. Probably needs to be a little bit more decisive in what holes he's able to attack. But I think he's going to be a really productive runner at the next level. He's really solid in the receiving game as well with that tall, long frame that he has. He has sure hands. That's a fun pick for the Jets, man. And for me, that's a pin throw. I don't think it necessarily is for the Cowboys, though. Jerry Jones is on the phone, though.
Okay. Did they have any conversations with Stiggers?
That's an interesting one, too.
Stiggers still hasn't gone, and that's a fun player. Oh, they're excited. They've picked somebody. Do we see Al Harris still in there?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming this is a corner, and I think we've got 4 names, if I include Stiggers, that we'd be happy with. I think we're cool with Kalen King. I love Carson. That would probably be my guy. Bobby would go with James, and I'm totally cool with that too. Stiggers, I think, would be an intriguing pick here as well.
Well, the scouts are all the national guys.
I think it's a Chris Vaughn guy.
I think Will stood up to give Steven kind of a hug.
Bobby, if it's a Chris Vaughn guy out of the corners here, who do you think that could be?
It's hard to tell with Vaughn because they cross so much stuff. Although I don't know, is that Schottenheimer hugging people too?
Al Harris is high-fiving everybody.
I think Al Harris is about to get on the phone.
Yeah, picks in, so we'll see who it is.
Shotty isn't it? Well, Zim's right there.
They're all Schottenheimer's kind of he's a love of everybody. He's a team player for everybody.
Corner.
Okay.
Or defensive back. It could be a safety as well.
Could be a safety. I'm thinking this is a corner, though. And I think we've mentioned a lot of the names. I mean, maybe it's a flyer that we don't even know.
What if it's your boy Ryan Watts?
I wouldn't mind some Ryan Watts. I think this is a little high for him, but I wouldn't mind Ryan Watts.
With all those names on the board, I don't think I would take Ryan Watts, but here we go.
I would take one of those corners.
Yeah. Bobby, you telling us something we don't need to know?
No, I was just curious. Watts was one that popped in my head.
Zimmer with his.
I think out of the room, Brian would go with King. I'd go with Carson. Bobby would go with James.
Out of the DBs?
Out of the DBs. I don't know, Nick and Aisha, if you guys want to break a tie. Not that our votes matter here. The picks aren't even made. You'd go with James?
I'm looking.
I wish somebody from the NFL Network.
Honestly, I'd be fine with any of these guys. I liked Carson a lot, and I know that they've talked to him.
I like Kalen Carson more.
Yeah, I'm a Kalen Carson guy.
DJ. Just very slightly higher than DJ.
The one thing that annoyed me about Kalen Carson, though, is I put in my notes he's got a little Cheeto in his game. Where he's
close.
He's in position.
Almost,
oh my gosh,
player.
he's got great coverage, but a 50-50 ball, all of a sudden it's like, dang it, that guy just made the catch.
Damn draft's going to be open by the time we get done with.
It's moving slow. They're going to need to pick up on this 5th and 6th round here.
Holy jeez.
I mean, I'm sorry about Isaiah Davis. That stinks.
Yeah, you win some, you lose a lot. That's all right.
I feel you on that, man. But we'll see who this pick ends up being. It is taking their sweet time.
Well, the network is.
Beam, I know you know who the pick is. Just go ahead and let us know.
He can.
He can. No, don't do it. Let's go ahead and be surprised. Is it anybody that we've talked about, Beamer?
He's not even listening to us.
All right, perfect. As long as he can only talk back to me. It is
okay.
So we've talked about the name.
We've talked about a lot of humans.
Talk about a lot.
It's one of the corners. It's got to be one of the corners.
Let's see. They're all kind of fired up still in there, so we're trying to get fired up for them.
I wish they were heavier.
I mean, if it's DJ James or Kalen Carson, I'm fired up because those are borderline top 100 players to me.
Yeah, I'm a fan of both those guys. I'd fight for my guy in Carson here over your guy, Bobby. But I think either way, you've got yourself a good player. And I think you're getting great value because you're right. I mean, James I had in the 3rd, Carson I've got in the 4th. You're now in the 5th round at 174. Actually, flip that. I had Carson in the 3rd and James in the 4th. All right. We still wait. Standing by.
I was Carson in the 3rd and James in the 2nd.
I'm sure the Twitter world knows exactly who this player is, don't they?
Yeah, unfortunately.
They do? Yeah, but I'm not going to look at Twitter. I'm just going to let it breathe, as they say. If the NFL would decide not to run 18 commercials, well, I think they're setting this thing up to get all the commercials and then let Dallas pick. They're going to
like when Nikola Jokic was drafted during a Taco Bell commercial way back when.
No, they definitely time the commercials to be more. I noticed that.
Everybody cares about the Cowboys. They're going to come back.
I noticed that even last
We're probably going to get the pick announced.
Roman Oben is going to stand up there and say with the 174th pick.
Oh, dang it. I saw it. I know who it is.
Okay. You happy?
I'm very happy.
Okay, cool.
I'm very happy.
That'll work. That'll work for me.
I'm very happy.
I didn't look.
I'm not going to give it away.
I'm not going to look either.
That's the danger of opening Twitter during these situations. Because they're probably, we've probably got, I bet the 5th round's already done. I bet the NFL's now in the 6th round. But we're all behind because of the pageantry of the draft here.
Right. We're at the mercy of the draft.
Yeah, no doubt.
I feel like day 3 used to just be like
boom, boom, boom.
That's what I'm saying.
Hour.
Is it going to pick up in the 6th round? Because if we do this, we're going to be here. This going to be all night.
They got to be on a TV schedule, right? They got to get this up by 5.
Yeah, I'm sure the 6th and 7th. All right, here we go. Cowboys pick is in.
Come on, Oben.
I think this is going to end up being announced. Who are we taking? Who is the newest Dallas Cowboy?
Hi, and welcome to Mexico City, the international home of the Dallas Cowboys. My name is Enrique Burak, longtime broadcaster of the NFL in Mexico, and also longtime fan of the Cowboys. So I want to thank the Cowboys organization for this great opportunity. With the 174th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, con la selección número 174 en el draft del 2024, the Dallas Cowboys select Kalen Carson, defensive back.
There you go.
Let's go. That's a hell of a pick, man. I think getting Carson here is great. He led the team with 8 pass breakups, also had 4 games with 5 or more tackles, Senior Bowl invite. He's also one of these guys played wide receiver in high school. He tackles, man. At times he'll miss in the open field, though. But he's a physical player, does not shy away from contact. I love the way he competes. Him versus Keon Coleman in that game against Florida State was a really, really fun watch. He does a great job of undercutting the ball in the air to break it up. There's times he can be susceptible to the double move. He needs to watch out for that. But he's good downhill, closing speed. I think he's a good athlete overall. Strong hands at the line of scrimmage and press. I think he shows awareness in zone. I mentioned, hey, there's a little bit of the Cheeto in his game where he's usually in good position on a 50-50 ball, but the ball skills can be lacking at times. He did miss time due to injuries in his sophomore and junior seasons. Can play special teams. I like Kalen Carson a lot. I don't know how you guys feel about the pick.
Physical as hell. That was always what I came away with on my notes whenever I watched him twice. Once before the Combine and then once after, once they had a formal with him at the Combine. But yeah, really physical. I think he can play inside, outside. I like him more in zone opportunities, which is an interesting fit for a Mike Zimmer type corner. I think if he was to get his guy in this draft, it would have been a guy that could just press up on and throw him off his release. But this is a guy who, time after time, 7-10 yards back from the receiver off the line. I wonder how that kind of manifests in a Mike Zimmer defense. But nevertheless, physicality. That's what really stood out to me. Mm-hmm. Really good open field tackler, strong in the run game, all of that. I think this is a pretty solid pick, especially given the value. I like where this is at. I would have preferred DJ James, I think, but I still really like Kalen Carson here.
Carson, yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, you got it. Go, please.
No, if he's in the vicinity, it's typically a contested catch. I just like the way he's able to drive on the ball as quickly as he can. And again, you mentioned some of the things he does in the run game. Yeah, like when he recognizes it, he's honestly, to me, trying to make you look bad for running the play, thinking he's not going to come up and tackle. So you'll see him sometimes just blow up screen and run plays just because he feels like it and he sees it. I think the tracking from him can improve. I just think sometimes he gets a little lost, like looking back for the ball. I believe sometimes he plays the receiver and not the ball.
Yep.
So that would make sense. So, he got some adequate coaches here. He got some good coaches here to be able to get that out. But I love the competitiveness from him and how feisty he is well.
You're right. He's 6 foot. He's 199 pounds. You mentioned very competitive, very fiery in the way he plays. Yeah. He's got quick feet. He's able to stay connected with the guy. Good fluid hips, the ability to turn. The nice thing of seeing the routes developing and then trigger to the ball. Especially good when he comes to reading screens and those breaking routes. He's disruptive. He's got good instincts for the position. He'll battle all types of receivers. You can watch the good matchups against the Florida State guys where he's able to kind of battle those bigger guys, and he was able to handle that. I think the one thing he's probably going to have to work on is I don't know how good his ball skills are. There were a couple of times where I watched where he had a chance for an interception and he was unable to make the play. The willingness of the tackle, the physicality of the tackles, right spot, right time of a player. I think the length, the demeanor is very good. I love the way that he was able to play those in-breaking routes. Yes. That's one of my favorite things.
Yes.
He carries those in routes right there. So Kalen Carson, 6 foot, 199, Wake Forest. He's a good football player.
Yeah, I agree with you. When you talk about the ball skills, like that's that 50-50 ball thing. But, hey, credit Al Harris. Well, what's this team been able to do since Al Harris became the DB's coach? With Deron Bland, with Trayvon Diggs, he's able to get these guys to figure out how to intercept the football. Now, those dudes do have natural ball skills, which maybe Carson does not have as much as those guys do. But I think if there's one thing, if this guy's got everything else, Al Harris can maybe tap into, hey, let's go ahead and locate the ball in the air a little bit better.
Yeah, excuse me. And I think it's important that, we look at this cornerback room and look at what they actually have and what they don't have. I mean, they brought back Jordan Lewis for another year to man that nickel spot. We still don't know what you have from Eric Scott Jr., who they tried.
Maybe a previous regime deal there.
Yeah, there's just some, also, too, you have a Nashawn Wright who's still here. It's just, I think that maybe they're looking at also next year with what's going to happen in this cornerback room. So, I understand the pick. It's fine.
Yeah, I like it. I'm excited. I think you needed some cornerback depth. I think this is a good pick.
But he was a top 100 guy for me.
They didn't reach on a running back here.
Which is okay.
I was worried let's just try and reach on a running back.
There's no reason.
Yeah, take a guy that could play. Yeah, I like Carson. I liked King. I like DJ James. This kid is a good football player. He really
Jaheim Bell and just put him in the backfield.
Look at this. Oh, Jalen Ford just went to the Saints. Oh, man, good for Jalen Ford.
Yeah.
That Jalen Ford is a really, really good dude. Went to Frisco Lone Star. I got to call one of his games against Highland Park in high school, and he was just all over the field. Nick Bolton, of course, was above him there at Frisco Lone Star. But Jalen Ford going to the Saints doesn't have to go too far. I think that's a good pick, the linebacker out of Texas.
I would have considered him.
I would have, too.
Yeah.
I would have, too. I like Jalen Ford quite a bit. Some people want to be like, okay, the speed. But 2 years ago, I thought he was really, really good in coverage. Last year at Texas, maybe the tape not as good, but I love Jalen Ford. I think he's a good player.
Is that a Texas thing?
What?
I'm asking that's not the first time I feel like we've said that. I feel like we even said that about Overshown coming in. It was like 1 year was really good, and then the next year you was like, I don't know if it's the same, or it was just a difference in how they looked year to year from the linebacker position.
I don't think that's necessarily a program thing.
Okay, yeah. Is it a coordinator thing? That's more so what I'm asking. Is it a coaching thing?
No.
Is it changes, whatever the case may be?
No, I think defensive coordinator Pete Kwiatkowski, he came in from Washington, and he's a guy that focuses in on that linebacker and safety unit and how they kind of marry each other. Very similar to kind of how Dan Quinn did with his unit as well. But Jalen Ford and DeMarvion Overshown, the thing with both of them was DeMarvion Overshone the year before the year before his final season at Texas, a little bit of injury concerns, and then Jalen Ford this last season. I feel like there was just so much around him that he didn't have to do as much as he did in year 3, where he was getting all these interceptions across the middle of the field and finding the ball and doing things of that nature. Whereas this past season, he was able to get some help, and Anthony Hill came in to really help get some pressure off the edge, and they were more pushed out to the boundary. But I think Jalen Ford in this particular spot for the Saints, a really good pick. I think he's going to be a good player too. I'm curious what the medical concerns are whenever everything is all said and done, but as I see it right now, a good pick.
All right, joining us now is your newest Dallas Cowboy, 5th-round selection out of Wake Forest, Kalen Carson. Kalen, congratulations, man. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. How you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling great. Definitely feeling great. Great to be here. Great to get picked. So,
man,
ready to go.
We're excited to have you. We were just all kicking around the tires. We've broken down your film. I mean, one of the games that really stood out to me about you was your matchup against Keon Coleman from Florida State, who got drafted earlier by Buffalo. What do you remember about that matchup, man? I mean, you're just physical, tough as hell, and you made his day really, really difficult.
Yeah, I just remember during that week watching film and seeing what routes he liked to run and seeing what he could take and what he was weak at, and I think I really attacked his weakness, and that's how I executed.
When it comes to tackling, some corners are down to tackle, some are, I'm going to shy away and make a business decision. You like to come downhill and support in the run game. Is that something you've always welcomed, is the contact?
Yes, sir. I came out of high school playing safety, so I've always been able to tackle, and I just don't feel like you're a complete corner if you don't come up in the run game.
All right. What's up, Kayla? Congratulations on being selected. Your ball skills as well. You have a knack for being able to deflect the ball out of the air and being able to find it. Where did those skills come from? How did Wake Forest help you in that department as well?
Yeah, I played offense all my whole life until 11th grade year of high school, and I would like to turn a lot of my PBUs into interceptions, and that's just coming with just trying to go with 2 instead of 1. So I'm looking forward to making those to interceptions moving forward. But, yeah, I would say it just came from just playing offense my whole life.
You, of course, when it comes to coming to the Cowboys, Trayvon Diggs, Deron Bland, they just happen to be the top 2 interception leaders over the course of the last 3 years. How excited are you to join this secondary and play with those 2 guys?
Definitely excited to learn from them. He didn't led the NFL in interceptions the last 2 years or whatever. So, just excited to learn from them and see what they have in store for me to learn from them. So,
what do you feel about special teams?
Special teams, I feel like you're not a complete football player if you don't play special teams either. I got 4 years of special teams tape at Wake Forest, and it's an extra play for me to just go hard. So.
Kalen,
not a playoff.
Kalen, when it comes to your contact with the Cowboys, we know you got to talk with them during the pre-draft process. Was it with Al Harris, Mike Zimmer? What were your interactions like?
Yeah, I had a formal meeting at the Combine, and I met with the whole coaching staff or whatever, but that was my last interaction with them. Just basically since the Combine.
All right, tell me one quirky, fun thing about yourself the Cowboy fans should know, just to get a little taste of what your personality is like, Kalen.
You say one word?
Yeah, just anything fun. Just what's a unique quality about yourself? What do you like to do in your free time?
My free time, I like to rap a little bit.
Oh, you like to rap? Okay. Can I get you to rap anything right now about being drafted?
Don't do him.
Anything
Don't put him
on the spot. If not, it's okay. It's okay.
You don't have to.
Not right now.
All right, don't worry. We'll give you some time. This is an awesome moment, dude. Congratulations. We're really excited to have you a part of this football team. We look forward to getting to know you a little bit more when you get to town.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. There he goes, Kalen Carson, Wake Forest. That would have been awesome if he had pulled off a little rap.
Yeah.
Please.
But it is. I mean,
I've heard he goes by Los, so that might be
why
what.
Why didn't you bring that up? You should have asked that.
How you know that?
Yeah, I didn't want to just like drop it. He'd be like, "What are you talking about?" But I've just heard that. I haven't confirmed it. That's I've just heard that he goes by Los.
Well, let's hear the secret audio. Douglas Barraclough does an excellent job at getting this to us. Doug, we love you. Thank you. Some of the perks that we have from being in this building. Here is the secret audio of Kalen Carson being drafted.
Hello.
Kalen.
How you doing?
Will McClay with the Cowboys. I got somebody who wants to talk to you, my man. Hold on.
Cowboys.
This is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys.
How you doing?
Kalen, are you still with us? Are you still? That's all right. But hey, Kalen, are you still on the phone?
Yeah, I'm still on the phone.
Well, hey, don't apologize for all that noise. My family would have been screaming too had I got a call and said I was going to be a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, thank you, Coach.
Well,
Appreciate it.
let me tell you, I want you to talk to a head coach. This is Jerry Jones, owner. But this is Mike McCarthy coming on. Congratulations, Kalen. Congratulations. Here's Mike McCarthy, your coach.
Hey, Mike McCarthy, how you doing? I'll tell you what, man, we're so excited to make you part of the family here. Congratulations. Enjoy this time with your family. This is obviously a great moment for you. Well, hey, man, I got a couple guys that want to say hello to you here, okay? Here, hold on. Al. Here's Al Harris, okay, our secondary coach.
Hello?
Yo.
Hello?
Hey. Hey, man, enjoy this now. Enjoy it while it lasts. You only get to celebrate this once, right?
Yes, sir.
There we go, man. Enjoy it, and I'll reach out to you in a little bit, man. So congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's awesome. Kalen Carson, I mean, I probably should ask him like where he was, who he was with. I mean, it was a crazy environment there in his background. I just saw he was Instagram living being selected there. I think we've got quite a personality on our hands with Kalen Carson. I'm excited to get to know him a little bit more as he joins the Dallas Cowboys. But a good fun pick there.
Yeah, he seemed a bit shy, like a little shy though. Like, I mean, I know the personality is probably
it'll come out.
It'll come out.
He'll open up a little bit more.
I mean, the way he plays on the field, like you'll see it. But no, he just sound like he got a lot of family that support him, that's happy for him. They was going in back there.
It was
awesome. Like, yes, it was super exciting.
What a special moment it is. We'll get to the last pick in the 5th round and then go through some of the picks that have been flying off the board here in the 6th. But Bobby, I mean, we haven't really heard your thoughts yet on the pick here with Kalen Carson. I mean, what do you think about this and the depth now he adds to the cornerback room?
Yeah, I mean, I like DJ James more, but I mean, Carson was one of the 2 best players left on the board, and I think value-wise, it again tracks with everything else that they've been doing. Would they have liked a running back? Yes, but I think right now they're just prioritizing. We have to get the most bang for our buck here, and that's what Carson was.
Man, this is. I think it was a spot that was needed. I mean, I talked about it when we mentioned sneaky needs. I mean, behind your top 3 guys with Diggs and Bland and Lewis, you're relying on Deshaun Wright, Eric Scott Jr., who you don't know about, and now you can slide in Kalen Carson. So I do think corner was a spot they needed to address, and they get it here in the 5th. The guy we were mentioning, Quantez Stiggers, the Toronto Argonauts, ended up going final pick of the 5th round to the New York Jets. How about Stiggers now going to the Big Apple?
Yeah, that's big time. Yeah, what a story. For those that are not familiar, he originally from Atlanta. He played at a high school program with only 27 players. It was a charter school down there in Northeast Atlanta, the Best Academy, and got a Division II opportunity to go play at Lane College in Tennessee, HBCU program. And within the first few weeks of him being there, the COVID pandemic breaks out, and then his father gets into a car accident, and he has to go back home. His father eventually passes away from his injuries a few months later. So Quantez makes his way back to Atlanta to help support his family and many siblings. I believe he has 6 siblings, and he was working DoorDash. He was working a lot of food delivery services. He was doing some night jobs as well, just to be able to provide. And his mom signed him up for a tryout that she saw on Facebook for the fan-controlled football league that was running out of Atlanta. And she said, hey, why don't you go out, get back in the game, and just try out for this. He did. Not only did he make a team, he was a co-defensive player of the year in the Fan Control Football League with the multiple interceptions that he had. He caught the attention of the offensive coordinator of the Toronto Argonauts in the Canadian Football League. He invited him up to Toronto for a training camp workout. He made it to camp, and then he made the team. I got to talk to Quantez at the Shrine Bowl and kind of asked him about that process, and he was like, hey, man, once I got the camp invite, I thought I was going to be cut by day 2. Well, by day 2, he had 5 interceptions against the number 1 the first string offense, and he was getting run with the 2s. Not only did he end up starting for the Argonauts last season, but he ended up being the defensive rookie of the year in the Canadian Football League with his 5 interceptions, 50-plus tackles. Really awesome story. 5'10", probably around 200 pounds. He probably needs to add a little bit more muscle. He's got a little bit he's got unnecessary weight that he might need to trim down and then bulk back up to muscle. But nevertheless, I think he's a guy that once he has about a year of NFL weight development, he'll be able to go on the field and take what he has learned in the CFL and the FCF and be able to translate that to a different professional football league, his 3rd one already, but he's just the 3rd player in the common draft era to be drafted without college football experience. Absolutely fantastic story from Quantez Stiggers.
And it's like he don't know no better, so he don't know no better. Like if you watched him even at the Shrine Bowl practices, his body just finds the ball. Like he just has a natural nose for the ball. And again, it's not all technically right and all this stuff, but he's just pure athleticism and instincts, and whoever, now we know who's grabbing him. Like, yeah, he's gonna get really good coaching and really grow in this league. Who grabbed him? The Jets?
The Jets.
The Jets.
Yeah.
The Jette Jets.
We're not gonna spell it.
How do you feel like Sauce Gardner can be more of a teacher for young corners?
This would be a good
things
opportunity
like that. I don't really know
too.
a lot about what Sauce brings to a locker room. Do you have anything there, Bobby?
Sauce worked out here in Frisco before the draft. I mean, he's at least in those settings, he's really positive working out with the other guys in the group. So he's the personality that he is, but I mean, he's not somebody who's just go my own way and be solo. At least not in those workouts, he wasn't.
Yeah.
All right, round 6 is in full swing here, Brian. We got Walter Rouse going to Oklahoma at the first pick of the 6th round. Mm-hmm. He is a Minnesota Viking now. Logan Lee, the defensive tackle out of Iowa, goes to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You liked him a little bit, didn't you, Aisha? Okay.
He was all right. I liked some of his get off and just seeing some of the work that he did at the Shrine Bowl. Yeah, he just has a quick initial step off the line. I didn't always like his pad level, but he's somebody that has a bit of a motor when it comes to rushing the passer. I believe he's a former tight end or something like that.
That makes some sense. I mean, he's 6'5", 281.
Yeah, I think he was converted. They converted him to D tackle based off of need. And he was able to be productive there at Iowa during that time. He stood out during the Shrine Bowl practices. Yeah.
Yeah, he's a guy like not nearly as tall, but you guys remember Marcus Hunt, who came out of SMU. Like a dude who'll just get his hand up there,
Cincinnati,
and block everything.
Mm-hmm.
He's one of those guys that can do that. Utah's offensive guard, Setawa Lamea.
Lauamea.
Lauamea?
Yeah.
Lauamea?
Was supposed to go higher. He got flagged by teams.
Lauamea?
Yep.
Okay, so he ends up going to the Seattle Seahawks. There is a guard, Marcellus Dial, cornerback out of South Carolina. Yeah, Dial's an interesting player. Goes to the Patriots.
Really quick, him and Christian Gonzalez, really fun young duo there.
Ooh, yes. Tell the, for those that haven't watched Marcellus Dial, what do you think about him?
Length and ball skills. I think he's a guy that could play on the outside and just really be able to hone in there and be able to lock a guy down. Simple as that.
Yeah, 31 passes defense, I think, during his time there at South Carolina. And then we talked about Kamani Vidal, the running back out of Troy. I broke him down earlier. He ends up coming off the board to
Chargers.
The Chargers.
The great nephew of who, Aisha? Hank Aaron. You can give me back.
Dang it, man.
Not so funny?
No, because I got flamed on Twitter for that, y'all. Like,
yeah, you did.
I deserved it.
It's fine.
I
think they reminded you of Jackie Robinson Day, too, didn't they?
Me. But looking at Tennessee go, Jaquan Jackson going back down to Tulane again after getting Tajay Spears last year. They must like.
That's a fun one.
Absolutely. Fun. I'm thrilled for him.
Maybe they'll circle back and take the quarterback, Michael Pratt, eventually. Just go ahead and load up on the Tulane waves,
point.
This guy's a good player, though.
No, he is. That's happened.
Yeah.
5'9", 188. Go ahead and tell me about him, Brian.
You talk about? Oh, go ahead.
Or Aisha.
Yeah, Aisha, go for it.
You talk about the top end speed and some of the things he's able to do. You see his size and how fast he is. You think, okay, he can't take a punch. Nah, man. He will extend, get knocked in the mouth, and get back up. He has a patience in his route running that I think he can really grow as a route runner. But even so, again, he has value as a returner as well. He can stop on a dime, his hands are pretty strong, even though he's not that big. The contested catches are something that maybe you want him to work on, but the route running is refined enough for him to do what he wants to do. He freestyles a bit sometimes too. This is a fun player. If I'm not mistaken, this is Ed Reed's nephew as well.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
A lot of pedigree in this draft.
Yes. Oh, yeah, that's one thing. We haven't talked about it as much, but that was one thing I was thinking. Every time we were talking about a player, I always have to the side,
my goodness.
Is there a legacy or something? There's a lot of legacy.
Kidding me? Darius Muasau out of UCLA going to the Giants. The Giants need to stop doing this. I'm getting really irritated with them taking players that we like.
I think it's a division in itself.
Darius Muasau, 6'1", 230, out of UCLA, led them in tackles, defensive MVP of their bowl game. He's a transfer from Hawaii. He's got 5 brothers. And to me, he's like a throwback, chase and rally, read and react type linebacker. Super strong hands to shed blocks, awareness in zone, blitzes, tackles everything, can rally from the backside. He's relentless in his pursuit, high football IQ. He's short. Right, so that's probably why he's available here. But sometimes, yes, I think the size also when he's trying to get through the trash, that can be an issue for him. But I really loved his anticipation. I was a big fan of Darius Muasau. What did you guys think?
I think you got him absolutely right, man. You watch him play, it seemed like to me those opportunities that he got, the bigger the opportunity, the bigger that this guy played, and I'm surprised, to be honest with you, that he's really lasted this long. I think there's some really, really good instinctual traits about the player, and so the Giants, when the Giants I think are having a pretty good draft, but this guy's a 5-year player, so he's seen a lot of snaps in his day, and I think there's something about having experience about that, because this guy has a feel where he needs to be at the right place, the right time.
Bobby, we were talking about linebackers as an option. Do you think? Oh, wow, there goes Malik Washington. We'll talk about him in a second. Do you think Muasau is even in consideration?
I don't know. I didn't even watch Muasau other than just cursory look at it. But no, to me, I mean, the only linebackers left that I think makes sense. The only one really left that pops to me is John Trey Hunter.
Curtis Jacobs.
Curtis Jacobs is like a player that's good, yeah. But in terms of the ones that they've shown interest in and that I also like, and I think. Like Hunter, if you go watch his tape against LSU, it gives you the confidence that he can hang on the field with bigger time pedigree.
There was interaction with Curtis Jacobs at the Shrine Bowl, but since then there hasn't been much there. Nathaniel Watson is another one that's still on the board.
Yeah,
correct?
Watson's still there.
Yeah, he's a 30 visit.
I have a question though in regard to Watson. Do you think that somewhat of the temperament is too similar to Maurice? Not he can't cover the same way, but I'm talking about just the downhill, hair on fire. Might take a bad angle every now and then, might over pursue a little bit.
See, I felt like he was I was comfortable with what he brought from a downhill perspective, but not from the coverage perspective. So it's kind of the flip flop there.
No, yeah, and I get that. I'm just saying from the. I just was
physicality.
It's a lot of the same person.
I will say it seems as though one common theme I think with all of these guys that the Cowboys have taken: Guyton, Nealon, Cooper Beebe, Maris Leofold, Kalen Carson now. Physicality,
yes,
in the way all of these guys play.
Yeah. They definitely want to. It seems like they said it. They want tone-setting guys, and you can tell by this draft so far that that's something that's important to them because they probably just tired of getting hit in the mouth in these games.
Miami, again. We could just continue to. The Dolphins are what they take a good player here, and that's
a 4th-round guy on my board.
Yeah, I agree. That was a top 100 player for me, top 85 player for me. Malik Washington, the wide receiver,
I had a 4th on him too.
Out of Virginia. He ends up going to the Miami Dolphins here.
How many receivers do they need?
I know. Transfer from Northwestern. He also lettered in track in high school. Claimed a national state title in the 4x100 meter relay. So the track team continues there with the Miami Dolphins, doesn't it? But I think, primary slot receiver, used in motion a ton. He's got added return value on special teams. I think he's just got a natural feel for where to find the hole in zone coverage, can sit down. He's tough to bring down in the open field. He's a willing blocker along the edge for a smaller receiver. Exceptional contact balance, reliable hands. I was a big fan of this guy. I think he's really good over the middle of the field, working on crossing routes, playmaker with the ball in his hands, consistent route runner, can get separation. He's got some twitchiness to him. I think that's a great pick for the Miami Dolphins with Malik Washington.
Greedy.
Yeah, first team All ACC guy. The production was so awesome last year for the Cavaliers, and even in a season, or I mean, it's for a team at this point that has not been super successful in the ACC, but he was the consistent guy time after time. I think him as a slot weapon. Let's think about it: Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. Cedric Wilson still with the Dolphins as well, correct?
Wilson left this offseason.
That's right.
He signed with somebody else. I think we were actually going through that
You got a Braxton
day.
Berrios, but I mean the speed, the production. It's funny because Malik Washington's a 4.47 guy, and he's going to join a receiver room where he might be the slowest one in there.
Yeah, I know.
It's really fascinating. Maybe this is a guy too that can handle most of the returning abilities too. If they feel like Berrios maybe didn't bring a whole lot, because I know that they didn't want Tyreek to do that. They want Tyreek to be able to be a guy that can take on the offensive load and not have to worry about the return.
Johnny Wilson, Eagles.
Wow, Johnny Wilson from Florida State going
Harold
to the
Carmichael.
Eagles. Okay, yeah. Why don't you go ahead and talk to us a little bit about that? Because you're right. I mean, you brought up the Colin Johnson, probably the last receiver taken that high, but the Eagles do have a history with that.
They do, and it's funny because you start to talk about the great history of tall wide receivers. You have to start really with Harold Carmichael and with the Philadelphia Eagles. I think the thing with Wilson that's fascinating to him, of course, is his ability to make plays down the field. I think that's something for somebody that tall, that he found a way to make plays. You're always kind of thinking his underneath stuff is really, really, really good. But down the field, I felt like that he found a way. He didn't have a lot of receptions as a go receiver, but his ability to make plays as a receiver underneath, I think, too, was something that was pretty impressive for how tall that he is for a receiver. It just takes a long time for him to get going. He did surprise me with that 4.11 short shuttle at the combine. So you do see a little of initial quickness, but, you start to talk about tall wide receivers again. Mike Evans at 6'5", Alan Lazard at 6'5", Colin Johnson was 6'6". That's kind of where he's dealing with right now.
Jace McClellan. Yeah.
Did they trade?
The Falcons? No, the Falcons have back-to-back picks here.
Tracking that.
186 and 187. They take Jace McClellan, the running back out of Alabama, whom we discussed. I do think the Cowboys were interested in Jace McClellan. That's a local kid. We talked about him earlier out of Aledo.
Excuse me. Do you have who? Okay, and that pick at one. I'm sorry when I was talking 186. Was that Arizona? Who was that?
186. It's Atlanta.
It's Atlanta.
From Minnesota through Arizona.
Yes.
So that's Atlanta's pick?
Yes.
Is that the McClellan pick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And so they haven't selected at 187.
They have not. They just took Casey Washington, the wide receiver from Illinois.
Okay, Casey Washington.
Yeah, brother of Parker Washington, if y'all remember him from last year out of Penn State. And
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and they have a sister as well that's in the scouting department up in Chicago. But yeah, I think Jace McClellan. That was a pre-draft visit for the Cowboys. I'm sure that's probably one of the last ones on the board that they've met with at this point. I would imagine.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anyone left.
Did they have one with McGee?
McGee.
Or not? Jordan McGee's already gone. John Trey Hunter.
I meant running back wise.
Oh, running back. Okay,
yeah, running back wise. I think that's it. Even for combine visits too. I think they have been completely washed away. I mean, you got Frank Gore Jr. still on the board. Jawar Jordan, Dylan Lobby out of New Hampshire. I know some guys really like him. Carson Steele out of UCLA. I mean, now you're kind of scraping down at the bottom of the barrel. You also have Monty Bailey out of TCU. That was a pre-draft visit.
Monty Bailey runs very slow for how small he is.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he does. That's another Den Ryan Raider.
Michael Wiley is an interesting playmaker too, but
before McClellan went off the board, somebody had just texted me a little bit ago that the only draftable, this is an AFC team, the only draftable running backs they had left were Schrader, Lobby, Kendall Milton, and Jace McClellan. And McClellan just went, so it would be 3 now.
What's the speed like for Milton? You guys think he's fast enough? Maybe he's a guy you could consider. Kendall Milton out of Georgia.
I feel like I mentioned him earlier today.
I didn't see a lot from Kendall Milton, honestly.
He ran 4.62 at the combine.
Yeah. I didn't see a lot there.
Yeah, it's because he has long strides. Like,
what's the word you use for a guy with choppy strides?
Schmedium.
Schmedium?
Schmedium. Schmedium strides.
I got to remember that one.
Yeah. It's.
Yeah, he's not a juice guy. He's not bringing the juice. That's not happening.
I don't think they're going to take a runner.
They might not.
Nah.
But okay, here's what I'll throw out is, I mean, there's a back in Houston that's maybe on the trade block.
Who? Oh, don't say it out loud.
I don't know. I don't know if I can or not, but he played with Malik Davis in college in Florida.
I don't think you can say it on DallasCowboys.com.
So he was really good 2 years ago. Fell off last year, but I mean, there might be some avenues in the trade market.
Is he officially on the market?
Very generically, there might be some avenues on the trade market without saying anybody specifically.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, just possible options out there. Just throwing it out there. Maybe
just throwing it out there, huh?
Maybe a late round pick could make that happen. I don't know. It's possible. Possible. All right, the Houston Texans now with pick 188. I do want to, let's go back. I know Beamer's got this. Last night, we were trying to play some of the secret audio of the Cowboys' third-round pick, Maris Luafau, out of Notre Dame. It kind of ended up fading out on us. Here is Maris when he got the call from the Jones family.
Hear this.
Maris.
Yes, sir.
This is Jerry Jones with the Dallas Cowboys.
How are you doing, sir?
Well, I'm doing great, but I'm really proud to, if I'd had the good things said about me that's been said about you over the last few days, but you're now a Dallas Cowboy.
Thank you so much.
Well, we're excited about you being here. You're a hell of a competitor, and we're proud of it. But our head coach want to talk to you, and then our defensive coordinator, both of them Mikes. But here's Mike McCarthy, our head coach.
Hey, Maris, congratulations, man.
How's it going, Coach?
Hey, I tell you.
Great to hear from you.
Oh, you bet. I just can't say enough about you after seeing you up here in Notre Dame and on your 30 visits. So you're coming to a great place, as you know. So
I do. I'm so excited, Coach. I appreciate it.
You bet. You bet. Hey, enjoy this moment with your family. I'm going to pass you on our defensive coordinator, Mike Zimmer. All right?
Yes, sir.
Here you go.
Yep.
Hey, Maris, you there?
How's it going? Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
You sold me when you told me what everybody on the defense was doing it when you were here.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we're excited.
Man, I had a great time.
Yeah. Well, you're going to have a better time now.
Yep. No, for sure.
All right. Congratulations.
Yep.
Here,
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I'm going to give you back to Mr. Jones.
Okay.
But Maris, again,
yes, sir.
Enjoy this moment, but we are so proud to have you.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited. I can't wait to be there.
Good. Let's hand it over here.
All right.
Marist.
Hello. How's it going?
How you doing, Coach Scott here?
How you doing? I'm doing great.
We got your back, man.
Thank you so much, man.
You said when you were in the building we were going to get you back, and we got you, my man.
Yeah. No, I appreciate you guys. You get. I'm so. I don't know what to say.
Well, we're excited for you. You had a great visit, and we loved everything about you, man. Your tape's great. You're a great kid, great person, and you're really going to fit into our family here, man. Great.
I can't wait.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
All right, Maris. Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I can't believe we're going to get some of that Notre Dame gold mixed in with this blue.
Yeah. Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Okay. Well,
I can't wait to come there.
Be excited to see you, and congratulations.
Yeah.
Tell your family we're proud. Tell your family we'll take care of you. We're proud of you.
All right, I will. Thank you.
Talk to you later.
Bye. Bye.
That's pretty awesome.
That's the longest I've heard Jerry Jones getting the phone back.
Yeah.
2 different times. It's like everybody just hands the phone back to Jerry. Like, oh, okay.
Nah,
Yeah.
they must really like the kid.
I'll tell you what, that's not the first time that I've heard a Jerry Jones really stand on the table for Notre
Sure.
Dame. He loves that program. I wonder how much of Zach Martin's influence is on that.
Well, they just don't disappear.
They traded
Lions see someone they want, they say, go get them.
The Lions and Philly have just been trading the entire weekend.
Pick 189. Here's what we're going to need. Need the energy in the room up. All right, let's go.
Let's get it. Come on.
Go. I know we're in the meat and potatoes here, 6th and 7th round. Let's freaking nail this thing.
Are we going to do some jumping jacks in the room?
I don't know. Maybe we should stand up.
I'm
just feeling a little bit of some dullness right now. I ain't having it, all right? We're not doing this. We got a couple hours left. Let's drive this thing home like champions.
Let's do it, baby.
Round 6, pick 189.
Who do you like for the Lions?
You guys predictions here, huh? Where are we going with the Lions? You know what? I'm going to go with Nathaniel Watson, linebacker out of Mississippi State.
I'm going to go Gabriel Murphy.
Lomas Brown.
You know what? I think it's going to be Mekhi Wingo, defensive tackle at LSU.
You just want to make a scene.
That's the actual pick.
Oh.
Yeah. Sorry. I didn't know. Mekhi Wingo, another LSU Tiger off the board. Go Tigers. Brian, I know you're writing it in, but you can probably spitball off the top of your head about Mekhi Wingo.
Oh, I looked at him a few times.
I didn't love him. I looked at him, but I didn't love him.
I didn't, I looked at him a few times. Let me really though talk about him here. You always want to give these kids their due and what you saw with them as players. Yeah, with Wingo though, I kind of felt like though at 6 foot 284, a little bit of a shorter guy. And, as far as the defensive tackle, he lines up at the 1 and the 3 in the LSU scheme. He's played some snaps where he's lined up over the tackle as well on the edge. He's a shorter arm guy. I think he needs to win right off the snap in order to have a chance to have success. He comes off the ball with some initial quickness. He can be explosive. He plays kind of with some push-pull techniques as a pass rusher. He does have a tough time dealing with blockers that play with length due to his lack of his own size. He'll need to develop more pass rush moves, work off getting off blockers quicker. When he rushes down the middle, he has a little chance of being successful. He needs to try and be more on the edge, use his quickness, but do a good job of defending. He does a good job of defending the run and getting off blocks there. I think he's got some instincts for the position and plays it well, especially when he's on the move.
Here we go.
Go Tigers.
There you go, Tigers.
Yeah, let's
Thank
go.
you, Coach.
Tigers.
Mekhi Wingo out of LSU, 6 foot 284, a little short and stocky there, but the quickest 10-yard split out of defensive tackles that ran out of the combine this year. He is now going to bite some kneecaps with the fighting man Campbells in the Detroit Lions. We now have pick 190, and who do you think's on the board?
My goodness.
Filthy. The Eagles. Let's go ahead and run through this Eagles
How
draft
is this
real
happening?
quick.
Like, what?
They've
how did
made
we
like
get
7
here?
trades.
You know who
since
hasn't
this
picked
draft.
recently that was picking, like, it seemed every pick?
San Francisco?
Washington. I
Washington.
feel like we have had, like, Washington had all their picks, and now we're kind of waiting on some. Like,
Nah, but Philly has been that piece of gum that's on your shoe this whole draft. Like
Yeah.
every time we look up and around, they're trading and doing something else and getting on our nerves.
yeah, they just
Mostly
took
my
Johnny
nerves.
Wilson just a couple of picks ago. So this Eagles draft class, Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, they go ahead and help the secondary. They crush Nick Harris's soul with Jalix Hunt. Will Shipley, the running back out of Clemson. Anais Smith, the wide receiver out of Texas A&M. Jeremiah Trotter Jr., linebacker out of Clemson, great value. Trevor Keegan, the guard out of Michigan. I think we're all kind of meh. Johnny Wilson, the wide receiver from Florida State. That's interesting. And now this is scheduled to be their final pick of the draft, 190 here in the 6th round.
Oh, they went after center.
They went with Dylan McMahon, NC State center. This pick has changed hands a bunch. It was New Orleans to Green Bay to the Jets, then to Philly. So Dylan McMahon will round out the Eagles draft. What do we think? I mean, how do we feel about what the Eagles have come away with so far in the 2024 NFL draft? Bobby, I know they don't have a quarterback in your eyes, but did they get better?
Got a hella running backs, though.
But they definitely, I mean, assuming they hit on Mitchell and DeJean, which I think we all liked, secondary got better.
Yeah, they did. And that's what they needed to do. Getting Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean right out of the gates, whether they view DeJean as a corner or a safety, that's going to be able to help them. Throwing some athleticism off the edge in their pass rush group with Jalix Hunt, that's big time. Adding some speed to the receiving core and Anais Smith, relying on pedigree with Jeremiah Trotter Jr., and then adding a red zone threat and Johnny Wilson. I mean, all in all, a pretty solid weekend at the office for the Eagles, and I would say so for probably every NFC East team right now.
Ooh, okay.
Dylan McMahon is a nice pick.
Well, go ahead and tell us a little bit about McMahon.
Yeah, got to see him at the Shrine Bowl a little bit. Crazy athlete. The verticals, 32 inches. He's really strong. I put it with a C. He can play across the line, but I think he is the most stout as a center. The movement from him is just very smooth, fluid. He has a very square, stout build, so he's not super tall. The hand technique is there, but he'll wrestle with you. He's consistently good with his hand placement, and the awareness during stunts is there, which I really, really like. The communication is there from him. He's a consistent communicator from the center position. He can climb the field. He can climb up to the second level quickly, take on angles. The motor and finishing at the second level or something that you maybe want him to shore up. But other than that, this is for where they're getting him at, especially. I thought this was one of the better centers in the draft at the later rounds.
Yeah.
This is nice. This is a good pickup for them.
This reminds me of the guy that just retired for them, because I think at 299 this guy might be maxed out weight wise.
Mm-hmm.
But you start to talk about they played with a light center before. And this kid, I don't know if I don't know if he's going to get much bigger, But man, I mean, he sometimes there's some stumbling in his blocks. He's kind of stumbling along there. Mm-hmm. The hand placement is good. He understands how to play the angles. He knows how to get upfield. He does get a little top heavy because maybe he's not big enough to kind of hold on to things. But you will see some snaps where, like I say, he's off balance. He might be maxed out weight-wise. I mentioned that. He does a great job of fighting to stay with his block and finish. Not always successful, but this is the type of guy, though, that he could reach a wide technique. He could lead on the screen.
Yeah.
He's played all 3 inside positions at his career at North Carolina State. He doesn't have great length at times, and it does show.
All right. I just saw this. After today.
I had it right
here.
No
kidding.
Go ahead.
You, all right.
You got it.
The 2022 Texans-Browns Deshaun Watson trade, now complete. You go back and you look at what the Texans did with their picks. Of course, Browns easy. Deshaun Watson, and then their 6th-round pick in 2024 was thrown in to get Jerry Jeudy. The Texans cleaned up with their 1st-round pick, Kenyon Green, out of Texas A&M in 2022. That one hasn't really panned out. Their 4th-round pick.
Injuries.
Damian Pierce, who was really good a couple of years ago. Their 1st-round pick last year, Will Anderson Jr. Their 3rd-round pick last year, Tank Dell. Their 1st-round pick they traded back with Minnesota, ended up taking Kamari Lassiter, linebacker Jamal Hill, and then their 4th-round pick that they had this year became Caden Bullock. So quite the haul in regards for a quarterback, and now they might have a better one that they drafted a year ago in C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, that really worked out for them.
It sure did.
That really worked out for them. Yeah, very fascinating trade haul, I think, from the Texans. But that's a team, I think, over the course of the last 2 seasons, you look at these 2 draft classes that they'll be able to take into the next 4 or 5 years.
Oh.
Really impressive for them.
There you go, Bobby.
DJ
Bobby,
James.
here's your guy.
It's about time.
DJ James goes off the board. Right before that, it was Tejan Palmer, the wide receiver out of UAB.
I don't know why Taj Washington and Brendan Rice just aren't going, though, either.
San Francisco's going to take Jerry Rice's kid. Get ready for that one.
Be a beautiful story.
It would be.
They're going to find a way to get a pick and do this. Are they anywhere?
They had
near?
215 right before the Cowboys.
Yeah, get ready.
Could be.
Cowboys ought to break their hearts and take the guy.
They should. They should. He's a good player.
He's a good player.
DJ James here going to the Seahawks. It's a nice pick for Seattle, who's got a good secondary. Bobby, tell us about your guy, DJ James.
Yeah, I mean, look, the length and the athleticism and everything else show up really well. I think that basically the notes, we've talked about this, between him and Renardo Green are incredibly similar, just with Green being more of a physical presence in the running game as opposed to James. So to me, I think that James is going to cause problems for you on the edge whenever they get wide, because he's not going to be able to participate. I think you see that the thin frame shows up with bigger receivers more than it does with Green, but that was really the only thing that separated it for me. I love the instincts. I love the ability to not get thrown off by exotic releases, stay with his man, be able to turn his hips, run. I think that DJ James was a 2nd-round player. And to me, I think that this is a great pick for them. Small, you see it right up there. He's 175 pounds. He's thin, but he's a really good player.
Can we get the selection for this? Because this is a very interesting selection here from the Patriots.
With the 193rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Joe Milton, quarterback, Tennessee.
That is fascinating, considering that they took Drake May to start the draft, and they get the biggest arm easily in the draft class, but that's about it. He's got this power arm that can throw it out of the stadium.
He ran.
There's no touch.
Ran well. His testing was really impressive.
That's fair.
He's an athlete. Yeah. That's the classic Patriot way. I know Belichick's not there anymore, but that's the classic Patriot way of taking a flyer on a quarterback and then flipping it.
Elliott Wolf, Green Bay. What do you do?
Yeah.
Draft
quarterbacks. Think about the system he came up with. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, and it was interesting. The previous pick, Spanish Fort in Mobile. Mm-hmm. I think Abrams Drain.
Correct.
Same school?
Yep, correct.
Okay,
yep.
both from Mobile.
Yeah,
both
from Mobile.
Both corners played in Mobile.
And both of them were Senior Bowl guys to be able to come back. And
wow, that's cool.
There's the highest guy left on my board, Tanner McLaughlin, going to the Bengals.
We'll get to McLaughlin. That is an interesting pick. Milton, though, to the Patriots. I had seen some reports, and I'm not trying to go Bill Polian here. Okay, this isn't a me thing, but that some teams liked him as a tight end. So I don't know if they're for Milton. So I don't know if the Patriots might, hey, we could try him out at receiver, but because of his athleticism, we might also be able to view him as a position change potentially down the road. That could be interesting to see what happens with Milton, but he does have a cannon for an arm. What about Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end out of Arizona here going to the Cincinnati Bengals?
Yeah, speed. And I think receiving threat of the tight ends in the class, he's got probably the most receiving knacks. It's route running at all three levels. It's being able to create separation, lined up in line, inside, outside. He did a lot of things for that Arizona offense last year. Like I said, they had multiple weapons, but you see him hurdling guys. The athleticism is there for Tanner McLaughlin as well. This is going to be a fun weapon for Joe Burrow. I'm going to stamp that right now.
I agree. Did they get another tight end?
That sounds right. Let me take a look.
Check.
I felt like we said
they might have.
They did.
Did they get all?
They did. I think all was their guy, because we were talking about it earlier. I know they were interested in Bowers, and then of course Bowers didn't happen. They did. They took Eric All in the 4th round at Iowa.
Respectfully, they got 2 of the most receiving-esque tight ends of this draft to me. That's some of the things they will be able to do in situations attacking the middle of the field with those guys is going to be fun.
Yeah, here's the Bengals draft so far. We got Amarius Mims, Chris Jenkins, the defensive tackle, I think is an end, out of Michigan, Jermaine Burton from Alabama in the 3rd round, McKinley Jackson in the 3rd round from Texas A&M, the defensive tackle, then Eric All out of Iowa, Josh Newton, the corner out of TCU, and then right now Tanner McLaughlin, the tight end out of Arizona. I always just love the last name McLaughlin. McLaughlin. Kind of fun.
Solid.
All right, we got Pittsburgh on the clock yet again. Steelers have been having themselves a nice little draft as well.
Christian Mahogany, my guess.
They are really loading up on the offensive line.
If they add Mahogany to that offensive line haul that they already have, my goodness.
If you take my best player left on the board, Christian Mahogany would be that guy. So I'm going to say the Pittsburgh Steelers take Christian Mahogany, Boston College guard.
Curtis Jacobs is the only guy left in my top 100.
Oh, I got to see. I think Jacobs might be my top guy, too. Let's look here. Yeah, it's Mahogany. I'm with you.
Ryan Watts.
Ooh, Ryan Watts. Okay.
Nice.
Is that a Dallas Day guy?
Yeah, he is. He's originally from Little Elm, started his career at Ohio State. A safety flex, and I like him more as a safety at the next level just because he's long. And we talked about Kyrie Jackson earlier today with the long, and he was able to move his hips well. This is where I feel like Ryan Watts maybe doesn't move as well as some of these other guys. There was a game that I saw him in person against UTSA a couple of seasons ago, and Josh Cephas, who's a big body wide receiver, just cooked him. And I think once he was able to step back and play a little bit more zone concepts as that season went on, he was able to get more comfortable. That's why I feel like he'll maybe be better in space as a safety option, but a really high character kid. Ended up obviously at Texas, started every game last season and was able to do some things for them. Speed's maybe not there, but the length, my goodness, he's got these arms that look like Elastigirl coming out of the secondary, but you see that there. Also a blitz ability coming off the corner. He steps up in the run game as well. That big frame, it's able to do a lot of things. That's a fun pick for Pittsburgh, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, the blitz ability is what makes him a little bit more of a firecracker to me.
I think he could also be a returner, like in special teams. I got to watch him. I mean, in high school, I think it was like Frisco Independence in Little Elm here at the Star. Kyle and I got to just call that game. Ryan Watt, like a freak athlete. Dude's moving all over the freaking place. But I agree with you. As a safety, I think that would be his home in the NFL. That's a nice pick there for the Steelers, who in their draft is now complete as well. Troy Fautanu, Zach Frazier, Roman Wilson, Peyton Wilson, Mason McCormick, who they also went with along the offensive line, Logan Lee, the defensive tackle from Iowa, and now Ryan Watts out of Texas.
I'll tell you what, if these Texas Longhorns are flying off the board a little bit earlier than I expected, Keelan Robinson going to the Jaguars, what was that, in the 5th round, and now Ryan Watts coming here in the 6th. Keep an eye on Jordan Whittington. That's a wide receiver option that I think could work for the Cowboys. He's big, physical. He was marred by injury his first couple of years, but Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell were eventually recruited around him just to provide some reliability and durability. But then he did get healthy, and if you go back to that Washington game, on that very final drive where Texas needed a play down late, they threw it up to him, and they relied on him to bring it down, and he did. He's also going to be a phenomenal special teams guy as well. So
there was some interest from the Texans as well with Whittington as well. So.
Yeah, that was for sure.
What do you think about Ryan Watts, a Texas Longhorn here, Bobby?
I mean, his tape's not very good. He's it's not. He's all traits. So
he is.
To me,
like him more at safety.
Yeah, I like him more as safety, but I mean his corner tape is it's not very good. He is to the defensive backs what Miles Cole is to the edge rushers.
Yeah, traits. And Miles Cole's still out there, by the way. Has not been selected just yet. Here comes the Rams. Pick 196. They've done a great job.
Read me the Rams.
Yeah, they said y'all think we can't draft? We can draft.
They're in Malibu drafting.
Bleep them picks.
Oh, man.
They got their picks. All right, Rams, Jared Verse, Braden Fisk. They go ahead and get both Florida State studs. Blake Corum, which was interesting, the running back from Michigan. Cameron Kinchins, who in the third round I do like out of Miami. Brennan Jackson, the edge from Washington State. And now, they've got a lot of picks left. They've got 3 picks here in the 6th round, 4 picks in the 6th round, including this one here, and then 1 in the 7th.
We got some number changes for some current Dallas Cowboys, if y'all are curious.
Give us the number changes,
Jalen
please.
Tolbert is going to be wearing number 1 next season, taking that from J-Ron Curse. DeMarvion Overshone wearing number 13. Damone Clark will be an 18, and Martavis Bryant an 84. So a few number changes here on this draft day. Nothing crazy, though.
Yeah,
Jalen Tolbert in 1. That's fun, I guess.
That is fun. Martavis Bryant, though, I know is a player that a lot of fans will ask about. Does his potential upside and impact say, we're not really going to mess with wide receiver in this draft?
My honest answer to that question, I have no bleeping idea.
That's fair.
However, those preseason games with Trey Lance, Deuce Vaughn, and Martavis Bryant being the core of that offense will be so much fun.
I'm watching the whole thing.
It'll be so much. Training camp's going to be a blast to go following those 3.
So, and Beamer makes a good point. So you said Damone Clark going back to 18,
Correct.
which you wore in college. There's a history there, Brian.
Yeah, the history. Yeah, that's the number given to the player at LSU for the.
Perseverance, right?
Yeah, perseverance and all that. It's a really important number for the LSU history there. It's a quarterback. Gosh, who's my quarterback that it was?
Ryan Perilou.
Yeah,
Matt Flynn.
Go Tigers.
I don't think it's Matt Flynn.
Yeah,
but it means it's a very historic number. I forgot the player that I'm sure somebody will tweet in and text it in at me. But yeah, the 18 number, it's a very, very special number at LSU.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think Mekhi Wingo just wore it, who got drafted here recently.
I can't remember
Matt
the player.
Mock?
Matt Mock, yes. Matt Mock
was the starter of that, huh?
Yes, Matt Mock was the starter of that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, Matty Mock. Was that Marcus Spears national title?
I don't think they won a national title under Matt Mock.
I think.
Who was the quarterback?
Matt Flynn did.
Was it Flynn? Is that
Flynn won a national title. He was the two-loss national champion.
Yeah, when they beat Oklahoma.
Yeah.
That Sugar Bowl.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Pick 196. We're still waiting as they've kind of hit a stall here with the Rams selection, and of course they're showing Puka Nacua.
Puka Nacua is going to get taken here. You know what? This if you go back and
Isaiah Williams.
Yeah. Oh, is it? Yeah. If you go back and think about players you missed, Puka Nacua is the guy. When you start to look at 200 players and you're like, I can't look at another wide receiver. Puka Nacua reminds you, look at another wide receiver.
Are there any guys you're worried about missing that you just kind of found too late?
What Puka Nacua or just,
this year specifically?
This is my biggest fear when it gets to the 7th round, 6th, 7th round. Because you can only look at so many of them. I'm just grateful I've got guys on my board, but I always worried about having too many guys on my board.
Yeah.
Because I grew up with the Green Bay Packers where we had 150 names on the board. And that's what we drafted off of.
That's interesting.
That was it.
What do you think the strategy is behind that?
To have a low number?
Yeah.
You number one, you don't want to window dress your board, but you want to make sure it just focuses you on these are the guys we want. Mm-hmm. And you don't start wandering around and taking, well, what about this guy? No, you take this guy because he's on your board at this spot. Gotcha. So the small board focuses you on that. It just tightens it up to your vision of what you need to do.
Yeah.
Tyler Davis, the defensive tackle from Clemson, going here to the Rams at pick 196. The Falcons will be coming up next. By the way, if you're waiting on the Cowboys pick here, their next pick will be at 216 of the 6th round. So a little bit of a ways to go.
Did anybody see Tyler Davis besides me?
Take it away, Brian. Take it away.
I always like to give players their due when they get to this point. We watch them. We might as well talk about them. A lot of people don't do that. We try and do it our best. Let me get to it real quick if I could with Tyler Davis. Yeah, Clemson, good initial burst off the ball. He's 6'2", he's 301. So he's a little bit of a smaller guy that way, but he does a good job of keeping his pad level down. He could split double teams with power. He can be difficult to handle when playing on the move. He plays with leverage, power. He does some nice work on the outside shoulder of the guard. He can be disruptive in the way he plays. He has the strength and quickness to give blockers problems. Did the Rams just draft this guy? Okay, yeah. Here we go. This makes a lot of sense. Good strike punch. He snaps where you he has snaps where you see him walk the blocker back into the pocket. Hands, leg driver, big pluses here. Love the way he doesn't take plays off. He's always moving, maximum effort. Real good job of the twists and stunts. Plays with some stoutness in the running game, able to create some surge. So he makes a lot of things happen on the move. Good tackler when he gets in position to finish.
Yeah, you think the Rams wanted to overhaul their defensive line coming into this draft.
Yeah.
My goodness. Jared Verse, Braden Fisk, and now Tyler Davis. Yeah. Adding a lot of bodies in there and replacing Aaron Donald with 2 guys.
Yeah, trying to.
Yeah, at least.
You get an army of guys, and you probably wouldn't.
Elijah Cansey there as well, correct? So young defensive line that group will be able to take into the next few years.
Georgia defensive tackle Zion Logue goes to the Falcons, so he gets to stay close to his college home. Logue at 6'6", 314.
Name again one more time?
Zion Logue.
Okay.
So you're starting to see these DTs come off.
Yeah, and that's a big boy right there. That's a run defender. No question about it. That pick from Cleveland for Atlanta. And then Miami on the clock. They're taking Patrick McMorris, a safety from Cal.
I saw this guy late in the process. I think he's got some corner ability as well. Really good in the run game. Probably one of the better guys I think on day 3 here that you can find in the secondary to step up and play in the run game. Really physical. Always heard high character things too out of Cal from him. Oddly enough, there's a lot of kids from Texas that go to Cal, so you hear a lot about which leaders they have out there. And Patrick McMorris was always brought up.
Yeah, I felt like when I watched him, there was a lot of time he was looking for his safety to help him, and they weren't.
They weren't on the same page?
No. He's fine, but...
Yeah, 6'2", from Cal. All right, pick is in now. They're starting to fly off the board. 199 with the Saints here in the 6th round as we got some Cal video that's being played right now thanks to Beamer getting some of that B-roll. Here's that safety, Patrick McMorris.
Yeah, look at the physicality. I mean, he just steps up and lays a thump on you.
He's a thick guy.
Yeah. Yeah, he could step up, play in the second level. He's a really versatile defender. I think he could play anywhere in the secondary. He could step up and play in the second level. This is a fun player.
Nice closing speed.
The Dolphins bring in as their new defensive coordinator after they canned Fangio?
I feel like that's a Bobby question. He's good with those things.
Let me find out.
While he's pulling that up, this is probably the funniest tweet I've seen from a draft prospect so far. Keon Coleman said he was at Waffle House so much that he had the cook's number pinned in his text messages.
Anthony Weaver.
Okay. He had the cook's number pinned in his text messages. Yeah. That's amazing.
Hey, man.
Waffle House.
He should have been a first rounder.
Waffle House is good.
Waffle House is great.
No slander there, please.
I know you're
phenomenal.
a big fan.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. You never been?
No. I said we would never slander Waffle House.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Who was the player that I said on Wednesday that I do the Waffle House 24-hour challenge for if he slipped? Was it Faltanu?
I think it was.
I think it was Faltanu.
Yeah.
That almost happened.
I think you need to still do it.
I'm good. I'm all right.
He can't do it. Man, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, there he is. That's our guy, Matt Mock, 2003 BCS National Championship.
Yeah.
Number
Les
18.
Miles, huh?
That was Les.
Les Miles.
Or was that?
Ohio
That was
State.
Saban.
That
was 03 was Saban.
That was Saban. You're right.
That was Saban.
You're right.
That was the first of his run.
Christian Boyd?
Oh, man. There goes Christian Boyd to the Saints. That kind of makes some sense.
They
the
got some
Saints took him.
They've had a fun little day 3.
Well, they go to UNI often because they got Penning from UNI, so they must have their folks out there.
That's fun.
I
That's
don't
a fun
like
little
it
connection.
at all.
Let's see. Saints draft so far, Taliesin Fuaga in the first round, Kool-Aid McKinstry in the second. And then they get Spencer Rattler, Bub Means, Jalen Ford, and now Christian Boyd. It's a fun little haul there.
Could have taken my quarterback Pratt here if they really wanted it.
And they want to go with Rattler?
I think Rattler's going to be
You think he's going to be all right?
I think he could be it just feel like he fits there. This fits there.
Christian Boyd here. We're watching a little bit of him.
Man, I'm a big fan of Christian Boyd. Yeah,
you fan of the Northern Iowa guy? That's your hood, right?
Yeah, But also too, you watch him at the Shrine Bowl practices, and everybody. We're sitting in the stands next to some of the scouts sometimes from other teams, and it was other scouts there like, who the heck is this kid? Like, I was just like, oh, I saw the UNI purple and gold. I was like, represent. What?
Yeah, he's a large human. He's very difficult to move. He understands leverage to be able to split the guard and the center to get upfield.
That's what you're about to see.
For his size, I think he moves really, really well. And he's got some wiggle as a pass rusher. He does. He does. Yeah, he does a good job of shocking and shedding to get free from lineman Christian Boyd. I think a really nice pick here late in the 6th round for the Saints.
If he was a little bit bigger, he would have gone higher. I think it's the height and the short arms or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But just watch the tape.
Yeah, he's good. Carolina.
This next pick, way back when, like 4 trades ago, was the Cowboys pick. It was used in the Brandon Cooks trade, but now it has found its way to the Carolina Panthers.
Wow, okay. So let's see who the Panthers are getting for Brandon Cooks.
Okay, if you were the Cowboys on the clock, who would you have taken? Play that game. You hate when I do this to you guys.
Brendan Rice.
I'm going
Cedric Johnson.
Brendan Rice or Jordan Whittington. That's probably where I would lean here.
Jaheim Bell.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been a bad pick.
That'd be fun. There's a lot you can do with Jaheim Bell.
I got Rice, Bell, Pratt. I've talked about Limmer.
Yeah.
Caesar from Houston, Gabe Murphy from UCLA, the edge.
Murphy.
I can't believe he's still there.
Watson, the linebacker from Mississippi State. He was the SEC Defensive Player of the Year.
Super productive there, yeah.
Jacobs from Penn State, King, if you want to double dip on the corners.
If you want to go attack athleticism and traits, which is something that this scouting department definitely does like to do, the Texas Tech edge, Miles Cole, that's definitely one as well.
Nobody likes the Miami defensive tackle, Taylor.
No, Taylor's number 100 on my board.
Aisha made a bad face.
I think bad face.
The thing about Taylor is he's just inconsistent. He takes
zero work ethic.
Yeah, you can tell. When he wants to, he can be a game wrecker.
Sounds like me.
Super quick off the ball. But
zero work ethic.
There's times where he just doesn't care.
High upside, though. High upside.
Yeah, you can see it.
I'm at the floor a lot.
You're at high upside. Don't worry about it. You got a high ceiling.
Here's pick 200. They're doing like a special announcement here. Oh, my gosh. We've got terrible towels being shown. We've got weird things happening here as we wait on the Panthers draft. See, at this point of the draft, I don't think we need this stuff. Like, just get us the picks. What are we doing? Why are we stopping?
You're acting like you got like reservations.
I got a hot dinner date tonight.
Ian Rappaport's holding a dog. What are we doing?
I got a newborn baby I got to get to.
That's actually very important.
Come on.
Who was the guy? Was it DJ last year that was holding a dog that peed on him?
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that either.
It was a dog. They were doing the same bit, and a dog peed on DJ's coat.
What did they do to this poor dog? They've made it look like it's a lion mane or something. This is sad.
It looked like a lion's mane.
It was. I don't know what's going on with that.
This is sad.
That's funny, but yeah, I think a dog peed on DJ while he was holding him. He's like, "Oh no, look out!" And
they can sense it.
Crumley.
He was probably nervous. Jaden Crumedy, the defensive tackle from Mississippi State. Man, what a last name with Crumedy. 6'3", 301. Did anybody watch Crumedy?
Heck yeah, I did.
All right, you're a big.
Go ahead, Aisha.
You're a Crumedy guy.
Go ahead, you go first.
You got it.
Brian, hurry up and get to Crumedy. Quit writing this stuff down. You know, there's the internet where you can just pull this up.
It's me.
You got it?
No, not yet. But I'm saying it's me that writes things down.
I write everything. I'm tracking this thing.
6'4", 301 for Crumedy.
Yes, hang on. Let me get there. 3 technique. Crumedy. Okay, yeah, here we go. Nice job of coming off the ball. He's got some initial quickness to his game. Long arms, heavy hands. He has a stout build, which NFL scouts like, 6'4", 301. His motor and effort are excellent chasing the ball. He's quick to locate, and he'll make the play. Good body control and balance for the position. You don't see him knocked off course very much. He plays well on the move, good spin move, speed to execute, good punch, control with his hands. You can see him shock the blocker with his punch. He's got physical tools to line up at a 1 or a 3. He can lock out on the blocker. He sheds them and control the point of attack. I think he has strength and power to take on double teams. So I kind of like this guy. There's some violence to the way this guy can fish. He'll be 24 years old when the season starts. He's played a ton of games there at Mississippi State.
Yeah, his nickname is Big Baby. You talk about, like, he's actually one of the bigger DTs in this draft, and we talked about how that's almost a luxury at this point. You said that he has some violence in his game. You also just look at the production. I mean, he has forced fumbles, he has PBUs as a DT. What the heck? He's just very active at the line of scrimmage as much as he can be, and he's effective in multiple alignments as well.
Yep,
they kind of
there you
move
go.
him across the line. He has the tenacity to find the ball and use his extension to disengage. Very physical at the snap, and I like how he redirects plays in the backfield when he gets back there. He had a wrist injury last year. He missed the first 9 games of the season. So, from my understanding, he would have been in the Senior Bowl last year. Even so,
Wow.
From what Jim Nagy said, they were very high on him. So, he just had to battle through that injury this year and get back on the field.
Pick 201, Micah Abraham, the cornerback from Marshall, going to the Indianapolis Colts.
Indianapolis. Micah Abraham, he was someone I pulled up very late. I want to say like last week. He's a ball hawk. He had 6 interceptions last season. It was top 5 in FBS. Originally from Tampa. He was a local guy for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, but ends up making his way to the Colts.
All right, next pick, we've got Green Bay. Green Bay, we've talked about their draft quite a bit. Let's go ahead and look through some of the other teams here and just kind of recap how some of these draft classes are looking. We got more dogs, which, hey, I'm always for the dogs. I'm not an anti-dog person. Dogs make people happy. And we got scouting reports on these dogs. Oh, my gosh, there goes Travis Glover.
Oh.
Or Glover.
Okay, see, here's when DJ got peed on.
Oh,
Right there.
yes.
Lord.
Yeah, he did get
look
peed
at
on.
that. Yeah,
he did get
it's
peed
tough.
on. That's unfortunate there. That's rough. This is a very intriguing pick here for the Green Bay Packers. You talk about traits with Travis Glover, tackle out at Georgia Tech or Georgia State.
Yeah.
I'm a fan.
Did you do the poll
I
report?
did.
All right,
I
good.
did the. I watched this player. He started all 5 years at Georgia State, played some left guard and right tackle, primarily at left tackle. Team had one of the best rushing attacks in school history during his time there. He's massive and powerful, long arms. He can drive defenders off the ball in the run game, solid lateral movement. I wonder if he might be a better guard based on his body type, but he can throw people around. He's got a violent punch, dominated lower-level competition, but very intriguing tapes-type pick with a powerful anchor. I think this is an intriguing selection here for the Green Bay Packers, who are looking. I think they lost Runyon along their offensive line. That guy could be a good replacement for him.
5-year starter. He played tackle most of his career besides his senior year. He did play some guard, if I'm not mistaken. So that's intriguing, some of the flexibility there. I think so he got invited to the Senior Bowl because of an injury to another tackle. So he was able to showcase what he was able to do there. I feel like he shuffles sometimes, but he could be a little more consistent with his striking. But he can keep rushers at bay with his balance and his length. I think he has suitable play strength, like you said, and he picks up the second-level defenders in the run game very well as well. So, I think it's a decent pick as well.
Will Riker.
Who's
the kicker.
that?
Oh, that's the first kicker off the
kicker.
board.
We had a
punter,
and
now we got a kicker, and we're kissing doggies. Rich Eisen over here on the NFL Network kissing
Glad
doggies.
you guys are having some therapy.
Shout out to Beamer, by the way. You had I saw you with Glover there with that B-roll in the background. So all of our people watching, we got a scouting report on Oatmeal, who is a puppy.
Oh,
he's ready to play day one. IPAW coordinated.
Oh.
Quicker than fast. I mean, that was an old Mayock. Oh, he's quicker than fast. But how about getting a kicker, Will Reichard, out of Alabama? My gosh, Beam's got it ready. We've got Alabama kicker B-roll right here.
So good.
He rocks, by the way. Like, he's got swag a little bit to him. Alabama, if you remember, like in the early days of Saban just dominating in Tuscaloosa, the kicker was always like their kryptonite. Like, whenever they would need a big kick, they just could not do it. Think kick 6 and then multiply it by like 20 other times that happened. But Will Reichard, best kicker in Alabama history, hands down. Super productive, SEC Special Teams Player of the Year last year, and my goodness, he's got some swag to him. That's what I love most about him. Him kicking in a dome up in Minnesota, and in a division where he'll be playing in Detroit in a dome. Here pretty soon, Chicago will have a dome. He could have a really good career up there in Minneapolis.
I mean, the last kicker I thought had some swagger. There were two. Dicker, the kicker. I don't know if he's still in the league or not.
He is. He's with the Chargers. Yeah.
He's been bouncing around.
Hot Rod?
And then who's Hot Rod?
Rodrigo Blankenship.
Okay, that's exactly who I was going with.
Yeah,
Rodrigo with the glasses and everything. I thought Rodrigo would be awesome, and unfortunately, that didn't work out for him with Indy. But hopefully, Will Reichert's a badass. Because I like a kicker with swag. They're usually. I mean, you got to spend a lot of time with the kickers in your long snapping days, Brian.
Yeah.
You guys hanging out?
Nah, kind of a weird group.
It's like you wouldn't hang out with them?
No, hell no.
No, it's like it's kind of like you get made fun of if you're hanging out with the kickers.
Like, look at the leg sleeves. Come on.
Yeah, you just snap it back there and hope they knock it through. Yeah, that's what you got to do.
You should do your job.
All right, guys, have a good day.
Yeah,
I did my job. Yeah. We're out of here. Oh man,
it's very, very rare that you get a guy that's not a weirdo.
Very,
very, very rare.
I don't think Brandon Aubrey's that strange. Okay.
He's not strange.
Maybe Brandon Aubrey is a different
I will say this about the specialists here in Dallas. They are a very tight unit.
They seem close.
They are three peas in a pod. Trent Sig, Brian Anger, and Brandon Aubrey.
I think I remember it was like Oxnard. Maybe it was last year. They're cruising around the golf cart together. I think we got a little video or something out of it.
All I know is like when that kicking competition was going on, we were doing the break, our show from the tennis court, and we were right to the right about 5 feet of the goalpost, and those kickers couldn't if they would. That's a bad miss. Every day, probably 3-4 balls that were coming into that area while we were.
Well, it got real bad. What was it 2 years ago with the tech kid? Bless his heart. Yeah,
Garibay. Yeah.
I'll never forget him bearing that, what was it, 56-yard game winner?
He's back in Arlington.
Talk about
like club in his hand?
Yeah, talk about like birds of a feather because, I mean, Brandon Aubrey, he's a good kicker, but he was around
Shout
these
out to
bad
Plano,
kickers.
baby.
It was like it was rubbing off or something. Like, what's going on?
Let's go Plano.
He was like, let me separate myself so y'all don't think that I just can't kick around here. Because I was starting to clump them all together. I was like, you know what?
I would have had it at like 25-1 odds that he would have had a season.
I had no idea.
Maybe even longer than that.
Seriously, when the ball was flying over in our direction and like Ambar Garcia almost got hit like 3 times, we turn around and I'm like, this kicking battle ain't
it's
going
not
the right.
Funny.
It ain't going like Bones Fossil standing out there with his hands on his hips, like, oh damn. And you know what? Then they let the kicker go. They let the one guy go.
Yeah, Vizcaino.
They let him go, and the next thing you know, that guy couldn't miss.
Yeah.
You know, it's just
let me stop playing.
Yeah.
Let me stop playing before I lose my job.
Yeah.
All right, there's another pick. Tylen Grable, the UCF tackle, going to the Buffalo Bills. Nobody circles the wagons like the Buffalo Bills. We take a look at the Bills' overall draft class, of course, highlighted by Keon Coleman, who our guy Kalen Carson did a pretty good job against in that matchup against Wake Forest, but Keon Coleman was their top pick as they traded out of the first round. They got him at pick 33. Cole Bishop, the safety from Utah. They needed safety help.
He's a good free.
They got him in the second round. Dwayne Carter, who I liked a lot. They got in the third from Duke at defensive tackle. They took Ray Davis, the running back from Kentucky, in the fourth. Cedric Van Pran, the center out of Georgia, in the fifth. And then Edifwan Olafosio, the linebacker from Washington, Nick Harris's guy, in the fifth round. And now you can add in the tackle there from UCF, Tylen Grable. Did anybody watch Grable?
Grable's a big body.
6'6", 306.
Yeah, big body. He was kind of getting compared to what's your boy out of Georgia State?
Glover.
Travis Glover. Yeah,
Glover. I don't know why I keep saying Glover.
Yeah, but the
Cowboys War Room came.
The traits were very similar there. Yeah. Here's the War Room. We're
I guess it's coming, huh?
Yeah, we're about 12 picks out.
We're getting closer.
No, Derek just told Beam to put it on. That's what the thing is.
Well, that's fine with me.
Hey, Mitch LaPoint's having a conversation.
Is it 12?
It's like some of the guys that are still available, though, that are interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, Brendan Rice, that's surprising to me. I do love Jaheim Bell. I think he could be a fun player.
Yeah.
Bo Limmer, Mahogany. Did Mahogany ever go?
No,
there's no way, right? He still hasn't gone.
He hasn't gone.
Can I interest you on Deshaun Fenwick out of Oregon State, running back?
Fenwick?
Yeah.
I can't say
Sell me on
a Fenwick.
Yeah, I just think there's a little bit more juice there than compared to the rest of the guys. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel. Let me start with that. But he's got size, 6'2". He played at IMG, so I mean there's a little bit of lineage there. He went to Oregon State, and he was sitting behind Damian Martinez last year at Oregon State, who's originally from Louisville, and man, super productive. He's going to end up finding his way probably to Miami in the transfer portal. But even as a redshirt senior last year, was still able to to pick up 515 yards, 5.5 yards per pop. It doesn't really have a lot to the receiving aspect of things, but I think he's a good running back you can just kind of give and trust that he can pick up 3, 4, 5 yards. I mean, that's we're scraping the bottom of the barrel here, but
we are.
It's size, and I think there's a little bit of juice there.
My top running back left is Frank Gore Jr. I've got him ahead of Jawar Jordan. I didn't love Jordan, and I think that he's got higher pro upside than Schrader. Although I don't dislike Schrader. He's just not bringing any juice. But I guess Blake Watson could be a guy out of Memphis.
Jawar Jordan.
Yeah. But hey, at this point, I get it. Like,
all right, let me ask you guys this question: when you're naming these guys, are they better than anybody who's currently on the roster?
That's where you.
I think Blake Watson could be.
If you could tell me somebody that's better than, and I'm not talking about Zeke, I'm just talking about the guys who, as you look at the depth chart, are these guys that we're talking about better? If that is not the case,
then it's not worth it.
No, then go draft. Go on your board, and there's nothing wrong with maybe the tight end with Bell. Okay, that won't work. Nathaniel Watson. Maybe everybody doesn't like another linebacker, but that to me, there's a guy that was was SEC Defensive Player of the Year. I don't, maybe he's not for what these guys. You mentioned Taylor. He's not maybe he's not a try-hard guy. Brendan Rice. I don't, like I said, that's a wide receiver. You watch him. I mean, you watch Caleb Williams play. This son of a gun went out there and made plays for USC. Maybe there's something that they don't like about him. I mentioned Nelson Caesar from Houston as an edge.
There goes Watson.
Yeah, Jawar Jordan and Watson both going back to back. So Jawar Jordan, the running back at a Louisville, 5'10", 193.
Who's that again?
He goes to Houston, and then Nathaniel Watson, the linebacker out of Mississippi State, just went to the Cleveland Browns. I mean, when it came to Jawar Jordan, and at this point in the draft, I think was a good time to get him. Running back at Louisville, 5'10", 185. He split time there with Isaac Arendo, who I thought was better. But Jordan suffered a season-ending injury in 2020 as a redshirt freshman after starting 3 games. He's a guy that'll just chip away, and then he's going to break a long run. He's got some burst, shows long speed. He's got skinny legs, though, which kind of bothered me. Really good footwork. Probably best, I think, in an outside zone type of running scheme where he can stretch it out and then use that speed to get upfield. But he's got good balance, very agile, good blocker, shows instincts to pick up rushers from the far side as well. So maybe I liked this guy more than I originally thought, actually. These notes aren't bad.
Yeah, this is what I had to say about him. Let me find my notes here. Intriguing, a downhill runner with intriguing 3-down ability, a productive runner that almost always sheds the first tackler, and the contact balance is what stood out to me. You see him separating out there in the open field. I don't think he can necessarily do that at the NFL level. That's where they relied on Garendo a little bit more. But I think he can be a guy in short yardage situations and in pass blocking situations that makes him a 3-down back in some ways. Rarely gets caught in the backfield, even at that 5'9", 193-pound frame. He plays a lot bigger than that.
Like, look at those skinny legs, though, man. Like, look at those legs. It's just me. Like we talk about like pet peeves, like stuff that bothers us.
An ick.
I don't want. It's an ick.
That's an ick.
I can't have a running back with little stems for legs. I want a powerful lower body with my runner.
I get what you're saying. No, I agree with Nick. Like, that was one thing that stuck out to me about him is the fact that, like, there were several times you'll watch him and you look at those legs and you look at his frame and
dude,
you're like,
let's get some squats going.
Oh, you really just gonna run through this person right now? Yeah, he does play a little crazy like that. You mentioned the zone concept and the way you think he'll be good at. I think he'll be good at some outside zone. He captures the edge well as well. So yeah, I mean, I liked Jawar. I liked him. I think we talked about him earlier.
This is a good. This is a good value for him to go. I had him in the 6. I mean, this is right around where I thought he would go. Nathaniel Watson going to the Browns, 6'2", 233.
Oh, he's gonna fit in.
The linebacker from Mississippi State. Yeah, I mean that was a Reese's Senior Bowl guy. You probably got to see him out there. I mean, Brian, we've talked about this. Led the SEC in tackles and sacks with 10. Downhill player, great college production. He's asked to move and cover the slot, but he just doesn't do it well.
Yeah,
I just didn't think he had great lateral instincts. Can get juked out of his shoes at times. He was just stiff. But downhill, I mean, he can hit. He's a really, really good tackler. Just not a real twitchy type of guy.
He also did really. I mean, I don't like to be a person, but I just think last year
be that person.
Well, he battled back last year, had a good season. the year before, like the year that he was the best defender in the SEC, was following some off the field stuff or whatever. So I thought maybe that had to be, even though he was able to somewhat redeem himself and show himself as a responsible player, it might be a reason why some of these teams were a little later on him too.
Michael Jarrell?
Yeah, out of Findlay University, HBCU All-Star. Heard a lot of good things out of him out of the HBCU All-Star game. That's all traits, 6'5", 294. He's going to need some time, but that's a fun one to take.
Seattle likes to do that, man. Seattle's taking some tradesy guys here. And then Dylan Laub?
Lobby.
Oh, Lobby,
Yeah,
New Hampshire. Okay, I had heard some stuff about him out of New Hampshire. I didn't end up getting to him.
Talk about him.
If you're looking for maybe if you can scrape some FCS love together, Dylan Lobby out of New Hampshire. He was a Senior Bowl guy. Loved what he did as well as like a potential gadget option. He plays in the slot, plays in the outside. Also, Jaden Sheridan out of Monmouth. Man, talk about production. Go and find Jaden Sheridan. Look up his stats from the last
Miles
couple of
Austin
seasons.
School.
Yeah. So a little bit of connection there too. That's why we got the great Brian Broaddus in the room. Come on now. Yeah, maybe he can find a Kardashian along the way. Jaden Sheridan. Yeah, but Dylan Lobby, he's physical. I don't know if he brings juice, but look at what he brings in the receiving game. He's lined up all the way outside, and he's able to haul in passes. He was doing this at the Senior Bowl.
A little Danny Woodhead.
Yeah, 5'9", 206. He's got that wide frame. It works in pass protection. It's going to be an intriguing follow wherever he ends up landing. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, because he's not like when we were talking about like who's running some running backs that you think are cool. I wanted to name him, but when you watch him, he is giving receiver. He's not giving running back like that. Like some of the things he's able to do off the line of scrimmage and the route running and stuff like that, he's sharp in his route running as well. He can catch out the backfield too. But yeah, I mean, he even shows his hands late like a receiver. Like he just does some things that are receiver-esque that I wouldn't. That's why I didn't recommend him when we were talking running back early. Because
you don't think of a runner.
He's explosive, but not in the way that I think you're looking for. Dang, Bobby. You okay?
Yeah.
Oh,
Joshua Carty went.
I just felt like I haven't heard his voice in so long.
Joshua Carty went. The running back going now, that's the AFC team that I talked to. That means there's 2 draftable running backs left on the board.
Dang.
Schrader and Milton.
He's been over here trying to figure out why Christian Mahogany's slipping, right?
That's medical.
It's medical?
Mm-hmm.
What about Brendan Rice?
Brendan Rice doesn't have any flags.
Okay. That's weird, don't you think?
The film for Brendan Rice is good. And if you were to say, hey, give me somebody I maybe don't want to fight for, and I'm okay with loading up on linebackers, and if you guys feel like we need another edge to give some work to, I think there's some names on the board that I can work with there. Nobody wants to go with me on Caesar from Houston, maybe too much there. Gabe Murphy, I keep mentioning.
I like Gabe Murphy, but I'm also, North Texas, and he transfers from North Texas to UCLA. I'd love that.
Okay, you want to go linebackers? Then we could talk about Jacobs from Penn State, right?
Yeah,
would be a guy that if you want to add that guy. I mean, how about these safeties? I've got 3 safeties on the board. Braid. The kid from, I believe, from Maryland.
Yeah,
Bo Brady.
I like him.
Brady, is that Brady? Is that how you said it?
Yeah.
Bo Brady.
At the Senior Bowl, I was talking with one of their defensive backs coaches. He said that was the most cerebral defensive back that they had on their team. I believe he was on national.
Williams from Miami would be a guy that I would look at, and then there's Proctor from Ohio State. So I've got those guys. I've still got King on the board, the corner. I would take a crack at him just because I think he could play. But
yeah. There goes Christian Mahogany.
Okay.
Christian Mahogany, 6th round pick, 210 to the Detroit Lions. It's a good pick for the Lions, man. Yeah. Mahogany lasting till this point was pretty shocking.
So Lobby coming off the board, that was why we brought him up, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I completely missed that. I thought you were just bringing him up as a potential option. I just want to make sure that was
No, I was like, what is he doing?
Okay.
Like, why is
Yeah.
he still out there? But I'm glad that finally Christian Mahogany has been selected. I was really impressed watching some of his tape personally. I mean, when you go, and I know he was a Shrine Bowl guy. He was here. But Christian Mahogany was one of those dudes. He missed his redshirt junior season in 2022 due to injury, and I guess now he was flagged for a medical. But he's got experience on both the left and the right side of the line. I think he plays mean.
Super tough.
Fires off the ball and run ball. He's aggressive, and he's an aggressive puller that gets to the second level. He'll put defenders in the ground. And he plays a little top heavy, but he's a powerful punch. He can win one-on-one. Long arms, not the quickest lateral movement. but he's wide, right? Can give up leverage. That can give him some problems, but he's got some nastiness, man, in the run game. And I think he uses the arm extension well to keep defenders off of him in pass pro. So there's a good pick there for the Lions. And Kamal Hadden going to the Chiefs here out of Tennessee, 6'1", 196 corner.
I did see this guy, so let me write. I did see him play, and I got a report on him. I want to give this kid his due if I can. Let me get there if I can. You can keep talking while I'm trying to get to
I'll kind of update what's going on in the war room here. We got Jerry and Steven
do.
having a discussion. Mitch LaPoint's sharing a laugh, and Mike McCarthy on the phone here for those that can't see on the stream and are listening to us. Will McClay, I think, is having a conversation too. It looks like preliminary conversation, but we're about 5 picks out. Don't see a positional coach just yet, but go ahead with Kamal.
Hadden was 6'1", 190 at Tennessee. He's an agile, smooth, sticky player. He's shown the ability to run with receivers on vertical routes. He's got ideal size and speed for the position. He could flip his hips quickly and able to adjust. He did not allow a touchdown pass to a receiver this year. He's not going to get involved in a ton of tackles. He's only had 18. Missed several games in the injury. He dealt with a shoulder problem. He's missed 5 tackles doing that as well. He's really not interested in the run support part of it, but he's got the speed to mirror. He's changed the direction. The agility is outstanding. The footwork, anticipation, and he'll compete in the route, though. I've seen him bait quarterbacks into some bad throws off coverage. He generally plays outside. It's rare that you ever see him in the slot, but I like the aggressiveness, the catch points, things like that. He just doesn't tackle all that well.
Very deceptive with his eye usage. And he definitely thrives in man. The awareness is there from him as well as far as spacing goes. So, I wanted to just add on to that about him.
All right, we're waiting on Jacksonville to pick 212 as we still got the worm cam up about 4 picks away here for the Cowboys in the 6th round. I mean, honestly, at running back, if you were to go that way, I think the only one to me, and I do like Frank Gore Jr., but I don't know. He's smaller.
Two teams had him as just a free agent.
I could see that.
Talked to. The 2 teams I talked to didn't have draftable grade on him.
And then maybe Blake Watson, because he's interesting. I mean, he can give you special teams value. He's a good receiver. He gives you speed. I mean, he gives you an added element that you don't currently have on the roster from some of your other running backs.
Can I ask something? Do you guys like the gentleman, is it Whittington?
Jordan Whittington, yeah, Nick Harris's guy.
Do you like him?
Yeah.
Or Ryan Flournoy? Flournoy more, because
Flournoy for sure.
I'm feeling Flournoy, and he's still there.
Yeah.
I would.
The Cowboys haven't had a lot of contact with Flournoy as far as I know. He was a Senior Bowl guy, though. Back-to-back really productive seasons out at SEMO. He was originally at Central Missouri, then made his way to community college, Iowa Western Community College. And community college products have been really productive for the Cowboys. DeMarcus Lawrence was a JUCO guy.
Yes.
TJ Bass was a pick that they made, or an undrafted guy that they picked up last year that was a JUCO guy. Ryan Flournoy made his way to SEMO. And, man, I have a friend up on the SEMO staff, and he was always raving about how he is so coachable, and whenever he came into the building from then to the time that he left, completely different player, completely different receiver, has a little bit of Debo traits in the fact that he's come out of the backfield. He can line up inside, outside. He is athletic as hell.
Run after catch is
4.44. I believe it was a 39.5-inch vertical, and the broad was really far
11
as well.
inches.
11-inch broad as well. I mean, that's up with all the top receivers in the entire draft. I think the biggest concerns, though, he kind of gets thrown off his line a little bit too often. He's going to need to focus on his physicality and route running because he has it in ball carrying, but he needs it in route running.
He's physical and blocking, too.
Yeah.
So, he has the physicality. You just want him to get more balance, more contact balance?
Yeah, probably so there. And then Jordan Whittington, I mean, I've touched on him a lot today already, but I feel like that guy is going to be a long-time pro, at least on special teams. But even the receiving ability, he's got this big frame out of Cuero High School down in Central Texas, originally a 5-star prospect, made his way to Texas and battled injury, my goodness, through those first 2 years. It felt like he got hurt every other game that he came back in.
That's part of why he's flagged.
Yeah. And
teams have him flagged for medical.
Yeah, and so whenever he's kind of gone through this draft process, that's been the biggest knock. But he's got that coaching mentality too, and a team's player. And he's a big body guy that you can line up inside, outside. He's got long speed, very long speed with long strides. It didn't quite show up at the combine, but if you throw him in like an 80-yard dash, you'll see where that long speed eventually comes into play. But I think both of those guys would be fun options here. That's if they go receiver. I mean, you could also go edge. If you want to feel like you need to add depth there, do you feel like you need to add depth on the offensive line? I mean, we talked with
Bo
Mike
Limmer's
Solari.
still there. Matt Lee is there.
What about tackles?
Tackles.
I've got Driscoll left.
Driscoll's a fun one.
Yeah, Driscoll's interesting.
He met with the Cowboys at the Senior Bowl. You also got Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana Lafayette, who was a Shrine Bowl guy. A&M Donkwa out of Howard, although I feel like he's a priority free agent, but he's super tradesy.
What about Cephas at wide receiver?
Josh Cephas.
Are Cephas and
When Brendan Rice is still there, Rice is my highest rated player.
Nick, are Cephas and Taj Washington a lot of the same player?
No, Cephas is a big body guy.
Yeah, big.
Yeah, big.
I would rather
body.
have Washington myself.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Taj is still on the board, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
That's,
I didn't even think about that.
I was gonna. Yeah, I got some extra eyes on him.
What's up with these USC receivers?
Yeah.
Maybe they think it was all Caleb Williams.
Will having
It's all the system.
They're clapping. Pick's been made.
All right, so we got a pick in. Let's see if we can find out if there's a coach. We're about to get the phone call here from Will McClay. They look excited. Mitch LaPoint looks pumped. Mitch LaPoint was giving Chris Vaughn some real love right there. That seems like he might be one of his guys.
So on TV, we're 3 picks behind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
So we're going to have to do that all over again, what we just did?
Probably.
Probably.
Cam Little, the kicker from Arkansas, goes
Is he
212
Steve
to the
Little's
Jags.
son? Steve Little was a kicker at Arkansas
I don't know.
way back in the day.
Schottenheimer.
I know Cam Little
New
is
offensive
the
player?
Schottenheimer.
Cam Little was the last draftable specialist that one of the teams I talked to had.
There's Zimmer too. So
Zimmer just lost. Zimmer put palms down. He just says, "I just lost out."
It's fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Cam Little is definitely, I think, related to Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Stuart Little.
Yeah, they have the same ears.
Okay, see, I didn't know because there was Cam Little.
Oh, y'all.
Cam Little. I thought there was a kicker at Arkansas.
Yeah, that's
named
him.
Steve Little.
Oh, I don't know. That
I
could
thought
be
maybe
some
that was
lineage.
a
I'll
nephew
look.
or something like that. Yeah. But anyway, we're still waiting on the Rams, right?
Yeah, we're waiting on the Rams. They're holding us up.
So we're
on the
3
Rams
picks away. 3 television picks away.
No, Todd is Cam's father.
Okay.
So no Steve Little connections here.
Okay, maybe I thought.
Brother of Stuart Little, though.
Okay.
We've got Curtis Jacobs. If it's an offensive player, I'm kind of thinking Brendan Rice. What do you guys think? Or do you think Blake Watson?
He may be a weapon. I think,
Jaheim Bell.
I don't know. With Schottenheimer getting excited.
Take a tight end. I still feel like
He don't count.
He's kind of like a lot of everything.
Yeah,
he
it's
can kind of
true.
be whatever
It's
you
true.
want.
That's valid.
He don't count.
Don't count.
No,
like
I
a- he's
haven't
like a
got one
bulldog.
yet that I was like, everybody else has had
Well,
a
we got
pick.
Zimmer standing behind the phones here, or behind the Joneses at
He
least.
pacing too.
Schottenheimer still in the room to our right. That's Robert Prince that's Robert Prince.
All right, pick a receiver.
Going
It's
receiver
either
here.
Taj Washington, Brendan Rice, or Ryan Flournoy, I think.
I would love Flournoy.
What do you tell me about Flournoy? What
Jordan
do you know?
Whittington's in the mix.
I thought we did it already.
Did we do him already?
Yeah, we just did.
Oh, what I was doing. I'm
You're
sorry.
good. You're good.
It was just-
I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I was
really
focused on
productive, really productive guy at
And
FCS level, Senior Bowl standout that I think stamped his mark as a draft pick on day 3.
My bad. I
No,
apologize.
you're fine. He's just QB friendly, reliable, physical. He'll block on the outside.
I did see him though myself. I was just curious what you guys thought about him as well.
No, we like him. He, Nick's only knock on him was like him kind of getting knocked off his spot sometimes.
Yeah.
Like you want him to be a little bit stronger at the top of the route. But other than that, like he does a lot of things.
Let's see what I
well
got
to
on this
me.
kid, man.
He's fun. He's.
I'm glad I studied
he's a
him though.
weapon.
I was because it was one of those late. Okay, you need to study this guy. Southeast Missouri, 6'1", 202. Good looking player physically. Plays with an element of smoothness to his game.
Mm-hmm.
Good balance, body control, working up the field along the sidelines. Does a nice job of catching the ball away from his body. Felt like he extended his hands in order to make adjusting catches. I've seen him catch the ball behind him, gather himself, and then get into the end zone. He will often be used in the deep passing game with some success, but where he thrives is underneath, where his routes. He shows the ability to catch the ball on the move with no issues. He's a natural catcher. He doesn't labor or struggle in this area at all. I said snatch the ball out of the air, concentration, difficult receptions made easy. Would not say that he runs an expansive route tree, but good enough. Senior Bowl was a great opportunity to showcase his talent, and he did. If there could be a downside for him, it's he'll be 25 years old later this season. So that's
a little bit of an older guy.
That is fascinating. Yeah, he started at Central Missouri. The COVID season really impacted his ability to develop early on. He had to make his way to JUCO. He was a late JUCO guy as a result. That COVID year, he used it at SEMO, and then he was able to move forward. But
you liked him, though.
Yeah, I did. I liked this guy. Absolutely, I liked him for sure. Who did, as I was talking, who did the Rams take?
They took Jordan Whittington.
Rams took Jordan Whittington?
Wow, there goes Jordan Whittington to Texas. From Texas to the Rams. That's a good pick for the Rams.
Gosh.
The Rams did?
Yeah, I like that pick for the Rams.
Him and Cameron Dicker are really good friends too, so that's fun that they get to link back up.
Yeah, he's a great slot receiver. I mean, you talk about we've mentioned the high school football a lot, but his state championship game at Cuero might be the best performance of all time.
I think he had 250 plus receiving yards and 200 plus rushing yards and receiving yards. It was like a total of 450. It was unreal. He ran Texarkana Pleasant Grove out of the building.
Yeah, he did by himself. I think he played both ways, too, in that game.
He did. Yeah, played some safety, too. Had a pick six.
Yeah, he did. That's right. That's crazy. Yeah, Jordan Whittington. Good for him, man. Going to the Rams there, pick 213 in the 6th round. Bengals up next, followed by the 49ers and the Cowboys. Cowboys pick is in. We believe it's an offensive player because we had Brian Schottenheimer in there getting pretty excited. So we'll have to see and await. Is it a wide receiver? Is it finally a running back? Do they go back to the offensive line well?
My guess, it's probably a skill player. That would be my guess.
Yeah, with Prince on the phone, it would have to be
it's a receiver, but which receiver? Yeah, is it? Sanford. Cedric Jones just went. Or Cedric Johnson, excuse me, from Ole Miss.
Brendan Rice would be so much fun for the storyline, at least.
Oh, God, it'd be great.
That'd dominate the press conference today.
Cedric Johnson was top player left on the board for an NFC team last round.
Mm-hmm.
You may see him?
I did.
You want to just give him his due because he got picked.
Well, he gave Alabama's tackles hell. They struggle with him. They struggle with his length and his power, which he displays often. He has fluid hips and coverage when he's asked to do it. When he drops, he doesn't look awkward. I mean, he is kind of big, but he don't look awkward. He attacks linemen, their outside hand, with a vengeance. He's very aggressive with the hand fighting. He's very tall, athletic. I do think he can improve his contact balance to shed and tackle more consistently. But he played 46 total games throughout his collegiate career, a lot of football. He's had some good experience, and he looks like a nice guy, but he's not.
I like that.
If you see his face, you're like, oh, this guy looks, no, it's not nice on the field. So, yeah, those are my few notes about the player.
He's not nice.
He's not nice.
Jarrett Kingston from USC, the guard at 6'4", 306, going to the San Francisco 49ers. They're trying to keep replenishing that offensive line. The guy's got guard, tackle, flex at USC, played kind of both spots there. He did test very well at the Combine, but now the Cowboys finally on the clock.
Oh, it's happening.
The pick is in.
Oh, dang.
We await the Dallas Cowboys selection. Final guesses as to who this could be. I'm just going to go with Brendan Rice. He's my highest rated wide receiver. That'd be kind of crazy if Jerry Rice's kid was a Dallas Cowboy.
Did you say that
that's what I'm
Did he visit
Flournoy?
He was not somebody that they made a lot of contact with. They may have met with him at the Senior Bowl since he was a Senior Bowl guy, but I'm not sure of that 100%. If they want to lean on a guy that they know or that they have brought in, John Trey, or I forget, we're going receiver here. I don't think there's any receivers.
I think it's him or Rice.
Ryan Flournoy.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
There it is.
Hey, I get there.
Yes, Southeast Missouri State. All right, Aisha, tell us about Flournoy.
Again?
Yeah, again.
How many times we gonna
Maybe
talk
we got
about
people
him?
that are just tuning in. I mean, a freak athlete, no question about it.
You're right.
But
You're right.
Ryan Flournoy, Southeast Missouri State.
Alrighty, so one of the first things that stood out to me was just his ability to be physical as a blocker on the outside in the screen game. This is a guy that plays with strong hands. He's very smooth, like Brian said, out of his releases. He uses his length at the catch point, and he has the ability to stop on a dime. He can cause a lot lot of bad angles and missed tackles. The run after catch with him is strong. That's why Nick paled the comparison to some Debo-esque stuff. Everybody wants somebody like that. Very high effort, QB friendly player. We talked about it earlier. Like him, something he can improve on is just being a tad bit stronger at the line of scrimmage and being able to get through some of press and some of his releases. But other than that, I think that this guy is a weapon that can come in here and make a difference. Does he have any return ability? Do you have any special teams ability as well?
Yes.
Okay.
That athleticism, absolutely.
No, yeah. He's a heck of an athlete. And so that's why I was like, if you had to choose between him, and he hasn't really had a whole bunch of health issues and things like that as well, which is obviously was the concern with Whittington. That's why I was asking about him a few minutes ago. But yes, I'm excited. This just got me hyped. I'm excited for
Let's
him.
go. Bo Limmer just went to the Rams. It's
Yeah.
a good late pick. But Ryan Flournoy, your latest Dallas Cowboy, the ideal prototypical size for the position at 6'1", 202. Certainly tested very, very well. That 4.37 short shuttle, the 4.4 40-yard dash. Any nuggets, Nick, Bobby? Anything you got here on Flournoy?
16th all-time draft pick from Southeast Missouri State. Their last one was in 2019. Drew Forbes went to the Cleveland Browns. Second receiver all-time taken by Southeast Missouri State. Willie Ponder went in the 2003 draft to the New York Giants. But yeah, you see this well-built lower half, but with these long legs that create these long strides out in the open field. He's going to be a playmaker. He's going to have some very fun training camp moments and preseason moments. I think he's going to be a guy that can be a reliable target for the Cooper Rush Trey Lance battle at training camp that Stephen Jones has talked about. And you see him taking balls out of the backfield. I think he could do a lot of that. We saw that with CeeDee Lamb last year. But if Mike McCarthy wants to rely on a couple of other weapons to do those similar type of things, then Flournoy, if he's able to make the roster, which I believe he has the capability of doing so, then he can kind of do those type of things. The athleticism is what will always stand out to me when I'm talking about Ryan Flournoy. And you see that in him being able to break off the line. Granted, he needs a little bit more physicality off the line, but that athleticism, it gets him out of that. It gets him out of that cannon in a very, very quick facet. 39.5-inch vertical, 11-foot broad jump. Both of those among the top of the receiver group in the entire NFL draft. This is a great value pick. I had him in the 5th. I think this is a really good value to get a really good player.
His size and athleticism checks a lot of their markers that they have internally for what they think prototype receivers should look like. Like if you look at just the fact that, he's 6.5, he's running 4.4, he's got almost a 40-inch vertical, an 11-foot broad, good weight, like strong. It checks a lot of the physical characteristics. And, Chris Vaughn just told us earlier today, and Chris Vaughn looked really excited about the pick. Chris Vaughn told us today, athleticism is something that's so rare. Like those traits are so rare. You take chances on them because that's the hardest thing to acquire.
Yeah, my goodness. And our buddy Michael Gelkin putting out that he produced the fastest GPS time during position drills at the Combine. The wide receiver who did so in 2023 would be Puka Nacua. So that's pretty good to follow there for our guy Ryan Flournoy, your latest Dallas Cowboy, who we'll get the secret audio from and get him on the phone here in just a moment. Of course, his hometown, Hazel Crest, Illinois, and out of Southeast Missouri State through way of Central Missouri, and then Iowa Western Community College. So excited to get to chat with Ryan Flournoy, and yeah, he's going to be fun to watch, man. We get him out there for OTAs, and then, of course, mini camps, and then training camp. They're out knocking out Aisha. We got your guy.
I ain't gonna say all that. He ain't like.
I'm putting him as your dude.
My God, I just was wondering.
You're giddy over here.
If he was gonna come up. I mean, I guess I'm giddy. I think part of me is just excited, just to touch the receiver position as a whole, because I still feel like there's depth there, kind of, sort of, not really, a little bit.
Okay, some of the other picks that just came off the board as we await to talk with Ryan Flournoy. Bo Limmer, center out of Arkansas, goes at 217. Love that pick for the Rams, man.
Wait, what?
Yeah. The Rams going ahead and getting Bo Limmer.
Vibes, right, Nick?
Yeah, vibes.
They just be vibing, because what?
Yeah, Bo Limmer, Tyler, Texas, baby. Beast, Texas. Just want to shout that out real quick.
I want to give him his due if I can.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Is that cool?
Yeah.
I mean, because I thought he might be a consideration for the Cowboys if it got down, if you were trading back and those kinds of things. was the starting center for the Razorbacks. He spent the majority of his career at guard, to be honest, and I think he might be a better center. But he doesn't have a lot of bulk to him, but he wants to get really close to the defender and attempt to control him by putting his hands on the outside frame and kind of wrestling him. I think he's got some agility. The hand placement could be a little off, but once he gets a hold of his man, he's not going to let go. Solid positional run blocker, has a nasty side to his game in the way he attempts to finish. There's snaps where he gets a little sloppy with his technique, but it's just, he'll get the job done. He's a good pass blocker. He'll sit down on his man. He'll hold him off. There's some knee imbalance there to the way where sometimes he gets a little ragdolled, and you got to watch that. But he's not on the ground much. But he comes really close. Appears to handle power well when to deal with a good position. Second level blocker, understands the position, how to position himself in order to secure the block. I thought it was a little slow getting out on screens and stuff. A couple of snaps where they could have called him for being downfield, but they didn't. His lack of bulk might scare some teams, but super tough in the way he plays.
Yeah, I love that pick. I think that's a steal to get him at this point from the Rams. You mentioned the position flex, but he just understands leverage. I think he's a really, really fun player. Devin Leary, the quarterback from Kentucky, then ends up going to the Baltimore Ravens. That's a guy that started a bunch there at Kentucky, 38 games, played. He did have a lot of coordinator change there as well. But, I mean, I can't believe Michael Pratt hasn't been taken.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't understand. Like, Leary, okay, if Pratt's off the board, then fine. But what is going on? Why is Michael Pratt still around?
Leary specifically, there are teams who think like he's got NFL arm talent, and that's just the biggest thing. It's people gambling on arm talent.
Yeah, he's got good zip and ball placement. There's some throws he makes. He does show some touch, especially passes down the seam. He will step up in the pocket while keeping his eyes down the field. I think he does a really nice job of staying active in the pocket. He can find the receivers when things are breaking down around him. He doesn't panic. He doesn't appear stressed. I could see him work quickly through his reads. He does a nice job of extending plays. He'll hang in the pocket in order to deliver the ball. He can move effectively in order to throw on the run. Not a major threat as a runner, but gets the job done when he has to. Can really deliver the ball in the short game, the touch kind of things. There are some accuracy to the side of his game. His size might turn some scouts off. He's 6'1", he's 215. But the ability's there. I kind of compared him a little bit to a Jimmy Garoppolo. And but I thought he showed up well in the Shrine game in what he was able to do for himself there.
All right, so that's some of the other picks as we wind down the sixth round. Daquan Hardy, the cornerback from Penn State. So Kalen King still hasn't gone. Hardy, his teammate from Penn State, 5'9", 179. Now he's got the speed, 4.38 in the 40, and that does match up on the tape, I think, with Hardy. Did you get to take a peek at him, Nick?
No, I did not. I was more so focused on King.
Yeah, he's a traits guy. Now, he's also a punt returner, so he brings some special teams value as well. But my gosh, I'm really surprised that he's been drafted ahead of his teammate here in this situation. Waiting on the Bucks, pick 220, round 6. They are next up here. And then the Cowboys will be back on the clock again, coming up at pick 233 of round 7. So they'll have the 13th pick of the 7th round after they've taken Ryan Flournoy, the wide receiver out of Southeast Missouri State, in the 6th.
On Kalen King, since you're asking about him, I had texted a team. There was one team that told me they had him as undrafted.
Wow.
Who?
Kalen King.
I didn't love him, but I figured he's worth a draft pick at least.
With the Penn State? Mm-hmm. Wow, that's rough. I mean, I thought the kid could play. You watch, somebody's going to spend some money on it. If he doesn't get picked in the 7th round. But, man, I don't believe I'd miss the guy. I think the thing about it is it's got to be the speed. It's got to be that 40 and stuff like that. So, I don't know, man. I saw a pretty productive player there myself.
It's the 40. We talked about it. I think we talked about it.
Yeah.
When we came back.
Yeah, I mean, his teammate's faster, so that makes sense. Oh, Elijah Klein, the UTEP guard, going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the final pick of the 6th round. Klein's super steady there at UTEP during his time there with the Miners.
Yeah, really honed in on the interior. He was another guy that I kind of saw later in this process. I'm kind of running up on those dudes now. Mm-hmm. But I'll find my notes here. I believe pass protecting was what stood out. Yeah, pass protecting was really what stood out for him. And especially if you can find an interior guy that can create the depth of that pocket, that's what stood out to me from him for the Miners. I think just being able to do that in the time that he did, really impressive out there in El Paso.
All right, the 7th and final round is underway. Buffalo will be the first team on the board here in the 7th round. We're at pick 221. We'll go all the way to pick 257, which will be Mr. Irrelevant. Of course, the most recent Mr. Irrelevant that's turned out to be not so irrelevant, Brock Purdy, taking out Iowa State with the San Francisco 49ers.
Maybe it's Michael Pratt this time around.
Maybe it's Michael Pratt. The team that holds that selection would be the New York Jets as of right now.
Okay, so they need to throw another quarterback in that room, right?
Maybe.
Didn't they just draft
stockpile?
Didn't they just draft one?
They
just did.
They did take a quarterback.
Milton?
Was it Milton? I think the Patriots took Milton.
That's right. Let's see.
The Jets took somebody we were like, what the hell are you doing? J-E-T-E Jets.
Here we go. Jordan Travis. I don't think that's what the hell were you doing.
Oh, that's right.
But,
no, I like Jordan Travis. Yeah. And he's got time now to get healthy.
Man, this is like the Jets have some fun guys that I really enjoyed in the process. Malachi Corley, Braylon Allen, Isaiah Davis, and Quantez Stiggers.
It was like that last year. I felt like with them too.
Yeah, just some guys I enjoyed. Not necessarily for here on a couple of them, but really fun. A running back duo of Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis. You think they wanted to add size to that room?
Sure
My
did.
God.
Sure did. They added a lot of size.
How do you think these guys at the Cowboys fit into what they're doing? Their players. If you look at overall, where
with their draft right now?
With their draft, how do you feel like that? Give me an idea of where you just. Maybe not the position, but maybe is this a potential starter? Is this guys are going to compete? How do you feel like if you look at their draft?
I think you look at it and you see two potential starters early on with Tyler Guyton and Cooper Beebe. Marshawn
Beebe
Newland,
at center. Do you think Beebe's going to be the starting
potential?
center?
They talked about him like they really believed he could play center this morning.
There's a lot of love around him at center, and that was what was communicated from Kansas
But Brock
State.
Hoffman get the first crack at that thing, you think, and then, or is it plug and play on Beebe?
I think they're gonna let him compete. They've mentioned like even the tone in which they've been like, well, Hoffman's not going to go down without a fight in a way,
I think Coach Solari likes Brock Hoffman a lot.
Yeah.
And I think what
This building does.
Yeah, what Coach McCarthy was saying yesterday with this is exactly what he wants along that room with the competition. So I think, you get a competition between Beebe and Hoffman.
Solari last year, not even this offseason, last year when we talked to him was talking up Hoffman. So, I mean, we're talking about he has been high on Hoffman as a potential contributor since well before they were without Biotish. And so I think that he absolutely feels comfortable with Hoffman starting.
Well, I hope they give him a shot, but the competition would be healthy for both of them. So I want whoever's the best player for the position to be out there, regardless. And so with that, and then with Marshawn Neyland, I think Marshawn Neyland will. Is this?
I think rotational end probably. We'll get back to this in just a moment. I do want to welcome in. No, you're good. Ryan Flournoy here into the draft show. Your newest Dallas Cowboy out of Southeast Missouri State. Ryan, congratulations, man. Where are you? Who are you with? And how you feeling?
Man, I'm with my family. I'm just feeling so great, man. This is the best feeling in my life, honestly. I've been playing football since I was 5 years old, and I've been dreaming of this moment ever since. So I'm feeling great.
It's a special day, and we're really, really excited for your athleticism jumps off the charts when we're able to watch you play. For Cowboy fans that maybe aren't familiar, how would you describe your game?
Man, I'm super competitive and super athletic. I feel like I could do anything when I'm out there between the lines. Dallas Cowboys going to get a great competitor and a great football player.
What's up, Ryan? Congratulations on being picked. I got a couple of questions for you. One, your journey, it's definitely taking you a few different ways. Early on in college, starting at the D2 level, dealing with the torn ACL, then going to JUCO, bouncing back, and then being able to make your way as a draft pick out of SEMO. Why do you think your journey prepared you for this type of moment?
You know, God put me through the obstacles to mold me into the man I am today. I feel like I can overcome anything, and everything I've been through is just, it was a blessing to have. At the time, I didn't understand why I was going through it, but, God always has a plan, and I love his plan.
It seems like yak ability is what's really starting to stand out the more I'm starting to watch here. Is that what you take pride in most in your game?
I just take pride in playing football. I was a running back ever since I was 5 until I became 14. So I've always been natural with the ball in my hands.
Ryan, one other thing for you. I mean, I've been trying to ask some fun questions, some of the Cowboys draft picks, just get a little taste of your personality. But growing up, was there a wide receiver that you really, really loved that you've kind of modeled your game after?
Of course, the great Jerry Rice. I used to watch his highlights all the time, and I still do to this day. Just because of his work ethic and how he really just was dominant. But I'll take a look at a lot of great receivers. I like to compare myself to Dez Bryant sometimes, just because we have the same frame and the same capabilities.
Hey Ryan, just talk about your experience at the Senior Bowl and the opportunity that you got there. We all love Jim Nagy, the director of the Senior Bowl, and the players he brings down there. It's always great players. Just kind of, was that that experience help you kind of get to where you're at right now?
Yeah, for sure. It was nothing but God's plan to get me there. I had a chip on my shoulder that whole time because, I had a logo that nobody recognized on my helmet. So I really had a lot to prove. And, I went out there, and I think I proved myself to the world. And I'm going to keep proving myself.
Well, the Cowboys have a pretty good receiver room right now with CeeDee Lamb, Brandon Cooks. What do you think about CeeDee Lamb? Are you a fan of his game?
Yeah.
Man, big fan. I'm ready to work with him. Can't wait to get to work with him, man. See everything he's been doing in the league, just to model my game after him and just learn from him because, I feel like he's one of the greats.
Well, the cornerback who's now your teammate, Kalen Carson, out of Wake Forest, he said in his spare time he likes to get into some rap battles. What do you like to do in your spare time, and are you a fellow rapper?
Hey, I love to have rap battles with him. I feel like I'm very creative. I make music, I create Photoshop, and I like chess, and I make all my highlight videos. So I'm a creative mind. So if you want to rap battle, I'd love to.
Let's go. Ryan Flournoy, an absolute badass, man. This has been awesome to get to catch up with you. We can't wait to get you here to the Star in Frisco and get to know you a little bit more, man. Congratulations, and welcome to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There he goes, Ryan Flournoy. What a fun guy.
I seen Wanye Thomas on
yeah,
on
I saw Wanye too.
They'll find out.
Wanye's like, Jordan Lewis will have that ready to go.
I'm like, y'all need help.
Israel Mukwamu, they'll be ready for that.
He talks about playing chess. Mari Cooper used to be a big chess player around here.
Yeah.
How about that for Ryan Flournoy? We got the secret audio. That's always a treat. Here's Ryan Flournoy getting the call from the Cowboys.
Hey, Ryan, this is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys.
How you doing?
I'm doing just fine, and I'm proud to tell you we just drafted you.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. And, you had a lot of good, got a lot of good things said about you in here today, but congratulations, you're a Dallas Cowboy. All right, and here's our coach, Mike McCarthy. He's going to welcome you as well.
Ryan, Mike McCarthy.
How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing great. Hey, you with your family right now?
Yes, sir, man. They're super excited.
Okay. Well, hey, congrats. So excited to have you here. Coming to a great place, but most importantly, it's a great receiver room too. So you'll be a great.
Yes, sir. I'm ready to work.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. There's a bunch of people lined up there. I want to say hello to you. Hold on. Here's Robert Prince.
Ryan, how you doing?
How you doing?
Robert Prince here, receiver coach. Hey, man, we're excited to have you. Man, you are dynamic with the ball in your hands, and we're excited to get that ball in your hands and let you go to work.
Yes, sir.
All right? All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Work boots on and come down, and we'll be ready to go to work.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, I'm going to give you to Coach Sondheimer. He's our offense coordinator.
Okay.
Ryan, congrats, man.
Man, thank you.
Man, we're so excited, brother. So excited. Can't wait to get you here, man, and just bring that play style you always have, and can't wait to get you here, man.
Yes, sir. Can't wait to be there.
All right, buddy. Congratulations, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Bye-bye.
There he is, Ryan Flournoy, getting the call. It's always cool getting to hear that. I know I've said that after every time we've gotten it, but it is. I mean, it's a special day. It's a once-in-a-lifetime type of moment for these players. Brian, did you get to make those calls when you were running that draft with the Eagles?
No, what I did was I used to hold him on the phone. I was I was Will McClay, so I would get him on the phone.
Gotcha.
Is what I do. And one time this is before they had call waiting.
That's Solari making another pitch.
Oh, he's maybe making another pitch for what they're about to do.
We got the War Room.
Yeah, War Room came up. But real quick,
story,
real quick though. Yeah, I one time before call waiting and cell phones, I held a player on the phone for 2 hours so nobody could get him, nobody could call him, and we ended up drafting the player.
Oh my god!
So I
do you remember who it was?
Not being held hostage by phone.
There's a wide receiver from Notre Dame.
What class?
We took him in the second round. But God dang it! Why am I going brain dead on here? I'll think of it here in a second though, 2000, maybe 3, 4, 5, maybe 5
For the Cowboys?
No. This is Green Bay.
You weren't around in 2003, 4, 5.
No. 93.
Derek Mays.
Derek Mays.
Okay.
Yeah, Derek Mays. I can't remember. I forgot about Derek Mays. But Derek, I was on the phone with him for 2 hours, trying to hold off.
That's wild.
And we finally got him. Is what happened. So I basically sat from pick whatever to pick 171 with him. That kind of length of and just talking and just BSing with him.
What offensive lineman would Solari be in there talking about?
Duplain.
I had a team say they were surprised a round ago that Javion Cohen still hadn't come off the board.
Yeah, Miami.
Yep, Miami.
I thought I was seeing things.
We mentioned Driscoll. I know I did for the tackles.
Julian Pearl.
Levinston.
Yes, saw him at the
Leviston.
Shrine.
Those are the linemen that I have left. Cohen, Leviston, Henderson is another guy that I have left.
Dane Brugler mocked Matt Lee, the center from Miami, to the Dallas in the fifth round, and he's still on the board.
I love Matt Lee. Matt Lee's really, really good. He's competitive as heck.
Of all the offensive linemen on, at least for NFL Network draft grades that are still available, Nathan Thomas out of Louisiana Lafayette's the highest ranked one.
What about Garrett Greenfield from South Dakota State?
Yeah, that's another one that came in here for. That was another one that came in here for Shrine Bowl.
Sure? I mean, I think Greenfield can be a backup swing tackle.
Absolutely, but I thought he went.
No, I don't think Greenfield's got. McCormick went.
Jeremy Flax out of Kentucky was a formal for the Cowboys at the NFL Combine. I think he's probably the last one left. Andrew Coker out of TCU. He was a local day guy. Pre-draft visit. Ainum Dankwa and then Josiah Ezereem out of Eastern Kentucky, and Dankwa's out of Howard. Both of those guys are just super long, traitsy guys. Dankwa just doesn't have a lot of mobility to him. I think Ezereem probably has more, and I think there's a little bit of guard flex for Ezereem.
Some of the other picks that have gone off the board while we kind of ponder who it could be for the Cowboys is they're up at pick 233. We've got Javonte Jean-Baptiste that went to the Commanders out of Notre Dame. He's the edge that went at pick 222. First pick, I got to say, in the round, Travis Clayton from England.
Yeah, that one's a fun one. He's never played a snap of football. He is a rugby player that has transitioned and has only been training for football since the start of the draft process. I didn't think he'd be drafted. That's why I never brought him up.
Buffalo doesn't want to fight for people, I guess, right?
I think this is one of those things, and I hate to be this guy. They're giving Buffalo okay, we'll give you an international exemption here. You know,
potentially.
Draft the guy, draft him.
Take the traitsy guy. He's a former rugby player.
Exactly. Draft a player for us, and we'll give you an international exemption. You could keep him on the practice squad. Remember, they did the same thing here with our guy from Mexico.
Isaac
Alarcon. Yeah, remember he was on your practice squad for like 4 or 5 years. It seemed like, because he was on international. Yeah, this is the league. This is the league saying, listen, throw us a bone here at the start of the 7th round. You know, we'll give you the exemption on the player if you so want.
Trey Taylor, the safety out of Air Force, who we actually had some questions about, like, could we break down Trey Taylor out of Air Force? He ends up going to the Raiders, pick 223 in the 7th round, 5'10", 209 from Air Force, and that's a guy that just around the line of scrimmage, he will feast.
Did Donovan Jennings out of South Florida go?
I don't think so.
He's a guard that might be okay.
Okay, Donovan Jennings is another name to consider. DeJohn Anthony from Ole Miss, the safety, then went to the Cincinnati Bengals, 6 foot 195. DeJohn Anthony.
Donovan Jennings, offensive guard out of South Florida. He's a 6-year veteran.
Wow. Okay. So we got a lot of playing experience there. That could be a name to consider. And then Brendan Rice just went. Brendan Rice,
the Chargers,
going to the Chargers.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
That hurts.
225 gets to stay over there on South
Okay.
Beach. I mean, I'm really stunned
Why
that he lasted this long.
What's the reason?
I don't know. I mean, I don't think that he is a guy that's like crazy fast. You know, there's nothing about him that you're like, wow, he just jumps out at you. But he just finds a way. Like every time you look up, he's open. Son of Jerry Rice, obviously. He was a standout kick returner when he started at Colorado. So he's got added special teams value. But it feels like every game you watch, he's just catching touchdowns there with USC. He's got quick feet, does a nice job of setting up his routes. He's strong in the intermediate game, super competitive. I mean, he had a play versus Oregon where he wins on the route in the red zone, drops a touchdown pass. They come right back the next play. They run the exact same play. He crushes the route again. This time he catches it and scores, and he lets the corner know about it. I loved it. But he's super consistent with contested catches. That's the thing. Like, he didn't seem super fast on tape for me, but he finds a way to consistently get behind the defense.
I want to... Jesus, I had a question. I forgot.
It'll come back.
Dang it, my brain.
Looks like everyone's looking on a board right here on the wall.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask. Am I tripping? Or last year, were we not having to scramble for players, like kind of what we're talking about right now at the top of the third? I felt like there was more.
Top of the seventh.
The top.
Just to help.
It's been a long day.
Just to help.
The seventh. What? Because I feel like last year in the 7th round, I was looking at the 5th round and being like, there were still people.
Yeah.
Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I feel like there was more longevity.
We talked about this, I think, during the draft process, the fact that the day 3 talent, you'd kind of be scraping the bottom of the barrel a little bit. But I think there's still some really good players that are available. I think
I agree.
I could say there's probably 10 to 15 guys already that I thought would have gone undrafted. Maybe you feel differently, Brian, but I mean, the kid that Buffalo just took out of England, the rugby player, that's a great example. I mean, everyone's looking for the next Jordan Mailata, so it makes sense to swing on a guy in this draft specifically. But you might see some real big gambles here in the 7th, just because there's not a lot of quote unquote sure things here in this draft here in the 7th.
I kind of felt like too when and just looking at my board, the thing with the international, I think they just wanted to open the 7th round. I think the Bills are doing the league asked, listen, we'll help you with the player.
I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, no, it is. It's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah, the NFL will ask you to take players and stuff like that to kind of promote opportunities that they've got going. I'm going to say this: I still got really good players on my board. And I mentioned Gabe Murphy, Jacobs from Penn State. King. Yeah, he's probably not going to get taken because of the speed. Cohen, I mentioned. The guard. Levinston, the guard I have as well. These backs, it kind of got wiped out for me. Gabe Hall. Gabe Hall hasn't been selected yet, right?
I still have him too.
I mean, Gabe Hall hasn't been selected here. So,
and even Tulu Griffin. What do you think about him?
I think he's an undrafted guy, but he's a fascinating return option. It wouldn't surprise me if someone took a swing on. Adam Pacifico had a long conversation there with Stephen Jones. What do you think that could be about in a draft conversation?
Well, what Adam is in charge of is when they go post draft. Mm-hmm. Him, Chris Hall, those guys. Adam's in charge of the cap, so he's going to make sure that they got everything lined up, because the first thing they're going to do is attack their picks in for the Bengals here. Who did I miss here? We'll let Zach set all this stuff for
So Jaden Davis, the corner from Miami, ended up going to Arizona at 226.
Okay. That's Arizona.
So they're behind. So they're trying to catch up right now. I've got this refreshed to where we're getting some picks ahead of them. So up on the clock right now is the Browns at pick 227.
Okay, yeah. So what was I saying about this? But yeah, I think with Adam's the guy that's responsible for post draft. And so they get with the scouts, get with the coaches, and they go recruit. They're going to start with the guys that are on their draft board first. So if there's anybody left on that board, that's who they're going to attack first. I'm sure Adam's getting with Steven, trying to coordinate that, like, okay, we're ready to go post-draft. You just let me know when we're going to fire this thing up.
Doesn't Adam's the first guy that came in here, right? First scout that came in here?
Who's the first scout's name that came in here?
That was Ross.
Ross Wuensche.
Ross Wuensche. Yeah.
He looks like the transporter, doesn't he?
Ross?
He looks like Jason Statham.
Yeah, I mean, if you were to shave the beard, I could see it. Yeah, Ross looks like he could. He's a badass.
We seen him the other day, and so when he came in here today,
Ross is the man.
I literally almost audibly said, Jason Statham.
Ross has been responsible for a lot
he's-
of really good picks around
Oh
here.
man, he seems like such a professional.
Yeah, no question. This is going to be interesting because now
What's
I guess
going on?
because you got to figure out you got 2 picks left, right? 233 and 244.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess this is really
These
all
are guys
about-
you do not want to fight for in free agency.
Right.
You've got to figure out listen, who do we maybe have on our board that we absolutely feel like maybe will cost us too much money to go fight for in free agency. And I think you have to keep a really open mind about it. They might do it on numbers. They might say, listen, we don't have enough linebackers. We don't have enough edges. We don't have enough corners, whatever. These are the next 2 picks will be about trying to make sure that they get players that potentially can make the team, but you don't have to fight for in free agency. So keep that in mind as well when you're looking at this.
Okay, I'm trying to think it. So I mean, yeah, offensive. Is there a position group that you think is it like offensive linemen end up being the toughest to get? Or
Skill guys usually do.
So it's the skill
See,
players?
the agents are going to hold you up because they're going to look at who you drafted and they're going to look at your team's depth chart.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to say, there's no way in hell my guy's going to make your team. And so that's, you got to be kind of like, that's why you use the scouts and the coaches to recruit. No, wait a minute now. We're going to, and then you get Jerry involved or Mike involved to close the deal if you can. So yeah, it's about these agents are smart and savvy. They're like, listen, you've got 12 wide receivers on your board. We're not coming to you guys.
Yeah, we're probably not going to make the team.
Yeah.
Miles Harden, cornerback, just from South Dakota State, 5'10".
It's a fun one.
Went to
Did you
the
do
Browns.
him?
Yeah, what do you have on Miles Harden?
Yeah, I think he's got some safety flex.
Yep.
He really shined at that local. They did kind of a pro day up there in South Dakota where they grouped a lot of those FCS programs together. But Miles Harden, he was a guy that I saw at the combine actually that really stood out to me. He's got that safety flex, but in playing corner, he excelled in a lot of zone concepts. I think he's going to play in space at the next level. I think that's a really fun value here in the 7th round for Miles Harden. He was under the radar guy that I put in the Dallas Cowboys draft guide for safety position.
Heck yeah. Nick Samick, Michigan State center, 6'4", 307, going to the Baltimore Ravens. I feel like the Ravens have kind of attacked offensive line here towards the end of the draft. Speaking of that, Brian, you spent time in Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Mike McCarthy, of course, coming from Green Bay.
Right.
I don't know that the Cowboys would have any interest in doing this, but they always take a flyer on a quarterback every year. Michael Pratt is still sitting there from Tulane.
To me, yes. If yes, absolutely.
Like, why not at this point?
Why not? And I don't know. There might be something. I'm got Pratt on my board in the 4th round. I mean, he's my
same.
If I thought that watching Michael Pratt play, and I loved watching Jackson, the wide receiver, play. And if you look at Tulane the last 2 years, Tulane should have been in another New Year's Day bowl game, right? They lose that game to SMU, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that cost them the opportunity to go to a New Year's Day. Michael Pratt went head to head with Caleb Williams in a shootout at the Cotton Bowl, and they got the better of. This kid's a player. I mean, you look at legitimately how he throws the football, his ability to make plays. He's smart. He's tough. There's a lot. Yes, absolutely. Pick what we're at right now. Pick 233. Yes. Hand the card in.
I would throw a dart there. I mean, why not? Technically, you've got both of your quarterbacks that are out of contract after this year. And I don't think they're going to go into,
all 3.
They'll figure it. Yeah, all 3. So, I mean, you might want to.
Do you think? I mean, I know that their pick is already in, but do you think that even though Minnesota has picked up, is it McCarthy? Is that who they grab? Even though they picked up McCarthy, that they maybe will grab.
I think that would be kind of because there's teams that have done that. The Commanders did it with Robert Griffin and then
Patriots just did it.
And Patriots, yeah.
I'm just
but
saying,
it's a little bit of the space. I mean, but 2 young guys,
first and 7th round.
Well, I'm just saying because it's 7th round.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If it was the 5th or something, I would be more concerned. But just 7th round to get 2 quarterbacks, try them out, see who's. I mean, I know one's the first round pick, but still, it's
San Francisco.
insurance.
There's people in San Francisco said the Mr. Irrelevant's playing better than Trey Lance right now.
Yeah, I mean, San Francisco threw a dart.
Yeah.
They got Brock Purdy. Now they got a franchise quarterback. You just never know.
Yeah.
I mean, the Patriots taking Brady in the 6th round.
No, I totally. To me, and I don't know. They might not like Pratt at all, but at 233, sure. This to me, it's better than it would be better than saying, "Oh, we'll take Bell or Gabe Murphy." You're throwing a dart here, at a guy that maybe you get him and maybe you get Lance, and then you move on from Cooper Rush. Who knows? But that I would definitely consider it here. And I know everybody's thinking, "Oh, well, it's a wasted pick." It's pick 233, guys.
Yeah,
you're taking a shot at a quarterback that I know on my board, and they don't probably have him on the 4th round on their board, but maybe.
Well, maybe it's Sam Hartman out of Notre Dame. Maybe there's another quarterback they like.
We got claps.
All right, so Will McClay is about to make the call.
McCarthy looks genuinely happy.
McCarthy's really happy.
It is not a fake happy. It's a real happy.
And I wonder if it's a quarterback. I mean, McCarthy loves quarterbacks, and that's kind of the Green Bay way of doing things that he came from. It just, I wouldn't be. To me, with a guy like Michael Pratt that we all thought was a dude that if you're going to take a flyer on that next tier of quarterbacks.
Is that your Marcus Marauder right there, Bobby Belt?
Where is he?
On the right side, Stucky.
Yeah.
Leaning in, it looks like him.
Yeah.
Standing up, it's Ross Wuensche and Klein Kubiak.
Where would Stucky's region?
Stucky's Midwest.
Would Tulane?
Nah.
No, that would be.
Like
I think
Kansas.
Yeah.
K-State.
Well, they got it, so they're on the phone.
All right, we'll see. Michael. Okay, so we got a couple of picks flying off the board. MJ Devonshire, the cornerback from Pittsburgh, goes to the Raiders at pick 229. And then Michael Juergens, the center from Wake Forest, just went to the Vikings at pick 230. That will take us to the Patriots at 231. Did anybody want to touch on those guys? Or
I have. Let me, if I can do my housework, keep talking. But I got Devonshire for you if you like.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what you have on Devonshire. And then, yes, we were talking about Brendan Rice and how he was hanging on the board. The Chargers did end up taking him for those that missed that pick. That was a little bit earlier in the round. So trying to figure out, Cowboys are about to make a pick. They're coming up here at 233. This is their first of 2 7th-rounders here.
McCarthy's juiced.
Yeah, he looks excited.
McCarthy's getting someone he likes.
Okay.
Solari's hanging over here to the right side.
Okay, maybe a lineman.
So we're talking about Devonshire real quick. He's going to be 24 years old when the season starts. He's from a transfer from Kentucky. Good size with good arm length for the position. He's played on both sides of his college career. The transition well from the back pedal to flipping his hips to run with the defender. He does a good job of contesting passes. If he has an issue, I think it's his long speed. I've seen receivers get by him and have trouble catching up. He's not afraid to tackle by stepping up. He does a pretty good job of wrap-up guy. Gets very grabby at the line at the top of the route. Shows some good ball skills. Had 18 pass breakups, 7 career interceptions. 3 of those interceptions were returned for touchdowns. So he does a good job of playing with his eyes. Right place, right time type of a guy. Physical cover corner. He could help you in special teams as a return man. He has a knack for finding space there when there is none. So lack of speed, though, is clear at times. That's from Pittsburgh.
Okay.
Oh, so we got an offensive lineman.
So it's got to be a lineman. Mike Solari's on the phone right now. So some of the linemen that we're looking at that haven't been taken: Driscoll from Marshall. We brought his name up. Garrett Greenfield from South Dakota State. I've got Duplain from Michigan State as a guy that I liked quite a bit. Cohen from Miami. Still, I don't believe has been taken. I know, Bobby, you've brought him up. Anybody that you think, Bobby, that we could throw out there name-wise?
I mean, the 2 highest I've gotten texts about left are Cohen and Nathan Thomas.
Okay. Nate Thomas.
A lot of people
Louisiana.
thought Nathan Thomas had really high ceiling.
Yeah, I mean, Thomas has the measurables that you're looking for. In the 7th round, that's a lot of what this is. 6'5", 332.
That's one of the bigger players that teams told me they had left right there who just went Jaheim Bell.
Wow.
Minnesota.
Man.
Well, he went to
New
England. Man, so New England's got some fun offensive weapons now for Drake May. You talk about Jalen Polk, who they took earlier. Jaheim Bell is another one of these guys. I think you and I both watched him last year. And then he decided to go back, and he ends up, at Florida State. He transferred from South Carolina, and he's a stud. I mean, at South Carolina, he was lining up all over. They had him at running back at times.
Yeah, he can do things out the backfield. Obviously, like the run after catch is great. He'll run through your face. He doesn't care. Of course, want him to refine his route running a little bit more, but as far as just him being a pure athlete, being bigger, stronger, faster than anybody at whatever position you put him on, he could do it. I'm jealous.
All right, Cowboys pick is in. They're announcing it now on the NFL Network, and it is Jaden Davis.
No, he's already been picked.
This isn't right. This isn't right.
Pick is in.
I think they've got the graphic wrong. We're just waiting on the pick. Levi Drake Rodriguez went from Texas A&M Commerce, went to the Minnesota Vikings at pick 232, right ahead of the Cowboys. So there's a Texas A&M Commerce defensive tackle being picked 6'1", 269, going to the Vikings. So still waiting on who it's going to be for the Cowboys here. But they're next up as we're waiting. Who's the next Dallas Cowboys draft pick? We expect it to be an offensive lineman. We've thrown out quite a few names. I mean, maybe one of these names ends up sticking.
Yeah, the guy.
Didn't you say that they want someone that they don't want to have to fight for?
No, you don't want to have to fight for this guy. That's the whole idea. Just don't fight for this. This
pick is in.
Nathan Thomas from Louisiana. There it is, Bobby. 6'5", 332. And you had heard it. I mean, you were on this one, Bobby, when it came to other teams around the league.
Yeah,
we're talking about him.
The one of the teams that told me that was their surprise that was still sitting around, they had him in the 4th round. And so, I mean, if you're getting a 4th round offensive lineman there with apparently some tackle and guard flexibility, then yeah, that's worthy of a 7th round flyer.
Yeah, I've been putting in some texts to some people I know down in New Orleans. Went to Chalmette High School down there. It's just Chalmette High School. Yeah. It's just outside of New Orleans. It's more of a country type program. But Louisiana Lafayette. Let's touch on this program for a minute before I dive completely into Nathan Thomas. The Cowboys, they found a steal in John Stevens Jr. last year out of Lafayette in the undrafted free agent pool. And Billy Napier was the head coach, and that program that he built down there in Western Louisiana allowed him to move on to Florida. But so many NFL talents are starting to come out of that program, and it has just continued under Coach DeSormo. This program is starting to put out some really big time guys, but Nathan Thomas specifically, 6'5", 332 pounds, and is an absolute mauler in the run game. So in high school, he played in a wing T program, and he lined up at tight end, which in a wing T program that may as well be an extension of the right tackle position. And so he has a lot of knacks in the run game, and you see that mobility from a tight end at the tackle position. However, I do think he has some guard flex. I think he's going to be able to slide inside if he needs to at the next level. But you see those long arms, that quick movement, the mobility that he has, those traits that he picked up at the high school level and blocking for wing T type plays. This is a really fun, high traits, high upside pick for the Cowboys in the 7th round. I mean, this is the type of 7th round pick you would like to get. I'd say that right here.
I'm with you, man. I mean, you see the base that he works with, and he's a guy that just does not get overpowered.
Yeah.
He is very, very strong and powerful in the upper body, but you mentioned the long arms. That's something as well. And I'm sure, I mean, he did start at left tackle the last 2 years. You've got 13 games in 2022, 12 games at left tackle the most recent season. Honorable mention, all Sun Belt Conference. But yeah, man, you get this dude in the 7th round in what was a very deep tackle class. Yeah. You never know how you can develop into this guy. That's a fun pick. Anything to add, Bob?
No, you got it. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned the only thing I have to say is that you mentioned the base, and you can tell even like when he's kick stepping, it's not too like, you know what I'm saying. His legs aren't too spread out. Like he's balanced.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm interested in finding out more about the player.
Yeah, I mean, the hands, like we were talking about that maybe with Guyton a little bit, like keeping the hands connected. Mm-hmm. Nathaniel Watson doesn't have an issue with that.
He has some explosiveness.
Nathan Thomas.
Mm. Yeah, that play that Beam just showed on his film, he looked like he got rolled back. Yeah. So he must have some flexibility because I would have broken my ankle on that play.
Yeah, this is exciting. I mean, this is definitely a guy that you can bring in and develop. I'm always for attacking and throwing darts along the offensive line, and especially depth, right? I mean, you've got guys like Josh Ball, Matt Waletzko. They haven't been able to stay healthy. We'll see about Awesome Richards. I think we were excited about him last year. But just keep throwing options out there along the offensive line because there's just not enough good linemen to go around.
No, there's not. And the thing about it is, you mentioned the name Awesome Richards. I wish that we would have had more of an opportunity to see Awesome Richards. Evidently, he wasn't ready to play in those games, and that's why they went with Adoga. And so now, you're throwing in, Nathan Thomas into this mix, and maybe that, the fact you mentioned maybe some guard flexibility as well. But, you're right. The offensive lineman, you kind of just keep throwing it at him and hope things work out.
Yeah, excited to get to talk with Nathan Thomas here soon.
Yeah, NFL Network's Lance Zierlein had a 4th-round grade on on Nathan Thomas. It's the traits, it's the length, it's the mobility that he's displayed, basketball background, athletic, run block, pass pro. I mean, he has a lot of experience, too. This is a fun pick that you can make here in the 7th.
Well, and he's lined up on both sides because when they would go on an unbalanced line there, he'd go kick over to the right side.
Sure.
So, I mean, this is maybe a backup swing tackle, potentially, you could look at in the future with Nathan Thomas. Fun pick here for the Cowboys, and we'll talk with him, Nick. I'm excited to hear you pick his brain about that wing T in high school. Like, that's what a freak athlete there. 6'5", 332 out of Louisiana. Nathan Thomas, your newest Dallas Cowboy. And I think this was the.
Am I confused?
Is this the? I mean, they're a little bit behind. I think this was the announcement of the pick here, possibly that they're showing on NFL Network. What is this? A Tony Dixon jersey, 24.
I think it's a Larry Brown.
We want to cut the audio up.
Is it Larry? It probably is Larry Brown.
And my country. I wouldn't be standing here today without Dak Prescott. So I want to take this moment to raise mental health awareness. With the 233rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, America's team, Mexico's team, world's team, my Dallas Cowboys select Nathan Thomas, tackle, Louisiana Lafayette.
You know what I love most about that? He said Louisiana Lafayette.
He did.
Because they've just been trying to just kind of come by as just Louisiana.
They just want to go by Louisiana.
Do you know about this beef, Brian?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of beef there.
So is that why? Is that why they're trying to cut the Lafayette?
Yeah, because they just want to be Louisiana.
They
But
don't wanna be
LSU
Louisiana.
has the rights to be Louisiana State University, and it's a whole ordeal. But yeah.
So does that make you feel some type of way, Brian? You're like, no, you're Louisiana Lafayette.
Nah, man,
Don't be trying to go by Louisiana.
Let me tell you, if we were in Lafayette, I'd buy you guys dinner right now at Prejean's in Lafayette.
Oh yeah,
if you want,
been there a couple times.
Go ahead, jump in the car. I'm down.
I would. You know me, I'm about feats of strength.
Let's do it. It's already been a hell of a day.
Yeah.
Maybe when we go to the Manning Passing Academy this summer, you come.
I've been twice.
Yeah, let's go this year, Brian.
I'm down.
I love it.
Just let me know the dates, Brian, and I can put in some PTO time.
Do a show from out there.
That'd be fun. That'd be exciting to do. Okay, Jonah Laulu, the defensive tackle from Oklahoma. How did I do on that pronunciation there?
Yeah,
Nick?
I don't know this kid. I'm gonna be 100% honest.
I don't either. I did not watch him, but 6'5", 292 defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, going to the Indianapolis Colts after the Cowboys pick, and then Devon Vale, the Utah
wide receiver.
Yeah. He's big, 6'4", 203, former walk-on, big target, long arms. He's now going to be a Denver Bronco. I mean, at that size, I wonder if he could also possibly play some tight end. And then here we go, Texas Tech. This is the traits pick. Wreckham, Miles Cole, 6'6", 278. You talk about a dude who just looks the part, a freak of nature off the edge. He is now going to Jacksonville. Miles Cole out of Texas Tech.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about athleticism. He's got it. And whenever I was talking with the staff over at Texas Tech, head coach Joey McGuire had glowing things to say about Miles Cole, as well as James Blanchard, the director of recruiting over there in Lubbock. They love to go after guys that have basketball background, track background, anything of the nature. He's a Shreveport native, and what caught their eye during the evaluation process was his basketball background and being able to translate that to the edge. How does that work? Footwork, explosion, being able to find little creases in the offensive line to be able to blitz through and get to the passer. He was able to do that in his time with the Red Raiders. He was a really productive player in the Big 12. I really like what Miles Cole would bring to. Is that the Bengals? Is that the Bengals?
No. The Bengals selected Matt Lee afterwards. We'll get back to that. We've got our guy Nate Thomas, the newest Dallas Cowboy offensive tackle, Louisiana Lafayette. Nate, congratulations, man. I'm sure it's been a long day waiting, but how you feeling? What's this day been like for you?
It's been a lot of waiting, but I mean, ultimately,
I'm just grateful to get an opportunity to play football at the highest level, and play for the Cowboys. I love Dallas. I love the Cowboys. So it's an honor.
Hey, Nathan, congrats on being picked. Or did you grow up a Cowboys fan? You say you love the Cowboys?
No, it's funny because me being from New Orleans, we always have our battles, between the Saints and Dallas fans and all of that. So, but I mean, I always used to watch, the Saints, Cowboys, football, and they definitely have a certain type of football, certain type of level of football that just can't be matched, and I always seen that ever since I was younger. So it's definitely, just an honor to be picked and selected to be a part of that team.
Hey, Nate, I went to school at LSU myself. I've gotten pretty good at this crawfish boil stuff here in Dallas. So if you just throw a couple of sacks in the back of your car when you're heading this way, I'd sure appreciate it. I'd be happy to boil them for you. I can make your nose run, man. I promise you. I can get you into it. If you just give me a couple of sacks, I'll make that nose run, and we'll have a good old time here at the Star. What do you say?
That sounds good to me. It sounds good to me.
All right, man.
A couple more questions for you, Nathan. First, you said you had a lot of waiting around to do today, and I know there was some people that thought of you as a 4th round, potentially even 5th, 3rd. I saw a lot of grades for you. Do you think you wear a chip on your shoulder, being a 7th round pick?
Definitely a chip on my shoulder, but I mean, at the end of the day, you just got to realize that, I just have to realize that I'm not in control. God's in control. So wherever He wants me at is for a reason. So, still getting picked, but I'm on a mission, and getting drafted is fun and all, is cool, but I'm definitely on a mission.
Yeah, speaking of that mission, I want to talk some ball with you. Going to Chalmette High School and being in that wing T offense and blocking as a tight end, how do you think that helped you blocking in the run game once you got to Louisiana Lafayette? And how do you think that's going to translate to the NFL level, having that wing T experience?
Yeah, I think, you just stick to the fundamentals, blocking as a tight end or, as a lineman, it's the same footwork, same hand placement, same, all of that. So, once you have, the fundamentals down, you just constantly work on them and you master them. So, and that's the difference between, college level and pro level, is that, that mastery of the fundamentals, they'll take you a long way. So, for me, it was just working on those fundamentals and, going to continuously work on them and become a master of my craft.
Are you tight with John Stevens Jr.?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good deal. Have you gotten a message from him or anything yet, or you haven't even had a chance to check, huh?
I don't think he had a chance to check yet.
I got you, man. Hey, last question for me, man. How do you feel like pass pro you were really able to develop in that area going to Louisiana, obviously not having a ton of pass pro experience in high school?
Yeah, you just have to take what you learn and take what you do in practice and use the tools that the coaches gave you, and you just have to apply it to the field. And I think that's something that I do very well. It's just I take the coaching and I just apply it on the field and just run with it. So.
Yeah, Nate, I mean, you obviously played on the left side at Louisiana Lafayette, but I wonder, what do you envision when it comes to position flex for you? Do you think you could kick inside, play some guard, or do you kind of just like maybe projecting as a swing tackle?
I think personally for me, I think I can play guard and tackle. So I think, it would just be whatever the team needs, I feel like I can play both guard and tackle, and I'm just there to help the team win.
Hey, Nathan, your base is strong. It's balanced. I like to ask a lot of the offensive linemen what they do to, maintain that balance, but to really, continue to gain more flexibility because that's going to keep you healthy, especially in your hips. Are there any things that you do that are significant to stay loose and to make sure that your flexibility is up to par?
That was one thing that I guess I just had naturally that I didn't know was something that could be worked on until I went to the sports academy and was working with some of the MT
people over there, and just making sure that you just do some stretches, and definitely getting some manual therapy done to work those or loosen those muscles and stuff, and that can definitely help, like range of motion and other things of that sort.
Nate, congratulations. Thanks for giving us some time, man. Welcome to the Dallas Cowboys. It's a special day. Go enjoy it with your friends and family.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There he goes, Nathan Thomas, your newest Dallas Cowboy, Louisiana Lafayette. I mean, really, really impressive.
I'm excited.
Individual. Getting to talk with him, and he seems like he's willing to do whatever the team needs of him.
If he delivers those crawfish, I'll be even more happy about that.
We'll try and I know he'll have a sponsor, and Brian Broaddus there. There's
absolutely.
no question.
I'll be happy if he comes out here and just doesn't give up any sacks or anything like that as a player. I'll cook for crawfish for him all day long.
I mean, I'll tell you what, Brian. I'm from East Texas. They consider us honorary Louisianians. We're gonna have to do this.
You got it. You got it.
We're gonna have to get a boil going.
Nathan Thomas allowing just 13 quarterback pressures on 410 pass blocking snaps last season. So he was steady for that Louisiana Lafayette offensive line. And again, another guy that's really good in the run game. You think this team wanted to emphasize we want to get offensive linemen that can get some movement and get some push. We want to knock people off the ball, be a little bit more angry, mean, get something going in the run game. They're doing that with their 3 offensive linemen that they have taken so far today. Going through some of the other picks here, Bobby, you got something?
No. I was just I
want you being left out.
No, I was just checking on something with Nick.
Okay, we got the War Room cam up right now.
About 3 picks out.
Having a conversation where we got another pick that's coming up close. Some of the other picks that went off the board. Miles Cole did go to Jacksonville. Matt Lee, the center out of Miami, going to the Bengals.
You liked him a little bit, didn't you?
I like Matt Lee. He spent 4 seasons at UCF before he transferred to Miami this past season. 3-year starter at UCF. Earned high grades, both run and pass. This guy's gritty and tough. I mean, he keeps moving his feet, drives people off the ball in the running game, really good on double team blocks. I think he's consistent in his technique and pass sets, maintains ground very well at the point of attack. Plays very square. I thought he held his own really well against Braden Fisk in that matchup against Florida State. And I can't say many linemen did when you watch Fisk play in college. Doesn't have a ton of bends. He does play with 2 big old braces on both legs. So I don't know.
It's off-putting.
It is. It's weird. But this guy, to me, just a football player. And I think that's kind of the highest compliment you can give to an offensive lineman.
Yeah, definitely got some nasty to his game. And you mentioned that his feet keep moving. That's what I wrote down. He just keeps pedaling. So to your point, the knees aren't super duper bendy, but he just keeps, moving and driving forward. And I like the awareness from him in his passes as well. Because FSU, they throw a lot of different looks at you across that defensive line to get Brandon Fisk free. And he was able to pick up on some of that stuff and communicated in that game. That's a good kid that the Cowboys just drafted. He sounds intelligent, Nathan, but you can hear that he definitely felt like he should have been a little bit ahead. That's crazy. That I missed him myself, but I can't believe that 4th, 5th, to 7th, it's happening.
Yeah,
but that's why they want to go ahead and pay. You said that nobody wants to
don't want to fight.
Don't want to fight for that. Yeah, don't want to fight for that.
I don't blame you.
Oh, there goes Taj Washington.
With the little bit of tape we saw.
No.
Are you kidding me? Another wide receiver going to the Dolphins. Solomon Byrd.
They're going to be able to field a separate team of receivers.
It's just all skill players.
I get it.
The Houston Texans taking Solomon Byrd out of USC at pick 238. Josiah Ezerim, the offensive tackle from Eastern Kentucky, goes to the Saints, followed by Michael Barrett, the linebacker from Michigan, going to the Panthers, and then Taj Washington, the wide receiver from USC, going to the Dolphins. Anybody want to hit on any of those picks?
Taj Washington, the Dolphins is unfair. That's all I got to say.
It's just pointless.
I got a report on Taj Washington.
Give me a report on Taj.
If you're interested, we got to give the guys credit for being drafted.
I tell you what, while you get the Taj Washington report, let's go ahead and hear the secret audio from Nathan Thomas.
Nate, what's up? This is Jerry Jones with the Cowboys.
Oh, what's up? How you doing?
I just wanted to check and see if you knew you get a star on your helmet when you become a Cowboy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to earn that one.
Well, let me just tell you this. Well, I am proud to tell you that we're picking in, and want you to come in here and continue what you showed in school and continue with all the good stuff you do. You get up here and do the same stuff you've been doing, and you can take care of everybody you love or going to love. This is pro football. So
Yes, sir.
seriously, I'm proud for you and proud to be calling you a Dallas Cowboy. We're going to draft you. We're turning you in right now.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Yes, sir. And here's your coach. Okay? Coach McCarthy.
Yes, sir.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hey, are you back home in New Orleans with your family?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, hey, obviously we had a great conversation. We all enjoyed your time here, and welcome back. All right, you're in a great spot, as you know, and a lot of people fired up to get you here. I tell you, that's going to be an awesome room to have you and the other young guys join. So enjoy this time with your family, and we will see you in 2 weeks, okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Nate, I'm going to pass the phone on to you. Here's Coach Solari.
All right.
Nate, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's awesome. We are excited about you being here at the Cowboys, and you have a great future with us. There's no doubt about that.
I'm excited as well.
Yeah, that's exciting. You're in a great place.
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. Well, again, congratulations. Here's Coach
Thank you.
Schottenheimer, offense coordinator. Hang on.
Big Nate, what's up, buddy?
What's up? How you doing?
Oh, man. Tell you what, are you so excited?
I'm very excited.
Man, we are so excited to have you here, buddy. And, shoot, we were just counting the picks, hoping it worked out, man. But can't wait to get you here, brother. So excited.
Can't wait to be there.
All right, hold on. Coach Chin Young wants to talk to you real quick. Congratulations, man. Welcome to the
Thank
Cowboys.
You. Thank you.
Big Nate, what's going on, man? It's Coach Chin Young. Hey, excited about you, bro. Hey, let's get ready to go.
How you doing?
Doing great, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I know you're excited.
I'm good.
Enjoy this process and enjoy this time with your family, man. We're so excited about you. Let's get rolling.
Yes, sir.
All right, now you have a good one.
All right.
Well, that's a lot of hard work's paid off for you, but boy, we're anxious to get you here. It's jury again.
I can't wait to be there.
Okay. Well, we're excited. Hope everybody down there is excited. See you real soon. Bye-bye.
All right.
That's awesome. Cowboys are on the we'll be making a call to making another pick here. We'll be keeping an eye on that, Warren. But go ahead and give us that Taj Washington update, Brian.
Yeah, go ahead, Aisha.
Was he a 30 visit?
No.
That's what I wondered.
Well, because they kept saying
to
get you back here.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. 30 visit guy.
He was a 30 visit guy?
Yeah, that was something I picked up on late.
Really?
Yeah, missed out on that one.
Interesting.
Yeah, it was just the way they kept.
Well, I was reading
pumping fists in the war room.
I think they're excited in the war room. I thought I saw a tweet from some of the the beat writers because they're also doing a conference call with him, and he said he hadn't had much contact with the Cowboys, but that's awesome. What do we got, Brian?
Just want to confirm. Sorry.
Yeah, Washington is a transfer from Memphis, and he's a savvy route runner, outstanding quickness, burst. Majority of his work comes from the slot. He's really nice feel of how to explode off the line and quickly get into his routes. I believe that this kid, he gets a lot of space when playing in that slot. And so I'm not so much sure how he's going to, how that's going to translate to the NFL for him. But man, I'll tell you what, I think they're going to play him differently because this kid is extremely quick. He does a lot of things. Quarterback moves around the pocket, and he does a great job of presenting himself as a target. Solid, dependable hands for a shorter guy. He's got a nice catch radius, and he's very good at tracking the ball and adjusting the passes.
All right, they're passing the phone around right now. We had James Williams, the safety from Miami, just go to the Tennessee Titans at pick 242.
I liked him too.
Browns are taking a defensive tackle off the board, Jawan Briggs, the defensive tackle from Cincinnati.
Here's Dallas's pick.
6'2", 297. Cowboys pick is in.
Fourth pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Justin Rogers, defensive tackle, Auburn.
There you go. You got a big defensive tackle there in Justin Rogers, who is now a Dallas Cowboy. And Justin Rogers, of course, out of Auburn. You see, went to high school there in Detroit, right where this draft is, but big 330 pounds there from Justin Rogers.
Yeah, this is a fun one. This is probably the last one-tech option that you had, and you probably didn't want to toy around with him trying to win a bidding war for him in the undrafted free agent pool because of his size at 6'2", 322. But he started his career at Kentucky and then eventually made his way over to Auburn. Was fairly productive in the run game back in 2022 at Kentucky this last season, just trying to find his way at Auburn, and then ended up entering the draft. But he's got 6 siblings, all boys, grew up in Detroit, right where the draft is. So he's been able to stay home and see the draft there. But nevertheless, I think this is probably the biggest body other than Evan Anderson that you would find. this guy just has a little bit more knacks and a little bit more Power 5 experience, you probably bank on this a little bit more. And still a young player. He's 22 and will be 22 by the time the season starts. So this is probably just a guy you wanted to get and not risk not getting in the undrafted pool.
Well, there's some depth. I mean, to add to a one tech now, you've got somebody else on the roster that can bring, that size, good with his hands, the striking ability there. I mean, Beamer's rolling some of that B-roll in that matchup. He's going toe-to-toe with Van Pran, who went a little bit earlier in that game against Georgia. He does do a good job making plays away from the line of scrimmage for his size. But, the lateral quickness is there for a guy that's 6'2", 320. Justin Rogers, at this point in the draft, not bad. And as we say that, I want to get your thoughts here, but Michael Pratt going to the Green Bay Packers. That's a Packer way pick right there.
Yeah. Didn't you just call that?
Yeah.
Didn't you just call that?
That's what they used to do. That's the Packer way. Back in 1992, you just take quarterbacks late in the draft, and hopefully you hit on one, and here they go.
Anybody else have anything to add on our newest Dallas Cowboy, Justin Rogers?
This guy makes things difficult for when you watch him play in the A gap. Those guys, the guards and the centers that try and block him. He makes it a problem for those guys. He's a hard guy to move out of the way. A little bit of probably the shorter arm type of a guy, but man, he holds up very, very well at the point of attack.
So the big conversation and talking point now will be that the Cowboys, who have now completed all of their picks in the draft, and they'll head towards undrafted free agency, which they do an excellent job at. They're one of the better teams.
It's about to go up.
Yeah. But running back. You still didn't draft a running back. You've got Blake Watson. You've got Frank Gore Jr. You've got Cody Schrader. There's some names out there that I'm sure they're going to look to bring in.
Dylan Johnson from
Washington absolutely is another one. They get a defensive tackle late in Justin Rogers, who can come in and compete to add some depth behind Mozzie Smith and Carl Davis. But now I think they'll probably be hunting some of these running backs that they like to bring in.
Yeah, Jaden Sheridan out of Monmouth. I think that's probably the one that I would like to see end up signing with the Cowboys, and I think that's probably the guy that most teams who are needing a running back right now would probably go after, and I would have to assume that's one of the first phone calls. And if you're looking from an agent perspective, from Jaden Sheridan's agent, then you would look at the Cowboys, see the running back room, see that they didn't draft anybody, and just roll with that. In 2022, Jaden Sheridan rushed for 1,722 yards. In 2023, he rushed for 1,478 yards, 23 total touchdowns in each of those two seasons. In each of those two seasons, he's averaging over 140 yards per game, nearly 8 yards per carry. This is a guy that has just been super productive. He's 5'9", 195, but he's still able to find some pass protecting skills. He's more of the big play guy. He's going to be your guy that you can rely on in the run game to pick up yards. Not huge in the receiving game, only 20 receptions last season after only 5 in the previous 2 seasons. But I think in the run game, he's a guy that can reliably pick you up some yards. He's a bowling ball between the tackles. That's the guy I'd go after.
All right.
He is repped by Drew Rosenhaus, who gets everything he can in the free agent pool.
There you go.
Dang.
Well, Dallas will pay.
Yeah.
The one thing Dallas will prove is they might not play in springtime free agency with the with the pros, but they will play. I mean, well, let's say with pros with the the guys, but these UDFs. FAs, they will go after those guys. They don't mind. Every year it's like, well, they gave that guy 100,000. Oh, they gave this guy 200,000. They don't mess around with that.
Lipke had the most guaranteed money of all UDFAs last year, and TJ Bass was 3rd of all in the NFL. That's across the league.
I think the year before was Marquise Bell. Yeah. So I think they've kind of held that for the last couple of seasons. Yeah. Did you have a question you wanted to throw in?
Yeah, I did want to ask in regard to Nathan Thomas, right?
Yeah.
I wanted to ask. So, you guys looking at him as a guard? Do you think that they?
I'm just saying there's potential there. I don't think it's necessarily something you just you'd hammer on immediately. But I'd like to see him at tackle.
Well, I'm tracking that. I was wondering. I'm asking where the other projections were for him. Were they projecting him as a guard or just a tackle?
Yeah, I'm just saying there's probably guard flex.
Okay, because I mean. I just think there's more of at this point, there's more of a need for tackle depth than guard depth as of right now to me. So that's why I was just wondering. Like I said, I wasn't familiar with the player, so I'm just trying to get a gauge on what y'all felt about him. Okay, that's all.
Yeah, these are some names that I think could also be interesting that are just still available right now. Not necessarily in the undrafted free agent pool because I still believe we have 20 picks left.
Yeah.
Gabriel Murphy still on the board. Fabian Lovett, I know you like him. Aisha out of Florida State defensive tackle. Dwight McLaughlin, big long press corner out of Arkansas.
Yeah.
Still on the board. Cornelius Johnson, big body wide receiver out of Michigan that I had a 6th-round grade on. Curtis Jacobs out of Penn State, linebacker. Phil Darius Payne is another defensive tackle out of Virginia Tech that is still on the board. Willie Drew, corner out of Virginia State. He trained here in Dallas during the pre-draft process. Guys really liked him at the combine from what I had heard. More so trainers, not scouts that I had heard necessarily. Evan Anderson, as I mentioned, that big 350-pound frame. I mean, that's something you love to see. Eric Watts, that's a fun edge out of the University of Connecticut. And then Imani Bailey, TCU running back. He was the guy that had a pre-draft visit here.
All right, the now newest Dallas Cowboy, Justin Rogers, is joining us here in the Draft Show. Justin, how are you, sir? I know this has probably been a heck of a day for you, man, but a day you'll never forget. Congratulations and welcome to the Dallas Cowboys.
Thank you.
Man, we're excited to have you. I mean, certainly this is a need the Cowboys needed to fill with what you bring to the table. How would you describe your play style and what you're bringing now to the Dallas Cowboys?
A hard worker, a guy they can depend on, just have fun, make habit out there.
I think obviously playing in the SEC, you're battle tested. I know we got an SEC guy on our studio set right now who played in the SEC as well, and Brian Broaddus. But what were some of the things you think helped grow as a player in that conference that you can translate now to the NFL?
Just really taking on wisdom from the older guys and just older veterans around me. I think that kind of helped me to be where I'm at right now.
You play with some violent hands, man. I mean, you're really, really difficult to move off the ball. Is that something that you've worked on to try and get that hand fighting, or is that something naturally you've just always been gifted with?
I've just been naturally gifted with it.
Yeah, quick question. Justin, congratulations on being picked. Did you grow up a fan of any team, and growing up in the SEC, was it always your dream to play in the SEC as well?
It was definitely my dream always to play in the SEC. And just, I'll probably say just growing up, my favorite team was the Lions.
Yeah, I got you. Growing up in Detroit there, right?
Yes, sir.
How has the draft been up there? I know there's been like 270,000 people, right? Did you make your way up there at any point?
Yeah, it was kind of crazy.
I was about to say.
Yeah, are you like letting any cars park in your yard or anything like that? Make a little side money on this thing?
No, not that.
Did you have a lot of conversations at all with the Cowboys leading up to this?
Not for real. It was here and there, but I was talking to some of the scouts when I was at the combine.
So this was kind of unexpected when you got the call from Jerry. Were you kind of stunned?
Yes, sir.
That must have been a little bit crazy when you hear on the other side of the phone, like, hey, this is Jerry Jones. You're a Dallas Cowboy.
Yeah, definitely was kind of crazy.
All right, Justin, from one big guy to another, I'm not quite as big and athletically gifted as you are, but I always love asking like an eating claim to fame, and I do love eating, but like what's the most you've ever put down of a certain type of food in one sitting?
One sitting? Oh, no, I don't even know. Probably like some hibachi food. It's kind of good.
Okay, there we go.
Man, I'm a hibachi type of guy.
Yes,
that's
man.
the Chicago in you. A lot of good hibachi places up there.
You can't go wrong with some hibachi, man. We're excited to have you here, and this is going to be an awesome experience for you, Justin. What do you think about getting to play on a defense with Micah Parsons, DeMarcus Lawrence, and some of these other outstanding Cowboys defenders?
Hey, I can't wait. Can't wait to get there and show my skills.
All right, buddy. Take care. Enjoy the day. Hang out with the friends and fam. This is awesome, and congratulations.
Thank you.
There he goes, Justin Rogers, your new defensive tackle out of Auburn, joining us here on the draft show as the Cowboys have made their final pick. We've had a couple of other picks fly off the board. Michael Pratt went to Green Bay from Tulane. Devin Culp, the tight end from Washington, going to the Bucs. Marcus Harris, the defensive tackle from Auburn, who played with Justin Rogers, going to the Houston Texans. C.J. Hansen, holy cross.
I got excited.
Offensive guard going to the Chiefs, and then Ladarius Henderson, another offensive tackle from Michigan, going to the Houston Texans. Just a few more picks left. We've got 7 remaining. Baltimore Ravens pick is in, and then we'll put a bow on the 2024 NFL Draft.
Yeah, this press conference is coming up quick, guys.
All right, go for it, buddy.
Hey, thanks for all your hard work, brother.
Yeah, I want to say thank you to you guys for allowing me on in this first year. It's been a blast. I hope to bring even more next year. Man, this has been awesome. This is my favorite part of the year, being able to dive into the draft. Thanks to each of y'all. I appreciate it.
You
Thank
did a hell of a job, brother. Thank you, man.
Also, thank you to everybody that's listening and supporting. Like, this has been awesome this weekend and throughout the year, getting texts, tweets, support, all of that. It's been super awesome. We do it for you guys, so we really appreciate it. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Nick.
Yes.
There he goes. That's our guy, Nick Harris, of course, DallasCowboys.com, and a member of the draft show. What a maiden voyage it was.
Yeah.
Yes. Rookie season is over.
For our guy, Nick Harris. Now
he gets to buy dinner for everybody
there
when we go at the end of the year.
We'll see you at Hibachi in about an hour, Nick. Cowboys NFL Draft Hall. We look back on it. Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Nealon, the edge from West Virginia, Cooper Beebe, guard from Kansas State, Maris Luafau, the linebacker from Notre Dame, Kalen Carson, cornerback from Wake Forest, Ryan Flournoy, the wide receiver from Southeast Missouri State, Nathan Thomas, offensive tackle, who could also play guard from Louisiana Lafayette, and then Justin Rogers, big defensive tackle from Auburn, who was added in the 7th round, pick 244. Really, I think they did a great job of addressing a lot of different needs, and they bring in 3 offensive linemen. I know the big talking point after this is going to be the Cowboys didn't come away with a running back.
Yeah.
The one thing that they did do, and now they will turn their focus and try and attack the undrafted rookie class, which they do a great job of. We'll see what happens with Ezekiel Elliott. You do still have on the roster Rico Dowdle, Royce Freeman, who they signed, Deuce Vaughn, Malik Davis is an option. But 3 offensive linemen who I think the strength for all 3 is their nasty, aggressive nature in the run game. I know we went back and forth about this earlier, Aisha, but I think we've seen in the NFL, if you can block and you can win up front along the offensive line, you can find production at the running back position in a lot of different areas. Is it going to be, oh my gosh, we've got a Pro Bowl All-Pro? No. But you just need to be able to have a plethora of guys that can tote the rock. And I think they did a good job, even though they didn't get a runner, and they'll still be in search of that. At least the offensive line, I think we feel much better about after this weekend.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm more so looking at is this season. Obviously, you've gone out and drafted the guys that you want attitude-wise and stuff like that to set the tone. But I'm really curious to see how Mike Solari, decides to do some of the run game and how some of these designs look and some of the things he chooses to do, how he's able to get some of these guys involved. Because to your point, if you are going to go that route that you're saying with the Rico Daddles and, all these other gentlemen, like if you are going to go that route, then you have to find packages and find ways to get, each of them involved and let them do some of the things they do best. So I'm excited to see what this run game looks like a year, because I think we kind of forget that last year was the first year of this new install of a whole new offense. Maybe we get a little bit more refining and creativity in the run game this year with it having to be kind of vast with multiple people and the way you were describing, Zach.
The thing that I will take away from this draft as it's winding down is that when they made the trade down from 24,
right,
and then it came in my mind, who are they going to get at 73? That's what immediately my focus went to. And the fact that on my board personally, you end up with a 2nd round grade at 73. To me, that's when the trade is totally worth it and makes sense. When all of a sudden you get a guy that, with BB, I thought he was the best guard on the board. Now, depending on what people think about the tackles that can play guard and stuff like that.
Best guard.
But for him to be there at 73 and you to pick him, that made that trade for me work so much better. And I know we all love Barton and all the center,
No,
but I would sacrifice Barton for Guyton and Beebe. That's how I look at that right there. Now, the thing that drove me nuts, and I mean, maybe the mechanics of it, maybe they weren't ready. Selfish me was looking at Lloyd, the running back from USC. And then you took the linebacker, right, from Notre Dame. So, and then he goes the pick behind you. And now you're going, damn. You know, okay, that's one. But, yeah, the Notre Dame kid is a hell of a football player. He really, really is.
Yeah, I feel like
I just wish they could have maybe that's the time where you maybe would have grabbed
that would have been it.
Grab that runner, right? Maybe that's where the draft was going to allow you to grab the runner.
Yeah, that's where you had Jalen
and
Wright.
once it happened, Wright
or Lloyd or Davis, whoever. That's where you needed to do it.
Once that went past,
they got wiped.
You were wiped.
They didn't have an opportunity to do it today.
You were done. You were done.
You guys didn't think that listening to Scott McCurley talk about, like, it sounds like he guaranteed Maurice that they were going to come get him. Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, you're right. And see, that's what I'm saying. I just said the selfish me, but I'm in looking how maybe the running back board fell today with all those guys going. It kind of like, well, maybe we'll be able to grab a guy in the fifth. There was just too much distance between where you picked at 87 and then where you had to pick again at 174, right?
Yeah,
there was just too much distance.
The only opportunity was 87. Otherwise, they got wiped by the time 174 came around.
Garendo hurt.
Yeah.
I think Garendo hurt them. I think they thought Garendo could make it to the 5th round, and when he didn't, I think that kind of threw them off. I also think legitimately it also shows they really loved Jonathan Brooks. And when they lost Jonathan Brooks, they kind of shuffled running back down the board a little bit as something that they were going to prioritize. And they had guys that they liked, but they only liked them in their position. They clearly in this entire draft wanted to go with where's the blinking light. This is a blinking light draft, probably because they feel like they could stand depth everywhere. And so because they can stand to use depth everywhere, they say there's really not a bad pick we can make as long as the value is really high. And so I think that, when they pick Carson in the 5th, I think that was probably massive value on their board. When they picked Nealand in the 2nd, I think that was probably massive value on their board. Thomas, I think they probably had graded pretty high. And so I think that a lot of this for them was just, let me identify where is the blinking light, pick it, and it'll probably be a good pick because we need everything right now.
Yeah.
And also too, like, how if you could describe how different this draft feels, like the process felt than last year, when you break it down like that, Bobby, and you say that you feel like they feel like every pick they feel like they got good value for. Was that kind of not maybe how they felt last year? Did you feel like maybe they were?
No, I mean they thought Mozzie they had Mozzie graded higher than they picked him. Okay. They had Schoonmaker, I think, graded higher than they picked him. I know they were excited about Overshown, and so no, I think those were guys they really liked. It didn't work out for the top 2, and then the 3rd one got hurt. But I mean, McCurley, you could hear in McCurley's voice when we were talking to him the other day. That still bugs him. That bugged a lot of people in this building when they lost Overshown.
Yeah.
When they lose Overshown, that really changed a lot for them what they wanted to do defensively.
Just the flow of the draft felt very different. Like, I don't know. I just felt like last year I felt a little bit more anxious about what they were doing.
It was a deeper draft.
There
was more talent.
That's fair.
It was there were just more players who were like, okay, we'd be interested in this player. I mean, I think even when at an undrafted free agency, having guys like Frank Gore Jr. and Blake Watson out of Memphis and some of these running backs that are still out there, those are good players that I thought would have been drafted. I mean, we still do have a couple of picks here left in the draft.
I just lost my last wide receiver.
Was it Cornelius Johnson?
Cornelius Johnson. Every one of my wide receivers on my stack got drafted.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
See, the whole goal for me when you're setting these boards is to try and make sure that you want no names left, and every year it gets a little, like 1 year it's 8, the next year it's 6. You just want the thing to where there's maybe 1 or 2 guys left, and you're gonna have some guys sitting there because of medical situations and stuff like that. But it makes you think the next time you build your board, like, okay, I thought about this player last year this way. Why am I going to do this again? So it's a difficult thing. We all kind of deal with it, but man, I tell you, there's nothing better. I love doing this, man. I love building boards and watching players and doing what we're doing right now.
And the Rams are having a great time.
Rams are having a fun draft, man. They had a lot of picks. First time they finally had a first-round pick for a while.
Yeah.
And there's the Chargers there with a nice haul as well. All right, we got the secret audio from Justin Rogers, your new defensive tackle out of Auburn, the newest Dallas Cowboy. Here's the call from Justin.
Justin, put that star on your helmet. We just drafted you, Dallas Cowboys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, we are excited about having you here, and
Yes, sir.
think we've got your bed made. Seriously, we think got a real opportunity here, and you're a good fit for us. And boy, I'll tell you one thing, it's a great opportunity for you to really make a big difference in your life, because if you can do it, which we think you can, then you got you a home for a long time to come.
Yes, sir.
Listen, congratulations, really. And
Thank you.
we're glad to be making this pick.
Yes, sir.
Coach McCarthy wanted to say something to you while I got you.
Okay.
Hey, Justin, how you doing? Congratulations.
How you doing, Coach? Thank you.
Where are you? Are you home? Where you
Yeah. I'm home with my mom, my brothers, and my girlfriend.
Awesome. Well, obviously a great moment. Can't wait to get you here. We'll get you up here in 2 weeks and get started, man. But welcome to a great place. You're going to be a great
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To have you. I got a bunch of guys that want to say hello to you here. Okay, here's the defensive coordinator, Mike Solari.
Okay.
Hey, Justin.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I hear some yelling going on in there. Yeah. Everybody excited?
Yes, sir.
Good deal. All right. We'll see you in about 2 weeks and get you up here and get you going. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Where are we going?
Okay.
Here's our D-line coach.
Thank you.
Jeff Scanina is going to talk to you.
Okay.
Hey, big man, congratulations.
Hey, Coach. Thank you.
You got dogs?
Yeah. Yeah, dog.
All right.
Yeah.
Get you up here in 2 weeks. Get ready to go, okay, buddy?
Yes, sir.
All right, enjoy the rest of the day. Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There is Justin Rogers. Fun call there. I love the dogs in the background there. We got some picks to roll off. Kalen King did get taken for the cornerback from Penn State. Going to the Packers there at 255. How about Michael Pratt and Kalen King in the 7th round for the Green Bay Packers there? Some of the other picks, Senoisi Kane, the safety from Purdue, going to the Ravens. Tatum Bethune, the linebacker from Florida State, goes to the 49ers at pick 251. Jalen Harrell, the edge from Michigan, going to the Titans at 252, followed by his Michigan teammate, Cornelius Johnson, the wide receiver, going to the Chargers at 253. KT Leviston, the guard from K-State, who played opposite of Cooper Beebe, going to the Rams there at 254. And then, as I mentioned, Kalen King, the corner from Penn State.
Can I give him his due, please?
Please do. Yeah, going to Green Bay.
Yeah, you have to admire his willingness to come and play, make a play on the ball. He sees it quick, then he's on the attack. There are times where he'll wrap up, then others he'll launch his body into the ball carrier. I think he's a physical player both in the run and the pass game. He could be a little handsy when carrying the routes down the field. He gets away with grabbing, pulling, hooking, all those things. He does a really good job of playing the ball down the field. He had a few interceptions in his career, but he's also had his share of misses. He does a really good job of tracking and anticipating the flight of the ball and putting himself in position in order to make the play. Speed is good enough to allow him to carry or drive on the ball. He can close quickly. He has a feel for how to read the route, see the quarterback, and make the plays. Footwork, agility allow for smooth transitions in coverage. He's got some quick twitch to his game. Plays with a high IQ, football IQ, but does have but doesn't have ideal length you want in a corner, but makes up for it with his style of play. Competes hard throughout the contest.
He's not super big either, but there's effort there in the run game, which is something that you're looking for. But, I think his spatial awareness is good as well.
So Kalen King, who ends up not going undrafted, ends up making it there to the Packers. The Broncos on the clock right now. Their pick is in, and then we will get to Mr. Irrelevant, pick 257 to the New York Jets, which is coming up here in just a second. Overall, as we kind of put a bow on these things, I think satisfied with what the Cowboys did. I am very surprised. They didn't draft a running back, but again, as we talked about,
I think they lost that opportunity in the third.
I think so too.
That's just where if I had to pinpoint a spot, and then you mentioned about the Louisville kid going off the board in the fifth. It's just the run right there, though. I mean, you thought, oh no, these guys, it's deep, they'll be there.
And now you felt it too.
Yeah.
I felt like you felt it. Like I started feeling a little bit more anxious when I saw that run that was happening. I was like, yeah, because the talent, it's just, it changes so much from size as well at that point as well. So I was nervous as well.
Well, we're trying to hopefully get these last two picks in. I know the Cowboys presser could be starting at any moment. When it does,
why don't you thank everybody for doing this?
We will throw it to the presser. Nick Garguilo, the center from South Carolina, goes to the Broncos. So just one pick remaining. But yeah, big thank you to, of course, Chris Beam.
Yes.
And then, of course, Roxy, who held
Jazzy,
us. Jazzy in the
everybody back there.
I mean, everybody who has a part of this working behind the scenes. Douglas Barraclough does an excellent job. Scott Purcell, Derek Eagleton, of course, Nick Harris, who is with us, Kyle Yeomans, who's been with us for the majority of the time,
Brody,
Aisha, Bobby, of course, Brian Broaddus, all your hard work, and everybody who tunes in with us over the course of these 3 days and shows a bunch of love and support, even maybe not support via social media, wherever it might be. It's a blast. I mean, it's a grind, but we love doing it. We're passionate about it, and we can't thank you enough for being a part of this journey with us over the course of these 3 days. It's
well, since January, actually, if you look at the draft show, and then when we start, and we'll put a bow on this thing next week and have a chance to sit back, and we'll know who they signed as some undrafted free agents, which they're very good at. But yeah, thanks to everybody. This is not an easy thing to do. I mean, we've all got other full-time jobs that we're having to do, and so to evaluate the players and to have the ability to come here and educate people, we always talk about that, how important it is. I love this time of year. I love the draft. I love the platform we're on, and I love everybody out there that just consumes this like we do and trusts us, to give them an evaluation on the players. Sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. But just the fact that everybody's along with the journey, I think, is a wonderful thing.
Yeah,
it is.
I definitely want to say thank you to everyone for being with me through my sophomore season of this. It felt very different than it did last year, but I appreciate everyone's support, all the messages, the DMs, everyone reaching out to me, asking me questions, holding me accountable sometimes. Yeah. I appreciate it. And then all the guys that are on the show, all y'all travel a good minute to get here and stuff. You had a baby. I mean, it was just it's crazy. There's a lot of sacrifice that goes into doing this as well. So I just want to say thank you to you guys. And yeah, it's been cool. We're not confused after this draft. I don't feel confused. Do you feel confused? You feel like everything makes a lot of sense, yes?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
It's a good feeling.
They didn't get the running back where they wanted, but other than that, I mean, it makes sense why they didn't get it. Mm-hmm. But I mean, ultimately, if you said they come out of this without a running back, I'm surprised. But ultimately, it makes sense why, given everything else that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Irrelevant will get picked here in a sec. They'll have their press conference. They'll sign their free agents, and then here in a month, you'll start hearing about summer study, and you'll start hearing about other names that are coming up.
We get ready for Mr. Irrelevant. I know we're looking right now at the press conference area waiting for Mike and Will and Jerry and Steven to sit down and talk us through the picks. But here's the announcement for Mr. Irrelevant with the final selection of the 2024 draft from the Jets.
Irrelevant. You guys are all relevant. So, yeah. Thank you to Lucretia, Uncle Roland, Aunt Glow. All fans can root for the underdog. So with the final, but maybe not irrelevant pick, with the 257th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Jalen Key, a defensive back from Alabama. Good luck, Mr. Irrelevant.
Congratulations to Jalen Key, the safety from Alabama who got to hear his name called as Mr. Irrelevant, 6 foot 208, 4.640. He is a New York Jet, and that does it. All the picks are now in the books, and the 2024 NFL Draft is officially closed. Again, the Cowboys Hall, Tyler Guyton, Marshawn Nealon, Cooper Beebe, Maris Luafau, Kalen Carson, Ryan Flournoy, Nathan Thomas, and Justin Rogers. thank you so much on behalf of all of us here at the Draft Show. Stand by, of course, for the Dallas Cowboys presser on behalf of Chris Beam, Jazzy, of course, our entire team here, Nick Harris, Brian Broaddus, Aisha Morris, and Bobby Bell. I'm Zach Wolchuk. Until probably sometime this coming week for another Draft Show episode. Hugs and hand pounds, everybody. Stick around. We got the post-draft presser.
Somebody say it.
Thanks, Beam.
Thanks, bud.
Okay.
Great job, guys.
Oh, man.
Is that brisket?
That.
Lakers your crew. Lakers. Oh, the Lakers.
A lot of offensive linemen, but this is a year where a lot of offensive linemen are. Why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. That's the old deal. But seriously, just a comment to get us started here. This was a good year for us to zero in on that offensive line, and it was a good conceptual thought, but it fell to where we could do that as well. So that's reflected in our group. So you guys ask these guys a question. Will's going to go over for you whenever you want to his perspective about all the picks, and Coach obviously do whatever you want them to do, whatever they want to do.
Go ahead, Gary. Will wants to go ahead and go through each of the picks. That'd be great, and then we could ask questions. Is that okay?
Go down today's picks. Carson was a guy that we identified early on with the ability to play inside and outside, really raw in technique, and a lot of the things that he was doing was a lot on his natural ability. There's some things that we even noticed at the combine, visiting with him, asking him questions, this and that, and you know that there's more upside there because of his answers and the things that he was looking at, plus his work ethic and how he competes. And he'll tackle as a corner, which is also a positive, and we really think good things about him to be able to contribute on special teams and any role we put him in. Flournay's a big receiver that we really like, big and fast and strong and physical. Really stood out and fit in at the Combine and at the Senior Bowl to show that he belonged with, NFL-type players, and think there's a great upside there. Nate Thomas, like Jerry said, this is when you look at the drafts, every year we go in and talk about the strengths and the weaknesses of the draft. This is one of the stronger offensive lineman drafts that has been in a long time. And so, a player of this caliber that moves people and does things at the NFL level with his size, is his ability to bend, be able to play inside and outside, that makes it attractive and makes it for a competitive room. And then you got Justin Rogers. We want to get big. We want to be physical. And Justin Rogers is big, nasty from Auburn with some length that can play that big inside nose tackle position. So fitting needs as well as being the best players for us going down those, based on our board going down that way.
while you're rolling, why don't you just go on up, give us a little refresher from your eyes on the top guys?
Well, Leafow, Marist is a linebacker that can rush, that can play stack, that can play on teams. He's got 34-inch arms, and so adding that multiplicity into our defense and what Zimmer wanted from that position, a specific position, you see those things from the guy, and he does it at Notre Dame. And so we feel like it fits in on the defensive side. Cooper likes to dirt people, I read last night, whatever that means. I'm glad he's doing it for us. With his ability to play the guard position. I mean, he's played all over there and also snapped. So that ability and that demeanor, bringing that to the team is something that we wanted to do. Nealon, we talked about him the other day about how hard and fast and physical he plays, the athleticism plus the intelligence, adding that to our group. And then Tyler, we're going to block out the sun on the left side and have a strong side there on the offensive line.
Since you've been having to cover up all the holes of how we've messed it up for not being active in free agency, if you would kind of see how you think we've at least hit some edges of some holes.
Well, I think from an offensive line standpoint, obviously we, when you lose two really good football players in Tyler and Biotic and Tyron Smith, we came in here looking to improve the offensive line and to go along with a good young group that we already have. And, I've mentioned those to you guys and obviously did that, obviously, with Nealon. We lost Dorrance, and certainly he steps up and fits that. And then just in general, linebacker, to get Kendricks was a big deal for us in free agency. He knows Coach Zimmer's system. He'll be great out there. But, just refilling that linebacker room, certainly I'll call him Marist because I don't want to attempt the last name. It's spelled out here for me, but that helps. And then, you're always year in and year out. Mike came in here and said they always took a receiver or two at Green Bay and add Flournoy to that group. And then doing the offensive line group, and then of course, to get some bigs in there. Rogers there at the end is a guy that our guys liked, and I think it fit in terms of trying to do what we needed to do. I mean, the obvious one we hadn't done yet is running back, but as I say, player acquisitions 365 days a year, and we'll continue to look to improve that running back room.
We think Lance is a good addition, Trey Lance, to looking ahead at having addressing the quarterback position, depth, otherwise. So, like I said last night, and I've got it right here again, got him right here in this draft as though he were a draft pick for us. But there's a lot of young players here. We had about a handful of them last year that didn't play or get to play, meet expectation. They got to come on so that when you see us rolling off, I don't want to be elementary here, but when you see us rolling off of some of our great names of guys that have been here 10 years, 9 years, and what have you. Boy, they've got to be coming with some young guys behind them that if they get a chance, they'll go. And to me, that's what you're seeing here, if I may state the obvious for you. And we've got to have some of these guys be special as we think they might be here. But this is the way you got to roll this thing. And got to watch. Got to watch the temptation to, with some of the issues where you can get real heavy. The one great thing about all these young guys is availability. They're available. Now, they may not be ready talent-wise, but they're available. They don't have down times, the injuries that you have later on. So these are all pluses, I guess. To sum this up, this fits in real nicely with the overall thought of how we get better, how we go forward, and hopefully continue, in my mind, real success in the regular season and while addressing how to get better in the playoffs.
David Moore, Dallas Morning News. A couple of questions. The second would be for Mike, but the first one's for Jerry or Stephen. You mentioned not addressing running back in this draft. Can you talk a little bit more about how that fell and why you chose to, or why you weren't able to address running back, especially on the third day?
I think a lot of times there's always a question mark, will you really, really, really stick to your board? And it just felt like every time the situation was there, for us to make a pick and do the right thing, it wasn't at running back. We had running backs, we'd be thinking, okay, our pick's coming, in 10 picks, 8 picks, 5 picks away. There'd be a run, and then, he might be taken. Or, we obviously had a group of running backs there in that, space where I think there were 75 or 85 players that we had to watch leave the board. And we had a handful of backs that would have been backs that we would have considered, but it just didn't work out. And, at the end of the day, you stay true to what you're about. And, I think obviously our corner here, Kalen Carson, he was just a guy that was sitting there, he's kind of just jumping out at you because of the grade we had on him versus the rest of the board. And, you just have to jump on a guy like that. And, that was the right thing for us to do at the time. And, we'll have opportunities throughout to address this running back situation, and feel like we'll get that done. And, it makes a running back's job a lot easier when the guys up front are doing their job. And I think we really helped that situation today in terms of the foundation of our offensive line group. And we just feel like, we can address that situation as we go.
And Mike, I know this position will still be addressed, but just in general, looking at it now, how you see managing this group by committee this season, and just how it may be a little different than what it's been since you've been here.
You referring to the running back still?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think just like anything, when you look at the running back position, you always want to have a 3-down back, and then also, the question that's always asked in our discussions, because obviously, we're building a 90-man roster, and then we'll get to the 53, and then ultimately the 48 is, everybody needs to do, 2 things, and that's where, the special teams comes into play. So if you look at the dynamics of the running back room right now, it's a young group, but they all have upside. So I like our group. Adding Royce was a really good addition for us. He's a proven player, but he's also a proven special teams player. So Rico's healthy. You got Deuce, and you got Hunter, and then also let's not forget about Malik. So you have players that are all they're going to be here. The younger guys 2+ years, and we'll be. I think they'll be better in the second year in the offense. Just some of the things that we've changed and adjusted coming from year 1 to year 2. Because as I said here last year, we put a lot more responsibility on our running backs, just with the new protection scheme that we added and so forth, and all those guys took a big jump. So yeah, I feel really good about where we are today, and as Steven's already stated, it's not over.
Clarence, before we start talking, Steven, you said a number of times that people will scrutinize you, criticize you until you guys get it done in December and January, and take the next step in the playoffs. Based on what you've done in the draft and free agency, how much better positioned are you to take that next step now? Jerry and Steven.
Go ahead.
I thought you were asking Stephen. This is all in, Clarence. You started that stuff. You know that, don't you? Down to Senior Bowl. But the bottom line is that I think that relatively we have given ourselves a chance to be better at the end of next year than we were at the end of this year, because I'm figuring in now some young guys that last year didn't play as much as they're going to be playing this year, and some of the positives there. But I'll also include this draft, which we all know is speculative because they're coming right out of college. But I strongly believe that by the time that we get to the end of the year, and that we will have success that could match in the regular season last year, and that we be in as good as better shape to compete in the playoffs. That's what all this is about. And we are not compromised because of cap, as much as I implied that way in terms of handicapping. We're in a situation where these young players, where they're first, second, third year guys, they've got to start carrying the mail for the Cowboys.
Mike, on BB, with looking at him at center, what are the traits that you see in him that I think you had Dietrich Smith maybe make a move from tackle to center in Green Bay? What are the traits that you see in him that you say, okay, he can play some center for you?
Well, I think if you just, I know my particular process, you start watching the film and hear, our scouts talk about him, and then, and going through the whole, month worth of meetings. And I mean, I don't know how much film you've seen on him. I mean, this guy's a hell of an interior football player, and I know he's played every position at K-State. So the contact balance, the footwork, I don't recall another lineman in the draft dumping as many defenders on the ground as Cooper. So I just love his play style, and then our scouts do a tremendous job of getting to know these young men and seeing how they're wired, and you get a lot of postseason information, and everybody you talk to thinks it's a no-brainer for him to go in there and play full time, because he has played center in his college career. So I just think he's an excellent fit, but I love his play style, and that's where it starts, and we can't have enough of those types of players on our team.
John Michaud of The Athletic. Will, you've talked about it before, but what's like the rest of today like for you guys with the undrafted free agency? If you could just take us kind of through the process of what goes on there.
Yes, that's the other part of the draft. It's the players that didn't get drafted and that you have some love for, and you think that they can add something to your roster. So now we're dividing those up. We're looking at guys, and it's a competition. It's almost a free market, and we're talking to guys about opportunities and the best chance for them to get on the field, and our history and with free agents and guys making the roster, and attacking guys at positions that we think we need and players that we think will improve us. So that's going on right now, and it'll probably go on for another couple of hours till we settle it down. But we're trying to get those guys to fill in those holes and make us a better roster. And it's especially this year, the draft. There was a lot of players that were draftable, and with guys going back to school, that pool might be a little bit tighter that of the free agents. So you've got to be concentrated and know what's out there and what you prefer. You could be chasing your tail. We're very targeted on the guys that we want to go after and have a good chance of getting those, and that adds more value to the draft class.
We had about 10 players left on our board, and obviously they were a focus to go along with a group we call our 7/8s, which are priority free agents, and we're hot and heavy on those, and that's where that's, like you said, Will, that's the second part of our draft, and I think so far we're looking like we're doing a pretty good job. I mean, that's ongoing while we're sitting right here, but there's a real methodical way that we go about the mechanics of how we make that happen.
And then for Mike, how does that process compare to maybe when you were in Green Bay to now? And do you like to be involved heavily in that, or do you leave it more to the scouts? Just what is your process?
He was on the phone with one of our best ones right before we walked in here.
Got called back, and the reason y'all waited a little bit because they were literally wanting him on the phone with them, talking to him.
It's an excellent process here. I mean, obviously being at other organizations, but just the coordination that the personnel department does ahead of time, and and the relationships not only with the agents but the kids, and and also these young men are still waiting hopefully to get drafted too. So there is an early part of it, but it's extremely organized, and it's clearly the most productive rookie free agent system that I've been a part of. I think the opportunity to take advantage of this market has been a premium for us, and I think the numbers of current rookie free agents on our squad, that are here today, I think it speaks for itself.
It's the same deal. Sean Payton was he was trying to get us to improve our bonus offer to Romo from 10 to 15. Elway was on the line with him at Denver. I thought Sean was biased because Romo was from his school, but he was saying, man, he had been in there trying to get us to take him. And so we were sitting there, and he finally squeezed out another 5,000, and we won the bid for 15 for Romo right here in free agency. So classic picture of kind of how this thing can work. Literally right there bidding against somebody.
Nick Harris, DallasCowboys.com. This can go for anybody, whether it be Tyler Guyton having to earn himself at tackle at Oklahoma, or Marshawn Elon, Ryan Flournoy having to kind of earn their marks at smaller schools. It seems like there's a blue-collar mentality around this draft class. Was that something that you guys kind of sought out this year specifically, or just kind of unfolded that way?
I think our coach has got a lot of blue-collar in him, and in that sense. And so his personality, I think, kind of permeates what you're talking about here in this draft. And I know that the word that I sit right beside him, and he kept reminding me of the big boys on the defense and in our division, and he kept talking about we just need that's why he likes BB so much. We just need to get in here and have some more in the dirt footballs to use it there. But seriously, I do think that was alive and well in our room, that attitude about what he would like to inject into the ethos of the team.
Scott Dixon with the AP. Jerry, you mentioned Trey Lance earlier. Obviously, a DAC extension would change this, but at the moment, there's not a quarterback under contract beyond this year. I just wonder how much quarterback was a conversation during this draft, and how do you look at that position as you kind of peek past this year into the next few years?
Because of the uniqueness of our negotiations with DAC, anticipation of where that might go, then what I will dwell on is the fact that all quarterbacks are under contract for this year. Now, that's a pretty good spot to be in, too. And so, seriously, I'm not trying to be cute. So you think about that. Now, obviously, we have to think around the corner and about future years. But right now, that whole position's under contract. And the more you want to look around the corner or step up for the future, the more things that you have to guess on what's going to be next year and the next year and the next year. So all of that's in consideration. But I will tell you right now, as I said the other night, Dak, just because there's not a reported communication, that doesn't mean anything at all. That's a constant around here as far as assessing, doodling, talking to yourself in the mirror, whatever. That's going on constantly, that we can get it to where it's not a question mark.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. This is for Mike. Jerry had mentioned the draft class last year and how they have to have an impact. Can you expound on that a little bit about how important last year's class will be going this year? Because you always talk about making a second-year jump with guys.
Absolutely. I think our history speaks to that. Our young guys have played early, maybe played a little earlier than most of the teams I've coached. So, yes, I think that last year's class will definitely take that jump, and I think also that we talked about the three young men that have been on injury reserve. I mean, and you got to remember, we get to watch these guys come in here every day and go through rehab. Watch them work on the field with Britt Brown and so forth. So those are those extra players that we're excited about. And at the end of the day, this time of year is about building the most competitive 90-man roster, and I think we've been hitting a target all month preparing for this, and we feel really good about what we've accomplished so far. And now the next step is rookie orientation, off-season program. You got the 5-week summer plan. One thing about the National Football League, it works on 6-month schedules. And we all understand what we want to do next year, but we got a lot of work to do. And now that this big piece is over, it'll be great to get these young guys in here and get to work with our veterans.
Sagias with The Athletic. Jerry, at the Senior Bowl, you mentioned that you singled out the rush offense and run defense as two areas you guys wanted to improve this offseason. How do you assess those two areas now with the draft in the books?
Well, we got bigger in both, and maybe the most important part of the run game. We got bigger in the offensive line. And so, seriously. And so you could say that over on the defensive side of the ball, really. I think we all know that we need to adjust in those areas. You got to adjust someplace unless you want it, and you probably need to adjust when you win it. So we do want to have more big boys up front.
And then, Will, you mentioned Justin Rogers, but defensive tackle, is there more is it Mozzie Smith taking the next step? I mean, how do you guys see defensive tackle, and, what were you guys looking at in the draft in terms of addressing that?
I'm going to let Mike do that one on it, but I can speak to you from 1,000 feet up or 5,000 feet up. Yeah, Mozzie's got to do a lot better than he did last year, and I think he certainly will.
Yeah, definitely. I think Mozzie's an example of a young man going through the first year, and every rookie season is different, and there's lessons to be learned. And yeah, we're all counting on Mozzie to take the next step. Most importantly, he believes it, so he's doing the things necessary right now to get himself ready. He's going through a rehab process. So yes, we see big things for Mozzie.
Joe. Joseph Hoyt, Lone Star Live. Will, you mentioned there were a couple guys that you guys liked pretty early. A couple guys we talked to on the phone said that they were even a little surprised to get that phone call from you guys, and 30 visits or stuff like that. When you like a guy early and you've identified that, how does the rest of the process kind of go in terms of kind of reaffirming that and scouting that out?
There's not only the 30 visits that come in because you guys do a really good job of sniffing that stuff out, and people tend to, we look at other teams to try and find those trends and tendencies, and so if we don't bring guys in, we're still going to spend that time with them, the area scouts, the coaches from a Zoom meeting, the coaches going out to workouts, and so all of that is to gather information on who the guys are and if we can coach them and they fit into our deal. So it's an ongoing process that we'll do in a number of different ways. You can only bring a certain number of guys in for 30 visits, so we try and structure those out a certain way, and we try and structure out our exposures to guys in the different ways that are available to us to make sure that we have enough information on them.
And then do you kind of find that sometimes those first impressions and those early things you liked about them kind of end up coming to the forefront a little bit in the draft war room and when you guys are on the clock?
Yeah, 100%. And because what we do is we gather information. We talk to people about those people, all right? That starts to formulate the opinion. Then we get our chance to spend time with them, and if those things match, and then the external people that talk to them. So you try and match all of that information together to figure out who the guy is as best you can. We really won't know till we get him in here, but we want to have a good enough basis to know if they love football, if they'll work hard enough, and if it's important to them.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. Maybe the youngest position on your guys' roster is tight end. You guys added Brett Maxie forward. You agreed to terms right before you guys got here, right as you did. What does that competitive young group look like, and how good of a competition do you think that'll be in the months ahead?
Brings out the best in you, right? More competition. More competition brings out the best in everybody.
I think it's great. I mean, seriously, you can't. I'll say this, there's different things you believe in as a roster, and I don't think you're going to have enough 6'4", 250-pound, prototype players on your team, and especially with the kickoff and kickoff return, I think that's even more prominent right now. So yes, I agree with Will 100%. You want every position to be competitive as it can be, and I think special teams, and there's a lot more reps of special teams that are going to occur in these games, and tight ends, linebackers, outside linebackers, that body type will be pretty prominent, particularly in kickoff coverage.
Okay.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. For Jerry and Steven, you talked about being active in undrafted free agency. How active do you see yourself being post-draft and veteran free agency with guys like Zeke, Stephon Gilmore, Jaron Kearse, some of your guys who played for you and are still out there?
Steven, you want to go?
Yeah, like I said, I've always said that player acquisition's 365 days a year, and we'll continue to work that part of it and improve our roster. And I certainly see. Actually, we were on the phone with, a couple guys here trying to get our numbers right. Looking at guys who can come in here and help us that might be veteran type players versus the college players. I'm up here pecking away on my phone, seeing how we're doing. But this is a busy time for us right now, and we're not only taking care of the college guys, but that's got to work together with what we're doing with the pro guys, and then it'll continue to work itself out. I mean, we'll replace guys as we move forward, and I just see our roster continuing to evolve, and we'll continue to get better.
Stephen, and I'm not holding you to this, but we can probably trade with another club pretty much for the next 6 or 7 months, can't we?
Oh, absolutely, all the way through the trade deadline.
And,
and then as we know, with a little turnover on our staff, we've got guys who, with Zim coming in and Dan going out, there's a little difference in philosophy, and they like their guys, and we like now maybe a little different type of guy. There's no massive turnover, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot of, opportunities there that maybe could help both of us, and then some of Dan's guys went to different teams too. So all those are opportunities that could evolve with our rosters.
I've seen teams win the Super Bowl with running backs that they traded for in mid-season. So the point is that this thing's a long way from being over as to how you're going to line up against X next fall.
Todd. Will, having the Shrine game here, did that end up being any kind of help and just having more of your guys around maybe?
Yeah, it was a big advantage. Like, the more things that you have here and you don't have to go on the road, you can sleep in your own bed, all that stuff, and then the opportunity to visit with all of those players and having, instead of maybe having one or two guys at an all-star game, we have the full staff to spend time to interview, to do all of those things, so you do get more exposure to it. I mean, at the end of the day, we're trying to find out about these guys for ourselves after hearing other people's opinion on them, and so any exposure we get like that, it helps us.
But Todd, so we followed the rules. There you go again, trying to, because it's in our own backyard, get Will to say something.
We ask questions and answers that we don't know about.
We're kidding with you, Todd.
No one's defensive.
You're getting red. I mean, you're getting. I'm kidding with you.
Normally, you'd like to think you were among friends and could be.
There was no one in the quarterback club.
If you had a slip, you would be protected among your friends.
Anybody have anything? We're not going to have time to stop out here for walk-off or anything, so anybody got anything else?
Steve,
We're walking off.
We're not the big three guys of the, Dak, CD, and Micah. Does any of that take more of a emphasis or more of a priority now?
It's always a priority, those three. Always.
Jerry, not really a draft question. How do you feel about someone one day wearing number 0 as a Cowboy?
Yes. I feel yes. And so that's a funny thing. There are no precedents or rules on how we do that. Now, we do know that if a veteran has it, then that's got to be worked out with the younger player if he wants that particular number. But I don't know of anything. I don't harbor anything that makes 0 sacrosanct to any reply there. I don't. 0.
He'll have to check with Rowdy first. That's Rowdy's number.
I asked Rowdy. I said, Rowdy, now I've had it.
So, Mike,
you had your van in the wrong place. They photographed it at 4 in the morning. and we're doing birthday parties for little kids. And second, you squirting those high-powered water guns in the wrong place. Trying to and you guys may know him. I wish we had him. But anyway, he looked over at me. But he looked over at me and said, "Mr. Jones, I'll talk to Rowdy about it."
Jerry, if it does work out with Zeke, he's been around forever, he knows you all inside and out. If that does work out, when would you like to have him around? Is it in the off-season? Could it be later than that? What do you all think on that?
He's a positive influence at all times. At all times. Not one time, even in maybe some of a critical time of him and what have you, has he been anything but a positive to winning influence as a person and teammate with the Dallas Cowboys. So that's a big plus that he has. So anytime, as far as if his question was when or what, or having him around or what have you, he's a lift. He's outstanding in that area.
It could be later, but that would be fine too, right?
Listen, I don't want to get into that because I'm not sure what all we're touching on here in terms of the rules, but bottom line is that he's a positive. He's a positive. I think he would potentially be positive for this team.
All righty. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Will, do you want our grades before you go?
I can't wait to read them.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Appreciate you.